Arthur, everyone, step aside. In my second life, let me revel first. Power levels. Ordinary, elite, legendary, divine. Paths. 1. Cultivating the soul master of Star Islands. 2. Cultivating the body knight of the Star Sea. The Star Sea world is a realm of celestial wonders, not merely an ocean. Humankind is the primary race, accompanied by various extraordinary species. Chapter 1. The Young Lord of Star Island. A torrent of memories surged forth with wild abandon. At this moment, the boy still known as Arthur struggled violently, akin to a mud loach flung ashore. His handsome visage was marred by bulging veins, contorting in a grotesque display. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet in an instant his countenance softened. However, sweat clung to his dark hair, rendering the seemingly 16 or 17-year-old boy utterly disheveled. He gazed at his hands, tracing every muscle, every limb, as if ensnared in a vivid dream. In his memories, he had already perished. Deep within the Star Sea, on the battlefield where humanity clashed with alien races, his star island had been obliterated, his body reduced to mere dust in the depths of the cosmos following the explosion. That marked the first day he became the master of Star Islands. A smile began to curve at the corners of the boy's mouth, the arc growing increasingly pronounced. Incredible. Is my second life truly beginning anew? It appears there is indeed a wondrous force at play. His musings dwindled into a whisper, barely discernible even to himself. With his disheveled appearance, the boy twisted the candlestick, causing the sealed chamber to reveal a narrow portal barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Outside, an elderly man and a young girl awaited, their eyes fixed expectantly upon him. "Young master, you have succeeded," exclaimed the elder, a seasoned butler who had long served beside Arthur's mother, a part of her dowry. "Young master, you have succeeded," echoed the little girl, a frail, yellow-haired child, mirroring the butler's words. Like the old steward, she too hailed from Arthur's mother's side. But unlike him, she was not part of the dowry, but rather a servant acquired later. "I have succeeded. From this day forth, I, Arthur, shall ascend as the supreme and noble master of Star Islands," the small figure proclaimed, his voice ringing clear. "Ha! How laughable! Even awakening your abilities is such a disheveled affair. It is evident how thin and meager your family's bloodline truly is. You are unworthy of bearing the family name your father was exceedingly wise." The one mocking Arthur appeared several years younger than him. Yet unlike Arthur, who emerged from the chamber in disarray, this boy exuded an air of arrogance, his demeanor devoid of any semblance of Arthur's predicament. This realm is known as the Star Sea world, where every exceptionally gifted human can awaken the abilities of a master of Star Islands. The reasons for this phenomenon remain a mystery. However, upon awakening, one can forge a soul bond with the Star Island. As for the size and resource richness of the island, that is dictated by fate. Over the years, the inhabitants of the Star Sea world have discerned a pattern. The younger one is, the greater and more favorable the Star Island they can obtain as a master. Once one surpasses the age of 18 without awakening such abilities, it signifies that they will never become a master of Star Islands in their lifetime. Such individuals are relegated to serving under other masters, and their destinies are often predetermined by the quality of their bloodline. The awakening ceremony demands substantial financial investment. At this moment, Arthur had participated for 6 consecutive years, with only the initial expenses covered by his father, whose visage had faded from memory. The remainder was solely supported by his mother. Despite his still diminutive frame, Arthur's heart had been tempered to iron-like strength through the trials of his past life. To engage with the provocations of a mere child would be beneath him and exceedingly exhausting. Unbeknownst to Arthur, his words, coupled with his indifference, incited the younger boy, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Desiring to confront this disrespectful brother of inferior lineage, the boy hesitated as he recalled the years of rigorous training and endurance that the other had undergone. Some memories were indeed quite formidable, prompting the young boy, who had also awakened as a master, to merely jot down the grudge for now. "Humph. Do you believe that merely awakening the abilities of a master of Star Islands guarantees success? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. To manage and construct a Star Island demands immense time, energy, and wealth with your capabilities. It may not be long before your family receives a notice of your demise. Even as he sought to suppress his animosity, the young boy's tongue remained sharp and unapologetic, bordering on malice. That is quite a valid point thus. I shall begrudgingly grant you the honor of my gaze today, lest I find myself unable to witness it again in the future. Arthur's casual words pierced the boy's ears, delivering a devastating blow. Unable to fathom the implications, the boy seethed with rage. Why wouldn't you see me? Will it be your death or mine? Outrageous! As the boy prepared to charge forth like a raging bull, a group of servants of varying ages, shapes, and sizes restrained him. Arthur feigned a slight regret, dousing the boy's fiery spirit with a bucket of cold water. This was swiftly followed by indignation. How could such filth, with a mother of lowly bloodline, awaken after 6 attempts to become a master of Star Islands, dare to flaunt his pride before him? What infuriated him further was that the other's mediocre performance, achieving merely 60 points, left no sense of accomplishment for the younger boy. If the audience were to remain indifferent and passive, what pride could one derive from being the best in the world? You, the contaminator of our noble bloodline, await your reckoning. You would do well to anticipate, the boy shouted, his small frame enveloped by his servants as they ushered him out of the specially constructed awakening chamber. The elderly steward and the young girl beside Arthur feared for their young master's composure, concerned he might succumb to the provocation and engage in conflict. This place is known as Star Island, named for its diamond shape, which radiates a silver glow, resembling twinkling stars from afar. It stretches 36 kilometers in length and 22 kilometers in width, covering an area of 3,622,792 square kilometers, with a population of 119,000. In the entire human realm, it stands as one of the oldest and largest star islands. The Lord of White Island reigns supreme as the sovereign of this domain. Arthur is merely one of his hundreds of children, inconspicuous among them. Undoubtedly, it is entirely normal for a father to show favoritism in a dispute between an unremarkable child and a remarkable one. Fortunately, the anticipated conflict never materialized. As Arthur stepped out of the awakening chamber alongside his 2 servants, he felt as though his very soul had been lightened. Chapter 2. The Crucible and the mother and son Arthur, akin to a bird reborn, stepped forth with the joyous spirit of a lark. To the outside observer, it appeared as though he had only just awakened to the latent gifts of the Star Island sovereign. Little did they know, Arthur's elation stemmed from his resurrection from death. This miraculous transformation was rooted in a modest furnace deep within his soul. The once fallen sovereign of the Star Island, slain on the battlefield of the future, had returned to life. This was a lavish gift of fate, a further manifestation of the extraordinary powers of that small furnace. Harnessing the experiences from the first era of the Star Sea, Arthur had deciphered at least 3 abilities of the furnace. First, the capacity to refine all living beings with flesh and blood, transmuting them into the purest essence of life. This essence could nurture the life forms on the Star Island, ensuring the healthy growth of its inhabitants and hastening the advancement of its warriors. Second, the ability to refine all lifeless objects, from the remnants of the Star Island to the flora and fauna. The refined products, which Arthur referred to as the source of the Star Island, possessed the power to accelerate the growth of the island itself. Such growth manifested in increased size or in the evolution of specific areas of the island, entirely dependent on the sovereign's will. Now, Arthur had uncovered a new ability, yet its flaws remained an enigma. He was reluctant to experiment, for the specter of death loomed ominously. What if the requisite conditions were not met, and he could not resurrect? Despite his apparent joy, Arthur had begun to commune with the projection of the Star Island within his mind. Each awakened sovereign in the Star Sea did not immediately acquire a tangible Star Island. There existed a process of manifestation. Typically, this took about 1 to 3 months. By using himself as a coordinate and establishing a connection with the indistinguishable Star Island, he could project various resources into it. This was a rare opportunity to bolster his strength, for once the rapid growth phase concluded, the sovereign would be absorbed into the Star Island. Newly formed Star Islands were often randomly scattered throughout the Star Sea, rendering it impossible to ascertain their future location or the dangers that lay ahead. The most straightforward method of preparation was to augment one's power, more defensive structures, more offensive weaponry, more servants, and more resources. During this time, referred to as the Divine Protection Period, the sovereign could receive assistance from their ancestral lineage, rapidly enhancing their strength. Once this period ended, The fate of the sovereign and the Star Island would rely solely on chance. To regain familial assistance, one would need to navigate the uncharted Star Island back into the regions dominated by their family's influence. The vast and boundless Star Sea could be likened to a three-dimensional ocean, where each Star Island resembled a vessel of varying sizes adrift within this ocean. These islands engaged in trade, exploration, and the hunting of celestial beasts, all aimed at fortifying their own strength and maintaining a stable existence for humanity alongside countless other powerful beings. Before long, Arthur arrived at his residence. His mother hailed from a modest commercial Star Island, a mere 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide, a testament to the efforts of many generations from her lineage. In stark contrast to the Star Islands, Lucia, one of the women of the Star Island sovereign, found herself with ample leisure. As her abode seemed to occupy a forgotten corner, aside from her child and servants, no one intruded upon her solitude. Even her nominal husband had likely forgotten her visage. Arthur's arrival brought immediate joy to those who noted his countenance. Lucia gazed upon the three faces lit with smiles, her eyes gradually misting with emotion. "Mother, I have succeeded. I am truly the sovereign of the Star Island now," Arthur exclaimed with boundless excitement to the beautiful woman before him, though she appeared to be in her 20s. Her true age was 33, and her youthful appearance bore a resemblance to Arthur. As he beheld his mother once more, a medley of emotions swelled within him, causing his eyes to mist. Meanwhile, the exuberant young boy, having stepped out of Arthur's sight, returned to normalcy as the surrounding servants, seemingly well acquainted with the young master's demeanor, resumed their laughter and praises, making each of his steps feel as though they were treading on clouds. He leapt into the embrace of a voluptuous beauty, who playfully pushed the young boy away in mock disdain. "Mother, I have succeeded. Wasn't this to be expected?" In contrast to his mother's abode, this place was resplendently adorned, with servants in abundance, and at the head of the table sat a strikingly handsome man, his gaze warm and gentle as he observed the mother and son. Chapter 3. The New Star Island. "Arthur, do tell your mother what your Star Island is like," inquired the serene and beautiful lady, unable to contain her curiosity. This was indeed the question of utmost interest to the few servants present, as it pertained to their master's standing, which in turn influenced their own status. The island was circular, with a towering mountain at its rear, crowned by a spring. A small lake, measuring over 300 meters in length and width, lay nestled within, flanked by lower peaks that stretched forward, collectively safeguarding a verdant plain at the center, a most advantageous terrain. The total area was less than 4 square kilometers. As Arthur spoke, he conjured a three-dimensional image of the island that still lingered in his mind, vividly manifesting in the air. This was a Star Island, identical to the one etched in his memories from a past life. In overall appearance, his Star Island possessed a somewhat slender and elongated form, a characteristic that was not particularly favorable for its master. However, having lived 3 lifetimes, Arthur had traversed the gradual journey of mastering his island in a previous existence, thus rendering such disadvantages negligible. "Wonderful, magnificent," exclaimed Lucia, her spirit invigorated upon learning of her child's accomplishments. Truth be told, the area of the Star Island awakened by Arthur's innate talent was indeed substantial. Many unfortunate souls, upon becoming island masters, found their islands to be barren rocks. For instance, the Star Island in its infancy was just such a desolate place. Yet, it was an exception, for its rocks were considerable, and it was fundamentally a mineral-rich island, harboring precious materials such as star iron, an unexpected fortune for Arthur's ancestors. It could be said that merely the area of his Star Island rendered Arthur remarkably distinguished. Nonetheless, the situation was not without its imperfections. Arthur was acutely aware that his island bore no mineral resources. Aside from soil, stone, and freshwater, there were only scattered patches of grass and sparse woodlands, no mineral wealth to speak of, while agriculture could be developed and some livestock raised. Relying solely on divine providence for rapid accumulation in its most primitive state seemed rather implausible. After all, both farming and husbandry were immensely time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavors, often yielding modest returns. Thus, it became imperative to devise ways to invest resources into the Star Island. "Come with me, dear." After her excitement settled, Lucia led Arthur deeper into the courtyard. The Star Island was expansive enough that each of the island lords' wives possessed her own small village. The surrounding produce belonged to each wife, albeit with taxes to be paid. The remaining yield generally ensured a decent standard of living for each wife, measured by Lucia's standards. Given the sparse population and Lucia's unpretentious nature, the situation was manageable. As for any shortfalls faced by other island lords' wives, they might receive rewards after currying favor with their husbands or support from their families. Each person had their own way of life, their own destiny. Arthur anticipated his mother's next actions. Ever since marrying into the Star Island, she had been accumulating resources for her child. And as the only offspring of a mother who was not favored by the Lord, her efforts might have seemed perplexing. Fortunately, Lucia had given birth to Arthur while still in the Lord's favor. Otherwise, her resource gathering would have raised many eyebrows. Reborn, Arthur felt his mother's love through a different lens than before, one of profound depth and weight. Yet outwardly, he maintained the demeanor of a teenager, exhilarated by the prospect of immense wealth. His eyes, unwittingly misty, reflected joy, though more so, a sense of gratitude. Before him lay 133 gold coins, 2,600 silver coins, 13 elite-level guard arrow towers, 1 beacon tower, 1 guiding lighthouse, for flame towers for illumination, and 3,300 energy stones. The quantities of these resources were etched deep within Arthur's memory. In a previous life, he had been astounded by such a bounty, followed by an overwhelming joy, never contemplating the arduous effort required to amass them. In this life, however, Arthur understood the weight of these resources. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of utilizing them to their utmost potential. "Thank you, Mother." Though his heart was brimming with words, Arthur could only express this single, earnest sentiment. "Silly child, who else would I help if not you?" Lucia replied, her eyes glimmering with affection. "The path of the Star Sea is fraught with peril. Swiftly invest these resources into the Star Island to enable the beacon tower to ascertain its location." To Lucia, Arthur was her sole emotional anchor. In the early awakening stages of the Star Island Master, one could transfer certain resources into the island. This required the expenditure of soul power and could not be squandered frivolously. Moreover, only inanimate objects could be moved. Any living beings introduced during this process would perish, be they small fowl or large battle pets. To incorporate living entities into the Star Island, one would have to wait until the island fully manifested, then venture forth to hunt or purchase them. The migration of life forms had to be conducted one by one, meticulously. Having been reborn, Arthur was acutely aware of the coordinates of his Star Island once it truly materialized. He even recognized the opportunities awaiting him in the vicinity. Yet, he could not disregard his mother's intentions. His hand brushed against the 3-meter-high, 3-meter-wide beacon tower in the storeroom, a tool for pinpointing the coordinates of the Star Island. Crafted uniformly by the human alliance of the Star Sea, it could accurately locate one's position within the realms of humanity and provide real-time updates. Enveloping the beacon tower with his soul's energy, it suddenly vanished from the storeroom, with only the two of them present. Lucia's heart soared at witnessing her son swiftly execute the transfer of the beacon tower. This was indeed a mark of talent. "This coordinate, it appears to be the Rose Sea," Arthur declared. Contrary to expectations, the Rose Sea was not an ocean but a celestial expanse surrounded by countless stars, resembling a blooming purple rose in the cosmos. Arthur spoke the truth. His Star Island was indeed birthed there. The distance from the Star Island, under normal circumstances, even at full speed, would require one to travel for 1 or 2 decades. Moreover, the energy stones provided by Arthur's mother were far from sufficient to support such reckless travel. The journey was fraught with countless dangers, natural star cloud traps, ancient remnants of mysterious powers, prowling star beasts, and deranged star pirates, among others. This distance seemed to signify that once separated, the mother and son could very well face a lifetime of missed opportunities. Chapter 4. The Father and the Purpose. The Rose Sea. Quite splendid. Lucia's expression momentarily faltered, yet she swiftly regained her composure. As a denizen of the Star Ocean realm, she naturally possessed a general awareness of the geographical expanse. The Rose Sea, once the cradle of humanity, had now become synonymous with overexploitation. Nonetheless, as a bastion for the human race, it offered relative safety. Yet, the distance from the current heart of humanity, the Scorpion Sea, was indeed vast. "Fear not, Mother. I shall diligently strive to acquire the communication tower, enabling you to connect with me from Star Island. In an enhanced version, we could even behold each other's presence," Arthur comforted, sensing his mother's reluctance. "Excellent. My son shall surely make a name for himself in the Star Ocean," Lucia expressed, embodying the unconditional faith of a mother, akin to mothers across the world. Despite her child's vows being somewhat dubious, yet Arthur had already vowed in his heart to fulfill such aspirations at the earliest opportunity. The dispatch of the beacon tower's soul did not leave Arthur in a state of despondency. In the next moment, an arrow tower vanished from the storage. Following closely was the next one. This type of arrow tower was not of the sort requiring archers. Rather, it was a unique feature of the Star Ocean realm. Once marked with the Island Lord's insignia, it could be controlled entirely by the Island Lord's will, automatically launching arrows at targets within its attack range. There existed numerous grades and varieties of such arrow towers. After relocating 5 arrow towers, Arthur felt a twinge of fatigue. At that moment, a capable steward arrived bearing a message. His father wished to see him. Everything appeared as it had in his memories. Arthur recalled that this meeting marked the first solitary summons from his father since retaining his memories. Other encounters had merely been annual gatherings of the Star Ocean, merely glimpses from afar. A puppet of the Star Wolf, possessing a core of star iron. He had to see it. Arthur reminisced about his previous life. In this meeting, he had gained his father's recognition. Regardless of the outcome, Arthur had become the Lord of Star Island. The distinction between being or not being the Lord of Star Island in the Star Ocean realm was monumental. Once one attained the title, their worth multiplied exponentially, granting them the privilege of familial esteem. Thus, Arthur received a battle wolf puppet crafted from star iron at its core. This was, in fact, the most formidable asset he had possessed during the early stages of his past life. A battle wolf puppet made from star iron was even more precious than the resources his mother had gathered over nearly 2 decades. This meeting was essential, and he must present himself as a dutiful son. After all, he was his biological father, and there was no loss in doing so. Accompanying the youthful assistant steward, Arthur rode for a considerable distance before arriving at a majestic castle. This edifice represented the very core of Star Island, constructed entirely from the extraordinary star iron, a material that epitomized fortitude. Star iron is a remarkable metal that absorbs the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars, storing it to enhance the strength and sharpness of any tools infused with it, even possessing self-repairing properties. To construct a castle from such, or even if not purely star iron, was an exaggeration. This also served as a significant symbol of Star Island's renown in the Star Ocean realm. To meet the illustrious Lord of Star Island, my esteemed father, the illustrious Duke Russell, Arthur recited with meticulous precision. This was a customary proclamation for all offspring and servants seeking an audience with the Lord. It felt rather peculiar. Yet, the exceedingly handsome middle-aged man relished such titles. Arthur, my boy, in the blink of an eye, you have turned 17. In 3 days, you shall celebrate your birthday. And it is fortuitous that you may awaken your Island Lord's talent at this very moment. Splendid. I have decided to bestow upon you a birthday gift. It was rare for this dashing man to recall Arthur's name. In his previous life, Arthur had been quite elated. However, with memories from his past, he understood that this was not due to his father genuinely remembering him. It was merely because he was summoned, and the steward had prompted him. Only then did his father remember he had a son named Arthur. Yet, years of authority and noble demeanor concealed this lack of preparedness from others. Arthur was exceedingly excited. He had to be, for he awaited a gift from his adoptive father. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, maintaining one's dignity was paramount for survival and prosperity. Thank you, esteemed father, for your gift, Arthur stammered, overwhelmed with anticipation. Furthermore, the coordinates of the new Star Island should be confirmed. Where might it be? This question had numerous interpretations. Star Islands could engulf one another. Star Island had not always been of its current magnitude. It had grown by absorbing smaller islands over time. This type of merger did not result in the death of the smaller island lords, yet they lost everything. If Arthur's Star Island were in close proximity to Star Island, it was likely that his father would have some remarks or actions to enlighten him on the challenges of managing a Star Island, while simultaneously stripping him of his authority, relegating Arthur to a lesser lordship on a Star Island. It was recently confirmed that in a secluded corner of the Rose Sea, surrounded by voids, it should be quite safe. The Rose Sea? Quite a distance. Initially, he had hoped for the merging of his nascent Star Island with Star Island, with the newly acquired territory falling under his governance. There was no effort made to disguise the intentions of Duke Russell, revered as the Lord of Star Island. Splendid. This is marvelous. To merge with Star Island in the perilous realm of the Star Ocean and become a lord of a Star Island is a dream cherished by a child. Arthur's eyes sparkled with sincerity. Indeed, not bad. After casting a glance at Arthur, the handsome Duke Russell rendered his judgment. However, the distance is rather extensive. Might you offer some assistance, great father? This, indeed, was the ultimate aim of Arthur. Chapter 5. He understood assistance? What sort of help do you seek? The simple inquiry from Duke Russell evoked a profound sense of dread within Arthur, revealing the formidable strength concealed beneath the Duke's handsome exterior. This veiled pressure was no trivial matter. Father, I wish to swiftly relocate Star Island, which necessitates a substantial amount of energy stones and a certain degree of protective power. Arthur recognized that attempting to outsmart his father was futile. This was a top-tier powerhouse in the realm of the Star Sea, belonging to the ancient and formidable class of beings. Even with 3 lifetimes of experience, before such an entity, he would appear as insignificant as a sparrow. A mere flick of its tail would unveil his intentions. The term old monster here is a respectful expression, conveying Arthur's deep reverence. Very well. I shall provide you with a Star Iron Battle Ape and a Starlight Cannon, along with 30,000 energy stones. The words of Duke Russell, the sovereign of Star Island, struck Arthur with an overwhelming force. The Star Iron Battle Ape, akin to the Star Iron Battle Wolf, was a puppet beast forged from star iron. The Starlight Cannon, on the other hand, was a device that harnessed the power of star iron to project a concentrated beam of energy in a straight line. The charging time for this equipment varied from 1 to 7 days, depending on the environment, and upon completion, it could unleash a single, devastating strike. Yet, this strike possessed immense power. Arthur knew that even the Star Iron Battle Wolf would not withstand a full-force attack from the Starlight Cannon. While the Star Iron Battle Ape could endure such an assault due to its robust physique, it would still suffer considerable damage. Moreover, energy stones were an urgent resource for Arthur at this time. This lifetime had commenced with certain changes, but they were auspicious developments. With Duke Russell's approval, his steward promptly made arrangements. Soon, Arthur beheld the 3 promised items: the Star Iron Battle Wolf, the Star Iron Battle Ape, and the Starlight Cannon. Additionally, there were 3 elegantly crafted brass boxes, which, when opened, revealed neatly arranged energy stones within. The Star Iron Battle Wolf resembled a full-grown Siberian husky, albeit devoid of fur, while the Star Iron Battle Ape bore a closer resemblance to an adult gorilla, exuding a greater sense of intimidation. However, what left the most profound impression on Arthur was undoubtedly the Starlight Cannon. This device resembled the laser cannons from his homeland on Blue Star, whether mounted on vehicles or aircraft, remarkably futuristic and avant-garde. Yet, it was still far from its peak potential. At this moment, Arthur could no longer afford to be reserved. He enveloped the avant-garde Starlight Cannon with his soul energy, causing it to vanish from the castle's parlor. Next, he encased the Star Iron Battle Ape in the same manner, and the imposing creature disappeared as well. Finally, he transferred the Star Iron Battle Wolf. With all 3 items now relocated to Star Island, Arthur felt his soul energy depleting rapidly. There remained 3 brass boxes, each measuring approximately 50 centimeters in length, width, and height, which were quite heavy. Nonetheless, this posed no challenge for Arthur. With a final exertion of soul energy, he opened the lid of the first box, and in the next instant, a full 1,000 neatly arranged energy stones vanished. The subsequent brass box followed suit, and soon, all 30,000 energy stones were gone. At last, Arthur could exhale with relief. These resources formed the foundation of his impending growth. Duke Russell wore an expression that was slightly peculiar. However, as he observed Arthur complete the transfer of all items, he remained silent throughout. "Thank you, Father." Arthur expressed his gratitude once more during their first private meeting, his tone unwaveringly respectful, though the trepidation within it had lessened somewhat. For Arthur, assistance from his father was simply this. There was little benefit in excessive flattery. Inevitably, some insincerity crept in. This shift was so subtle that Arthur scarcely noticed it. Additionally, the family will dispatch a team of servants to care for her, rest assured, were Duke Russell's final words. After bowing in respect, Arthur departed from the castle that had left him profoundly astonished. "What an intriguing little fellow, isn't he?" remarked the elderly man with silver hair, smiling kindly beside Duke Russell. "Indeed, he is quite fascinating, though he requires further refinement to reach greater heights," was Duke Russell's assessment of Arthur. They were aware of Arthur's little schemes, yet chose not to confront him about them. The family valued a powerful individual capable of bringing glory rather than one who squandered strength in internal strife. On Arthur's part, He too understood that his father was aware of his subtle intentions. What Arthur sought was rather simple. During his period of cautious development, to be left undisturbed while he could still meddle in others' affairs. Chapter 6. Entering Star Island. Upon returning to his dwelling, Arthur felt an overwhelming sense of ease and joy. Previously, he had been overlooked on Star Island, but upon awakening the talent of the island lord, his worth had surged dramatically. The initial resources he acquired were incomparable to those of the wild island lords from the outside world. Just the presence of arrow towers and beacon towers was enough to leave ordinary, unestablished individuals yearning. Moreover, resources such as star iron battle wolves, star iron battle apes, and starlight cannons were treasures that could not be found in circulation outside. The 30,000 energy stones were not enveloped by a soul and delivered to the newly birthed Star Island. Instead, they were consumed by a wondrous furnace deep within Arthur's soul. After all, energy stones were meant to be integrated into the Star Island, allowing it to gradually absorb and grow from these resources. Here, however, they were directly fed into that miraculous furnace, which roared with life. A phenomenon that had awakened alongside Arthur's rebirth. Feeding such a vast quantity of energy stones all at once was unprecedented, even in Arthur's peak state in his previous life. Back then, he could only feed as many resources as he had, unable to amass 30,000 energy stones at once. The marvelous furnace rumbled and brewed. Yet it could not exert its power on Star Island just yet. It required Arthur's presence within the Star Island to act as a conduit, allowing the brewing force to infuse into the nascent Star Island. A month swiftly passed, during which Arthur enjoyed the tranquility and comfort beside his mother, a luxury that would be fleeting. Simultaneously, he transferred those resources in batches into the newly formed Star Island. At last, the time to depart arrived. Remarkably, on this day, his father came personally. The 3 brass chests that Arthur had abandoned were brought back, but alas, they were not filled with energy stones. Instead, they were packed with parchment scrolls, each containing precious information about the Rose Star domain. This was the most comprehensive collection of invaluable data gathered by the family in a short time. Arthur was deeply moved. Mother, take care of yourself. Father, eat and drink well. In this brief farewell, Arthur stood alone in an open space as light began to manifest around him, an enchanting and mysterious occurrence. This was a natural state that emerged upon the completion of preparations by the Island Lord. Of course, this preparation did not solely refer to the Island Lord's readiness, but rather a cosmic force sensed that he was prepared. Thus, as the new Island Lord, swift action was imperative. Resources needed to be transferred to the Star Island as much as possible in the early stages of preparation. No one knew when this state of readiness would arrive. Suddenly, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, an intense sensation akin to an endless fall in a dream. The true visage of the Star Island unfolded before Arthur. It was an island suspended amid the boundless starry sky, enveloped by a faintly glowing shield. From the outside, the Star Island resembled a small, luminous meteorite, its size and shape mirroring that of the protective shield. The moment Arthur entered Star Island, he felt an extraordinary connection. He was the Star Island, and the Star Island was him. It was as if this space had transformed into an extension of his body. Upon entering, the first task was to ascertain the state of the Star Island, and then to assess the surrounding environment. For soon he would face trials from the unfathomable will of the starry sea. These trials typically consisted of 3 phases. Generally, as long as the Island Lord was able-bodied, even without any defensive structures, one could rely on their strength to prevail. The challenges were often posed by low-level star beasts or monsters, akin to a warm welcome for the fledgling Island Lord. Before him, a 10-meter diameter vortex of light and shadow materialized in midair, indicating the location of the trials. With this clear signal, Arthur was able to prepare strategically. He retrieved 4 elite arrow towers from the Star Island's storeroom. Rather than placing them directly near the monster spawn point, Arthur positioned them between the 3 peaks of the Star Island, extending into the embrace of the surrounding mountain ranges. Although this location was somewhat distant from the monster exit, it was elevated, making it easier to defend while allowing for a broader coverage of arrow fire, thus making it an optimal site for establishing the arrow towers. The Star Iron Battle Wolves and Star Iron Battle Apes emerged from the storeroom, taking their positions near the monster exit, eagerly awaiting the influx of lesser creatures to provide experience. As for the Starlight Cannon, it was situated at the highest point of the Star Island, adjacent to the vibrant spring. With all preparations complete, everything was in place. merely awaiting the onset of the monster spawn. Before long, the vortex began to pulsate irregularly. As it turned crimson like blood, monsters were ejected from the swirling maw. Arthur vividly remembered the first wave of lesser creatures. Something felt amiss. What had changed? As each monster materialized on the Star Island, Arthur discerned every minute detail of their features with clarity. Chapter 7. The mermaid tribe. Before Arthur lay a throng of mermaids, numbering over 100. He recalled vividly that in his previous life, the first wave of monsters he encountered were mermen, hideously deformed creatures with fish heads and human bodies. They were not only grotesque, but also gifted him a rather unsightly helmet, a spear, and a green-headed fish set consisting of a pearl. This left him feeling quite vexed. Yet now, the repulsive half-human mermen had transformed into an assembly of stunningly beautiful mermaids, overwhelmingly female. Was this trial a test of his inner fortitude? Arthur could hardly believe that, with the unwavering support of his parents, he would be effortlessly overthrown by such creatures. Just as he was about to convey his intent to attack, a notification appeared before him. This was a development absent in his previous life. It indicated that a real-time opportunity had been detected, and that a consumption of 29,999 energy stones would trigger the allegiance of the mermaids. Would he like to proceed? The thought of mermaid allegiance left him momentarily speechless, nearly choking on his own saliva. After several labored coughs, he made his choice. Trigger. Although he had decided, his internal lamentations continued unabated. His father had bestowed upon him a total of 30,000 energy stones. Why not simply require 3,000 for this event? Thus, Arthur was left with only 3,301 stones. Before he could fully articulate his grievances, the energy from the 29,999 stones, enveloped by a mysterious furnace, seemed to find an outlet. It erupted into a radiant rainbow, originating from Arthur's head, spanning the void, and landing upon a pillar carried by 4 merman men. In an instant, both the pillar and Arthur's form, positioned on either side of the rainbow bridge, radiated a dazzling brilliance. The mermen, emerging from the void, were momentarily stunned. "Oh, ancestors above!" cried the members of the mermaid tribe as they knelt in reverence, witnessing this miracle unfold. They received the allegiance of the mermaid tribe's splinter group, and he was prompted to select a habitat for them. Furthermore, the blessing of the mermaid ancestors increased the water attribute power of Star Island by 10%. The success rate for cultivating aquatic plants and raising aquatic animals was significantly enhanced. With the allegiance of over 100 mermaid beings, the Lord mode was activated. However, his protection had provoked the wrath of the merman chief, the green-headed fish king. Star Island would soon face a relentless assault. A series of notifications flooded Arthur's mind, emanating from the mysterious will of the Star Sea world. He would need to acclimate to this. Such notifications were not issued lightly. They arose only from significant events. Arthur had not anticipated that a single audacious decision would precipitate such monumental change. He felt grateful for the 3,000 energy stones gifted by his father. Without this fortune, it would have been impossible to catalyze such a real-time opportunity. Indeed, his father had his merits. The adage "milk is mother" held its truth. For the remnants of the mermaid tribe, on the brink of annihilation by the mermen, witnessing this miracle was a profound source of hope. At that moment, every member of the mermaid tribe, regardless of age or gender, offered their most sincere, genuine, and profound loyalty to Arthur, sent by the ancestors to rescue them. This loyalty enabled Arthur to unlock the Lord mode, even with only 108 mermaid members, half of whom were young and children. Typically, a human settlement would require a unification of thought among its villagers, fostering a powerful sense of cohesion, and a minimum of 1,000 members to activate the Lord mode of Star Island. However, with this group of loyal subjects, the question of sustenance arose. The Star Sea world, despite its wonders, remained a realm of reality. Basic needs such as food and sanitation could not be overlooked, and even Arthur, as the Lord of Star Island, was not exempt. While he had prudently relocated some food supplies to Star Island, he needed to plan ahead. This wave of monster encounters had effortlessly yielded the allegiance of the mermaid tribe. Yet, the mermaids were a species intrinsically tied to the sea, and currently, Star Island lacked any oceanic expanse. Nevertheless, Arthur was undeterred. The small lake within the environmentally protected basin of the 3 mountains would suffice for the time being. He believed that the fleeing mermaids would understand and accept this arrangement. However, creating an ocean around Star Island would pose a significant challenge. As the 108 mermaid members trudged laboriously towards the central lake of Star Island, Arthur activated one of the abilities of the Lord of Star Island. Water from the spring at the mountain's peak was summoned high into the air, and a gentle rain fell upon the mermaids, keeping them moist and facilitating their journey. Next, Arthur needed to ponder the impending retaliation from the mermen. This was the crux of the matter. Given the provocation of the mermaid tribe, the mermen's revenge would likely be far more severe than he remembered. The arrow towers would need to be constructed without delay. Chapter 8. The Revenge of the Fishmen. Arthur did not have to wait long. Perhaps the fishmen were closely pursuing the fleeing merfolk. Before the newly allied merfolk could reach the central lake, the swirling vortex had already begun to churn anew. This time, Arthur held nothing back. All but one of the 13 arrow towers were strategically positioned at the ends of the mountain ridges on either side of Star Island. 6 towers on each side extended along the ridge towards the vortex. The 2 arrow towers at the forefront were now capable of launching an offensive against the surrounding vortex. The Star Iron War Wolves and Star Iron War Apes were also eager to engage. The merfolk, having allied with the Divine Messenger, were not idle either. They were determined to send forth their forces to defend their territory. Unfortunately, among the 108 tribe members, only 9 were adult male merfolk, and 4 were needed to assist the elder priests in erecting their totem poles. Thus, only 5 male merfolk remained to assist Arthur in countering the impending assault. Before Arthur could prepare further, a horde of grotesque fishmen, standing over a meter tall, and some even less, emerged. Overall, they resembled fish, albeit with 2 humanoid arms and a mouth full of sharp teeth. This wave of spawned monsters numbered 100, with a particularly large leader towering at 2 meters. Arthur was not merely a youthful newcomer at 16 or 17. He was a seasoned pioneer who had survived countless life and death situations. Thus, he swiftly commanded the war wolves and war apes to launch a surprise attack on the newly emerged formidable creature. This was a matter of experience. Freshly spawned monsters often exhibited a 1-second delay. Seizing that fleeting moment could yield significant results. Both creatures moved with remarkable speed, particularly the Star Iron War Wolf, whose agility surpassed that of its counterparts. 2 silver flashes darted forth, and the massive fishman's eyes were swiftly gouged out. The War Ape, in conjunction with the 12 streams of light from the elite arrow towers, unleashed a barrage of arrows into the creature's eye sockets. The War Ape's powerful arms seized the 3-pronged bone spear from the giant fishman, swinging it with ferocity. At that moment, the giant fishman was struck by the war wolf's claws and the 12 arrows, rendering it momentarily incapacitated by excruciating agony. Though the peak of this pain would soon subside, at that moment, it was utterly debilitating. The 2-meter-tall black fish-like creature crashed to the ground, and 6 arrows penetrated deeply into its skull. A massive crimson number burst forth, reminiscent of a game-critical hit. The leading fishman commander met his demise, and only then did the other fishmen begin to react, their formation inevitably descending into chaos. However, Arthur's response was swift and precise. As the war ape engaged, he seemed to have anticipated the outcome. The war wolf darted in and out, leaping and striking with each movement, inflicting vicious blows upon the surrounding fishmen. Its claws, worn yet formidable, were imbued with star iron, a metal known for its devastating effect on the fishman's slimy skin and scales once energized by the energy stones. Throughout this encounter, the war wolf was not the pivotal factor. Rather, it was Arthur's mastery over the puppets that proved crucial. Each leap and each strike was a decision made by Arthur himself. A slight miscalculation could yield entirely different results. The 12 arrow towers unleashed their fury, each arrow aimed at the vacant eyes of the fishmen, often rendering them completely incapacitated. On the battlefield, there was no need for follow-up strikes. The 5 adult male merfolk showcased their abilities, but the environment was not conducive to their aquatic prowess. The water arrows they unleashed were limited in strength, serving only a supportive role. As the more ferocious Star Iron War Ape joined the fray against the smaller fishmen, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. One after another, the fishmen fell, their crimson blood and viscous fluids saturating the ground. Within 10 minutes, Arthur finally managed to calm the heightened tension that had gripped him. By this time, the fishmen had become lifeless, and even those still gasping for breath were swiftly dealt with by the 5 adult male merfolk. It was then time for the marvelous furnace to demonstrate its power. The vortex had yet to fully dissipate, yet the blood, lifeless bodies, and scattered spoils began to vanish in an orderly fashion. All the remains of the fishmen were consigned to the magical furnace. Within the confines of Star Island, there was no need for Arthur to personally collect the remnants. The transfer occurred seamlessly. The gear contributed by the fishmen, aside from the three-pronged bone spear and a water blue gem dropped by the leader, consisted largely of low-grade items of limited utility. The Heart of the Ocean. Arthur was astonished. The Heart of the Ocean was a valuable artifact capable of merging into Star Island, forming a sea of varying sizes and depths based on its quality. According to his experience, this Heart of the Ocean was not of high grade, merely sufficient to create a body of water akin to the central lake of Star Island. Though small, its essence was unmistakably that of the sea. It could not be merely referred to as a saltwater pool. Chapter 9. Expanding the Starlight Isle. The 100 fishman corpses, including that of an elite-level commander, held an impact known only to Arthur. To ordinary Starlight Isle masters, these monstrous cadavers offered only usable parts or meat, with the remainder being a burden requiring burial to prevent pestilence. Fishmen, however, were creatures devoid of valuable materials, their flesh unpalatable. Yet, for Arthur, as the corpses and scattered blood and flesh vanished into the Starlight Isle, 36 egg-sized, sanguine crystal orbs manifested within the mystical furnace. These were the congealed essence of the monster's life force, containing the most fundamental life essence. For any living being, they were a potent supplement. Next came the tattered bone spears and forks, low-grade weapons and armor. These were beneath Arthur's notice and unsuitable for the merman. Thus, the collection of inferior armaments was also absorbed into the mystical furnace, transforming into an iridescent mist. This was the effect of the mystical furnace's refinement of physical objects. At this moment, an impulse drove Arthur to cast the ocean heart crystal into the mystical furnace. He could not explain the sudden, intense urge. Instantly, the 36 sanguine crystal orbs and the iridescent mist merged into the ocean heart crystal. The crystal became more translucent and increased in size. A second-tier ocean heart? It seemed insufficient. What grade was this? An enhanced first-tier ocean heart? Arthur, well-traveled in his past life, had never encountered such an item. However, excessive speculation was futile. To discern the crystal's unique effects, usage was the only way. Embed. Merge. Arthur invoked his authority as the Starlight Isle's master. The ocean heart, freshly augmented and enlarged, vanished from Arthur's grasp. In the next instant, at the forefront of the Starlight Isle, at its outermost edge, ripples materialized. These ripples then extended, enveloping the isle in a thin layer. Specifically, they surrounded the periphery and base of the isle, instead of creating a sea directly, as Arthur had imagined. A liquid barrier of water formed around the Starlight Isle. In Arthur's estimation, it was merely a seawater isolation layer, only 10 meters thick. This seawater, bound by mystical forces, clung tightly to the Starlight Isle's sides and bottom. It was as if the Starlight Isle had a transparent dome, preventing the outflow of liquid. Was this the effect of an enhanced first-tier ocean heart? It seemed underwhelming. Arthur's disappointment was soon interrupted by a new fluctuation. The mermen, relocated to the center of the Starlight Isle, had settled near the small lake. They planted the totem pole in the lake bed, and the entire tribe sang and danced around it, chanting ancient songs. A pillar of light ascended, merging with the Starlight Isle's protective barrier before the spectacle vanished. The totem pole then created a water screen, displacing the water at the lake's bottom, carving out a waterless yet humid space in the lake's depths. Such a space, with the ability to enter the water at any time, was the most suitable habitat for the merman. A more spacious seabed cavern would have been preferable, but the current environment would suffice. Even with the layer of seawater around the Starlight Isle, the environment was still poor. Gaining the merman's loyalty, the enhancement to water-based abilities soon manifested. The air humidity across the Starlight Isle increased. Changes also occurred within the 10-meter-thick seawater layer. Perhaps due to the integration of the 36 life essence orbs, Arthur noticed tiny fish fry emerging. However, waiting for them to mature would take a long time. The same was true for plants, unless they were naturally fast-growing, like corn, which could complete its life cycle from seed to seed in about 100 days under suitable temperatures. Unfortunately, Arthur had not yet found corn seeds in this life, nor on Starlight Isle. He recalled that it would be 10 years before this miraculous item appeared, much to Arthur's chagrin, as he had seen enough of it in his previous lives. As Arthur completed his post-battle assessment, the vortex hanging in front of the Starlight Isle stirred once more. Arthur knew that his third trial was imminent. Having gained the merman's loyalty, his third newcomer's benefit had completely changed. The difficulty of this third wave of monsters could not be estimated by normal standards. Gazing once more at the starlight cannon, Arthur felt a sense of security. He was grateful to his father, a great man who, despite not remembering his children's names, had provided this. Crimson characters spewed from the vortex, shocking the experienced Arthur. Island seizure. I'm a mere fledgling, and I'm already facing an island seizure on my third trial. Is that really necessary? Chapter 10. The struggle for the island. The struggle for the island embodies a fierce competition where one must prevail at the expense of the other. Two star islands briefly unite, with the ultimate goal of annihilating all life on the opposing island. The victor shall claim the vanquished's territory. This mode of conflict, however, is predominantly observed within the human realm, as it is favored by interstellar pirates. Yet, initiating such an endeavor necessitates a ceremonial ritual, requiring a plethora of precious materials, rendering such actions not easily undertaken. Engaging with minor star islands proves to be a disproportionate investment of resources. Typically, the number of monsters on a monstrous star island is substantial, with some exhibiting formidable strength. This circumstance is precisely why Arthur feels astonished and aggrieved. Having just ascended as the sovereign of his star island, he is now confronted with a monstrous invasion. To whom can he voice his grievances? Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, one must confront the inevitable. The monsters are not inclined to engage in reasoned discourse with Arthur, should they choose to communicate. It would be through the act of devouring him, digesting him slowly while attempting to express their thoughts. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable to Arthur. Remarkably, the vortex that summoned the monsters vanishes, replaced by a bridge entirely composed of water. The grotesque fishmen re-emerge, swarming forth from the aqueous passageway, officially landing upon Arthur's star island. The change in environment momentarily disorients them. However, these creatures are capable of navigating arid land for short durations. Regrettably, Arthur is unable to capitalize on their momentary adjustment to launch a surprise attack, as they had previously been submerged in water. An unsuitable battlefield for his Iron Star War Monkeys and Iron Star War Wolves. Under Arthur's command, two Iron Star puppets retreat until they are encircled by the protective range of an arrow tower. The final arrow tower is allocated by Arthur, once established. Such structures cannot be relocated, leaving demolition as the sole option. Thus, the selection of placement is of utmost significance. Now, as the monstrous horde prepares to land, the most strategic position lies between the two rows of arrow towers. These slender towers, while not occupying excessive space, provide intersecting firepower that can bewilder the encroaching monsters, subjecting them to attacks from all directions, an exemplary choice. Arthur must remain vigilant against the monsters' potential destruction of these arrow towers, as they are primarily designed for offensive measures and are somewhat fragile. The densely packed fishmen, devoid of intellect, advance along the retreat path of the Iron Star War Wolves and Iron Star War Monkeys. As they approach the outermost attack zone of the arrow tower, two arrows soar through the air, swiftly dispatching two fishmen. Each arrow tower can only unleash one arrow per second, and every 100 attacks consume a single energy stone. Thus, Arthur's trials are only just beginning. The corpses of the two slain fishmen, along with their dropped items, vanish among the throng of monsters, eliciting no response from their oblivious comrades, who continue to bounce forward with reckless abandon. Soon, four arrows of light are unleashed, claiming four more small fishmen. Their bodies punctured by gaping wounds, their eyes quickly losing their luster. These 8 lifeless fish eyes gaze vacantly at the sky, seemingly perplexed by their untimely demise. Following this, additional arrow towers commence their assault. At this juncture, Arthur stands as the pivotal manager of the entire Star Island. Each arrow's release necessitates his determination of the target, a process that rigorously tests the Island Lord's capabilities. Fortunately, Arthur is not a novice. He ensures that every arrow finds its mark. One by one, the fishmen fall, continually supplying materials to the wondrous furnace. Ahead lies the 13th arrow tower, surrounded by a plethora of similar structures. It is at this moment that the fishmen begin to realize they ought to dismantle the peculiar edifices towering above them, for many of their companions have been lost to these structures. The fragility of the arrow towers cannot withstand the fishmen's frenzied attempts at destruction, prompting the Iron Star War Wolves and Iron Star War Monkeys to spring into action. They pierce through the throngs of monsters like lethal blades, inciting terror among the small fishmen. Meanwhile, the merfolk, a collective of both genders and all ages, mobilize, securing the totem pillar. With the power of this ancestral stone column, they channel the water, plowing the earth to carve out a waterway extending towards the battlefield. The water they command encircles the area, creating a circular channel that approaches the disarrayed formation of fishmen. Water arrows are unleashed with vigor. Despite their seemingly frail appearance, the merfolk, due to their sheer numbers, exhibit a surprisingly effective lethality. In conjunction with the arrow towers and the Iron Star war wolves and war monkeys, they systematically eradicate the grotesque and foolish fishmen. Chapter 11. The Leviathan of the Sea. For reasons unknown, when the merfolk appeared on the battlefield, the fishmen no longer required Arthur to consciously direct their wrath. They surged forward like maddened beasts, relentlessly attacking the merfolk until each one fell. Yet, the subsequent fishmen continued their assault without a flicker of hesitation. Arthur felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The Star Iron War monkeys and Star Iron War wolves no longer needed to concern themselves with defense or evasive maneuvers. They resembled reapers, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the fishmen. The arrow towers found their task greatly simplified, as if the adversaries had suddenly succumbed to a state of madness. The exhilaration was palpable. With each passing second, 30 fishmen fell, their flesh and blood serving as the source of vitality, while the crude artifacts they bore became components of the world's primal energy. The fierce melee lasted 3 long minutes, decimating the throngs of fishmen. Arthur had not anticipated such a multitude of lesser foes invading his star island, nor did he foresee that, with the aid of 13 arrow towers and the efforts of the Star Iron war monkeys, war wolves, and the merfolk, he could endure this calamity without resorting to the Star Iron light cannon. Indeed, the intensity of that brief struggle could only be described as cataclysmic. Few new masters of Star Islands could emerge unscathed from such ferocious conflict. This alone was enough to ignite a flicker of pride within Arthur. Yet, it was not yet the time to relax. The contest for the island would inevitably summon formidable adversaries. Thus far, Arthur had only vanquished minor foes. The true monstrous leaders still lurked in the shadows. As expected, a colossal creature emerged from the watery bridge, a gigantic shark. Its jagged, interspersed teeth elicited discomfort in all who beheld them, as if pricked by needles. This beast was entirely unlike the lowly fishmen. Surrounding its massive form was a torrent of water, and upon its arrival, it immediately locked onto the merfolk, charging toward them with astonishing speed. The first volley from the 13 arrow towers merely resulted in 13 small bloodstains blooming upon its skin. The elite arrow towers wielded energy arrows rather than physical projectiles, leaving only wounds on the creature's flesh, while the arrows themselves dissipated after absorbing the recoil. The 13 bloodstains quickly faded, and it was evident their disappearance would not take long. Simultaneously, the Star Iron war wolves and war monkeys sprang into action. Guided by Arthur, they targeted the most advantageous points. In particular, the Star Iron war monkey wielded a trident, a quality weapon dropped by the previous Blackfish commander. Among the ranks of ordinary, elite, epic, and mythical, it ranked at the pinnacle of elite status. Beyond its inherent lethality, it bore attributes of lifesteal and paralysis. If one were to assign a monetary value, the astute Arthur would appraise it between 6,000 to 8,000 gold coins, a considerable sum, far exceeding the cost of standard arrow towers. In that moment, the trident revealed its worth. The claws of the Star Iron war wolf merely opened a gash in the shark's eye, leaving it a bloody mess. Meanwhile, the war monkey plunged the trident into the other eye socket. The central spike, measuring 50 centimeters, buried itself halfway into the creature's skull, inflicting severe injury. However, this did not incapacitate the beast from retaliating. Instead, with 1.5 eyes destroyed, the shark went into a furious frenzy. It unleashed a torrent of water, as chaotic as a raging sea, engulfing everything within a radius of several hundred square meters. The merfolk, utilizing the flowing waters, displayed remarkable instincts for escape. Only the arrow tower that obstructed the shark's path began to falter under the relentless onslaught, its durability plummeting, just as it seemed on the verge of collapse. Another volley from the 13 arrow towers was unleashed. Regrettably, only 5 energy arrows managed to breach the tumultuous waves of water, with the remainder succumbing to the tide. Of those 5, 3 wobbled off course, leaving only 2 to strike the shark's bloodied eyes with unwavering precision. One of these arrows, a resupply to the trident's inflicted wound, came from the centrally located arrow tower. Its proximity ensured no power was wasted. Once again, a critical hit was achieved. The remaining arrow fulfilled its promise, utterly obliterating the shark's already damaged eye. Now rendered blind, the shark thrashed about violently, colliding and biting, its tail flailing. The central arrow tower teetered on the brink of destruction. Another volley was fired, and while the other towers fared reasonably well, the central one ultimately crumbled into ruins. Nevertheless, its arrows had successfully drawn the creature's ire. Even in its ruin, the shark raged like an avenging nemesis. The star iron light cannon could deliver a decisive blow to this creature, yet Arthur hesitated to deploy it. Who could tell what even mightier monsters lay in wait? Oh, the trials of a novice. What to do? He could only retreat. The two puppets stepped back cautiously, inching closer to the frenzied shark. The creature, fixated on the debris of the destroyed tower, soon sensed the slightest shift in the surrounding waters. Instinctively, it perceived a threat. Although its vision was gone, its senses remained intact. The countless instincts honed through battle persisted, and these instincts would not deceive the shark. Suddenly, it pivoted, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth snapping ferociously toward the source of its perception. Arthur shuddered. The star iron werewolf, renowned for its speed and agility, narrowly avoided the jaws of doom. The massive maw, brimming with sharp teeth, was a clear danger. A single bite would spell disaster for the werewolf. Yet, an opportunity had arisen. Arthur had not deployed the werewolf to assault the shark, but rather to create an opening for the ambushing star iron war monkey. After all, the shark's hide was too thick, and the werewolf's claws would inflict minimal damage. Now, the moment had come. Chapter 12. The empowerment of special artifacts. The star iron war ape, having dug a pit for itself, wielded a top-tier elite trident with unrelenting ferocity. Due to the positioning, targeting the eyes of the two creatures proved somewhat impractical. Thus, the trident was thrust viciously into the corpulent belly of the colossal shark monster, followed by a powerful horizontal pull towards its tail. Truly, as a quintessentially robust creature, the elite-grade trident barely penetrated 30 centimeters into its abdomen, and the subsequent pull yielded only a meager few centimeters more. Such damage inflicted immense agony upon the shark monster, which possessed a modicum of intelligence, igniting a wellspring of fury within it. Without hesitation, it sought to retaliate by swinging its tail at the audacious intruder. However, in that moment, the shark monster neglected the deep, gaping wound that marred its belly. As it twisted its body, compressing its abdomen, the previously docile components nestled within its belly were suddenly forced out, erupting forth in a chaotic spray. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Arthur could scarcely believe that his most formidable ally was, in fact, the shark monster itself. Yet, having honed his composure over countless lifetimes, Arthur remained undeterred by this unforeseen turn of events, maintaining his command over the star iron war ape. Instinctively, the star iron war ape veered swiftly, and the wound shifted in accordance with its movements, rendering the injury less symmetrical and aesthetically pleasing. Nevertheless, this maneuver effectively evaded the shark monster's titanic tail strike. While they had narrowly avoided the brunt of the attack, they were still affected. The surrounding waters, even with the substantial weight of the star iron war ape, conspired to propel it towards the contorted form of the shark monster. Now positioned at the side of the shark monster, Arthur skillfully stabilized the puppet's form. With the trident, he targeted the left eye, adjacent to the massive wound. Anticipating this moment, Arthur had already devised a plan during their earlier evasion. As the trident once again tore through flesh, a sharp prong plunged directly into the shark monster's eye socket, bringing an end to its tragic existence after a chaotic spasm caused by its own internal organs erupting forth. The creature departed this world with a hint of indignation. Yet its demise bestowed significant benefits upon Arthur. A radiant glow enveloped the members of the merfolk tribe. By vanquishing the preceding fishman minions and subsequently defeating this minor boss, 108 of Arthur's merfolk residents collectively ascended in rank. With the shark monster slain, a vertebral staff, a suit of leather armor, and 3 daggers, along with a porous orb, emerged as loot. The tie collar staff, an elite-grade artifact, granted its wielder the ability to unleash the wrath of the sea skill, providing a 15% enhancement to various water-based abilities. This staff was remarkably suited for the merfolk tribe. The shark's unexpected generosity was evident in the quality of the items it dropped. The Seafong daggers, elite-grade equipment, possessed a tearing effect and were capable of breaching defenses. The aquatic lung, another elite-grade item, allowed its user to breathe freely underwater and increased agility by 20%. One creature yielded 6 elite-grade treasures for Arthur, leaving him greatly satisfied as he regained his composure. However, at this juncture, the task was only halfway complete. The waterway connecting the Star Island lay still, compelling Arthur to remain on high alert, patiently awaiting the next phase of exploration and eradication of the opposing Star Island. After all, he was but a novice. With a limited number of subjects and puppets at his disposal, venturing into a wild monster's territory was undeniably exhilarating. Despite his reluctance, Arthur gritted his teeth and resolved to continue with the task. Otherwise, his Star Island would stagnate, trapped in the throes of this mission, until resources were depleted or a savior arrived. Having previously refrained from combat, Arthur directed the Star Iron War Wolf and Star Iron War Ape, accompanied by 20 selected merfolk subjects, towards the waterway. In this aqueous domain, the merfolk enjoyed unparalleled advantages. They safeguarded Arthur, cautiously exploring their surroundings. To Arthur's surprise, they encountered no ambushes throughout the entire journey, successfully traversing the water-formed passage. Upon exiting the tunnel, he was greeted by a profound darkness, the very essence of the deep sea. 20 merfolk fanned out in all directions, their bodies gradually blending with the surrounding waters, achieving a remarkable concealment in the aquatic environment. Arthur, not being a member of the merfolk tribe, was fortunate that the shark had dropped a special artifact. By holding the porous orb in his mouth, he could move as freely as the merfolk. However, the sight of him clutching the orb was rather unseemly, much to Arthur's discontent. Chapter 13. Fate and Acquaintances. Arthur and his companions swiftly emerged to the surface, revealing a vast Star Island. Over 90% of this island's expanse was enveloped by water, leaving only a solitary island at its center. At that very moment, a war was raging on that lone island, a scenario Arthur had never anticipated. It turned out that this connection was not singular. This monstrous Star Island was not in close proximity to his own. This form of contact was a spatial tear folding, suggesting that the island could be thousands, if not tens of thousands of miles away. Moreover, it was clear that there were multiple Star Islands connected to this one, not just Arthur's. Instantly analyzing the situation, Arthur found himself in a state of bewilderment. Despite possessing a lifetime of memories, he had never encountered such a predicament in his previous life. Under normal circumstances, the victor of such a territorial conflict would claim the loser's Star Island. However, in this instance, the monstrous Star Island had not physically interacted with Arthur's. How, then, could they merge? The situation was further complicated by the ongoing battles on the island. How could the outcome of such a layered conflict be determined? What criteria would define the ultimate victor? What were the relationships between the Star Islands connected to the monstrous island? Would it be necessary to resolve a conflict to ascertain a winner, and subsequently seize the human Star Islands as well? Arthur's arrival drew the attention of the combatants on the island, as fellow powers connected to the monstrous Star Island. The emergence of new members alerted the human Star Island lord who had been battling the three-headed sea serpent. Just as Arthur surfaced, he intuitively sensed the presence of a formidable three-headed sea serpent, along with a human Star Island lord and his entourage of followers and puppets. Dante, the human Star Island lord, was far from calm. As a newcomer himself, he hadn't expected to encounter such a powerful monster so soon after materializing his Star Island. Fortunately, with the formidable support of his family, he had obliterated the invaders with his Starsteel light cannons. He led the few subjugated citizens, commanding a contingent of puppets, to push the battlefield onto the monstrous Star Island. In stark contrast to Arthur's situation, Dante's resources were considerably more substantial. He had established 30 elite arrow towers on the monstrous Star Island, and even set up 3 Starsteel light cannons. Indeed, the very same type familiar to Arthur. These Starsteel light cannons were exclusive family resources, not easily sold to outsiders. The Star Island lord who had already engaged the monsters was Dante's half-brother, a person who had nearly ascended to the status of a new Star Island lord alongside him. The two had previously experienced minor conflicts, yet neither was aware that the other was nearby. Both parties sensed the presence of an outsider, maintaining a cautious and wary demeanor. The three-headed sea serpent's massive form was already marred with wounds. The 3 Starsteel light cannons unleashed their accumulated power, inflicting significant damage upon the serpent. However, after each cannon fired, they temporarily lost the capacity to unleash further devastation, necessitating the harnessing of celestial light from the sun and moon to recharge. Dante was in considerable distress. His father had bestowed upon him 7 star-steel light cannons, 4 of which were positioned at the cardinal points of his own star island, while 3 were stationed on the monstrous star island. Like the arrow towers, once established, these cannons could not be relocated without dismantling them. The materials obtained from disassembly could not be easily reassembled. High-level craftsmen with specific expertise would be required to reconstruct the original arrow towers or cannons. As 3 more arrow towers rose from the ground, each Star Island Lord possessed a personal space to store various items. A space that was not fixed, but rather randomly generated based on talent. Arthur's personal space allowed for only 10 units, sufficient for storage on the island, but critical during exploration. Observing the number of arrow towers, Arthur felt a stirring of envy. If he were aware of the low-lying star-steel light cannons, his astonishment would have only deepened. Desperately anxious, Dante gritted his teeth and activated his arrow towers. Unlike Arthur, who perfectly controlled the trajectory of each arrow, Dante's 33 arrow towers unleashed a barrage aimed at a specific location, where the 3-headed sea serpent had sustained its injuries. In truth, the presence of outsiders made Dante increasingly uneasy. It was akin to battling a boss in a game while others hovered nearby. How could one remain composed under such scrutiny? A furious roar reverberated from the center of the monstrous star island. Russell family? Is that not my own family? Who was this indignant voice? Arthur felt momentarily perplexed upon hearing such words. Chapter 14. The despicable hyena. The name of the Russell family could intimidate many, for their patriarch was a formidable figure who wielded immense power. However, using such a family name to threaten Arthur bore no fruit. Competing on the basis of lineage? How absurd. It was you, little Dante. The somewhat distorted voice was almost unrecognizable. Arthur, belatedly aware of the identity of his adversary amidst the skirmish on the island, found himself astonished. In this vast expanse of the cosmos, amidst billions of stars, these 2 half-brothers had unexpectedly crossed paths. It could only be described as a twisted fate. At this moment, Arthur felt quite troubled. He lacked a means to connect with his family's communication tower, yet Dante, that little rascal, undoubtedly had access. Should he report that Arthur had been robbed, especially by their own kin, it would complicate many affairs for Arthur moving forward. Abandoning this opportunity would surely incur divine retribution. Arthur's internal struggle lasted merely 3 seconds before he was swayed by his own reasoning. Moreover, given Dante's considerable wealth, was it not only natural for him to support his elder brother? Arthur, along with a member of the merfolk who had completed the initial exploration of this sea territory, began to meander around the island where the conflict had erupted. After all, time was plentiful. The monstrous adversary was far from being on the brink of annihilation. This maneuver, however, made Dante increasingly anxious. After all, at this moment, he was merely a child, without any trustworthy human allies by his side. The captured alien intelligent beings could not provide effective guidance to the island's lord unless they had undergone formal human instruction. In a moment of panic, mistakes were easily made. As Dante relied on his more potent armor-piercing arrows to continuously weaken the 3-headed sea serpent, he inadvertently allowed the cunning beast to close the distance to a mere 10 meters. The 3 grotesque and fearsome heads erupted simultaneously, unleashing a cloud of verdant smoke that swiftly enveloped the entire island. Arthur could not discern what lay within, but the screams that echoed made it evident that the 3-headed serpent was indeed a formidable boss. Even when faced with players abundant in both gold and resources, it was capable of inflicting severe punishment. Despicable hyena, I shall not fulfill your wish of mutual destruction with the monster. If you seek to take advantage, you shall abandon that thought. I represent the Russell family and bestow upon you despair. Dante's situation became perilous. Although he still possessed a trump card, the cost of slaying the monster would be tremendous. If he were alone on this island, it might be manageable. The critical issue was the presence of someone circling nearby, a malice that could be sensed through the water, even at a distance of hundreds of meters. Such intentions were far too blatant. What a farce. Thus, even if vanquishing the 3-headed sea serpent promised immense rewards, Dante was unwilling to become a mere pawn in someone else's game. Retreat. He quickly withdrew, abandoning several arrow towers and simultaneously executing the order to dismantle 3-star iron cannons. With the aid of the subdued alien subjects, Dante hastily fled, using the arrow towers for cover. His direction was towards Arthur's location. Even if vengeance was on his mind, he at least needed to know the appearance and identity of his adversary. Otherwise, would he not be merely speaking empty words? Arthur felt helpless. He did not wish for the little one to discover his true identity. Fortunately, this starry world was grounded in reality, where no one's name hung above their head. If he did not speak, a stranger would not know his name. However, the critical point was that the other party recognized Arthur. There was no choice but to don some simple disguises. Yet, he had no readily available equipment for such a transformation. He had refined the chaotic spoils from the monstrous defeats too thoroughly. Clad in chainmail, which offered excellent defense, he had nothing to obscure his identity. In his moment of great distress, Arthur produced the summer-themed ensemble. Amidst the astonished gazes of the merfolk around him, he wrapped the attire around his head, leaving only a pair of eyes that sparkled with suppressed emotions and flaring nostrils. A man, to achieve success, must be resolute with himself. The number of subjects Dante had subdued could not compare to the merfolk that Arthur had fortuitously captured. He had merely 5 lean werewolves. While their individual strength was potentially superior, they now encountered Arthur's kin in the water, the merfolk having collectively advanced a level. This shift in power dynamics meant that intimidation alone could avert conflict. Dante gazed at the figure adorned with the peculiar gear, deeply shaken. He had a multitude of harsh words, yet none could rival the intensity with which this individual had embraced their own strength. Dante had become timid. Fearing he might be outshone, he sought to distance himself from Arthur's group before even drawing close. Behind him, the 3-headed sea serpent had been lured into the depths, now slithering toward the direction of both Dante and Arthur. Chapter 15. Confronting the 3-headed sea serpent. Arthur was a clever individual. How could he possibly bear the burden of confronting a monster for Dante? Setting aside the question of whether he could defeat it, the mere thought that Dante might withdraw from the battle only to observe from a distance would surely provoke a fit of frustration in Arthur. Such was the essence of revenge that it could not wait until the morrow. Thus, when Dante began to flee, Arthur too commenced his retreat, for the surrounding environment was decidedly inhospitable to land-dwelling beings. However, Arthur was equipped with gear that allowed him to breathe underwater, accompanied by 20 merfolk allies to assist him. Consequently, Dante soon found himself in dismay, as he noticed that the wretched creature was outrunning him. The merfolk had long utilized their melodic voices to ascertain the dimensions and boundaries of the entire ocean star island, simultaneously discovering the passage connecting Dante to this aquatic realm. Unlike Arthur's territory, which was composed entirely of liquid, the passage Dante controlled was a vortex, eerily unsettling in appearance. Nevertheless, the merfolk, possessing an extensive understanding of the marine environment, confirmed it to be a void passage. They had previously traversed such a channel to reach Arthur's island. Before Arthur could approach the vortex, Dante was already pursued by the 3-headed sea serpent. Ah, damn the grotesque serpent! Damn that perverse man! May you all perish! In a fit of rage, Dante hurled 2 dark, ominous objects. Drawing upon his memories from a past life, Arthur instantly recognized the items. His instincts kicked in, prompting him to evade and urgently signal the merfolk to do the same. Those were goblin grenades, possessing destructive power akin to grenades from Arthur's previous life, yet enhanced by the peculiar goblin race with various toxic additives. The nature of these substances was entirely random, even unbeknownst to the user. The 3-headed serpent, however, paid no heed to the small iron spheres. With an air of arrogance, it swallowed one whole. The next moment, that grenade, weighing as much as 10 kilograms, detonated within the serpent's belly. Although only the central head had ingested the goblin grenade, the resulting devastation affected the entire body connected by the 3 heads. The violent explosion caused the already severely injured 3-headed sea serpent to howl in agony. As Arthur retreated rapidly, the 20 merfolk members simultaneously unleashed their innate abilities. A massive hand of seawater coalesced, grasping the goblin grenade and hurling it with remarkable speed. Yet, their actions were slightly delayed. The grenade exploded midair, but the blast radius was still perilously close to the 3-headed serpent. At that moment, Dante seized the opportunity created by the 2 goblin grenades, leading his followers toward the vortex passage. Just then, the goblin grenade detonated above the space between Dante and the serpent, sending shards flying in all directions. A luminous aura enveloped Dante, emanating from his formidable defensive gear. The werewolves, who struggled to maneuver in the water, were struck by the shrapnel, buffeted by the shockwave, and tainted by the green smoke that lingered after the explosion. Arthur continued his swift retreat, contemplating his entry into Dante's island. He aimed to lure the 3-headed serpent away. Hoping to inflict some damage upon Dante, and gain an advantage in the process. He dove headlong into the passage. In the next instant, the vortex vanished. This signified a relinquishment of the island mission. However, such abandonment could not be executed lightly. It required specific items to erase the task, or perhaps more advanced scrolls capable of refreshing the mission. Arthur was unaware of which item Dante had employed, but it was evident that Dante had forsaken his quest for the Ocean Star Island. Left alone, Arthur stood as the sole master of the island, facing the daunting challenge posed by the three-headed sea serpent. Having consumed a goblin grenade, the serpent's insides were violently disturbed, its organs likely shredded into pieces. Yet it clung to life through sheer will and vitality. However, it was soon to be overwhelmed by the force of another goblin grenade detonating just above its head. The serpent, struggling to contain its internal injuries, could neither evade nor shield itself from this impending blow. Its defensive capabilities, severely compromised by the damage within, rendered it vulnerable to this catastrophic explosion. As the 20 merfolk members coordinated their efforts, the seawater hand, having completed its throwing motion, shielded Arthur and his allies from the blast, albeit severely damaged. The fierce explosion left the hand of water in tatters. Yet the destructive force did not reach Arthur or his followers. With faces slightly pale, the merfolk rallied their remaining strength to restore the shattered watery hand. However, this time, nestled between the index and middle fingers of the seawater hand, lay a small toothpick, the trident. Chapter 16. Victory over the serpent. To strike a serpent effectively, one must target its vital spot. However, this particular sea serpent was of an enormous size and a grotesque aberration, making it difficult to ascertain precisely where its critical point lay. The merfolk, being denizens of the ocean, possessed an intimate understanding of the weaknesses of such formidable adversaries. Arthur, too, was a seasoned leader of Star Island. Therefore, he thrust the entire length of the toothpick with utmost precision into the most crucial part of the three-headed sea serpent. At that moment, the three-headed sea serpent was engaged in a brutal act. Each of its menacing heads had clamped down on a werewolf, which was struggling helplessly in the water. The werewolf was ill-equipped for aquatic movement. While it could hold its breath for a short duration, prolonged immersion left it disoriented. This was exacerbated when a goblin grenade erupted in mid-air, inflicting devastating harm on 5 werewolves and saturating the sea with blood, thus luring the three-headed serpent into a feeding frenzy. Abundant sustenance served as the serpent's most effective remedy for recovery. The fact that its innards were nearly in shambles did not concern Arthur. He needed only to be aware of the outcome. As the three-headed serpent seized 3 defenseless werewolves, 20 merfolk, united under Arthur's command, activated their innate abilities, driving the trident deep into the serpent's vital spot. The relentless assault had already diminished the serpent's defenses significantly. This decisive strike drove the trident completely through, with the vicious prongs emerging from the serpent's massive body. The 3 werewolves, ensnared in the serpent's jaws, fell into the depths of the sea, leaving the serpent to emit a heart-wrenching wail. The merfolk possessed a unique talent known as water manipulation, allowing them to shape the ocean's waters. Under Arthur's guidance, they gripped the trident's base and pulled with force, intensifying the serpent's agony. The serpent ceased its mournful cries, its strength waning, and its heads drooping in defeat. Meanwhile, daggers fashioned from the teeth of smaller shark-like creatures were wielded by smaller water constructs, piercing the gaping wounds around the serpent's injury. From a distance of 100 meters, the 20 merfolk orchestrated the water's movement, creating a colossal hand that tore the serpent's wounds wide open, leaving only a slender spine connecting its body. At this juncture, the serpent realized its feigned death was futile. Humans, indeed, were despicable. It abandoned all hope and surged toward the merfolk with a final, desperate attack, fueled by its stubborn resolve to take a few down with it. Arthur found this act profoundly repugnant. Without hesitation, the 20 merfolk combined their strength, creating a waterbed that swiftly elevated them high above the sea, resembling a translucent mushroom sprouting from the ocean. They were transported several hundred meters away, evading the serpent's vengeful assault. However, despite the shift in positions, the large water hand remained connected to the merfolk. It continued its relentless assault on the serpent's spine, while the smaller hands wielded the shark-toothed daggers, targeting the gaps in the vertebrae. The furious onslaught culminated in the severing of the serpent's rear half, which then vanished into thin air due to the magical furnace's influence. In that moment, the ocean surrounding Arthur's Star Island became one with his territory, allowing the magical furnace to absorb and refine any remnants of the slain creature. The serpent, now significantly diminished, found itself in a bewildering situation, having never encountered such an event before. Although it yearned to retaliate, the overwhelming pain from its injuries dulled its resolve, and its 6 massive eyes gradually lost their luster, yet they remained defiantly open. A brilliant light enveloped the sea serpent. It was the true demise of the 3-headed serpent. Simultaneously, Arthur received an ethereal notification. The contest for the island was over, the star islands were merging, and he was to select a primary star island. With his experience, Arthur understood the implications of this. The merging process necessitated one star island to serve as the core, with subsequent islands being absorbed by it. The duration of this absorption would vary based on the sizes of the islands and the energy stones consumed in the process. Chapter 17 Abundant Harvest, Part 1. At this moment, Arthur was able to exhale deeply, relieved. Truth be told, throughout the entire ordeal, he had harbored doubts about whether he should retreat to Star Island, relying on the terrain and arrow towers, as well as the star iron light cannon and 2 puppets, to finish off the severely weakened 3-headed sea serpent. However, unexpectedly, with the combined efforts of a newly leveled merfolk member and Arthur's seasoned command, the half-damaged sea serpent met its end. What an intense and exhilarating battle. A radiant glow enveloped Arthur and 20 merfolk members, signifying a form of promotion. Though the precise details remained elusive, given the diversity of their races and inherent talents, only a rough estimate could be made. Ultimately, victory was theirs. Centered around the primordial star island, Arthur made his decision promptly. Meanwhile, the oceanic star island began to fade, merging into Arthur's own star island. This process of integration would be lengthy. Yet, at that moment, the miraculous furnace was activated. The massive form of the oceanic star island, nearly as grand as Arthur's own, vanished in an instant. The furnace roared to life. Arthur felt a warm current coursing through him, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, ushering him into an indescribably profound state. Within mere moments, the entire oceanic star island had fundamentally disappeared, along with everything it contained, transformed by the wondrous furnace into a vast reservoir of primordial power. This power was infused into the core of Arthur's star island. The next moment heralded the onset of a miracle. The once isolated star island, previously connected by 3 mountains, began to expand, notably with the 10-meter thick layer of seawater at its periphery swiftly growing. The entire shape of the island underwent a transformation. After an hour had passed, Arthur beheld a dramatically altered star island. The original island was circular, predominantly characterized by mountainous terrain, with only a square lake at its center. However, after assimilating the energy from the oceanic star island, the area of the primordial star island increased by half, representing the ocean's expanse, with merely the land of the island remaining, whether by the influence of the miraculous furnace or not. If the original star island could be likened to the image of a coin, the enlarged island now resembled the structure of the Tai Chi symbol. The square lake in the central region transformed into a circle, the original circular area morphing into the form of the yang fish within the yin-yang symbol. Conversely, the oceanic star island's vast water surface took the shape of the yin fish, perfectly corresponding in size and position with the lake, displaying a fascinating contrast in elevation. Hidden conditions were triggered, yielding growth enhancements. The island's defensive capabilities increased by 10%. Its mobility improved by 10%. The speed of spatial integration surged by 10%. The island's fertility enhanced by 10%. Within the island's domain, the offensive and defensive capabilities of Arthur's forces were elevated by 10%, while those of enemy forces were weakened by the same margin. The cold voice of the sea will resonated in Arthur's mind, overwhelming the reborn him with a barrage of continuous surprises, except for the third ability, which seemed rendered obsolete by the miraculous furnace. Every other capacity promised to provide Arthur with immense support. These abilities were innate to the Star Island, each akin to that of a high-level legendary artifact, treasures that Arthur could not acquire within a short span. Now, due to the alteration in the island's form, all of this caught the attention of the sea will. What did this signify? A change in posture birthing new potential? Or did this unique shape truly harbor some unfathomable power? Arthur was not one to dwell on such uncertainties. The benefits were in hand, and he could take his time to comprehend them. His gaze shifted to other spoils. The 3-headed sea serpent, after all, was the final boss of a significant quest. Upon its demise, a plethora of items were scattered about. One could only wonder where these items had originally been placed. Most conspicuous were the abundant energy stones and a mixture of gold, silver, and copper coins, forming a thick layer beneath the serpent's severed body, a truly ceremonial sight. Yet, the allure of these plentiful energy stones and coins paled in comparison to the three-pronged spear hovering above the serpent's remains. Unlike the typical trident, this weapon's prongs were three serpent heads, each with flickering tongues, emanating a distinctive glow that marked it as a legendary item. Arthur's first legendary weapon had materialized. The Siren's Glaive, of legendary rank, boasted capabilities of armor penetration, piercing, slashing, venomous corruption, and erosion effects. A weapon of aquatic warfare. It inflicted additional damage to any aquatic life. Its destructive potential was approximately 50% greater than that of the three-pronged spear, not accounting for the enhancement of status effects. A true treasure. Chapter 18, Abundant Harvest. 2. After indulging in the exquisite craftsmanship of the three-headed sea serpent trident, Arthur was soon captivated by yet another object radiating the vibrant glow of a legendary item. It was a scroll of parchment, evidently a formula or blueprint for some high-value creation. The manufacturing of various items in the Starsea world is conducted with meticulous precision. There exist two distinct paths, one dedicated to training individuals who diligently study and master the requisite skills through tangible effort, a journey that is undeniably lengthy. The alternative involves an array of blueprints, from everyday items to production tools and various edifices. Every conceivable creation by the intelligent races of the Starsea is encompassed within these designs. Typically, one need only gather the diverse materials specified in the blueprint and perform a ritual honoring the will of the Starsea, the scale and expense of which are determined by the value of the item to be crafted to successfully produce the desired object. Brewing a barrel of ale might merely require a group of individuals fervently extolling the virtues of the Starsea, while constructing a watchtower could necessitate the sacrifice of a sheep, placing its head upon the altar as a symbolic gesture. Behold the Wrath of the Sea Witch, a legendary city-defending crossbow. Such a magnificent creation. Upon examining the blueprint, Arthur's heart swelled with joy. All the required materials were readily available. The three-headed sea serpent's head would serve as a fitting offering. The severed vertebrae of the serpent would suffice, as this segment, boasting three heads, naturally extended the length of the vertebrae. The serpent's sinews were equally appropriate, being the optimal materials for the bow arms and string of the crossbow. As for the finest steel, the three dismantled star iron light cannons abandoned by Dante on Ocean Star Island perfectly resolved this issue. Without further ado, Arthur and his merfolk subjects encircled the remains of the three-headed sea serpent, engaging in ancient songs and dances. He scarcely had time to continue cataloging the spoils of battle. A miracle occurred. The gruesomely mangled and foul-smelling carcass of the three-headed sea serpent, along with most of the materials from the three-star iron cannons, vanished. In their place emerged a formidable crossbow, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light. This was a city-defending crossbow, resting upon a substantial base. The core star iron from the three light cannons seamlessly integrated into the crossbow, with the remaining refined steel and copper forming the towering metallic base. The base was equipped with three robust steel spikes protruding downward and four extending steel anchor feet. The entire city-defending crossbow exuded an aura of invincible, brutal elegance. The Sea Witch crossbow, a legendary item, bore attributes of unparalleled lethality. When paired with legendary bolts, it could deliver a guaranteed fatal strike against legendary beings when targeting their weaknesses. In its incomplete state, it permitted energy attacks thrice weekly. Upon reflection, this weapon's offensive capability was equivalent to that of three enhanced star iron cannons. Having achieved this milestone, Arthur finally felt a sense of relief. The men, women, and children of the merfolk swiftly approached to collect the serpent's heads and the abundant flesh after the ritual, preparing for processing. They also gathered the scattered energy stones, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins for sorting. At this juncture, Arthur's gaze fell upon a third object emanating a resplendent glow. It was a seed. Experienced as he was, Arthur promptly tempered his expectations regarding this item. A seed of a legendary plant naturally possesses the potential to grow into a legendary botanical specimen. Any fruit born from such a legendary plant would inherently possess extraordinary capabilities. However, this seed bore a significant drawback: its slow growth. Only large star islands could cultivate such plants, as they formed an integral part of the island's foundation. Many minor island lords, upon discovering such seeds or saplings during their explorations, would often sell them. When there is a demand for legendary fruits, it is far more economical to purchase them outright, just as one would not raise a piglet merely to make a soup. Nonetheless, this seed differed from structures such as watchtowers, as it could be transplanted once sown. Perhaps due to the consecutive emergence of 3 legendary items, the remainder of the spoils were largely decorative items or raw materials, which were soon tidied away. The bounty extended beyond the immediate scene and the 3-headed sea serpent. There were also the 33 watchtowers left by Dante on the island. The majority of these had been destroyed by the rampaging sea serpent, leaving only 9 scattered remnants across the island. However, for Arthur, this was a rare treasure. Following the significant changes to the Star Island, Arthur discovered he could select the landing point of intruders. In other words, regardless of the direction from which the enemy invaded his Star Island, upon breaching the protective barrier, they would materialize at the location designated by Arthur. He chose the island as the enemy's landing point, separated by a stretch of ocean. This choice not only maximized his strategic options, but also provided the 9 armor-piercing arrow towers gifted by Dante. Moreover, the merfolk could launch attacks from the sea against the invaders. Truly, it could be deemed perfect. Chapter 19, Cultivation, is serious. Upon completing all the counts, Arthur's initial task as the Lord of the Star Islands was officially accomplished. He had become a tested and proven ruler. A group of excited merfolk, young and old, surged from the circular lake through the waterways towards the ocean. Despite its modest area of around 5 square kilometers, it was indeed a genuine ocean. Arthur felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, his gaze fell upon 5 unsightly corpses. Remarkably, the 5 were still alive. It was astonishing, to say the least. After a moment of mutual bewilderment, Arthur spoke. "Will you pledge your loyalty to me?" For Arthur, every unit of combat power was invaluable at this juncture. The 3 were gravely injured, with some succumbing to serpent venom, left to languish and await death under another lord's rule. Yet, Arthur's situation was different. With the miraculous furnace at his disposal, he could attempt to salvage them. Under normal circumstances, the werewolf clan was known for its loyalty. Once a master was chosen, they would remain steadfast for life. However, now that Dante had abandoned them, and death loomed near, even the werewolves found it hard to face their fate with composure. "We are willing to serve you, great lord of the Star Islands. However, we are on the brink of death and hold little value," spoke the werewolf with a tuft of white fur atop his head, representing the others. "Since you wish to become my subjects, you shall undoubtedly receive my blessings." In that moment, Arthur felt quite the charlatan, albeit a youthful one. Yet the 5 werewolves immediately became animated. As the young lord spoke, 5 beams of light surged from his hands and infused themselves into the bodies of the werewolves. They were unaware of how the other werewolves felt. But upon the arrival of the light, their wounds began to heal spontaneously. The 3 poisoned werewolves faced a bit more difficulty, but with a legendary weapon in hand, Arthur could extract the venom of the same origin. After half an hour, the 5 werewolves reverently knelt before Arthur, kissing his toes and pledging their loyalty. Little did they know what lay ahead for them. Arthur, too, was elated. He recalled his previous life, where the absence of loyal subjects at the onset forced him to toil for an extended period, utterly exhausting. Now, with the allegiance of the merfolk and 5 werewolves, although the consumption of resources would escalate exponentially, he had at least temporarily resolved the early developmental issues of the Star Islands. Moreover, the upper half of the 3-headed sea serpent had provided a substantial amount of meat, which could be dried into jerky, alongside the stored barley and peas. This would sustain them for at least a year without the need to further increase the population. With this year, Arthur could accomplish many things. Was it wise to place all hope in the agricultural yields of the Star Islands? That would be rather pedestrian. The recently restored werewolves were assigned a sacred mission, cultivation. The merfolk could not remain away from the water for long. They could only manage some minor reclamation around the circular lake. The 5 werewolves were considerably more resilient. They soon realized that the task was far from effortless. Watch closely. This is how the land should be cleared. With high expectations, Arthur ultimately felt a tinge of disappointment. Neither the werewolves nor the merfolk were particularly adept at farming. Despite Arthur's hands-on instruction, they struggled immensely. In fact, allowing them to cultivate was akin to squandering precious seeds. In the early stages of the Star Islands, such resources were incredibly valuable. Ultimately, Arthur had no choice but to assign the werewolves and the merfolk to clear the debris and weeds, while he personally undertook the more intricate tasks of tilling and sowing. He could not escape the fate of agriculture. Fortunately, the merfolk excelled at manipulating water, skillfully raising columns of water from the circular lake to precisely irrigate every plot Arthur had sown. Rather than flooding, the water fell like gentle rain, saturating the earth delicately. In a single day, they managed to cultivate 6 acres of land. With no oxen, the 5 werewolves took on the role of pulling the plow. Every individual was put to good use. A remarkable scene unfolded around Arthur's Star Island as the weeds were harvested for curing the jerky. With insufficient branches, particularly pine and cypress, the dry grass had to suffice. After uprooting the roots, clearing the stones, and with the 5 werewolves guiding the plow, the soil turned over under the authentic curved plow. During a month of preparation, Arthur had exchanged 10 experimental curved plows from his father through his ingenious ideas, along with various planting tools and a plethora of crop seeds. He felt somewhat shortchanged. On Star Island, there were dedicated blacksmiths who, once they mastered the curved plow, would wield it as another formidable asset of the island's rich heritage. However, Arthur had received compensation in the form of 10 curved plows, which now proved invaluable. Had Arthur not chosen to cultivate diligently, the 5 werewolves, given their small stature, could have easily managed the clearing of 60 acres in a day. Yet, the 5 werewolves, tasked with completing Arthur's orders, wore expressions of utter confusion. They were the proud children of the great wolf god. How had they come to be plowing? What had gone awry? Chapter 20. Date. The Star Island. Arthur's reclamation around the Round Lake persisted for an entire month. During this time, he cultivated 80 acres of barley and 10 acres of peas, while the remaining 90 acres were dedicated to a variety of vegetables and fruits. Although the area allocated for food crops was somewhat disproportionate, there was little choice in the matter. The majority of vegetable seeds and fruit saplings were gifts from his father following the acquisition of the curved plow, while the food crops originated from his mother's provisions. The approach to cultivation varied accordingly. By this point, nearly all arable land surrounding the Round Lake had been cultivated. Beyond that lay hilly terrain, and farther still, unmistakable mountains. At this stage, such areas were unsuitable for development in Arthur's eyes. He could only anticipate that as the area of Star Island continued to expand, the land most suitable for farming would naturally increase with the island's growth. The oceanic expanse was relatively new, containing little more than some fish fry. Even the exiled merfolk had only managed to plant a few marine plants suited to their needs and released some previously unplaced fish and shellfish. Yet, for the next year or two, this region would not yield any significant output. This encapsulated all that Arthur had managed to address in the month since becoming the sovereign of Star Island. With this phase complete, he began to consider relocating Star Island. The Rose Ocean represented an ancient frontier, its age signifying a history of extensive human visitation, leading to its gradual abandonment by the sovereigns of human star islands. Nevertheless, the Rose Ocean was home to countless stars, with hundreds of vast star islands suitable for human habitation. Each island boasted populations exceeding 100 million, some even sustaining over 1 billion inhabitants. Although mineral resources were scarce here, agriculture and aquaculture thrived. Furthermore, this region offered opportunities to recruit labor or purchase slaves. Sovereigns emerging from the Rose Ocean typically enlisted individuals from its massive islands or procured corresponding slaves. Such actions often formed the foundation of their growth. Reflecting on the previous chaotic state of his own cultivation, Arthur counted the days with a sense of purpose, inspired by a legend he had encountered in a former life. Even in the barren environments of the Rose Ocean, there existed opportunities for growth for the sovereigns of Star Islands. The movement of the Star Islands appeared to resemble a three-dimensional Tai Chi diagram, with Arthur observing the stars drifting around him. The relocation of a star island required the expenditure of energy stones. He had initially possessed only 3,001 stones, but after vanquishing 3 sea serpents, he had secured an additional 10,000 stones. Thus, he now had a total of 13,001 energy stones, which remained robust, provided they were not squandered in the mysterious furnace. As Arthur personally maneuvered the Star Island, he was astonished to find that its speed of movement, now 50% larger than in his previous life, had not diminished significantly. Furthermore, the increase in energy stone consumption was not as alarming as he had anticipated. In the realm of the Star Sea, the larger the Star Island, the more terrifying the resource consumption during movement. For instance, the Star Island was almost permanently anchored in one region, requiring the incineration of over 100,000 energy stones just to commence movement, with additional stones consumed based on the distance and speed of travel. At this juncture, Arthur had gained considerable hidden advantages. Armed with a general coordinate, he advanced steadily. The speed of the Star Island's movement was not particularly swift, as the vast star sea harbored myriad dangers. A high-velocity collision with a meteorite could obliterate the entire island, necessitating extreme caution, a quintessential trait for any sovereign of a star island, except perhaps in moments of desperation. It was evident that this was a merchant convoy, belonging to a family with noble titles. The crown woven from tulips in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple signified a lineage that had once produced a queen. Humanity within the star sea world was far from a unified force. They were scattered across the boundless expanse, with 3 mighty empires, each centered around a colossal star island, connecting various other islands to form a grand 3-dimensional archipelago. There were 33 kingdoms, their sizes varying immensely. It sufficed to note that the star island had yet to earn the title of kingdom. It was merely a grand duchy passed down through the ages. The merchant convoy navigated familiar routes, with its leaders being seasoned wanderers of the Star Sea. However, as they proceeded as usual, the Star Island at the forefront of the convoy suddenly vanished. The interconnected warning system was triggered, and a piercing alarm rang out across the other 12 commercial star islands. Each island swiftly halted its movement, remaining stationary in all directions. They had to identify the source of danger before any further actions could be taken. Rescue was imperative. Chapter 21. Rumors. Indeed, they are laden with exaggeration. Arthur continued to advance methodically, with half a month remaining until the prophesied emergence of the Star Sea ruins. He found himself merely over 2,000 star miles from the site of the incident. Such a distance, even when navigating the Star Island at a leisurely pace, was more than sufficient. In the dense meteorite region, 12 immobile star islands each dispatched individuals into the fray. Had Arthur witnessed this in his previous life, he would have been utterly astounded. These individuals were known as Star Sea Knights, humans endowed with cultivation talent, yet lacking the awakened Star Island Master-esque gift. They were the ideal partners for the Star Island Masters. Clad in fully enclosed armor, they could take a deep breath and operate away from their star islands for several hours. Truly superhuman feats. Unbeknownst to Arthur, an extraordinary force lurked near his destination. Had he been aware, he would have certainly approached with greater caution. A Star Sea Knight capable of surviving outside their star island could easily overpower Arthur in his current state. After all, Star Sea Knights were cunning and intelligent beings, unlike the mindless, 3-headed sea serpents. Yet, ignorance breeds fearlessness. 2,000 star miles is a unit of distance in this realm, roughly equivalent to over 2,000 kilometers. Arthur, for now, would consider it a 1-to-1 conversion. Time was on his side. He could afford to travel slowly. In the meteorite-dense area, the 12 Star Sea Knights wielded an array of peculiar equipment, inching forward meticulously to survey their surroundings. The Star Sea world harbors innumerable perilous locales. It is said that even large star islands, if they carelessly trespass, can be shattered to pieces. Such conduct, although inefficient, was deemed necessary given the paramount importance of safety in starlight exploration. 3 days and nights passed swiftly. The distance of over 2,000 kilometers diminished to approximately 600 kilometers. Arthur continued to drift leisurely, while the merchant convoy was anything but idle. Equipped with highly advanced scanning technology, they had already detected Arthur's sluggishly moving 10-square-kilometer star island. The 12 commercial star islands simultaneously concealed themselves, a manifestation of a unique artifact in the Star Sea world that Arthur could only dream of acquiring. Unless he were willing to part with legendary-grade equipment, he had no hope of acquiring such cloaking devices. What should be done? Should they drive him away or gently persuade him to retreat? Or perhaps send this small star island to scout ahead? Soon enough, through the communication towers between the star islands, the management of these commercial islands reached a unanimous decision. Several meteorites rich in metallic minerals, discovered along the merchant convoy's route, were released by these islands. Under precise control, these meteorites were anchored around the location where the leading commercial star island had vanished. If they intended to lure someone to scout, the necessary bait could not be overlooked. On each commercial star island, various devices capable of monitoring the void were activated, as human experts intensely scrutinized the glowing screens of the monitoring equipment. They sought to discern how the star island had disappeared and to identify the spatial fluctuations indicating the location of the void collapse, thus enabling the release of specialized scouting puppets to attempt contact with the commercial star island ensnared within the spatial trap. Before long, the inhabitants of these commercial star islands grew anxious for Arthur. The speed of his star island was astonishingly steady, at a pace of 20 kilometers per hour. Neither hurried nor slow, it drifted for 30 hours. After all, it was a 10 square kilometer star island. Did it possess no equipment to survey the minerals? With so many mineral-rich meteorites ahead, could they not be tempted? Or had they sensed danger? They had indeed misjudged Arthur. Although he could utilize the authority of the Star Island Master to observe his surroundings through the island's powers, the range of his vision was no different from that of the naked eye peering out from the shield's surface. How far could the naked eye see? Certainly not beyond several hundred kilometers. Arthur was utterly helpless in that regard. A novice, still lacking depth and experience, this was his reality. The 30-hour wait left those on the commercial star islands in a state of eager anticipation. At last, Arthur's star island drifted into view. He finally beheld the exquisite meteorites floating ahead. Typically, the surfaces of meteorites are rather dull and unremarkable. Even when rich in minerals, their exteriors rarely exhibit flamboyance. Yet, the meteorites before him displayed conspicuous patterns on 3 of them. An experienced prospector would undoubtedly be filled with joy upon seeing these meteorites, for they indicated a purity exceeding 70%. Such mineral blocks were not meant for refinement. Rather, through specific rituals, they could be integrated into the star island. When a certain quantity of the same mineral type was amassed, a vein would emerge on the star island. It must be said, the bait beneath the 12 commercial star islands was exceedingly tempting. However, Arthur sensed an underlying dissonance amidst this alluring sight. The keen intuition honed through a lifetime of battles in his previous life warned him. An ambush awaited. Chapter 22. Speculations and Relics. At this moment, Arthur was struck with a profound sense of trepidation. Whispers of legend spoke solely of the celestial relics appearing within this specific coordinate zone, yet they did not imply that danger was absent. Under normal circumstances, a full 10 days remained until the unveiling of the celestial relic. Yet here were individuals lurking nearby. Reflecting on the lore, Arthur's heart steadied somewhat. His memories from a past life revealed that the family reaping the greatest rewards from this celestial relic was none other than the Tulip family. Renowned as one of the 10 most formidable commercial powers in the human realm, the Tulip Consortium was governed by this very family. This realization suggested that those lying in wait might very well be a merchant convoy belonging to this illustrious family. One could even venture to speculate that the Tulip family's merchants had sensed something amiss during their trading endeavors, prompting them to prepare for a more thorough investigation. And Arthur's arrival had inadvertently interrupted this inquiry. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Arthur swiftly clarified his thoughts. It must be said that his conjectures aligned almost perfectly with reality. If it was indeed the Tulip family, then the situation was not dire, at least. In a worst-case scenario, he could leverage the reputation of the Russell family as a shield. Such audacity in thought stemmed from the fact that the Russell family, situated on Star Island, was also a notable lineage. The Tulip family, with its significant commercial interests, made an annual pilgrimage to Star Island. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the island continued its steady approach toward the drifting meteorites. In order to capture these small, floating celestial bodies, Star Island relied on its inherent gravitational pull to draw them in. This process was fraught with intricacies. It could not attract meteorites exceeding 1% of its own volume. And if the meteorites were stationary, the approach must be slow and steady. Conversely, if the meteorites were in rapid motion, Star Island needed to maintain a synchronized speed and direction. Arthur surmised that the master of Star Island was a synthesis of an astronaut and a grand estate farmer. Pieces of rock, relatively motionless against the surrounding environment, were effortlessly ensnared by Arthur, much to the astonishment of hidden observers. The modestly sized Star Island, spanning merely 10 square kilometers, circled a void without succumbing to its treacherous depths. This was akin to encountering a legendary fish while angling, where the bait was devoured yet the hook remained untouched. However, the frustration of those observers was swiftly alleviated. Upon collecting the final fragment of mineral-rich meteorite, Star Island entered a territory that evoked trepidation within the Tulip family. In the next moment, the island under Arthur's command vanished in an instant. The speed was such that even the vigilant onlookers were taken by surprise. The entirety of Star Island disappeared without a trace, the surrounding void remaining unblemished, devoid of cracks or folds. This led to unsettling conjectures. In typical scenarios, traps would at least reveal their presence through a gradual descent. Yet the sudden and complete disappearance of the island instilled fear among the 12 commercial islands nearby. They feared an encounter with a monstrous celestial beast that had devoured Star Island whole. If that were the case, they needed to flee, stealthily and scattered. The more they pondered, the more this seemed to be the grim reality. Meanwhile, Arthur felt the world around him spin. The secret realms within the celestial ocean were steeped in lore. Their existence often stemmed from ancient relics or peculiar flora, fauna, and minerals. Within his limited view lay a desolate expanse, predominantly gray and white, dotted with skeletal remains of varying sizes half buried in the sand. Arthur's excitement surged. The presence of these skeletal structures indicated that this relic had not been thoroughly plundered. He recalled having entered this very site in a past life, only to find it devoid of bones, the desert itself excavated to a depth of several meters. What lay beneath was not mere sand, but weathered bone powder. Now, Arthur's Star Island rested within this wasteland, transformed into an oasis amidst the desolation. This was one manner in which relics welcomed Star Islands. Each island, upon arriving at such a site, would temporarily merge with its essence. This fusion was fleeting, and the master of the island could initiate its departure from this space at any moment. However, one needed to be acutely aware of the frequencies of void fluctuations during both entry and exit. Without this knowledge, complications could easily arise. By navigating the island close to this frequency, one could make Star Island vanish from its current location, reappearing beyond the entrance. At this moment, however, Arthur had no desire to depart. His island commenced its movement. It was important to note that upon landing in this relic, the surface of the desert conformed to the horizontal plane of the island. The vast foundation of Star Island was deeply embedded in the layer of bone powder beneath. As the island began to move, it resembled a colossal plow, carving through the profound layer of bone powder with a thunderous advance. Only Arthur could accomplish such a feat. Although it appeared as though he were forcibly clearing a path, in truth, the point of contact between the island and the relic's surface shimmered with brilliance. Any bone powder or skeletal remains in proximity to the protective aura of Star Island vanished without a trace, drawn in by the extraordinary furnace harnessing the island's gravitational pull. Chapter 23. It appeared that Arthur's Star Island was effortlessly advancing, yet in reality, the island was spinning on its own, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The consumption of energy was akin to that of floating in midair. However, where the Star Island passed, it carved terrifying chasms into the bone powder desert, plunging deep into the earth for over a kilometer. At this juncture, Arthur remained oblivious to the presence of other participants nearby. Soon, however, through the protective light barrier of the Star Island, he beheld a colossal Star Island standing silently ahead. Unlike his own Star Island, which measured 10 square kilometers at its cross-section, this one, also embedded in the bone powder wasteland, spanned at least 100 square kilometers. The difference in volume was staggering. In comparison, Arthur's Star Island resembled a mere peanut next to a giant egg. Arthur's arrival on the Star Island caused the owner of the commercial Star Island belonging to the Tulip family to undergo a series of emotional shifts. This alone suggested that the smaller island had either accidentally entered this realm or had been trapped here for some time. There was also the possibility that the family had coerced it into this situation. Tabo Tulip, an experienced master of commercial Star Islands, quickly responded. Regardless of the origins of this small Star Island, it was prudent to ensnare it with his own Star Island. Arthur wished to halt his advance, at the very least to pass by the other island in a close encounter. However, at that moment, a terrifying force descended upon him, causing the Star Island under his command to temporarily lose several of its capabilities. It felt akin to driving a small car towards an oncoming massive truck, with only the ability to accelerate remaining. There was no option to steer or stop. Arthur felt his heart race and his blood pressure soar. If he were to open his mouth, he might just exclaim in fear. Had it been less than 40 days since he became a true master of the Star Island, and now it seemed he was destined for ruin? He could assure you it was not fear that gripped him. Rather, he could not endure the thrill of such high-speed collision. Who decreed that once one ascended to the ranks of human Star Island masters, they would be immune to acrophobia or fear of speed? The Star Island spun faster and faster. The more it advanced, the swifter its pace became. Arthur had not consumed any energy stones, yet the rotational and forward speed of the Star Island accelerated to a frenzied level, surpassing even the maximum combustion of energy stones. The life forms residing on Arthur's island spun along with the earth beneath them, as long as they refrained from looking up at the kaleidoscopic sky of the star island. They felt no indication that the entire island was in violent rotation. In any case, Arthur found himself helpless. Tabo Tulip was somewhat taken aback. He had merely intended to trap the opponent. Whether to kill or maim could wait for further consideration. Yet, the other party was far more reckless, launching a suicidal assault. To Tabo, it seemed like an egg colliding with a stone. Who granted such audacity? Had the master of this star island lost his senses? He intended to control his star island, delivering a lethal blow at the moment of their confrontation. Such was the dignity of a seasoned master from the Tulip family. Dignity that could not be challenged. However, Tabo soon discovered that he had lost control over his star island, not entirely. But he was left with only the ability to charge forward. Was this a rule? First shock, then surprise. There was far too much significance in this. Due to this drastic psychological shift, Tabo's reaction was slightly delayed. His star island also boasted the presence of Star Sea Knights. The Tulip family was a vast dynasty, one that adhered strictly to its regulations. Every commercial star island housed Star Sea Knights, and these pairings were not fixed. Each time they arrived at a trading point, their combinations would change, reminiscent of the relationship between bus drivers and ticket collectors. There was an element of mutual cooperation and oversight between them. Thus, Tabo's momentary hesitation resulted in dissatisfaction among the Star Sea Knights. He soared from his star island, positioning himself directly in Arthur's path. This was the grand star island of the Tulip family. Outsiders must halt and submit to inspection. This formidable Star Sea Knight fancied himself as an enforcer of the Star Sea. In the realm of the Star Sea, strength equated to authority. His might was considerable, so it was only natural that his words should be heeded. At least, this was the belief of the Star Sea Knight. Arthur was now filled with dread. The distance between them was rapidly diminishing. Under these circumstances, the Star Sea Knight foolishly positioned himself in the air between the two islands. Even though Arthur's island was significantly smaller, it was still a legitimate star island, was it not? The situation resembled a person standing between a small car and a large truck, commanding both to part ways in the face of an impending collision. Who did he think he was? Chapter 24. Irrevocability. Arthur was left in a state of shock, rendered numb by the overwhelming circumstances. At the same time, a profound respect for the brave warrior began to blossom within him. Leave quickly. The rules here will cause the two star islands to collide. Taboo regained his senses at a critical moment. In truth, he had only been lost in a euphoric trance for a mere few seconds. Yet, the two star islands, empowered by mystical forces, were on a collision course at an alarming speed. Before Taboo could finish his warning, the self-satisfied Knight of the Star Sea also recognized the impending danger. At that moment, a formidable force surged between the two islands. Though they had yet to make contact, a chaotic energy field had already formed. The Knight of the Star Sea found himself unable to deftly maneuver his body to evade the impending disaster. While a brief burst of energy could potentially alter the course of events, it required a moment of accumulation, one that was ample enough for the two star islands to collide. Would there still be a Knight of the Star Sea then? The anticipated cataclysmic spectacle of a collision akin to Mars meeting Earth did not unfold. The mystical furnace roared, and the thousands of energy stones acquired from the three-headed sea serpent were once more consumed in flames. An immense force surged into the Taiji-shaped star island, propelling its rotation to a terrifying velocity. Moreover, the powers representing the duality of mountains and waters radiated from the island, making it appear, from a distance, as though the small island had suddenly plumped up. In this fleeting moment, Arthur seized control over the island's manipulation rights. With almost impossible resolve, he forcibly altered the trajectory of the impending collision. The Star Island seemed to merely skim the surface of the opposing massive commercial island, a delicate touch that was both exquisite and masterful. The two islands made contact, albeit minimally, precisely at the position of the Knight of the Star Sea. He, a formidable force capable of galloping freely through the Star Sea for a fleeting moment, was crushed in the midst of their kiss. Blood gushed forth, staining the protective shields of both star islands over a significant area. Truly, a powerful being. Even his blood was extraordinary. In that instant, the two island masters felt as though time had come to a standstill. Was the Knight of the Star Sea truly vanquished in such a humiliating manner? What were they to do? A similar gasp echoed in their minds, for this was a matter of life and death. Initially, He could have relied on the Russell family's influence as a final trump card. However, with the Knight of the Star Sea from the Tulip family meeting such a heroic demise, the name of the Russell family could no longer be uttered. That would reveal one's affiliations. It was imperative to seize the opportunity and flee swiftly. This was Arthur's first instinct. Even with the grand experiences of his past life in the Star Sea, he had unwittingly offended a top-tier power upon his rebirth. It was utterly perilous. Would he still be able to enjoy himself? In the wake of this shock, both Arthur and Taboo failed to notice that, during the process of the two islands grazing past one another, an unexpected event had indeed transpired. Aside from the fallen Knight of the Star Sea, another surprise emerged. The rapidly spinning Arthur's Star Island resembled a drill, and in the act of grazing the commercial island, it tore a corner from the protective shield of the latter. Though this was merely a fleeting moment, it was swiftly repaired by the commercial island's defense mechanisms. Yet, in that instant, a sizable segment of the island's edge, measuring kilometers in length and hundreds of meters in thickness, was stripped away by Arthur's Star Island. As for Arthur's Island, its unique shape and high-speed rotation meant it sustained no damage whatsoever. However, this was merely the beginning. The movement of Arthur's Star Island, which was initially meant to withdraw from the commercial island, slowed, causing the protective shields of both islands to once again merge. The sensation was akin to mutual admiration. A profound connection. The Star Islands aligned horizontally, with Arthur's Star Island, in its rapid rotation, repeatedly fracturing the commercial island's protective shield into intricate spiderweb-like cracks, only to be restored time and again by the latter's defenses. When it came to the defensive capabilities of the Star Island shields, each commercial island of the Tulip family was worthy of admiration. Before long, Arthur grew anxious. While his Star Island held the advantage, the act of breaching the opposing protective shield demanded considerable stamina from his own island, particularly as Taboo, the master of the Tulip family's commercial Star Island, perceived the reckless, destructive capabilities of Arthur's Island. He felt a mixture of surprise, fear, and awe, prompting him to adopt the most conservative yet effective strategy, to expend a significant amount of energy stones to bolster the defense of the Star Island's shield. This maneuver suddenly intensified the pressure on Arthur's side. If they continued to grind away, before shaping the Tulip family's commercial Star Island to their liking, his newly formed island would shatter first. Arthur was in a state of panic. For a master of the Star Island, the shattering of his island signified death. Once again, he found himself perilously close to the brink of death. Arthur's rage surged from the depths of his being, igniting a fierce determination. Faced with the specter of death, retreat was no longer an option. Thus, let them perish. Provoked by his primal instincts, Arthur descended into a frenzy. Chapter 25. Escalation. Arthur had only recently acquired the formidable city defense crossbow when it was drawn. At that moment, the island lord of the commercial Star Island floated in the air, poised to solicit Arthur with the demeanor of a victor. In the eyes of this seasoned island lord, there was always a way to resolve the current predicament. If necessary, he could compel the other party to relinquish their own Star Island and merge into the commercial Star Island. Perhaps this was the most authentic thought of Tabo. After all, he was a man of ambition, and Arthur had already demonstrated enough prowess. The Tulip family is willing to offer you a chance to serve as a vassal on my Star Island from this day forth. This was not a proposition, but a final decree. Tabo, occupying an unequivocal position of advantage, possessed this confidence. Compared to death, becoming a vassal of the Tulip family was infinitely preferable. It was rare for him to show such benevolence. However, Arthur was different. Having lived a full life, he was no naive novice. He had originally harbored a clear vision for the future, but now, the ambitions of the Tulip family's island lord had disrupted his plans. He was uncertain whether he could still follow the path he had laid out. It is often said that obstructing someone's financial endeavors is akin to killing their parents, a grievance that runs deep. Similarly, hindering someone's path to growth breeds equally profound animosity. Arthur understood that even with the legendary city defense crossbow, it could not inflict significant harm on the audacious island lord of the Tulip family. The protective shield surrounding the opposing Star Island was simply too robust. Yet, there was still a way forward. At the very least, Arthur possessed a strike of considerable force at his disposal. However, employing it would utterly disrupt his carefully laid plans. As the saying goes, when one hesitates to act, they may only find themselves further entangled. If he did not take action, he would struggle to endure the present, let alone the future and beyond. Thus, without hesitation, Arthur placed the sole legendary three-headed serpent spear upon the city defense crossbow. This act signified the destruction of such a legendary weapon, yet it was vastly superior to a mere arrow. The lethality was exponentially greater. The opportunity presented itself, and Arthur knew not how long it would last. Consequently, he activated the crossbow, which had been fixed at the highest point of the Star Island. A stream of light transformed into a bridge, connecting Arthur's Star Island with the commercial Star Island, linking the city defense crossbow with the Island Lord. Yet, this arrow was not a welcome sight for the Island Lord of the Tulip family's commercial Star Island. The tip of the three-headed serpent spear, larger than a basin, pierced through the shield of the commercial Star Island as though it were mere parchment. The residual force evaporated Tabo's neck and lower legs. This reversal left Tabo bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom what manner of power this was, or why it was so terrifying. But no one could provide him with an answer, and he would never have the chance again. His head and shins fell onto the commercial Star Island, and at that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. Even the movement of Arthur's Star Island around the commercial Star Island halted. In the next instant, the protective light barrier of the entire commercial Star Island began to crack. Unlike the localized fissures caused by the pressure and friction from Arthur's Star Island, these were comprehensive cracks, heralding total collapse. This is the nature of the stellar sea world. The relationship between a Star Island and its lord is one of intimate symbiosis. The destruction of the Star Island signifies the death of the Island Lord, and vice versa. Not only was the entire Star Island on the brink of collapse, but even a few maidservants and attendants on the island perished due to their deep binding ties to the Island Lord. A massive commercial Star Island, spanning 100 square kilometers, housed only a little over 100 inhabitants. The rest were various puppets, including production puppets for transporting goods, formidable war puppets, and a few reconnaissance puppets. The combat power of this commercial Star Island was nearly equivalent to the peak strength Arthur possessed in his past life. Regrettably, these puppets were also imbued with powerful restrictions. Upon the Island Lord's death, they too entered into collapse alongside the Star Island. Cursed self-destruction protocols. Yet at that moment, the miraculous furnace in Arthur's mind radiated a brilliant light, enveloping his head in a soft golden glow, exuding an aura of mystique. However, this transformation clearly signified more than a mere change in appearance for Arthur. The impending collapse of the Tulip family's commercial Star Island was supplanted by a new phenomenon, the etherealization of the Star Island and all that dwelled upon it. It was as if each Star Island had just emerged from the stellar sea world, albeit in reverse. This was an entirely novel transformation, one that Arthur had never encountered in his previous life. The mystical furnace consumed the vast commercial Star Island, along with everything it contained. Arthur traversed through this tumultuous upheaval, emerging as if from a storm, feeling utterly drained. There was no time to ponder whether this change was beneficial or detrimental, for the environment surrounding the Star Island had undergone a dramatic alteration. Chapter 26. Red Name Status: The collision and ultimate outcome between Arthur's Star Island and the Tulip family's commercial Star Island unfolded at a breathtaking pace. This ordeal not only harbored immense peril, but also nearly altered all of Arthur's meticulously laid plans. The Tai Chi-shaped island, formed by the interplay of mountains and waters, had slowed its rotation, yet the surroundings seemed to have pierced through a veil of illusion. The scenery continued to evolve, but it did not hinder Arthur from observing a circle of crimson light encircling his Star Island. Above the island floated a skull, also radiating a faint red glow. This was the law of the Starsea world. Unless the lord of a Star Island engaged in combat under specific circumstances or rituals, the fate of the deceased was of little consequence. The living lord's domain would be enveloped in red light, accompanied by the apparition of a cursed skull. The emergence of these two ominous symbols signified a point of no return. Even the pirates of the Starsea world would typically resort to mere robbery rather than obliterating a Star Island or slaying its master. The crimson light served not only as a vivid marker of identity, but also harbored a mysterious power that could bring misfortune upon the Star Island and its ruler. The more lords of Star Islands one vanquished or the more islands one destroyed, the deeper the hue of the crimson light became. It was said that once it turned black, the Star Island lord and their domain would endure the most malevolent curses in the entire Starsea world. Merely wandering about could lead to encounters with colossal star beasts of catastrophic proportions. Even hiding in the farthest corners of the Starsea world, one remained at high risk of being struck by unforeseen calamities. The most pressing issue was that once marked with a red name, one would be targeted by all human star islands. All legitimate trading venues would refuse entry and dispatch enforcers to hunt them down. Various troubles would arise, including bounty hunters specifically hunting such ne'er-do-wells. Under no circumstances would anyone choose to attack a Star Island lord or annihilate their island unless absolutely necessary. Arthur found himself in such dire circumstances. After all, the situation had been perilously threatening. Failing to act would lead to but one outcome: self-destruction. Yet, having escaped the lethal crisis, Arthur would now face the scorn of society. He would be pursued by countless foes. Even if he wished to assimilate with pirate factions dwelling in the gray or dark realms, it would require a lengthy trial. Arthur was uncertain whether he could endure until that time in the Rose Ocean. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. Otherwise, he feared he would lack even the privilege to lament. As the surrounding environment transformed dramatically, Arthur marveled at the wonders of this star sea relic. The desolate desert, once composed of bones and bone powder, had entirely vanished. Replaced by a dense forest, boundless and sprawling, it resembled an emerald ocean. The star island where Arthur stood appeared as a ferocious beast, violently cleaving through the verdant sea, carving out colossal channels akin to great rivers. Had it been another Star Island lord facing this star sea relic, they would have needed considerable time to explore. However, Arthur was different. He possessed the strategies necessary. In his past life, the Tulip family had reaped the greatest benefits from this relic, embellishing their narrative of success. As if it were a divine blessing, their actions had revealed the hidden secrets of this place to Arthur, the once stable lord of a small star island. Such arrogance bore a steep price. Arthur remained vigilant. Accumulating wealth quietly was the prudent path. Had the Tulip family not divulged the secrets of this place, would the reborn Arthur have been aware? Would he have acted against it? Of course, the matter was far from resolved. He still needed to devise a way to escape the inevitable ambush that awaited him. If he could not extricate himself successfully, no matter the potential benefits, Arthur would merely serve as a courier. What Arthur remained unaware of was that as the environment around his star island transformed, a colossal, desolate, ordinary meteorite unfurled around the 12 hidden islands of the Tulip family's commercial star islands, revealing a colossal, coiled star beast, the star-eating worm. As this gargantuan creature unfurled its body, its aura naturally radiated outward. An urgent alarm blared across all 12 commercial star islands of the Tulip family, triggered by specialized detection devices for various star beasts. Yet, for the Tulip family at this moment, it was already too late. One of the 12 islands lay merely a few thousand meters from the star-eating worm. To the worm, such a distance was practically negligible. Thus, at the instant when the most urgent alarms blared across the 12 commercial star islands, the star-eating worm, having been awakened from slumber by an unknown force, instinctively lunged toward that very island. Its massive form vanished into the protective barrier of the Tulip family's commercial star island. Speed and the ability to disregard Star Island defenses were two of the star-eating worm's innate talents. Otherwise, this creature, rich in materials of staggering value, would have long since faced extinction. Within the relic, the verdant ocean trembled. Arthur effectively carved out sufficiently deep, wide channels through this vast forest. This destructive journey finally triggered the reactive response of this relic space. The tangible green ocean became ethereal, distorted, and torn apart, presenting Arthur with a spectacle that once again transitioned from illusion to reality. Arthur had entered the third layer of the Star Sea Relic. Chapter 27. The enigmatic realm of reflections. The environment unfolding before Arthur transformed from the verdant ocean of forests to the profound depths of a cerulean sea. The tumultuous waves surged to heights of nearly 100 meters. Through the exaggerated walls of colossal waves, he could vaguely perceive the silhouettes of terrifying giant sea creatures. According to the pioneering strategies passed down from the Tulip family, this marked the final defensive layer of the ruins. It was also the sole area where force was required to accomplish the task. Sea beasts. Surely, this number is excessive? Arthur was struck by the realization that trusting in texts can often be more misleading than ignorance. The seemingly minor sea creatures described by the Tulip family turned out to be so numerous and so enormous, each one brazenly showcasing its existence, intent on surrounding Arthur, with a high likelihood of launching an offensive. Perhaps for the commercial star island of the Tulip family, such assaults by sea beasts could be easily mitigated. However, for Arthur, the challenge was formidable. He was merely a novice island master, and it required the opposing island masters' cooperation to avoid calamity. Just as Arthur was preparing to select a gigantic sea beast encircling the Star Island for elimination, the merfolk joyfully swimming in the central lake and ocean of the island sensed the looming menace of the giant sea creatures. Regardless of age or gender, they simultaneously began to sing enchanting, dreamlike melodies, causing Arthur's Star Island to spin, spreading these songs like ripples into the farthest reaches. The monstrous beasts that emerged from the undulating waves were suddenly hushed by the siren songs of the merfolk, as if they had instantly succumbed to slumber. The rotating Star Island stirred up colossal waves, drawing countless fish, turtles, shrimp, crabs, seaweed, and shells into its depths. A few of the gigantic sea creatures were also swept into the ocean surrounding Arthur's Star Island, though their numbers were few, and he had opted for species that appeared less ferocious and with more moderate sizes. The sole troublesome issue that plagued Arthur was resolved effortlessly. The devastation wrought by Arthur's Star Island upon this realm showed no signs of abating. Wherever the swirling island passed, it left behind vast indentations in the ocean, intensifying the tumultuous waves. At last, the surrounding scenery once again transitioned from substance to a state of ethereality. Following this transformation, Arthur was astonished to find himself navigating the Star Island into a realm filled with remnants of crumbling ruins. The shattered remnants floated whimsically in the air, some fragments adorned with faint patterns, others gleaming with varied intensities of light, rendering this space, cluttered with debris akin to cosmic refuse, remarkably resplendent and wondrous. Yet, having fortuitously and audaciously arrived at this juncture, Arthur's gaze swiftly fixed upon the very center of this expanse. There, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, akin to a sun devoid of heat. With the memories of his former life, Arthur recognized this as the most significant treasure of the ruins, a mirror deemed a damaged artifact collectively acknowledged by the Tulip family and various factions. Even in its impaired state, it remained an artifact, a remnant of some unknown calamity that preserved its essence. More critically, one of the mirror's extraordinary abilities was its potential for trade. Through the connection between its essence and the projections it produced, it facilitated distant transactions. By virtue of this ability, the Tulip family ascended from being a notable commercial family in the Starsea world to the foremost commercial dynasty. Naturally, this capability came with numerous restrictions. Otherwise, the Tulip family would not merely be the leading commercial family, but the premier family of the Starsea. In the external realm, when the commercial Star Island of the Tulip family was infiltrated by the star-eating worm, the creature offered no respite for the island's Starsea knights or island master to react, burrowing deep into the island's core. The most infuriating aspect of the star-eating worm lay in its ability to invade the island and consume its very heart, ultimately leading to its disintegration. Capturing such a creature proved to be a task 1,000 times more challenging than catching a mere mouse. This entity excelled in concealment, moving with astonishing speed, yet its defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Thus, the island master had to react with lightning speed to ensure their survival. What course of action should be taken? The most rational approach would be for the other 11 star islands to concentrate their firepower on the one besieged by the star-eating worm, obliterating both the island and the intruder. However, such an action would signify the demise of their own brethren, along with incurring a red name status. This presented an exceedingly difficult dilemma, fraught with anguish and indecision. Chapter 28. Upon obtaining the treasure mirror, the masters of the Tulip family's commercial star islands hesitated, unable to make the most prudent decision. The fear of incurring the wrath and potential retribution of their obliterated kin loomed large over them. Thus, the correct choice was not one that could be arrived at lightly. Meanwhile, the remaining 11 commercial star islands concurrently resolved to encircle the island invaded by the star-eating worms, maintaining a necessary distance. They awaited the moment when the worms would emerge, ready to unleash a concentrated assault to obliterate them. There was no need for them to destroy the commercial star island itself, nor to bear the burden of guilt. While this may not have been the most judicious option, it was certainly the one that brought satisfaction to the 11 masters of the commercial star islands. Compared to the crisis at hand, Arthur's plight was temporarily forgotten. In this forsaken expanse of starry seas, a newly arisen band of pirates was surging toward the treasure that rightfully belonged to the Tulip family. It was a sphere of light, iridescent and mesmerizing, seemingly embodying every hue of the world, a splendid amalgamation of beauty. Yet, throughout this journey, Arthur having endured countless battles and conflicts, remained vigilant, despite his current status as a minor figure. He prepared himself for action at any moment, even if his strength was feeble. To his astonishment, Arthur encountered no peril during this passage, and the radiant sphere was gently touched by his star island. In the blink of an eye, the unclaimed light fused with Arthur's island, casting a luminous yet gentle glow that transformed it into a kaleidoscopic wonderland. This light then emanated from the island, establishing it as a new source of illumination. In the wake of this fortunate turn of events, Arthur's foremost thought became one of how to escape safely. To eliminate a master of the Tulip family's commercial star island was akin to plucking a hair from a tiger's back, an act that would surely provoke retaliation. Of course, it was also imperative to examine the miraculous mirror that had come into his possession. However, time was of the essence, and he could only spare a fleeting glance, planning to savor its intricacies later when safety was assured. Yet, just as Arthur's gaze shifted toward the vibrant orb, he failed to discern the outline of the legendary mirror before a cascade of colorful light, mingled with countless fragments of debris drawn to the star island, vanished in an instant. These fragments contained a modicum of power, significantly more potent than mere soil or water. Consequently, Arthur did not relinquish his desire to attract these remnants to his island, intending to refine them into the essence of the world using his miraculous furnace. Perhaps in his excitement, his reaction was a moment too slow, resulting in the legendary damaged artifact entering his island without immediately separating it from the debris. The next moment left Arthur astounded. "Stop!" he exclaimed. A fraction of a moment too late, he was left dumbfounded. The enchanted mirror he had longed for was consumed by the furnace. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. After all, it was a fragment of a divine artifact. Could it truly be so easily refined? Was the furnace's power truly greater than that of the mirror? Or was it simply that the furnace was more intact while the mirror was but a remnant? Yet, before Arthur could scrutinize it further, the mirror vanished within the furnace, failing to transform into the essence of the world. However, almost immediately, the furnace began to emit a more pronounced glow. Since entering this relic, the furnace had been radiating light. After all, whether in the bone-powdered desert, the boundless verdant woods, or the tumultuous seas, they all provided the furnace with abundant materials capable of being refined into the essence of the world. Upon reaching the area dense with debris, the furnace erupted with formidable power. Yet, the light it had emitted prior was faint, serene, and gentle. The moment the audacious fragment of the mirror was swallowed by the furnace, its luminosity surged exponentially. The brightness was merely the most conspicuous change. The furnace not only shone, but also radiated heat. This entity resided within Arthur's mind. As it unconsciously began to glow and heat up, Arthur found himself overwhelmed. No matter how strong his willpower, he could not withstand the heat emanating from the depths of his soul. He became momentarily dazed, as if his mind had crashed. In his state of disarray, a fissure opened between his eyes, through which a slender beam of light flickered forth. As it departed from Arthur's brow, this luminous thread expanded rapidly, transforming into a vast cascade of brilliance as it exited the protective dome of the Star Island. The debris surrounding the island, large and small, seemed to be wiped away as if by an invisible cloth. This was a significant expanse of valuable cosmic refuse within a kilometer of the Star Island. With his gaze clouded, Arthur's forehead continued to emit luminous threads, and unbeknownst to him, the entirety of the space was cleared of various fragments. It was utterly inconceivable, beyond imagination. His mind felt as if it were on the verge of being scorched. Truly remarkable, this was the furnace acquiring the abilities of the divine mirror. Chapter 29. Fusion and Discovery. In a bygone era, Arthur coexisted with the wondrous furnace for countless years, yet, at this moment, the extraordinary furnace had undergone monumental transformations. It had acquired 3 additional capabilities. The first, exploration, enabled Arthur to manifest images within a 10,000-kilometer radius, starting from the Star Island's protective shield, either in his mind or before his eyes. He could magnify and scrutinize specific focal areas, although the extent of this scrutiny required further familiarization on Arthur's part. The second ability, absorption, was inherent to the furnace itself, but was significantly enhanced after merging with the remnants of the divine mirror. The extraordinary cleanliness of the space beyond Arthur's Star Island served as a testament to this improvement. The final ability, one that Arthur had long cherished, allowed the absorption of various resources to produce multiple avatars from the mirror. These avatars, once activated by the main mirror, would establish a spatial connection with it, enabling a temporary transcending of distances akin to the formation of a wormhole, facilitating the exchange of various items. The authority remained entirely with the main mirror, a capability originally possessed by the remnants of the divine mirror, and the only one Arthur was previously aware of. However, upon the integration of the divine mirror's remnants into the wondrous furnace, this most esteemed ability underwent a subtle transformation. It became less selective. Now, any object that existed in the world could be refined into the essence of the world's energy, which, when infused into the framework of this ability, could yield an avatar. Following this logic, even the seemingly worthless floating meteors could serve as materials for producing avatars, merely a matter of quantity. Materials with lesser energy content would require greater consumption to amass enough energy for avatar creation. Conversely, discovering materials rich in energy might necessitate minimal refinement for a more substantial output of avatars. Arthur valued this change greatly, as the acquisition of rare materials posed a challenge, while the more abundant resources were easily accessible. For instance, the remnants of walls still faintly glowing with residual power within this space. Although the process encountered minor mishaps and considerable obstacles, it ultimately bestowed upon Arthur a significant opportunity, calming his restless heart. He contemplated how to confront the lurking adversaries from the outside world, who undoubtedly existed, albeit in varying numbers and strengths. Nonetheless, even the weakest among them surpassed the newly emerged Lord of the Star Island. The red name status served as a glaring mark of danger. Arthur was confident that upon witnessing the red name status of his Star Island, the lurking adversaries would not hesitate to unleash violence. As these thoughts traversed his mind, a startling image unfolded in Arthur's consciousness, an intricate map of layered, complex patterns. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was a three-dimensional map of the entire ruins. Thus, Arthur comprehended that his governed Star Island now resided within an immense cosmic funnel-shaped space divided into 4 layers. However, this existence, which had endured for an indeterminate duration, was crumbling just days after its emergence. This was yet another unprecedented change not encountered in his past life. As the ruins disintegrated, the space began to meld with the outside world, akin to an iceberg gradually melting into the ocean. This fusion expanded the exploration range of the wondrous furnace beyond the ruins. Consequently, Arthur witnessed a terrifying yet puzzling scene. The Tulip family had 12 massive commercial star islands lurking in the vicinity. 12. An entire dozen. This was indeed an overwhelming force. Alas, the confrontation had already transpired. Arthur's bewilderment stemmed from the dynamics between these 12 star islands. 11 had surrounded one, their brilliant lights poised to ignite at any moment. This state was all too familiar to Arthur. It was the prelude to an attack. Had internal strife arisen? What could be the cause? Was it a trap? As the ruins gradually faded, those within and outside the ruins remained oblivious to this fusion. Thanks to the power of the wondrous furnace, Arthur perceived these changes from a broader perspective. This process was neither particularly fast nor slow, granting Arthur a temporary reprieve from action. Soon, through the furnace's observations of the outside world, he discerned why the 11 commercial star islands of the Tulip family had encircled their own star island. The protective shield of the besieged commercial star island suddenly exploded, causing the entire island to disintegrate in an instant, leaving Arthur trembling with fear. This devastation was not merely the result of a few mermaids' gentle ministrations. Rather, Arthur uncovered the true culprit behind the collapse of the Tulip family's commercial star island, the star-devouring worm. This wretched being ranked among the top 3 of the star beasts that the Lord of the Star Island both adored and loathed. Chapter 30. A fortuitous opportunity. At the moment when the besieged business star island of the Tulip family crumbled, a radiant shadow darted forth, hurtling towards one of the 11 commercial star islands located at a certain distance. It was at this very instant that Arthur, utilizing the extraordinary vision of the magical furnace, discerned clearly what transpired. It was one of the infamous star beasts of the stellar sea world, the star-eating worm. According to legend, if left unchecked, even a colossal and intricately assembled cluster of star islands could be ravaged by a single star-eating worm. Just as now, the fragmented commercial star island had suffered a cataclysm after the worm devoured its core. There was no need for further attention. The master of the crumbling star island had perished alongside the destruction of its core. Countless resources spiraled chaotically, and fragments of the star island scattered outward, Yet, none of this could captivate the gaze of the Star Island masters, who were all focused on the unfolding events. The luminous star-eating worm was met with fierce beams of light. The intersecting barges and luminous screens transformed into an aerial prison, one devoid of internal space. Such a long-prepared assault would undoubtedly reduce the star-eating worm to ashes. However, at that moment, Arthur suddenly observed an abnormal roll among the debris surrounding the devastated Star Island. This roll deftly evaded a rather unruly projectile amidst the barrage unleashed by an unknown assailant. This minor alteration immediately caught the attention of many Star Island masters, including Arthur. Each of the 11 commercial Star Islands of the Tulip family was equipped with formidable monitoring devices. The barges promptly began to shift. The area that had been submerged by distant arrows and beams now revealed no trace of the star-eating worm, not even a fragment of its body. Indeed, it was a clever maneuver of evasion. The actions of the 11 commercial Star Islands of the Tulip family slowed ever so slightly. Yet they still kept pace with the latter stages of the star-eating worm's assault. The remaining length of the worm, still over 1,000 meters, gracefully maneuvered towards one of the Tulip family's commercial Star Islands. A splendid opportunity. Arthur realized that to escape, he must distance himself from the Tulip family's Star Islands. At this moment, the star-eating worm had impeccably facilitated this for Arthur, beyond his wildest expectations. Arthur's relic had already diminished by 3 layers. It was now time to thoroughly cleanse the final layer. At this instant, Arthur found it impossible to remain concealed any longer. His Star Island surged forth. The advantages of the magical furnace became apparent at this moment. The energy stones Arthur had accumulated were insufficient to sustain a violent dash for survival with a Star Island of considerable size. Yet, through this secret trial of the magical furnace, he had harvested an abundance of materials. Among these materials, aside from the shards of mirrors that had amalgamated into the furnace and the illusory Star Island that continuously brewed within it, all remaining scattered materials transformed into the source power of the world. This power was the primordial energy of the stellar sea world, capable of directly infusing into the Star Island. Having been validated by his previous life, this batch of energy proved exceedingly effective. After all, in his past existence, Arthur had faced a much more arduous beginning, gradually developing through the magical furnace's relentless exploitation of the stellar sea world. However, during that time, Arthur had yet to comprehend that the magical furnace accumulated experience over countless epochs. Now, reborn, Arthur stood on the foundation of his past experiences. From the outset, he was already flourishing. A surge of source power infused into the core of the Star Island, causing it to reverberate with a tremendous roar. At this moment, the relic reached its final shattering point. The last remnants of its concealment vanished, yet a peculiar phenomenon emerged. A swirling mist was absorbed by Arthur's Star Island. He had no time to examine it closely, for the urgency of escape took precedence. It could be said that the emergence of Arthur's Star Island astonished all 12 parties upon the battlefield, particularly the 11 commercial Star Islands of the Tulip family. The Crimson status bore significant implications, which the Tulip family members understood all too well. At this moment, the diminutive Star Island they had previously scorned manifested, while their colossal commercial Star Island remained absent. It was noteworthy that this small island had entered an unknown region in a normal state. Yet now, it bore a crimson mark. One need not possess exceptional intelligence to discern what had transpired. Why? How had this occurred? Following swiftly were feelings of profound humiliation and overwhelming fury. A dire threat. However, these observers would not allow Arthur to become distracted. Every second was invaluable to him, absolutely not to be squandered. Arthur's Star Island, positioned perilously close to the conflict zone, plunged into a magnificent river composed entirely of meteorites within this corner of the stellar sea world. Such an act, according to the common knowledge of the stellar sea world, was exceedingly perilous. Yet, at this moment, it represented his greatest hope of evading his pursuers. Chapter 31. The Perilous Sensation. The Arthur Star Island was swiftly fleeing. Thanks to the extraordinary power of detection acquired after the miraculous furnace refined a shard of the mirror, Arthur Star Island could identify various obstacles ahead of time. Arthur, guiding the island, resembled a seasoned driver navigating the road with remarkable agility, deftly evading an array of asteroids of varying sizes and shapes. It was nothing short of exhilarating. Meanwhile, the members of the Tulip family, witnessing Arthur's maneuvers, promptly abandoned their pursuit. Venturing into the dense asteroid field was fraught with peril. Should the Star Eater worm follow him into that treacherous area, it would spell disaster. Thus, the 11 Star Islands maintained a crossfire cover, repeatedly repelling the Star Eater worm, which was on the verge of launching another assault on one of the islands. The Tulip family was equally on edge. However, they were not idle in their efforts against Arthur. As Arthur's island emerged from the ruins, its red-named silhouette was captured in their photographs. Once he evaded the attacks of the Star Eater worm, the Tulip family would undoubtedly place a bounty on this audacious individual who dared harm their kin. No one could so brazenly insult the Tulip family. All were navigating the starry seas, seeking wealth. Why must it come at the cost of life? Hence, the Tulip family was determined to impart a profound lesson to this rule-breaking interloper. In colloquial terms, they aimed to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As Arthur, likened to a chicken, fled for 3 days and nights, he finally dared to wrest the Star Island on an asteroid 10 times its size. At this juncture, he had ample time to appraise his gains. Unlike the trials imposed by the cultivation world of the starry seas, where competition with others prevailed, the exploration of the ruins yielded its greatest treasure, the shard of the mirror. Following that was a commercial star island belonging to the Tulip family. Lastly, there were the remnants of the desert, forest, and sea, along with the dilapidated remnants that served as the core of the ruins. Everything was clear and evident. However, that did not mean these treasures would manifest before Arthur's eyes. The mirror shard had become a part of the furnace, and the Tulip family's commercial star island was still simmering within, leaving him uncertain of its fate. The chaotic spoils from the ruins, mingled with the dissipated mist, were being refined by the furnace, extracting their essence while the remainder transformed into the primal energy of the world, sustaining the island's frantic flight. In summary, Arthur had sacrificed a legendary weapon in his exploration of the ruins, and what he truly gained was merely the mirror's capability added to the miraculous furnace and an uncertain fate for the Tulip family's commercial star island. The rest could be disregarded for the moment. Unfortunately, this had earned him the ire of the Tulip family and resulted in his red-name status. Without the backing of a significant power, Arthur could not rid himself of this notorious label. One could say he had started off on the wrong foot. To exaggerate, this red-name status nearly altered Arthur's allegiance, branding him akin to a despised pirate in the starry seas. It seemed that reincarnation was not a panacea. Cursed be the Tulip family. May they never evade my grasp again. After a thorough assessment, Arthur's emotions were quite complex. Following his struggles, the outcomes were mixed. Yet, to speak of regret would be an exaggeration. Even if given the chance to relive it, Arthur would unhesitatingly sacrifice the legendary three-headed serpent trident to annihilate the presumptuous lord of the Tulip family's commercial star island. Otherwise, he would have perished or become a captive long ago. In such circumstances, he might not even possess the right to regret, perhaps due to consuming too many benefits. The miraculous furnace felt as though it was accelerating the process of refining the Tulip family's commercial star island. Just as Arthur contemplated a new plan for the future, the miraculous furnace finally stirred with new activity. Truth be told, the absorption of that commercial star island by the miraculous furnace stirred a pang of regret within Arthur. After all, this island was already substantial, laden with various goods from merchant caravans, and should have housed a vast reserve of energy stones, alongside potentially intact defensive structures and tools. Regrettably, in his past life, Arthur only scratched the surface of the miraculous furnace's capabilities before his own demise. He could not wield it at will, which was undoubtedly a lamentable reality. Yet, at that moment, Arthur sensed a familiar feeling. He found it hard to believe. This sensation was reminiscent of the very experience he had undergone shortly after becoming the lord of the Star Island. How could this be possible? According to the common knowledge of the starry seas, each Star Island lord was entitled to but one island. With his eyes closed, Arthur fervently focused his soul's energy, awaiting a revelation. Chapter 32. The second Star Island. Arthur's disbelief persisted until the moment this sensation reached its zenith. A faint image, gradually crystallizing in his mind, began to take form. This was the process of the Star Island manifesting from the void into reality. Yet, this transformation occurred at an astonishing speed. Unlike the month it took Arthur to complete this process when he first became the master of a Star Island, now, from the moment the feeling intensified, barely an hour had elapsed, and a brand new Star Island emerged within Arthur's perception. Unmistakably, this island was centered around the Tulip family's commercial Star Island, which, after undergoing certain alterations in its rules, had transformed into Arthur's second fated Star Island. A second fated star island. In the annals of the Star Sea world, there has never been a single star island master reported to possess a second island. However, Arthur shook off his initial shock and confusion. Without hesitation, he reached out with the power of his soul to connect with and harmonize with this nascent island. Lacking additional beacons or similar markers, Arthur was uncertain of the location of this star island at that moment. Yet he sensed its enormity. It was 100-fold the size of the first star island. After the initial impression, he was astounded by the structure and shape of this new creation. It was evidently an enlarged version of Arthur's first star island. Moreover, it incorporated elements from the remnants, endowing this vast new island with mountains, rivers, deserts, and forests. Arthur was particularly concerned about the buildings, items, and resources originally associated with the Tulip family's commercial star island. However, as he exercised his authority as the master of the island to explore this newly formed giant, he discovered no signs of any recognizable traces. All the structures had vanished, all resources were gone, and all energy stones had disappeared. Aside from its larger size and slightly peculiar shape, the entire new star island bore no significant differences from others. As Arthur grappled with confusion and mild frustration, the remnants of the Tulip family's 11 commercial star islands, through a coordinated barrage of firepower, had narrowly eradicated the terrifying star-devouring worm. Although this worm could yield immense value, the Tulip family had suffered the loss of one commercial star island and another prior. Such losses would undoubtedly plunge the Tulip family into despair. As the 11 Tulip family commercial star island masters began to clear the battlefield, collecting the debris of the shattered star island and capturing scattered resources, the void in the area underwent severe distortion. Soon, a remarkably peculiar star island, unlike any the well-traveled Tulip family had ever encountered, materialized from nothingness. The members of the Tulip family were acutely aware of what this spectacle signified. A star island was manifesting. The timing and location of this occurrence left the remaining 11 masters of the Tulip family visibly perturbed. However, in the Star Sea world, the birth of a star island is random. It could only be said that it was quite the coincidence. Yet, it did not take long for the 11 masters of the Tulip family's commercial star islands to notice something amiss. This new star island was rather excessively large. It was significantly more robust than the largest island in their caravan. Who could be the master of this island? Could it possibly be a favored child of the Star Sea world? These island masters vividly remembered their own transformation from a mere reef to their current stature, achieved only through the unwavering support of their family and an enormous investment of time and effort. The emergence of a new star island, arriving fully formed in such a grandiose manner, prompted the 11 masters to exclaim in unison a classic expression of astonishment. Wow! When the star island first appeared, its protective barrier was transparent both inside and out, yet it provided formidable defense, a form of novice protection granted by the will of the Star Sea. However, this state was fleeting. The immunity to all damage could only be sustained for about an hour. In most instances, this period of immunity bore little significance, as star islands typically manifested in tranquil, secluded regions. Arthur's second star island was undoubtedly an anomaly among anomalies. With a heart filled with anticipation and a touch of trepidation, Arthur connected with the second star island, which had emerged from the wondrous furnace into the Star Sea world. He successfully completed a shift in perception, as his soul harmonized perfectly with the second star island. Though his body remained on the first star island, his vision could now traverse through this mysterious connection, allowing him to observe the surroundings from the second island. If he chose to, Arthur could seamlessly transition from the first star island to the second at any moment. This was an intense instinct, a natural talent awakened within him. Yet, for Arthur at this moment, such an extraordinary ability felt inconsequential. He was quite anxious. Chapter 33. A fleeting guilt deeply buried any lord of a star island discovering that their newly manifested island is surrounded would typically exhibit signs of panic. However, Arthur's situation is somewhat unique. Having just assassinated a lord of the Tulip family's commercial star island, he now finds himself encircled by 11 enormous commercial islands. Arthur's initial reaction is one of alarm. He has been discovered, yet he quickly realizes this response is a tad excessive. After all, it is the second star island that is presenting itself, not the first, which bears a notorious reputation. Nevertheless, the prospect is still quite daunting. I am Razy of the Tulip family. My family's convoy is currently engaged with the carcass of a star-eater worm. Who are you? And what is your origin? A voice emanates from one of the commercial star islands of the Tulip family. The hesitation to act immediately allows Arthur to breathe a sigh of relief. He feels a sense of injustice, akin to a man wronged who possesses something valuable. While the second star island lacks any particularly conspicuous buildings, artifacts, or resource points, its sheer size alone inspires a myriad of thoughts within the hearts of many. Arthur's Island. Having reversed the original Tulip family's commercial star island and infused with the core essence from the ruins, boasts an astounding area due to the various resources already present on the commercial island. Its surface area is 100 times that of Arthur's first star island. Even if half of it is ocean, the remaining landmass is still astonishing. Furthermore, the ocean can sometimes prove to be an exceedingly useful aspect. I am Arthur Russell, hailing from Star Island. It is a pleasure to meet you all here. Arthur feigns enthusiasm, though in truth, he feels quite the opposite. Unlike the first Star Island, this second one is entirely unrefined, devoid of watchtowers, puppets, or even subjects. Only Arthur remains as the solitary, transient lord of the Star Island. At this moment, Arthur is contemplating whether the destruction of this newly birthed second Star Island would also lead to his demise. Logically, the destruction of a Star Island would result in the death of its lord. Yet he possesses two islands. Star Island, the Russell family. Arthur. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Ah yes, I recall now, your mother. Your lineage is under the governance of the Golden Oak Trading Company. A lord from the Star Island named Razy awakens memories within Arthur. The name Razy also rings a bell for Arthur. Razy. He recalls nearly laughing himself silly as a child upon hearing the name. This must have been over a decade ago. Typically, the journey from the Rose Sea to the location of Star Island would take a decade or two. However, there exist special passages controlled by significant powers. And without a doubt, the Tulip family is among those great forces. Ah, it is Uncle Razy. It is a pleasure to see you. I apologize for intruding upon your hunt for the Star-Eater worm. I shall take my leave. Arthur's demeanor is reminiscent of a child. Greeting and bidding farewell to an uncle, his sincerity is questionable. Haraha. Our Tulip family is a peace-loving clan that would never resort to bullying the weak. In fact, we are the most supportive family for new island lords in the entire Star Sea world. Since you've become a lord of a Star Island, you are welcome to join our support program for newcomers. All you need to do is sign a contract with the family, pledging never to oppose the Tulip family, and prioritize trade activities with us under equivalent conditions. In return, you shall receive a substantial sum of money, energy stones, offensive and defensive structures, wondrous artifacts, and even the support of subjects. At a certain distance from Arthur's second Star Island, Racy's island remains anchored, with his voice resonating through the void. The remaining 10 commercial Star Islands continue to gather scattered goods and the corpses of the Star-Eater worms. From Arthur's memories, it is not just the Tulip family. Indeed, all major powers in the Star Sea world have similar programs to nurture newcomers. It is said that even the pirates of the Star Sea have their own unique support initiatives. However, the extent and greed of these programs vary significantly. Among all the support initiatives, the Tulip family's approach is rather standard. Given the choice, Arthur would prefer to steer clear of the Tulip family, especially after having just orchestrated the demise of one of their prominent commercial island lords. Becoming entangled with them poses the risk of exposing his dark secret, which could prove fatal. Regrettably, Arthur finds himself with no options. His second Star Island is overwhelmingly vast, yet lacks substantial offensive and defensive capabilities. He wonders if self-destructive island detonation counts as an option. Uncle Razy, could you elaborate on the specific types of support the Tulip family offers? To be frank, the assistance I have received from Star Island has been rather meager. However, I will never relinquish control of my island. Even at this juncture, Arthur communicates solely through the island, deliberately refraining from revealing his true form. His wariness is palpably evident. Chapter 34. The Sacred Contract of the Star Sea. At this moment, the two parties perceive the situation quite differently. Arthur was primarily concerned about the Tulip family discovering his actions, while Lacey sensed Arthur's cautiousness and his resolute stance on certain principled issues. Thanks to Lacey's intuition, it was evident that the Tulip family had indeed considered the possibility of claiming Arthur's second Star Island for themselves. Over the countless years of the Star Sea's existence, numerous methods for devouring and merging Star Islands had emerged, but they all hinged on the cooperation of the island's sovereign. The initial unwavering determination displayed by Arthur as the master of the Star Island, prompted Lacey to forego raising certain questions and instead to engage in a conventional newcomer support plan. As long as this promising individual signed a contract pledging never to oppose the Tulip family and granting trade precedence under equal conditions, it would be a significant gain. Furthermore, the support plan would yield even greater rewards. The Tulip family, being an ancient lineage and one of the earliest executors of newcomer support programs, boasted a mature and well-established mechanism. This elaborate discourse continued until the other 10 Star Islands concluded their collection of the shattered remnants of their destroyed companions, as well as the scattered resources and the remains of the devouring star insects. The opposing side, seemingly reluctant to depart, dispatched a butterfly star beast with wings shimmering brightly, gracefully alighting upon the protective barrier of Arthur's second Star Island. This butterfly star beast was nearly human-sized, grasping a golden scroll nearly equal to its own body size. The sacred contract of the Star Sea. The mere crafting of such a contract demanded extensive resources, time, and effort. Typically, contracts of such immense value would not be squandered on trades of lesser magnitude. Only then did Arthur emerge from behind the protective barrier of the second Star Island. A surge of energy enveloped him as the grand sacred contract was drawn into the island. This process appeared effortless, yet internally, Arthur felt a swell of anxiety. He had just transitioned from the first Star Island, and the entire experience had been akin to a thrilling drop on an amusement ride. However, with his feet firmly planted on the second Star Island, Arthur was finally able to affirm that this island, like the first, was indeed his destined realm. The power of the island's master unfurled the scroll, revealing a dense array of text and intricately beautiful patterns. Arthur meticulously scrutinized each clause and detail, aware that some seemingly innocuous decorative elements might conceal rare and archaic symbols, potentially leading the unwary signatory into perilous traps. Fortunately, the Tulip family's sovereign had left no hidden tricks within this scroll. They sincerely presented Arthur with a standard contractual document, already inscribed with their family name, not only Lacey's but also those of the other 10 island masters and the 11 Star Sea Knights. This display stirred a flicker of emotion within Arthur. The presence of 11 commercial island masters alongside 12 Star Sea Knights signified a considerable commitment. It is worth noting that the knights who survived the devastation wrought by the devouring star insects were genuinely earnest in their intentions. This sincerity elicited a tinge of guilt within Arthur, albeit fleeting and quickly dissipated. Faced with the choice between life and death, ensuring his own survival was the most rational decision. As for the current situation, he resolved to let bygone matters drift away like leaves on the wind. Grateful for the Tulip family's regard towards him, Arthur thought to himself, I believe the Tulip family will never regret this decision. Whether or not the Tulip family would harbor regrets was beyond Arthur's concern. He had no regrets of his own. Thus, he pricked his fingertip, allowing his blood to script the contract upon the expansive scroll before him. I, Arthur of the Russell family, hailing from the Star Island, hereby pledge to the Tulip family. Unfortunately, the commercial island masters and Star Sea Knights of the Tulip family could not fathom the deeper implications of his words. They could not have anticipated that this newly manifested Star Island was Arthur's second. As Arthur completed the blood-written text, the sacred contract of the Star Sea radiated with brilliance. The enormous scroll split into 2 luminous orbs, one hovering over Arthur's second Star Island, the other soaring into the depths of the Star Sea, further dividing into 25 glowing fragments. 11 of these merged with the 11 commercial island masters of the Tulip family, 12 merged with the 12 Star Sea Knights, and 2 ventured into the vastness of the Star Sea. Arthur understood that one fragment would journey to the headquarters of the Tulip family, while the final orb would return to the Star Island. This was the remarkable nature of the sacred contract. It could trace the source of bloodlines, using that lineage as a testament to the contract. Only at this moment did Arthur finally release the tension that had been suspended in his heart. At least he had secured his standing with his father. Should the Tulip family attempt any deceit, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 35. The incompetent guardian. With the completion of the Star Sea sacred contract, the atmosphere between the two parties improved significantly. It felt as though they had engaged in the ceremonial trifecta of burning yellow paper, severing a chicken's head, and pledging brotherhood. From that moment onward, they were allies. Just as a deeper exchange was about to unfold, a figure staggered into view from the vicinity of the original ruins. It was a woman of striking proportions, exuding a wild spirit, appearing to be in her 20s. However, the expression on her face was one of regret and self-recrimination. She was a Star Sea Knight, under the command of Arthur, who had just annihilated the Lord of the Star Island. Though she possessed legendary power, she had yet to officially assume her role as the foremost guardian of the Star Island. In a moment of distraction, the very person she was meant to protect was swiftly taken from her. In that critical instant, perhaps merely a fraction of a second, the woman found herself in a state of bewilderment. Instinctively, she sought refuge, employing secretive techniques to evade danger. Unfortunately, the commercial Star Island she had anticipated to be obliterated did not meet its demise. Instead, she was drawn into the void, narrowly escaping death. Fortunately, the crisis had passed. As the woman, named Lucia, sharing a name with someone's mother, assessed her surroundings, her eyes quickly fell upon her own merchant convoy's Star Island. The tall, striking female Star Sea Knight soared towards the Star Island where Lacey resided. After all, nurturing an exceptional Star Sea Knight was no easy feat unbeknownst to Lucia. Her predecessor had fallen. A Star Sea Knight requires not only innate talent for cultivation, but also an abundance of resources for advancement. In this moment, Arthur's mood contrasted sharply with that of the members of the Tulip family. Would this woman possess any pertinent knowledge? Gradually, Arthur began to feel reassured. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had been shielded by layers of protection from the Star Island, unlike the reckless lord of the Tulip family who had dared to expose himself. Moreover, when he annihilated the opposing party, he had not detected the presence of the Star Sea Knight. What had the opponent been doing at that time? Lucia, too, was in a state of inner turmoil. The demise of the Star Island Lord had a direct correlation to her failure to fulfill her duties. Had she been by the Lord's side, even the most terrifying blow would not have been enough to extinguish his life in a single strike. The scene, which she glimpsed from the garden surrounded by numerous attendants, was simply too tragic. But how could she report such a situation to her family? To confess that she had been indulging in the company of two rosy-cheeked maidens? Such a lack of diligence would undoubtedly lead to years of reprimand from her family's elders. The mere thought of enduring their incessant nagging for years due to this blunder left Lucia utterly disheartened, causing her to overlook Arthur entirely. Despite the plethora of issues the Tulip family needed to address, they did not neglect Arthur. After all, he had just become one of their own as the Lord of the Star Island. Some level of attention was certainly warranted, much like the nuances of a marital relationship. During the honeymoon phase, there is always meticulous care and concern. After a decade together, the differences become stark. As Arthur received an assortment of goods transported from 11 commercial Star Islands belonging to the Tulip family, this marked their initial investment in him. Subsequent investments would be directed towards those immobile yet habitable Starsea continents, where the Tulip family held considerable influence. As one Star Island drew close to Arthur's second Star Island, a brilliant light emanated from both sides, intertwining to form a fully enclosed passageway extending 1,000 meters. These commercial Star Islands offered a variety of defensive structures and magical artifacts. At that moment, they realized that Arthur's domain was astonishingly pristine. Not even a single puppet tasked with transportation was present. When the overseer presented over 100 low-level ape-like and elephant-like puppets, they discovered that this Star Island lacked even the most basic infrastructure, a positioning beacon, communication towers, or illumination towers. It was utterly bare. This Lord of the Star Island was, after all, the son of Duke Russell. Even if he were a bastard, the level of neglect was excessive. It must be said that, inadvertently, Arthur had donned a cloak of protection. The Tulip family felt no regret over this change in circumstances and were, in fact, pleased. A lord of the Star Island, who had been oppressed within his own family, devoid of any attention from the higher echelons, would undoubtedly be more amenable to their persuasion. At this juncture, the Tulip family only regretted not having formulated a dedicated Star Sea sacred contract, offering sufficient benefits to firmly bind this promising Star Island lord to their chariot of war. However, there remained opportunities ahead. Chapter 36. Nourishment. Bound by the Star Sea sacred contract, Arthur found himself able to trust the formidable individuals hailing from the Tulip family. However, this trust was not absolute, for the contract was only established with the 11 commercial island lords and 12 Star Sea Knights present. In this realm, a new powerful entity had emerged, one not yet subject to the constraints of this contract. Lucia, who had just emerged from the void. At this moment, she was the person Arthur regarded with the utmost caution. It was imperative for the core leadership of the Tulip family to acknowledge this contract and to enshrine the Starseed sacred contract within the Ancestral Hall. Only then would the legitimacy of this contract extend beyond the signatories to encompass all members of the Tulip family. However, this required a process. For now, Arthur could only place his faith in the 11 Island Lords and 12 Starseed Knights who had fully signed the Starseed sacred contract with him. He received 100 basic arrow towers, identical to those his mother had given him, which were standard models in the Starseed realm capable of harnessing energy stones to unleash luminous arrows. Half of these towers were directly installed on the island within the ocean of the second Star Island. Like the first Star Island, this location would serve as one of the primary entry points for the entire archipelago. An entry point refers to the position where an enemy first appears after breaching the protective light barrier, regardless of the direction from which they invade. One entry point was this oceanic island, and the other was a lake nestled among the mountains. These two locations could shift at Arthur's will. Should he wish for an enemy to materialize on the island, they would indeed appear there. If he desired them to fall into the lake, they would plummet into its depths. He could even arrange for foes to be distributed based on odd or even numbers, sending odd-numbered enemies to the island and even-numbered ones to the lake. The inverse was equally feasible. Such capabilities would significantly enhance defensive efficacy. The remaining arrow towers were not placed around the lake. Since the towers were already in his possession, he could easily relocate them for complete installation at any time. Once set, however, they could not be moved again without dismantling, which was a source of considerable frustration. Following the basic arrow towers, Arthur also acquired one beacon tower and one communication tower. A single star island only required one of each, regardless of its size. After all, one tower served to confirm the star island's location within the Starseed cultivation realm, while the other facilitated communication. The latter was something Arthur had previously lacked, and it was a pleasant surprise that the Tulip family had thoughtfully provided him with a communication tower and a beacon tower upon witnessing his predicament. The illumination tower was a crucial structure for maintaining the island's ecosystem. Star islands are in constant motion, not always basked in the light of radiant stars. Prolonged darkness could pose severe challenges to the flora and fauna residing on the islands. This was where flame towers, powered by energy stones, came into play, providing essential lighting. Due to the immense size of Arthur's second star island, the 11 star islands of the Tulip family collectively bestowed upon him 100 flame towers. This might represent the entirety of their inventory of flame towers across the 11 commercial islands. Next came the Piece de Resistance, a statue capable of unleashing the power of thunder. Such an artifact was coveted by nearly all island lords, as thunder-related tools or structures often wield immense power and striking range. The 10-meter-tall bronze statue depicted a formidable creature in a cylindrical form, a colossal electric eel with 4 legs and a single horn, rearing back as if to roar at the heavens. What astonished Arthur was that this statue, provided by the island lords of the Tulip family, was not a newly crafted thunder tool, but rather an ancient relic of unknown origin. The Tulip family's consideration extended beyond the arrow towers, as they also supplied detailed descriptions of this extraordinary artifact. Each use of the thunder tool required the expenditure of 100 energy stones, and it was sourced from the meteor ocean of the Pegasus star system. Each thunder strike could instantly slay a life form below the legendary level, while still inflicting significant damage to those of legendary caliber. From the descriptions provided, it was undeniably a formidable weapon. However, it had limitations, much like the starlight cannon centered around star iron, which dictated a cap on its usage frequency, 3 times per week. According to the manual, the statue required not only energy stones to harness thunder power, but also necessitated a gradual absorption of unknown external forces. Such restrictions rendered the thunder statue a tangible entity. Otherwise, the Tulip family would have been foolish to bestow it upon Arthur. Following the menacing electric eel statue were sacks of grain and crates of energy stones. These resources were not solely from a single commercial star island, but rather a collective offering from the 11 star islands of the Tulip family. Puppets responsible for transportation moved these resources from one end of the passage to Arthur's second star island, placing them in designated spots. Arthur meticulously cross-referenced his memories against the Tulip family's pricing. The manual was not merely an instruction guide. It also served as a detailed invoice. Each flame illumination tower, beacon tower, communication tower, basic arrow tower, and the thunder electric eel statue had its costs precisely calculated. Aside from the thunder eel, Prices range from 99 gold coins to 9,999 gold coins. The Thunder Electric Eel statue alone was priced at a staggering 100,000 energy stones, a sum Arthur deemed quite reasonable. In the Starsea world, one energy stone equated to 100 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, or 1 million copper coins. At present, Arthur found himself in debt for 100,000 energy stones. For a newcomer, this represented an immense and seemingly insurmountable sum. Yet, to Arthur, 100,000 energy stones were merely a trifle. After all, his miraculous furnace could convert any resources into world source power, which could then serve as energy stones to propel the movement of the Star Islands. Thus, the bulk of his debt, those crates filled with energy stones, was effectively mitigated. Chapter 37. The distress brought by 2 letters after the embellishments provided by the Tulip family, which included arrow towers and other artifacts. Arthur's second Star Island underwent a significant transformation. At the very least, it attracted a considerable amount of attention due to the numerous artificial traces left behind. On the Laxey Star Island, while engaging in commerce with Arthur, the lords of the Tulip family's Star Islands communicated through special devices, while other Starsea Knights directly entered Laxey Star Island to confer and inquire about Lucia. A commercial Star Island belonging to the family had fallen into a hidden realm of the starry sky, and the perpetrator had escaped. Through Lucia, these lords began to unravel the mysteries surrounding the destruction of their Star Island after it entered the secret domain of the cosmos. During this process of mutual understanding, Lucia suddenly realized that the commercial convoy had suffered the loss of not 1, but 2 Star Islands. This situation could be described as devastating for them, as they had lost 2 immense Star Islands capable of continuously generating wealth for the family. Such a loss is undoubtedly the gravest blow to a powerful mercantile force in the Starry Sea. Fortunately, they encountered the Navi Arthur. His Star Island could perfectly compensate for a substantial portion of the Tulip family's losses. Indeed, the members of the Tulip family, upon witnessing the manifestation of Arthur's second Star Island, had already resolved to incorporate him into their commercial convoy. It was nothing short of a blessing from the will of the Starry Sea. Thus, Arthur, feeling somewhat bewildered by the entire recruitment process, failed to comprehend the urgency felt by the lords of the commercial Star Islands and the Starsea Knights. To cultivate such a massive commercial Star Island required an immense investment of time, effort, human resources, and material costs. In summary, Arthur's pricing was somewhat modest. On the Laxey commercial Star Island, a summary of their side was swiftly completed. Soon, a fresh dilemma arose. Since a contract had been established with the young man named Arthur from the Star Island, it was only natural that a team of warriors should be stationed on the Star Island to better ensure its safety. The presence of a Starsea Knight was essential. And in addition to the strongest deterrent, various servants and attendants were also necessary. Conveniently, the Tulip family had 2 Starsea Knights available. Thus, the question arose as to how to make a selection. This was indeed a matter of great significance. In the eyes of the Tulip family, Arthur was an entity of immense potential. After all, throughout the entire history of the Tulip family, never had a family member's Star Island manifested in such a grand manner. It felt as though they were merely ordinary cultivators, while Arthur was akin to the favored child of the will of the Starry Sea. Not to mention within the Tulip family, but even across the entirety of the Starry Sea world, aside from some inherently formidable star beasts. No other Star Island lord had begun with such an enormous Star Island. This signified fortune and aptitude. Such individuals were favored by the entire Starry Sea world. Consequently, the 2 Starsea Knights who had lost their companions exchanged glances, igniting a shared determination. The Starsea Knights capable of venturing beyond their Star Islands to roam the cosmos were undoubtedly powerful. However, such knights required the robust support of a formidable Star Island lord. In the Starry Sea world, only through the collaboration of mighty Star Island lords and powerful Starsea Knights could they unleash even greater strength. Of course, the Starsea Knights supported by a Star Island lord need not be limited to one. This depended on the level of the Star Island and the resources at the lord's disposal. Thus, having just received 11 puppets, arrow towers, beacon towers, communication towers, and thunderous artifact statues from the Tulip family's commercial Star Islands, and not yet having had the chance to thoroughly study these newly acquired items or contact the family, Arthur was suddenly presented with 2 letters. Upon opening the letters, Arthur was immediately overwhelmed. The intent of the Tulip family was abundantly clear. They wished to assign him a Starsea Knight along with a retinue of servants and attendants. While this proposition carried an implicit pressure, the simultaneous promises made by the two Star Sea Knights who had lost their Star Island support were what truly confounded Arthur. Lucia, a junior Star Sea Knight, had triumphed over a legendary-level meteor star spider, having fought and subdued it. Marco, a mid-level Star Sea Knight, possessed over 30 years of experience drifting through the starry sea world, having hunted 5 legendary-level star beasts. If one were to consider mere statistics, Marco would undoubtedly be the preferable choice. After all, Arthur was a person of integrity. Despite his youth, he was not impervious to Lucia's commanding presence. Yet, memories from his past life deeply ingrained in him the understanding that one should not solely rely on surface statistics. Chapter 38. The Cursed and the Small Hobby. Both individuals belong to the esteemed Tulip family, though Marco possesses a more seasoned status. Typically, the master of the Stellar Island would opt for Marco when selecting a partner among the Sea Knights, with exceptions made for special circumstances. However, endowed with memories from a past life, Arthur is not only aware of knowledge pertinent to himself, but also cognizant of significant events within the Sea of Stars. This understanding has ensnared him in a predicament. Marco is destined to perish. The core reason lies not in happenstance or external forces. According to legends heard in his previous life, Marco fell victim to an inexplicable curse during his early adventures within certain ruins. Years later, he became feral on a commercial stellar island belonging to the Tulip family, ultimately succumbing to madness. He obliterated everything on the island, inciting considerable turmoil within the Sea of Stars. Lucia, too, finds herself in a precarious position. She is an eccentric character, a woman whose affection leans more towards women than even the most ardent admirers. Such peculiarities have garnered her notoriety throughout the human realm of the Sea of Stars. Placing such a woman on one's own stellar island could easily lead to scandal. Thus, Arthur is left in a quandary. True to his heart, if given the choice, he would not select either individual as a partner among the Sea Knights. It is an exhausting dilemma. Yet, at this juncture, it is evident that a valid excuse is required to decline their advances. Soon, a passage between Laxey Island and Arthur's second stellar island revealed the figures of the two Sea Knights alongside Arthur. At that moment, Arthur still resided within the confines of his second stellar island. In the next instant, a flicker of light ignited between his eyes, causing a tremor in the hearts of the two Tulip family Sea Knights. Was this the master of the stellar island's innate secret technique? In the Sea of Stars, certain human elites are indeed blessed with exceptionally unique talents, though they are exceedingly rare, so rare that they exist almost as mere legends. Among the numerous masters of the Tulip family, none have been known to possess such innate abilities. Perhaps it is due to a sense of pride. But the senior members of the Tulip family have never heard of anyone possessing such a gift, further underscoring its scarcity. In that moment, the regard of the two Tulip family Sea Knights for Arthur heightened significantly. Uncle Marco, you are cursed. I cannot discern the nature of this curse. But the peril has long lain dormant, and it is dreadfully grave. I cannot consent to your partnership. As for Lucia, she found herself at a loss. Having heard whispers on the stellar island that her interest lay in beautiful women, the light between Arthur's eyes dimmed. He uttered words that astonished both Sea Knights of the Tulip family. Yet, Arthur himself was even more taken aback. The luminous spark that had flickered between his eyes was merely a whimsical impulse. At least, that was his belief. However, when the extraordinary abilities bestowed by this magical furnace were unleashed, the two Sea Knights were immediately transformed in appearance. Marco became enveloped in a shroud of black and blue-violet light, vaguely forming a cocoon. Terrifying eyes pierced through the cocoon, leaving Arthur profoundly shaken. In comparison, Lucia appeared much more composed, surrounded by a layer of aquamarine light, with a projection behind her reminiscent of ocean waves. A water element Sea Knight, she exuded an aura of fluidity and grace. Prior to this, the two Sea Knights from the Tulip family had contemplated numerous possibilities. They were genuine powerhouses, capable of serving as formidable guardians of any stellar island. Thus, a subtle sense of competition lingered between them. They certainly did not anticipate being rejected by Arthur, nor could they foresee the reasoning behind his refusal, particularly for Marco. Strong individuals possess an innate sixth sense. At some point, Marco had sensed an unsettling disquiet, yet he could not pinpoint its source until Arthur's words illuminated the truth. It was as if a veil had been lifted from his mind, revealing the origin of his physical anomalies. Cold sweat drenched the shirt of this dashing elder. Lucia, on the other hand, was in a state of disarray. Who had divulged her little secret? Had it spread throughout the sea of stars? This was truly catastrophic. Completely unprepared for such exposure, Lucia felt as though she was experiencing a public disgrace. After all, her peculiar interests had yet to gain widespread acceptance in the sea of stars. She was an outlier, a pioneer, but pioneers often face grim fates. The master of Laxey Island had, of course, observed the entire exchange among the three and had even broadcasted the proceedings live. Arthur's words reverberated through the minds of the 11 masters of Stellar Islands, leaving them shaken. They were, of course, primarily alarmed by the potential issues surrounding Marco, rather than Lucia's trivial concerns. A curse, especially one capable of ensnaring a legendary sea knight, blissfully unaware of its existence, was exceedingly perilous. When it finally erupted, who could foresee the calamities it might unleash upon the entire Tulip family? What losses might it incur? Chapter 39. Concealment and Communication. The initial contact between both parties has come to a close. Arthur presents ample reasons for refusal, 2 candidates for the Starsea Knights, one cursed and the other with a tarnished reputation. This is not to suggest that Arthur is denying the Tulip family a chance at the Starsea Knights. Rather, it is their own shortcomings that hinder them. Nevertheless, this does not obstruct the broader scope of cooperation. Arthur's second Star Island glides smoothly, joining the Tulip family's caravan as it progresses towards the originally designated commercial Star Islands. At this moment, Arthur's persistent efforts yield progress. The first Star Island, nestled within a dense meteor field, suddenly becomes ethereal, swiftly vanishing from the Starsea realm. Only Arthur can perceive that the first Star Island is adrift within a wondrous furnace. This remarkable furnace, which Arthur has discovered, possesses the extraordinary ability to store Star Islands akin to the storage compartments of a Star Island master. Such peculiar phenomena have never been heard of in the Starsea world. Unconsciously, Arthur releases a fragment of his soul's power to sense the Star Island. Unlike the second Star Island, the first one is teeming with life. Yet, a remarkable scene unfolds. The merfolk inhabiting the first Star Island appear oblivious to this change, while the 5 warriors of the werewolf clan show little reaction. With this, Arthur breathes a sigh of relief. Had he inadvertently harmed these hard-won subjects, it would have been a tremendous loss. A realization dawns upon him. Arthur can ensure that at least one of the 2 Star Islands remains in the Starsea realm, or perhaps both can coexist within it. As for the distance between the 2 Star Islands, that remains to be validated. But Arthur has a strong intuition that it is indeed quite vast, capable of spanning the ends of the earth and the corners of the sea. The journey through the Starsea is long and arduous, often stretching months or even years, without special passages. It may take decades or even centuries to reach every corner accessible to humanity today. Throughout this journey, one encounters either darkness or a mottled starry sky, which can become exceedingly monotonous over time. With the establishment of beacon towers and communication towers, Arthur can finally engage in direct communication with the family's main Star Island. However, in his true thoughts, such communication holds little significance. Yet, it does denote a certain stance. In the Starsea world, individual power is diminutive. Even with the wondrous furnace at his disposal, swiftly navigating through the early stages of growth is no easy task. Therefore, the strength of the Tulip family, as well as that of the Russell family, is something Arthur strives to secure as much as possible. Every fragment of sustenance is crucial for a fledgling bird. The communication tower resembles a signal base station, standing several meters tall, akin to an iron tower. Certainly, the capabilities of both the beacon tower and the communication tower are no longer merely technological. Rather, they embody the power derived from the exploration of ruins in the Starsea world, including runes, alchemy, and puppetry, alongside the knowledge gleaned from the capabilities of star beasts. Nonetheless, in appearance, both structures bear an uncanny resemblance to the buildings from Arthur's past life, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The power of the Star Islands infuses these 2 edifices, illuminating the intricate runes inscribed upon them. Eventually, the radiance from both buildings converges into a luminous sphere, within which swirling runes and numbers reside. Arthur, channeling his soul's energy, delicately touches each rune and number, not at random, but in correspondence with the runes and numbers of the communication tower on the Star Island. It is akin to dialing a number. The luminous sphere expands, transforming into a light screen resembling a 3-meter diameter mirror. The image of Arthur's father, a man of some renown in the human world, materializes upon this screen. It is evident that his father has just been occupied. The loose shirt fails to conceal the 9 distinct shades of lipstick stains adorning his neck and face. 9 shades. With a sense of grandeur, Arthur initiates a melodic greeting. Is that Arthur? Yes, it is Arthur. My father is quite busy. Is there something you need? Rarely does Duke Russell exhibit such a pleasant demeanor, allowing Arthur's interruption to slide without reprimand. Father, I have successfully taken command of the Star Island. Along the way, I encountered members of the Tulip family, and we have forged the sacred contract of the Star Sea, one copy of which has already been dispatched to the Star Island. I humbly request your witness. Arthur's actions serve merely to register with his father. He understands that even upon receipt, his father, given his nature, will not immediately attend to it. He is far too busy. The sacred contract of the Star Sea with the Tulip family? Oh, this must be it. Excellent. This is a commendable beginning. Hiss. Very well, do strive hard. The connection is severed abruptly. With his father's upper body image fading away, Arthur holds a deep respect for his industrious father. Chapter 40. The Motherland. Upon concluding his communication with his father, Arthur found himself in an emotional limbo, neither wholly content nor entirely dissatisfied. Given the choice, he would undoubtedly prefer to send a message of reassurance to his mother. However, it was abundantly clear that she lacked access to a communication tower, a precious and strategically significant asset. His unreliable father, without waiting for Arthur's request to relay any sentiments, hastily severed the connection, leaving Arthur with a lingering sense of annoyance. Amidst this discontent, Arthur navigated the second Star Island, trailing behind the 11 commercial star islands of the Tulip family, forming a procession reminiscent of a pearl necklace. Advancing steadily toward the boundless cosmos, their destination was one of the motherlands at the edge of the rose ocean blue water star. This celestial body was the cradle of humanity, the birthplace of life and civilization, and the most populous of all motherlands in the vast expanse of the starry sea. The concept of a motherland is unique within the starry world. These land masses are immobile. However, when the lord of a star island reaches the end of their lifespan and conducts certain rituals, they can embed their island into the motherland. This practice gradually waned as humanity mastered the art of inheritance. Yet even in contemporary times, some Star Island lords still choose this final resting place. In the void, the azure-hued planet appeared utterly enchanting, its spherical form akin to Arthur's homeland in his previous life. Unlike the present Star Islands, which merely served as platforms for life, the motherland's nature was fundamentally different. This phenomenon perplexed many. Why was the motherland spherical? How could life persist on one side without falling into the abyss? Ultimately, the starry world, devoid of the scientific explanations familiar to Arthur, attributed such wonders to divine miracles. There was no need for further understanding. Merely praising the divine sufficed. As they drew nearer to this cradle of human life, Arthur, through the luminous screen of the second Star Island, beheld an increasing number of star islands, both large and small, revolving around the motherland. These islands awaited the spatial governance arrangements of the motherland. Unlike typical star islands, the Tulip family possessed a unique share of space here, a privilege earned through generations of their ancestors merging their islands into this motherland. Laysai, utilizing short-distance communication between the islands, proudly recounted the illustrious history and privileges of the Tulip family. Arthur, possessing memories from his previous life, understood the implications of Laysai's mention of spatial governance. The motherland's expanse was predominantly oceanic, with only 30% constituting land. Star islands that underwent the embedding ritual transformed into floating isles within the motherland's seas. Consequently, the arrivals and departures of these islands caused significant fluctuations in the water levels, impacting the stability of the motherland. To address this, spatial governance was established to regulate the influx and efflux of islands, maintaining the motherland's sea level at a relatively stable state. This led to issues of allocation. Impoverished Star Island lords, unable to sustain themselves, would relocate their islands to the periphery of the motherland, engaging in the task of stabilizing the sea level, an endeavor that yielded no riches but ensured survival amidst the overwhelming influx of islands. In his previous life, Arthur had undertaken such assignments, including those for the Tulip family. Following Laysai's guidance, Arthur commenced the landing ritual. Having performed this process countless times before, he successfully completed the landing ceremony. The second Star Island, trailing closely behind the 11 commercial star islands of the Tulip family, approached the protective barrier of the motherland. Despite the second star island's substantial area of 100 square kilometers, it appeared minuscule compared to the vast motherland, akin to a speck of dust. Due to the unique laws of the Starry Sea, the descent through the motherland's protective shield did not accelerate to the point of free fall. It felt as though an unseen force gently cradled the island, allowing for a gradual descent, reminiscent of the sensation experienced in a rapidly descending elevator. In total, 12 Grand Star Islands, including Arthur's second star island, descended into the waters of the motherland without causing significant upheaval. Naturally, these 12 islands did not land in a singular location, as the commercial star islands required diverse areas for unloading various goods. The immense 3% landmass of the motherland was vast beyond imagination, necessitating the islands to touch down in different locales for their respective cargoes. Only Arthur, piloting the second star island, followed Lacey to land near a colossal island covering 1,000,000 square kilometers, the Tulip Island, the ancestral domain of the Tulip family situated on Blue Water Star. This small continent amidst the ocean was the result of generations of the Tulip family's Star Island lords merging their islands into one. Chapter 41. A ceremony full of significance. The entire Tulip family resides at the heart of the Blue Water Star's mainland, with their ancestral land taking on an elliptical shape, fringed by a series of kilometer-wide walkways. Each walkway extends from several thousand to tens of thousands of meters in length, serving as bridges intended to connect various star islands. Following the arrival of the Laxey Star Island, Arthur's second star island gradually descended beside one of these protruding walkways. The star island extended a passageway to link with the walkway, its foundation reaching down to the ocean floor, ensuring the stability of the entire island. In addition to the remarkably significant magical mirror, there was also the acquisition of an entire commercial star island. Arthur was astonished that, having already established a star island, he was able to acquire another colossal one. The other gains, such as the loyalty of over 100 merfolk and the acquisition of 5 werewolves, paled in comparison to the mirror and the new star island. Did he feel a tinge of guilt towards the Tulip family? Absolutely not. Upon completing a temporary fusion ceremony with this realm, the lords of the Star Islands were permitted to leave their original star islands. However, danger still lurked. If a Star Island master were to be assassinated during this process, their original island would not shatter but instead meld into the mainland, becoming part of it. Such an endeavor would be utterly thankless, and unless born of deep-seated enmity, few would dare attempt it. The mainland served as a sanctuary upheld by all human factions. Any act of violence here would signify a challenge to the very order of humanity. Yet, nothing in life is absolute. No matter how stringent the laws, there will always be those who flout them. Within the Tulip family's domain, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, particularly with Arthur being a focal point of their acceptance. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. The scene that unfolded left Arthur utterly speechless. Hundreds of beautiful women lined the path, with 2 exuberant ladies presenting him with flowers, while a group of young girls showered colorful petals above him. Even a worldly individual like Arthur found himself momentarily taken aback. Surrounded by over 100 elegantly dressed young women, with their flirtatious glances, he felt as though he were ensconced in a bound bundle. Fortunately, the memories of his past lives surged forth, allowing him to maintain a gaze of appreciation without losing decorum, as though he were reviewing a ceremonial procession. Gracefully traversing the pink-hued corridor. What a predicament! Arthur understood the necessity of maintaining an appropriate level of admiration, perhaps even allowing himself to be slightly enchanted. For if he did not, he might soon find himself surrounded by young men instead. Having lived 3 lives, Arthur was all too familiar with the tendencies of the formidable powers within the Starry Sea. Imagine being ensnared by the captivating gazes of 100 young men. Arthur shuddered at the thought. Comparatively, the young ladies were far more aesthetically pleasing and considerably less overwhelming. Beyond the rosy corridor awaited a magnificent carriage, drawn by 4 tall white horses, with dashing guards clearing the way. The Tulip family certainly spared no expense in their hospitality. A normal 16 or 17-year-old lad might have been utterly lost amidst this series of honors. However, Arthur was resolute in maintaining composure, though a facade of modesty was necessary. The well-paved path and the vigor of the horses allowed the procession to move swiftly, yet it still took 3 hours to reach the core castle of the vast island. This was considerably shorter due to their descent being closer to the heart of the Tulip family's domain. Ah, you must be the talented young Arthur Russell. Such a remarkable figure indeed. It is the will of the sea god that has brought us together. I, David Tulip, extend my heartfelt welcome to you. A plump, balding elder, without waiting for Laxey's introduction, enveloped Arthur in a warm embrace, leading into a more fervent exchange. Through Laxey's introduction, Arthur learned that this seemingly unremarkable elder was, in fact, the patriarch of the Tulip family. Had it merely been this, Arthur would not have felt such a profound stir within. The fine, hair-thin lines etched into his skin deepened momentarily, and the world around him burst into vivid color. This elder was a formidable force, a legendary figure whose strength far surpassed that of Lucia. Yet, he was clearly walking the path designated for a Star Island master, as dictated by his identity. The Tulip family's territory on the mainland was part of the greater land, yet it also stood as an independent domain. Such a territory undoubtedly required governance. Much like the Star Islands themselves, the paths of a Star Island master and a Sea Knight were entirely distinct. Typically, a Star Island master had no need to cultivate the powers of a Sea Knight. After all, even if one were to train, they could not leave their island, rendering the effort somewhat futile, yet the fruits of labor were still commendable. Arthur paid a little more attention. Chapter 42. Arthur, this is not my concern. The subsequent scene remained an extravagant spectacle, with the Tulip family affording young Arthur, the island lord, a considerable amount of respect. While Arthur was being graciously received by the Tulip family, Marco, the Sea Knight who had lost the cooperative Star Island, hurriedly made his way to the core of the Tulip family's territory. Instinct as a strong warrior prompted him to recognize his own disquiet upon being alerted by Arthur. He discerned the source of this concealed sensation, yet could not pinpoint the origin of the curse. Deep beneath the core castle of the Tulip family lay a remarkable structure, resembling an altar adorned with figures akin to sculptures. A serene light emanated from exquisite pearls and luminous treasures, illuminating the vast underground space with an extraordinary brilliance. This place held the Tulip family's most vital secrets, concealing their mightiest power, safeguarding their most precious wealth, and preserving their most perilous secrets. Elders, Marco began. During our recent trading expedition, we encountered a remarkably talented child from the Russell family. Through his extraordinary perception, I discovered something troubling within myself, a curse. It was only after this revelation that I realized I had been afflicted by a curse during the ghostly Orca Island expedition many years ago. Marco bowed respectfully to these statue-like figures throughout the trading process. Normally, this report would have been delivered by Lacey, the leader of the caravan, but Lacey was currently overwhelmed, prompting Marco to report alone in haste. Upon hearing Marco's report, the seemingly statue-like figures remained motionless, yet their eyes opened wide. Suddenly, the expansive underground space was illuminated. The frail figure seated at the center of the grand altar bore eyes that shone like golden lamps, casting a golden radiance within several meters. Marco felt the weight of this elder's gaze upon him, as the golden light, reminiscent of flames, enveloped his entire being. In the next moment, dense patterns unexpectedly appeared on Marco's otherwise ordinary skin. These patterns wriggled violently, akin to disturbed earthworms, sending shivers down his spine, while piercing screams echoed from them, reflecting Marco's own anguished cries. At that instant, a dark cloud materialized above the Tulip family's massive island, or rather, across the entire mainland world. This ink-like mass swiftly spread, expanding to a staggering area of millions of square kilometers in the blink of an eye. Figures ascended rapidly, and star islands were dispatched urgently. Beams of light targeting the dark stains, triggering even the mainland's passive defense mechanisms. The edges of the spreading stains were met with clusters of flickering lightning, which attempted to dissipate the dark smoke, yet they could not match the speed at which the darkness proliferated. Arthur and those around him sensed the upheaval in the sky simultaneously. In this moment, young Arthur felt rather bewildered. In his previous life, he had already arrived at the mainland by this time, diligently contributing to its stability and prosperity like a busy little bee within the Wade Association. He distinctly remembered that such violent fluctuations had never occurred in the sky. However, at that moment, deep below in the Tulip family's crucial secret ground, all of the family's formidable warriors were oblivious to the external changes, which was decidedly peculiar. For in a sense, this space was the true heart of the entire Tulip family's domain. Despite the island's immobility due to the rules of the mainland, as the core, it should have been able to perceive any significant disturbances from the outside. Moreover, with the dual core configuration of light and shadow, the clan leader, upon noticing the anomaly, ought to have relayed the news inward. Yet, none of this transpired. The twisted worm-like patterns that had entangled Marco vanished abruptly. He retched violently, disoriented. The patterns transformed into slender, worm-like creatures adorned with small whale-like heads. These bizarre insects shrieked as they coalesced into a mass, their cries reverberating through the air, creating ripples that seemed to turn the void into a pond. However, under the searing golden flames, numerous insects were reduced to ashes. In the skies above the mainland, the dark mass suddenly surged as if fueled by forbidden substances, its expansion rate increasing tenfold. The previously flat expanse of darkness began to take on a three-dimensional form, and a faint outline of an island emerged. The grand reception ceremony of the Tulip family was abruptly halted, everyone gazing upward as the Tulip family dispatched sea knights and island lords to confront this sudden crisis on the mainland. Only Arthur felt an unsettling sense of unease within him. Ultimately, he attributed this emotion to the uncertainty about the future brought on by the upheaval. He had considered that his seemingly insignificant actions, like a butterfly flapping its wings, might bring about changes in the Starsea world. Yet, this monumental upheaval was entirely beyond his control. Chapter 43. The darkness descends unlike the Tulip family's towering island, which gazed upward at the ominous and unpredictable dangers. The secret space beneath the island erupted with the impending doom of the burning insect bodies. For reasons unknown, the inky clouds that had only just appeared in the sky suddenly engulfed the entire space. Cursed, only the elderly man with eyes like golden lanterns roared in anger. Yet he too was ensnared by the dense black smoke. This sudden assault left the complacent inhabitants of the motherland momentarily stunned. At that moment, those with extensive knowledge began to recognize the origins of the malevolent presence invading the motherland. Ghostly Whale Island, a colossal floating star island shaped like a whale, traversed the countless galaxies of the stellar sea. It was extraordinarily wondrous, or rather, eerie. It represented a journey that humans could only undertake through special passages over several years. Yet, Ghostly Whale Island moved like a true specter in the stellar sea, appearing and disappearing without a trace, capable of rapid, extensive traversal. This singular ability warranted extensive study from innumerable scholars. Moreover, this island was unfathomably vast, with an area stretching into millions of square kilometers. In the realm of the stellar sea, a mobile star island with a surface area of 1 million square kilometers was nearly the limit. Beyond that, mere size without efficient energy consumption would result in diminishing speed and a significant increase in the demand for energy stones. However, Ghostly Whale Island encompassed tens of millions of square kilometers. Its tiered structure, resembling a labyrinth, contained numerous passages and caverns, rendering it a veritable moving Noah's Ark. At least, this was how Arthur perceived it, recognizing its formidable foundation. Yet this island was undeniably peculiar, inhabited by countless undead creatures. While adventurers could obtain benefits from it, they were far more likely to become one of the undead themselves. As the secret space within the Tulip family's colossal island became shrouded in inky smoke, Ghostly Whale Island, suspended in the sky above the motherland, underwent an unimaginable transformation. It vanished entirely, or rather, it temporarily fused with the motherland. How vast was the motherland? How immense was the mysterious, folded Ghostly Whale Island? In the next moment, the people of the motherland learned the astonishing truth. They were nearly equal in size. Arthur was oblivious to the occurrences within this process. Even with the memories of his past life, he had never experienced the bizarre merging of these two colossal spaces. This left him feeling weary. The game had only just begun, and already so many variables had emerged. Who had instigated these changes? It was utterly outrageous. Complaints could only be murmured under his breath. For at that moment, as Ghostly Whale Island integrated into the space of the motherland, the brightness of the sky dimmed significantly. The surroundings seemed draped in a veil of darkness. Visibility rapidly diminished. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. Upon the full integration of Ghostly Whale Island into the motherland, the environment underwent a miraculous transformation. For instance, a moment prior, Arthur was standing before the Tulip family's castle, gazing at the starry sky alongside the high-ranking members of the Tulip family. Yet the next instant, they found themselves surrounded by countless gravestones and mounds, encircled by a stark, leafless black forest. In the following heartbeat, the mounds were torn apart from within, unleashing an overwhelming stench. Zombies, an overwhelming horde of them, had encircled the Tulip family castle. This was a scene one would scarcely encounter even in nightmares. Not just the central castle, but the entire Tulip family's colossal island was inundated by legions of specters, skeletal demons, and zombies. It is essential to note that this massive island, spanning 1 million square kilometers, housed a population of 10 million, with 90% being ordinary folk. Among these, 1/10 were descendants of the Tulip family, while the remainder were affiliates of the family. The motherland resided in an absolutely secure airspace, fortified by layers of island chains. Various star beasts could not penetrate its defenses, nor had any pirates dared to attack the motherland. However, today, the once peaceful inhabitants of the motherland faced a devastating blow. The scene on the Tulip family's island was a microcosm of the entire motherland. The island's residents were caught completely unprepared. Suddenly the sky darkened, and undead creatures appeared around them. Even more alarming, these monsters materialized within the bedrooms of the island's inhabitants, terrifying couples who were merely engaged in strengthening their bodies. Retreat. Everyone, swiftly into the castle. Attention, all on the island. The family is under attack by undead creatures. In my capacity as the patriarch, I hereby declare a state of war. These words were addressed to those who had initially come to observe but were now embroiled in the chaos. The Tulip family's defensive structures had been in place for many years, too many to count, originally designed to ward off other threats. They were now the last bastion of hope for millions. Arthur and his companions needed not seek other shelters. The castle behind them was the finest protective edifice on the entire Tulip family island. Whoosh! No sooner had the elder's words fallen than Arthur, displaying extraordinary agility, dashed through the castle's grand entrance. Chapter 44. Monsters in the shelter. In the grand hall of the castle, there lurked mechanical zombies and ethereal spirits, along with a throng of skeletal soldiers mingling among the zombies. It remained a mystery how these creatures had found their way into the castle. Perhaps this was the enigma of spatial fusion. Half of the hall was overtaken by mounds of graves, and more disturbingly, it seemed the castle had only retained its front wall and half of the hall, while the rest had vanished without a trace. This sudden turn of events left the members of the Tulip family who followed in astonishment. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Upon entering through the castle's main gate, they were met with merely half a hall, the rest being an entirely unfamiliar space. Looking up, one could see the overcast sky directly above. Where were the promised fortifications? Just a wall remained. That was hardly preferable to having nothing at all. The elderly patriarch of the Tulip family no longer felt the need to consider the presence of Arthur, the outsider. He dashed towards the remaining half of the roofless hall. Along the way, he crushed the skeletons, zombies, and ghosts with his formidable strength. However, the familiar switch for the sculpture had been replaced by a large burial mound. Undeterred, the old patriarch began to dismantle the stones surrounding the grave, revealing the dark soil beneath. Soon, a massive stone coffin came into view. The members of the Tulip family were still somewhat at a loss, their long-held views of life and understanding of the world shattered. A few among them were aware of the secrets hidden here, but at this moment, that secret had suddenly transformed, leaving them bewildered. After all, many ancestors resided underground, and they were the Tulip family's greatest source of strength. With a mighty slap, the patriarch shattered the heavy lid of the coffin, and as everyone braced for defense, they gathered to witness the spectacle. Yet Arthur, being somewhat unconventional, was disinclined to play the role of a mere onlooker. For any misstep could easily turn him from an observer into prey. Drawing from past experiences, he knew this to be a high probability. Through the gaps between the heads, Arthur glimpsed a suit of armor concealed among the rubble. In the next instant, two fiery red lights ignited within the eye sockets of the helmet. Who disturbs? A chilling voice reverberated through the air, and with each word spoken, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted sharply. It was evident that this was an extraordinary boss. Yet before the slumbering undead knight could finish its opening statement, it was met with the full force of the patriarch's fist. The knight, still in the throes of awakening, suffered a devastating blow. A fierce energy surged into the left eye socket of this creature, rushing out through the gaps and openings in its armor. The sound echoed like a train's horn before it sets off, and this experience once again broadened Arthur's perspective. With no regard for martial ethics, the patriarch's punch caused the left eye area of the not yet fully awakened legendary undead knight's visor to collapse entirely, while the fiery glow from its right eye was extinguished after being blasted 3 feet away. The knight, having just opened its eyes and unable to transition from a state of repose to one of combat, was effortlessly dispatched. Of course, This outcome was directly related to the knight's lack of preparation, yet it also underscored the patriarch's formidable strength. Even among the legendary realm, he was among the most powerful. Indeed, even if the knight had been prepared, it still possessed only a portion of defensive power. Take Arthur as an example. Even if he wielded a 100-pound iron hammer and struck with all his might for half an hour, it would merely amount to a rather ordinary massage for a legendary undead knight. Arthur's strength was insufficient. The patriarch did not cease his violent actions, dragging the lifeless knight from the coffin before casting a casual glance at it and tossing it aside. The knight's metallic body crashed down upon a heap of skeletons and zombies, shattering them into fragments. At that moment, other Starcy knights began to react, leaping forward to combat the undead creatures that had emerged before and behind the castle's high walls. Meanwhile, the patriarch had efficiently excavated the entire tomb to a depth of 10 meters. Water was now visible. A small spring bubbled up, seemingly mocking the patriarch. Not good. The Star Island is under attack. Numerous undead creatures had appeared both inside and outside the Star Island. Arthur had played the role of a concealed observer quite well, exercising utmost caution. However, he had not anticipated that the spatial anomalies affecting the mainland would similarly apply to every Star Island. These monsters had appeared both within and without the Star Island, subjecting its defenses to a dual assault. Fortunately, at this moment, the monsters' attacks were driven by instinct, leading them to scatter and assault all non-similar targets around them. This provided the Star Island with a brief respite in its defensive efforts. With Arthur's timely warning, the lords of the Tulip family's Star Islands quickly recognized the attacks their islands were enduring. At this very moment, there was scarcely a safe area upon the entire mainland. Chapter 45. The difficulties of monsters. The Lord of the Star Island can only depart from his island by harnessing special powers on the mainland. Yet the connection of souls remains intact. He can perceive changes on his Star Island from afar and remotely control certain functionalities. Hence, Arthur unhesitatingly activated the autonomous firing capabilities of dozens of arrow towers. Interestingly, his second Star Island, possibly influenced by the mysterious furnace, allows any intruder, be it a creature or a spirit, to materialize in two distinct areas, a small island in the ocean and a circular lake nestled in the valley. These locations align perfectly with the two eyes of yin and yang on the entire Tai Chi-shaped Star Island. Despite the second Star Island being besieged by the enigmatic forces of the ghostly Whale Island, resulting in an influx of monsters, these mysterious invaders remained confined to specific zones. Arthur had designated the battlefield to be the small island in the ocean, where 50 arrow towers had already been established. Following the incursion, Arthur further exerted his remote control over the Star Island, deploying an additional 50 arrow towers stored within the island's inventory space. At this moment, the island, having expanded to a diameter of 2,000 meters, was intricately arranged with 100 arrow towers, providing overlapping fire coverage. In terms of area, 14 square kilometers translates to 140,000 square meters, meaning that with 100 arrow towers evenly distributed, one could expect to find one tower within every 400 square meters, roughly every 180 meters in length and width. However, such sparse arrangements hindered mutual protection among the towers. Therefore, Arthur concentrated these 100 towers at the island's center, forming a hollow circular formation, precisely where the invading monsters emerged. This arrangement alone rendered the external Star Islands incomparable. The shortcomings were evident. The number of arrow towers was insufficient and primarily relied on physical attacks, which proved inadequate against the specters among the three major undead monsters. Nonetheless, the lightning attribute statue could only be activated thrice within a week, yet it possessed a definitive lethal effect on specters. Indeed, this electrifying power inflicted absolute damage upon any undead variety. Yet, Arthur possessed an unparalleled advantage that other Star Islands lacked. His island was devoid of life. Not a single living being inhabited this desolate realm, save for Arthur himself. Over 100 subjects resided on the first Star Island, rendering the second island a starkly silent place. This desolation left the invading undead creatures bewildered. Even when under attack from the arrow towers, these beings were at a loss. Typically, upon being assaulted, they would instinctively target nearby life forms. However, in this instance, there was nothing to sense. The fundamental issue was the absence of any presence. Low-tier undead monsters, lacking intelligence, could not retaliate against the arrow towers that struck them. They merely wandered aimlessly. mechanically moving and chaotically attacking anything obstructing their path, even their own kind. This astonishing phenomenon left Arthur in disbelief. In contrast, the undead creatures that invaded the other star islands of the Tulip family could distinctly perceive the abundant life force within each separate space, akin to beacons illuminating their path. The undead, drawn toward these lighthouses, would tear apart anything in their way, and upon discovering living creatures, their fervor intensified. The absence of life on Arthur's second star island not only affected the undead within, but also those outside, assailing the protective barrier. Separated by the shield, these creatures failed to detect the scent of prey, gradually shifting from an initial frenzy to a state of retreat. They soon identified the concentrated life force gathering at the lighthouse, prompting the undead army to converge toward other star islands, surging toward the vast domain of the Tulip family. These transformations unfolded within a remarkably brief span, coinciding with the time it took the elder of the Tulip family to vanquish the unfortunate undead knight and excavate a pit for water. Such a fleeting moment left Arthur oscillating between hope and despair. Was there an advantage to being underdeveloped? He gratefully reflected on the absence of any living creature upon the island. The castle's main wall, resembling a grand archway, stood devoid of undead creatures, illustrating the resilience of the Tulip family. Even when facing a sudden assault, they swiftly regained control of the situation, albeit only around the archway. Arthur's gaze inadvertently shifted, landing upon the iron can. Chapter 46. Taking without stealing. After all, it was a legendary monster, an absolute boss within the Star Sea realm. However, its demise was marked by an extreme sense of humiliation, truly a disgrace for a creature of such caliber. With a fleeting sense of lamentation, Arthur's eyes flickered, a faint line resembling a skin mark glowing momentarily. In the next instant, the lifeless body of the twisted undead knight vanished from the ground. Once the Lord of the Star Island departs, it is forbidden to casually transfer external objects into the island's interior. Yet, Arthur was different. Deep within his soul resided a wondrous furnace. The power he absorbed served as a stabilizing force for this extraordinary furnace, effortlessly drawing the undead knight's corpse within. Being the remains of a legendary creature, complete with its equipment, it promised to yield a bountiful source of world energy, a notion that thrilled Arthur. As the towering corpse disappeared, the Tulip family, responsible for clearing the battlefield, quickly noticed its absence. They approached, intending to examine the body, only to discover it had vanished. In the midst of the terrifying surroundings, a wave of panic swept through everyone. Could it be that it had not been fully slain? Had it entered an invisible state? This was certainly not an ability attributed to the undead knight of legend. Arthur, too, shared the anxious vigilance of those around him. Yet, such caution was destined to yield no results. Inside the wondrous furnace, the first star island floated and sank, while alongside it lay the undead knight's body, contained like a tin can within this starry expanse. Despite suffering severe damage, the corpse remained with its hands clasped upon the hilt of its great sword, an image of defiance. What captivated Arthur about this corpse, apart from its legendary status, was the armor and the great sword, which served as significant incentives, particularly the latter, which shone brilliantly, unmistakably a product of exceptional craftsmanship. Thus, even at the risk of suspicion, Arthur chose to act. As the outside world buzzed with suspicion within the wondrous furnace, the body of the undead knight inexplicably ignited. Or rather, it was not a true combustion, but rather the disintegration of its form. The corpse, harboring immense energy, became ensnared by the local rules. In a fleeting moment, it transformed into a kaleidoscope of world energy, seeping through the crevices of the armor. A haunting whistle echoed once more, but this time, only Arthur bore witness. As the world energy washed over the armor, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously warped armor began to restore itself at an astonishing pace. Even the collapsed visor reformed, gradually returning to its original state. This was not merely the work of world energy, but a testament to the inherent qualities of the armor itself. Such a capability resembled that of memory metal. However, unlike that metal, which required specific temperatures and pressures, this armor, a remarkably complex composite, exhibited a wondrous self-repairing ability, making it an ideal companion for any warrior. When the body of the undead knight, now entirely dissipated, was finally freed from the armor, the peculiar whistling ceased. Nourished by the world energy, the greatsword gleamed even more brilliantly, radiating with an intense glow. Yet, The armor, now fully restored, appeared rather unremarkable. Its gray surface bore the marks of time, weathered and worn. Nonetheless, Arthur understood that this aged appearance was merely superficial. Both the armor and the greatsword were indeed legendary-grade equipment. To procure 2 pieces of legendary equipment with a single act was nothing short of a remarkable bargain. Gratitude filled Arthur's heart for the Tulip family, the venerable patriarch, and the undead knight itself. Even if these items were not ideally suited for Arthur, their legendary nature held immense value, representing a wealth that was often sought yet seldom found in the Star Sea realm. It is worth noting that the lords of the Star Island typically pursued the path of soul cultivation, emphasizing the profound strength of the soul and its unparalleled connection to the island. To achieve a state where the island's every whisper and rustle was intuitively understood was an aspiration. However, many lords found such ultimate mastery beyond their grasp. To attain this level of control, one would have to relinquish the notion of expanding their island, a feat evidently impossible within the Starsea realm. Thus, the pursuit of soul evolution remained paramount. The Starsea Knights focused on enhancing their physical capabilities, similarly categorized into 4 levels: ordinary, elite, legendary, and mythical. Though only 4 tiers existed, the disparities between each were unfathomably vast. After stealthily executing the act of acquiring the treasure before the eyes of many, Arthur further diminished his presence. After all, he was but a fragile island lord who had recently manifested his island. No one could fault Arthur for lacking effort. Now was not the time for the island lord to play the hero. It was imperative for the powerful Starsea Knights to showcase their abilities. Only the venerable patriarch, a unique island lord, could provide assistance to these knights. As Arthur endeavored to position himself amid the throng of Tulip family island lords, a tremor coursed through his soul, and a multitude of images flooded into his consciousness. There lay the remarkable journey of an individual's growth. Chapter 47. The ancient law of the sun. Arthur appeared somewhat dazed, resembling a youth startled by the upheaval surrounding him. Yet within the recesses of his mind, he felt as though he had lived through decades of experience in an extraordinarily brief moment. This phenomenon was nothing short of miraculous. It was not merely a normal fusion of memories, but rather a wondrous crucible that devoured a person's experiences, masticating them and feeding them to Arthur. It bore some resemblance to force feeding, yet unlike a duck that must digest its food itself, Arthur had seamlessly integrated those memories in a remarkably short span of time. However, he was left dizzy, his limbs twitching, and nausea threatening to overwhelm him. Fortunately, Arthur had previously opted to position himself at the very heart of the crowd for added safety. At this moment, the lords of the Star Islands were all rendered utterly astonished by the surrounding turmoil, which allowed Arthur to remain upright amidst the throng. After what felt like 3 to 5 minutes, with blood trickling from his nostrils, Arthur finally managed to clarify the memories that had merged within him. This was the life of a formidable individual, spanning decades. His childhood was marked by rigorous training under the protection of his family, his youth characterized by battles against monstrous calamities, and his middle age spent on the battlefield, surviving countless tribulations. In his twilight years, burdened by injuries and the encroaching decay of a curse, he remained alive only to command his kin to seal him away in death. The entirety of his life's journey was rich with warmth, fervor, ideals, resilience, determination, bravery, and a profound sense of helplessness and despair. This was the existence of a true warrior. Countless joys and sorrows were selectively overlooked by Arthur, yet one pivotal memory was extracted: the training method of the glorious knight. This ancient discipline was referred to as the sun in a time long past. Here, distinctions in calendars emerged. The present world is regarded as the Starsea calendar, marking the beginning of humanity's exploration beyond this ancestral land. Prior to the Dark Era, it was known as the Ancient Era. It is important to note that the Ancient Era has now transcended into myth, and even the Dark Era is merely a legend understood by the common folk. Currently, humanity possesses knowledge of only the history of the last few hundred or thousand years, with the more ancient dark epics and the glorious age of myth existing only as fleeting mentions. Now, Arthur clearly comprehended everything from those ancient times, at least all the intricate details of the era of the former existence, which was immensely valuable, particularly in that age. The power of each individual was maximized. With no secrets held back, the collective wisdom of countless strong individuals propelled the methods of cultivation to unprecedented heights. Thus, Arthur acquired this ancient training method. Of course, this was not the current path of the Star Sea Knights, nor would it serve as the growth trajectory for the Lords of the Star Islands. This was an ancient method of cultivation, a true path for Knights Ascendants. Unlike today, where the so-called training methods of the Star Sea Knights are amalgamations of myriad inspirations drawn from star beasts and peculiar entities, having become somewhat unconventional. A choice lay before Arthur, the training method of the glorious knight, to practice or not. In but a second, Arthur reached his resolution. To practice. This was a calamity of a different kind, a disaster of the undead. In essence, it was akin to a vast expanse of undead paradise merging with the ancestral land. In the ensuing chaos, the undead would mercilessly unleash carnage upon all living beings in their vicinity. Following the fusion of this eerie realm with the ancestral land, the original void no longer existed. The unified space resembled a parallel world, with two distinctly opposing forces vying for ultimate dominance. Should the undead triumph, the world would no longer have the ancestral land centered around the blue water star. Conversely, if humanity prevailed, the undead paradise would collapse, leading to the significant expansion of the ancestral land. This was the essence of the crisis that Arthur had deduced from the memories he had assimilated. It implied that for a considerable duration in the future, all beings upon the ancestral land would endure the onslaught of the undead. The exact length of this period, Arthur could not ascertain. While the population on the ancestral land was undeniably vast, it was the cradle of life, and the true number of formidable warriors was limited. Relying on these individuals compared to the ruthless warriors along the borders of the Star Sea would reveal a staggering disparity. Moreover, this training method of the glorious knight was precisely the nemesis of the undead. One could only say that fate sometimes plays its hand with excessive coincidence. In the future, let none dare to obstruct my path of growth. I shall shine like the sun, Arthur silently vowed within his heart. Chapter 48. This method is truly a marvel of nature. The ancient solar cultivation technique revolves around the heart, serving as the core of the power for the glorious knight's training. In truth, many ancient cultivation practices center on the heart, for in the understanding of antiquity, it is regarded as the source of vitality and the sanctuary of the soul. Yet, Arthur is aware that the soul does not reside within the heart. The wondrous furnace can attest to this, as it distinctly reveals its location within his mind. He wonders if self-dissection could unveil that very furnace. A fleeting, unreliable thought sparks in Arthur's soul. However, in the face of monumental upheaval, such implausible musings find no fertile ground to flourish. As Arthur channels his mental energy into the glorious knight's cultivation technique, the ancient practice begins to operate autonomously. A familiar warmth flows through him, akin to a primal instinct, causing him to break into a light sweat. As the cycle of blood circulation completes, Arthur feels his heart ignite with an intense heat. Simultaneously, he perceives the emergence of an additional pair of eyes, though not literal eyes, but rather a vivid, three-dimensional representation of his physical form within his consciousness. Muscles, bones, veins, and organs manifest in clarity, offering a real-time reflection of Arthur's bodily state. He wonders if this could be termed internal vision, a concept derived from his previous life, distinct from the current civilization's lexicon. Nonetheless, the essence remains unchanged. Upon completing a cycle of the glorious knight's cultivation, Arthur gains a profound awareness of his body's immediate state. Truth be told, this experience is nothing short of miraculous. Yet, it is not the sole source of his astonishment. After this cycle, as the heat within his heart intensifies, the wondrous furnace nestled in his mind stirs to life. An energy, dormant for an indeterminate span, cascades down upon him, strangely enchanting, yet utterly invigorating. This is the additional yield from the wondrous furnace that Arthur has refrained from utilizing in this lifetime, which he has dubbed the source of life. It is a product born from the furnace's refinement of flesh and blood. In his previous life, Arthur primarily channeled this source of life into nurturing guardian beasts on Star Island. In that past existence, even formidable Star Sea Knights were scarce, and those he could trust were only newly cultivated, subsequently engulfed by fierce conflict, starting too late and growing too slowly. Coupled with the necessity to gradually explore the furnace's capabilities, delineated the limitations of his former life. Yet, in this incarnation, Arthur has embarked on a different path. His father offers greater attention and support, and he encounters the generous Tulip family, alongside newfound revelations regarding the furnace's powers. Arthur's growth accelerates dramatically compared to his previous existence. The remnants of the Tulip family, surrounded by towering archways, have become a gathering point for non-combat professionals, with some Star Sea Knights tasked with their protection. More Star Sea Knights have ventured forth with the old Patriarch to distant battlefields. Presently, the island is rife with conflict, leaving many disoriented, uncertain of their forward path or the locations of safety. Fortunately, the true powerhouses have already departed. The subtle transformations within Arthur remain unnoticed by those around him. Within him, the core of the Glorious Knight's cultivation technique absorbs the energy released by the wondrous furnace. In the next moment, Arthur feels as though his heart has erupted into flames. Not merely his heart, but his very blood ignites alongside those flames, coursing throughout his entire being. Veins blaze crimson, and under the infusion of this formidable power, they swell significantly, manifesting visibly through his clothing, with veins on his hands and face bulging prominently. Such alterations finally draw the attention of the island's lords. However, the changes within Arthur are transient, appearing swiftly and vanishing even more rapidly. Before they can cautiously inquire, Arthur takes a deep breath and reopens his eyes. I am well. I have never encountered such a fearsome creature before. I beg your pardon for the spectacle, he offers, seemingly embarrassed. This act of self-deprecation alleviates some suspicion, but not all. Fortunately, the most significant changes within Arthur have already passed, and the fiery power in his heart now flows gently, nourishing his internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin. Arthur feels as though he is submerged in a heated medicinal bath, enveloped in a state of blissful comfort. Chapter 49. The entrance of the sun, the essence of life. Forged in the wondrous furnace, continued to blaze within Arthur's heart, steadily augmenting his innate prowess as a glorious knight. Should one dare to touch Arthur at this moment, they would discern that his body radiated a warmth far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. This elevation in temperature was not merely a superficial heat. Rather, Arthur emanated a radiant warmth, akin to a perpetual glow. The reason the cultivation method of the Glorious Knight is dubbed the sun lies in its intrinsic goal. The practitioner aspires to embody an eternal, indomitable sun, illuminating the world and dispelling darkness. This journey inherently involves purging all malevolence, encapsulating the essence of the Glorious Knight's cultivation. Such an ancient method, aimed at transforming the self into the sun, proves remarkably effective against various monstrosities. In the face of the undead beings besieging the motherland, the effectiveness of this technique could scarcely be overstated. It was, in fact, perfectly suited for the task at hand. However, this ancient methodology, while endowed with formidable power, a comprehensive advancement system, and a mature application, bears inherent limitations. In the present circumstances, the most significant distinction between the Glorious Knight's cultivation and that of the Starry Sea Knights is perhaps the necessity for certain supporting elements. The Starry Sea Knights enable elite practitioners to momentarily detach from the support of the Star Islands, plunging into the celestial expanse to engage in battles with star beasts, a sensation akin to an oxygen-deprived diver plunging into the depths of the ocean to forage for sea cucumbers. Conversely, the Glorious Knight's cultivation, being an ancient tradition, predated humanity's ventures into the cosmos. Thus, it can only manifest its power upon the motherland or the Star Islands, rendering it ineffective for pursuing or hunting star beasts in the celestial realm. Nevertheless, Arthur, as the sovereign of the Star Islands, has adeptly synthesized both methodologies, creating a harmonious synergy. Indeed, apart from the limited freedom of movement on the motherland, Arthur cannot venture beyond his Star Island, and the pursuit of entry into the starry expanse is not part of his aspirations. The crux lies in the fact that this power is exquisitely suited to the present scenario, bolstered by the miraculous furnace, which offers invaluable assistance. Such a force has already proven to be a priceless boon for Arthur, and what might the future hold? Echoes of urgent calls reverberated from afar. It was the elder patriarch, rallying the clan members around the critical stronghold and consolidating their combat prowess. In the face of the overwhelming tide of undead, it became imperative to amass greater numbers. Solo endeavors, aside from legendary Star Sea Knights like the elder patriarch, would render others incapable of enduring for long against the relentless onslaught of foes. At this juncture, Arthur and his companions found themselves under the protective aegis of the Tulip clan's warriors. They were secure, at least for the moment, as danger remained elusive. Yet soon enough, Arthur and the other sovereigns of the Star Islands discerned the encroaching darkness of the sky. It is essential to acknowledge that while the motherland, anchored by the azure water star, is capable of rotation, aside from the sun in the celestial realm, there exist star islands specifically designed to emit light, each a miniature sun in its own right. However, when the motherland became entwined with the realm of shadows, those luminescent star islands vanished from sight. Consequently, the once unending daylight of the motherland now experienced a division between night and day. Fortuitously, the Tulip Clan's massive island remained in the light of day, preventing an immediate descent into darkness. Gazing into the distance, one could perceive wisps of smoke weaving through the atmosphere, as if enveloping the entire world in delicate veils. Regrettably, concealed within these ethereal layers were not enticing phantoms, but rather the looming presence of even greater monstrosities. Visibility diminished, shrinking from several hundred meters to 100, then to 50, and finally to 20 meters. In no time, ordinary individuals could scarcely discern objects 10 meters away. Surrounding Arthur were the sovereigns of the Star Islands, whose cultivation revolved around the strength of the soul. Physically, they were only marginally superior to ordinary humans, unable to compare with the formidable Star Sea Knights. Hence, the members of the Tulip Clan Star Islands suddenly shifted from a state of leisure to one of heightened tension. Perhaps just a quarter of an hour prior, Arthur would have been on par with these sovereigns. None were inclined towards the development of humanoid star beasts. Yet now, having embarked upon the path of the glorious knight's cultivation, a surge of warmth enveloped Arthur entirely, including his eyes. Beneath this gentle heat lay a remarkable enhancement of vision. The swirling mists that drifted in the void could not obstruct Arthur's gaze. He could clearly perceive small, fist-sized creatures silently hovering in the heights above. Chapter 50. The Phantom Bat. As Arthur pondered whether to alert the members of the Tulip family surrounding him, contemplating how to do so without revealing his own position, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense sense of danger, an imminent threat looming above him. Instinctively, Arthur's body crouched slightly. It is often said that when calamity strikes, a tall figure stands to face it. At 17, Arthur was not significantly shorter than the adults around him, so he bent down to adjust the cuffs of his trousers. However, this minor action went largely unnoticed, overshadowed by a series of startled exclamations that erupted around him. An attack. The shrieks reverberated as the Star Sea Knights sprang into action. Given the immense size of the Star Island Arthur had manifested, the Tulip family, eager to demonstrate their esteem for him, perhaps driven by their higher-ups wishing to witness the prowess of this remarkable youth and forge a favorable bond, had sent a considerable number of their elite. Among them, at least half were Star Sea Knights, as their family's Star Island Lord was preoccupied with commerce. In the Star Sea realm, the probability of awakening a Star Sea Knight far surpasses that of the Star Island Lord, sometimes by dozens or even hundreds of times. It is even said that as long as one possesses resources, they can invariably cultivate a Star Sea Knight, with the only variance being the quality of aptitude and the quantity of resources consumed. Conversely, becoming a Star Island Lord requires an extraordinary stroke of luck. Much like Arthur, if one cannot awaken as a Star Island Lord, they are ineligible to even become a Star Sea Knight. Deprived of favor, he would receive no support from his father. With only the backing of his maternal lineage, he might at best attain the rank of a low-tier Star Sea Knight, relegated to mundane administrative duties on Star Island or serving as a protector in his maternal family's domain. Even though many of these formidable individuals had departed with the clan leader, the old patriarch had still arranged for a robust guard. Given the uncertainty of further dangers lurking nearby, as the alarm sounded, Arthur, bewildered and still bent over, suddenly raised his head, only to be met with a surge of formidable energy erupting around him. The smoke that obscured visibility for ordinary folk posed little hindrance to the powerful Star Sea Knights, who naturally possessed a greater resistance to such anomalies. A legendary figure, Arthur quickly sensed the presence of such an extraordinary being through the overwhelming aura. Were he to harness the power of the mark between his eyes, he could have detected this formidable individual sooner. However, this ability required careful activation and deactivation, and Arthur's physical condition did not permit arbitrary use. It was bound by time and frequency limitations. This new skill demanded gradual acclimatization and understanding on his part. 1, 2, 3. Severed corpses fell around Arthur's vicinity. Caught off guard, the Star Island Lords instinctively crouched down without needing a prompt from the Star Sea Knights. Some even lay prone, curling up in a defensive posture. Arthur realized that, apart from the Star Sea Knights, he was the most prominent target in the area. Hastily, he sought a clean spot to mimic their actions. Crouch. The warning from the legendary Star Sea Knight nearly coincided with Arthur's movements. Yet, the old steward, who was continuously unleashing waves of white light, was momentarily taken aback by the actions of the surrounding Star Island lords, seemingly a beat slow in his alerts. But it appeared that everyone possessed a heightened sense of safety awareness. Thus, they felt more at ease in targeting the multitude of monstrous entities assailing them. Arthur lay on the stone floor, and merely 30 centimeters in front of him lay a severed red-eyed black bat, its foul blood reeking like a biochemical weapon, threatening to churn Arthur's stomach. The stench was akin to that of a failed incubation of rotten eggs. Few could truly comprehend such a bizarre odor. Above him, the phantom bat, a spectral creature found only on the island of ghostly whales, was indeed corporeal, yet inedible. This species was one that human warriors universally abhorred. They traveled in swarms, utterly devoid of utility. Once entangled, they would not retreat unless over half their numbers were vanquished. Suppressing his queasiness, Arthur remained vigilant, maintaining a position that allowed maximum observation of his surroundings while remaining motionless. The phantom bat prioritized its attacks on conspicuous targets, followed by moving subjects, and lastly, those exuding the aura of life. At least for the first two categories, Arthur resolved to avoid and evade whenever possible. As a Star Island lord, he ought to be protected. He could not appear overly robust, nor should he seem too capable. Generally, such individuals led unfortunate lives. However, Arthur soon realized that his strategy was futile. The sky was teeming with phantom bats. The human contingent surrounding him numbered barely 100, with over 20 being Star Island lords, 30 to 40 servants, and the remainder variously ranked Star Sea Knights. Even as they chose the castle as high walls as a stronghold to confront the onslaught of phantom bats in the sky, the sheer volume soon overwhelmed the Star Sea Knights. Chapter 51. The Sun's Law Harms. Among the Star Sea Knights capable of standing, the most numerous are undoubtedly those of the elite tier. The ordinary ones merely qualify as apprentices within the ranks of the Star Sea Knights. While attaining the legendary realm remains a formidable challenge, each legendary figure represents the most significant combat power of the Tulip family, and it is inconceivable for them all to remain dormant on the family's ancestral land. Thus, having even a few legendary beings stationed to guard the periphery of the giant islands is already a considerable display of power. The elite Star Sea Knights, besieged by the relentless onslaught of the abyss bats, quickly found themselves depleted of energy. Only the steward continued to emanate a radiant white glow. This luminescence resembled sword energy, yet it was evidently transformed by the innate abilities of a star beast. To Arthur's discerning eyes, those white rays were unmistakably akin to silken threads. The threads of the star silkworm were indicative of this legendary powerhouse's path of harnessing the power of the humanoid star silkworm. This particular star beast is notably powerful, capable of freely alternating between its caterpillar and moth forms. Infused with strength in this moment, those silken threads became as sharp as blades, effortlessly tearing through the bodies of countless abyss bats. For a legendary-level powerhouse, those abyss bats posed no threat whatsoever. Engaging them was akin to solving a simple arithmetic problem. Even with closed eyes, one would not err. Moreover, exterminating such low-tier foes required minimal effort, regardless of their overwhelming numbers like a dark cloud. Gradually, everyone took refuge under this formidable guardian's protection. Arthur found himself buried beneath the carcasses of abyss bats, the stench overwhelming. If it were merely this, Arthur could endure. However, within his line of sight, a colossal bat materialized in the sky, its body larger than that of a pig, exuding an unmistakable legendary aura. Not only did this boss appear, but it was also flanked by 5 elite-sized abyss bats. The old steward sensed the imminent threat of a creature of the same tier approaching. A legendary monster is near. Gather your strength and prepare to vanquish this foe. These words were, of course, directed at the Star Sea Knights of the Tulip family. In the face of danger, each individual must exert their utmost effort. Arthur, for the moment, could afford to wait. But soon, he realized he could wait no longer. An elite abyss bat, seemingly under some misguided influence, chose to target him, despite the multitude of Star Sea Knights rising around him. Meanwhile, the surrounding powerhouses were occupied with their opponents, either oblivious to Arthur's peril or preoccupied with their own battles. He acted swiftly. At this instant, as he absorbed the essence of life, he had ascended to the rank of knight, which translated to being an ordinary Star Sea Knight. Facing the descending elite abyss bat was akin to receiving a meal delivered to one's door. Yet, Arthur possessed a singular advantage. He practiced the ancient art of the Glory Knight, transforming himself into a sun, a powerful technique from humanity's darkest historical periods. It was perfectly suited to counter the abyss bats, instilling in them a sense of trepidation through his very presence. Thus, Arthur unleashed a wave of scorching energy from the ceremonial sword he bore, surging forth like a tide against the abyss bat, causing the elite creature to feel a profound discomfort. This was precisely the moment of reprieve he sought for self-preservation. His body surged forward, not towards the old steward engaged in legendary combat high above, but instead toward a nearby elite Star Sea Knight. As there were only 5 elite abyss bats to contend with, selecting a commanding figure, he pressed close. The abyss bat, instinctively reacting to the searing energy, attempted to elevate its form, yet it soon realized this was merely a ruse. Although the aura was bothersome, it lacked any significant lethality. Consequently, it honed in on Arthur, drawn to his enticing presence. Having struck once, Arthur understood he could no longer remain concealed. To continue hiding would be foolish. Thus, with his back against a warm body, he unleashed wave after wave of scorching air against the aerial swarm of abyss bats. At this point, he could not concentrate his power into a singular beam. So the damage inflicted on the ordinary abyss bats was minimal, more akin to the discomfort of being enveloped by steam at 100 degrees, a pain, yet not lethal. Nonetheless, this intense heat was exceedingly detested by the abyss bats, particularly the ordinary ones, who greatly feared Arthur's aura. With each unintentional collision, Arthur felt a strange sensation arise within him. Reciting passages from his previous lives, he endeavored to alleviate the impending embarrassment of his body. It seemed that practicing the solar law came with its own set of repercussions. As Arthur mechanically wielded his short ceremonial sword, he inadvertently thought, "Die." The steward's voice erupted in the air, unleashing a powerful gust that shattered numerous abyss bats into fragments, simultaneously leaving the humans below dizzy and disoriented. Amidst the confusion, Arthur found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. It was fragrant, soft. Chapter 52. The dispersal of the shadow bats. Tifa Tulip is a young lady from the Tulip family, recently ascended to the elite rank of Star Sea Knight. She hails from a collateral branch of the Tulip lineage and was brought to the main island for life and training at the age of 8 due to her early signs of awakening as a Star Sea Knight. In the realm of the Star Sea, not every knight embarks upon an inhuman path from the outset. They too undergo a period of growth and choice. Given that the current world of Star Sea Knights is inherited from ancient histories, many traditions may have been obscured or deemed hidden by time. Yet there undeniably exists a method akin to the orthodox training of knights. Tifa embodies such a reality, lacking the means to procure more advanced ritual materials. And without sufficient familial contributions to exchange for resources, she resorts to a publicly accessible training method from the Tulip family. Through limited communal resources and her own diligence, Tifa has nonetheless achieved the status of an elite Star Sea Knight by the tender age of 18, although she lacks the ability to traverse the starry skies. A promising future unfurls before her. By aligning herself with any lord of the Star Islands and willingly entering into a contract of employment, she could receive further cultivation from them. Within the territory of the Tulip family, many Star Sea Knights have followed this path. Thus, Tifa harbors thoughts regarding Arthur, a distinguished lord of the Star Islands whom the family holds in high regard. In truth, many knights without powerful kin to support them share such aspirations. After all, a Star Island cannot possibly host only a single Star Sea Knight, especially on larger islands. As the old steward unleashed his formidable skills, the legendary Shadow Bat was ensnared with firm bindings. In a swift motion, the old steward wielded his silken blade, severing the head of the legendary Shadow Bat King. This all transpired in a matter of mere seconds, so swiftly that Arthur felt the battle concluded almost instantaneously. The aftermath was chaotic, with the Shadow Bats suffering grievous injuries. The 5 elite-sized Shadow Bats, initially capable of maneuvering against the elite half-step Star Sea Knights through their unique talents, were now struck with panic as their leader was vanquished. Unfortunately, before the might of a true legendary Star Sea Knight, these lesser elite bats proved utterly insignificant. 5 slender threads, agile as serpents and swift as lightning, pierced through their grotesque craniums. With their leader annihilated, the remaining Shadow Bats descended into disarray. These lower-tier creatures seemed devoid of individual consciousness, having been governed by their chief. In the absence of leadership, confusion reigned, driven by fear and a primal greed for flesh. Seizing this opportunity, the old steward released the aura of the legendary Star Weaver silkworm, conjuring a magnificent white lotus, spanning 100 meters in diameter, from strands of silk. The flower twirled gracefully, transforming the chaotic swarm of shadow bats into a veritable meat grinder, swiftly coating the ground in a thick, viscous layer of blood and flesh. With the shadow bat king gone and the 5 elite bats eliminated, the remaining swarm, now shaken by such a sudden explosive display of power, began to retreat. They ascended into the sky as swiftly as they had arrived, their diminutive forms vanishing into the heights. The cacophony of their high-pitched wails, reminiscent of a tumultuous ocean tide, gradually dissipated. The crisis was averted. Arthur's heart momentarily eased. To think you possess the strength of a Starseed Knight? The old steward adjusted his impeccably tailored attire, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor tinged with genuine surprise. He was indeed taken aback. After all, he was a legendary Starseed Knight who had undergone rituals to adapt his body to the high-level star beast, the Star Weaver silkworm. Astonishingly, he had not discerned that Arthur had also cultivated the techniques of a Starseed Knight prior to the confrontation. This was somewhat beyond the ordinary. It was not uncommon for many lords of the Star Islands within the Tulip family to choose to cultivate a portion of Starseed Knight powers before their awakening. This approach bears benefits, provided one understands the hierarchy of priorities and does not lose sight of the main purpose. The elder exuded an elegant demeanor, his countenance benevolent. In a different setting, he might have been even more compelling in his influence over Arthur. However, in this environment, rife with the stench of blood and chaos, Arthur could only draw closer to Tifa. The elite Starseed Knight, equally repulsed by their surroundings, managed to manifest a protective aura. Although the shield, born from the expansion of their innate power, lacked formidable defensive strength, it served as a foundational skill for knights aspiring to traverse the starry void. It offered a space conducive to breath. Lacking the materials to perform the ritual with the star beast, Tifa's shield remained diminutive, necessitating Arthur to draw uncomfortably nearer. Chapter 53. Onward. Such actions seemed to evoke a profound understanding and encouragement in the old butler's eyes. Understanding and encouragement? Arthur could not shake the feeling that the old man's gaze was somewhat impure. However, the innocent Arthur did not dwell on it for long. A knight's training manual held little significance for the Tulip family. They would not even comprehend the caliber of knightly discipline they had encountered. Grandfather, my Star Island is under formidable attack from the undead creatures and is on the verge of collapse. For the Lord of Star Island, his own demise was synonymous with the ruin of the island itself. Now that his personal crisis had been averted, it was time to confront the peril threatening the island. Not every Lord of Star Island could remotely control their home from the mainland, but Arthur was an exceptional anomaly in this regard. These undead creatures tracked their prey by sensing the life force of living beings. Thus, as long as there were insufficient numbers of people or large livestock on the island, the undead would not swarm. At least on my Star Island, we have not suffered an assault from the undead. As the legendary elder turned his gaze toward Arthur, he seized the moment to share an important piece of information, certain that it would soon be corroborated by others. The greater the population, the more favored they would be by the undead. Such news was bound to elicit some gratitude from the Tulip family. Arthur generally preferred to engage in acts that required little expense on his part. Of course, even if he shared this information with the lords of nearby islands, they would be unable to alter the circumstances of their islands. Furthermore, it was impossible to expel all the life forms from the islands. That would be akin to self-sabotage. Very well. The family will remember this information and your contribution. Now, let us set forth toward Star Island. The old butler decisively took action, not allowing those around them ample time to recover. At that moment, the entire Tulip family's great island was besieged by countless undead creatures. Every passing second saw unprepared family members fall victim to annihilation. Even those unrelated by blood but aligned with the family constituted a reserve force for the Tulip lineage. The elder was focused on swiftly rescuing the most critical areas, and he aimed to fundamentally enhance the Tulip family's odds of survival with the best possible strategy. Perhaps it was the sheer number of the ghost bat swarm that instilled a sense of caution in the nearby undead creatures. Regardless, since setting out, the wary group had yet to encounter any formidable undead beings. In truth, the initial upheaval on the mainland was the most intense. as the merging of two realms caught many unsuspecting humans off guard when faced with the imminent threat of undead monsters. Now, an hour had passed since the initial turmoil, allowing survivors to seek refuge or gather forces to counterattack the undead. The undead were instinctively drawn to the most potent life forces nearby, each now having their targets. By neutralizing the ghost bat threat, the team that had traversed the castle's solitary walls advanced unimpeded. How long this state of affairs would last was uncertain, but it was clear it could not endure indefinitely. The larger the group, the more likely they were to attract those capricious, undead creatures, without vehicles or mounts. Each individual was hastening on foot, with varying speeds hindering the overall progress and causing impatience. Elder, how fast can you proceed with one person in tow? Arthur's heart was far from at ease. The great island of the Tulip family was teeming with monsters, necessitating a swift cleansing. Undoubtedly utilizing the power of Star Island would be most effective. In fact, the entire Tulip family's great island was a unique star island, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, the Elder had not yet deployed these, prompting Arthur to ponder further. A slender leg ensnared Arthur's slight frame, and the immense moth's body soared through the air, leaving behind a chorus of anguished cries. Ah, they are dead. To more swiftly mobilize the powers of Star Island, this legendary figure of the Tulip family exerted all his strength. This was a skill typically reserved for life or death situations. Unfortunately for Arthur, this skill was designed for personal escape, and he had not considered its implications when carrying another. As a result, the violent gale distorted Arthur's features. Fortunately, having recently advanced to the ordinary level of Star Sea Knight, he possessed enough vitality to instinctively protect his body. Moreover, the powerful technique he practiced enabled him to endure the torment without being utterly torn apart by the fierce winds. Chapter 54. Rescuing the Star Island. How swift can the escape skills of a legendary-level powerhouse be, especially one that possesses the ability to fly? Arthur found it impossible to measure. Enduring excruciating sensations akin to torment, he felt his skin taut and wrinkled, the creases joyfully colliding with one another in the fierce winds. Before long, his face became numb. Yet, in his perception, his destined Star Island was perilously close. The distance of the final kilometer rapidly diminished. The old steward violently hurled Arthur towards his fated Star Island. Though the action lacked cordiality, it posed no danger. As Arthur's body made contact with the protective barrier of the second Star Island, he instantly vanished from the shimmering shield. After all, in a sense, the Star Island of its master is akin to his very being, intertwined with life, bound to the soul. In that moment, Arthur harnessed the power of the Star Island, causing the bridge to rise as though adorned with colossal fruits. In the next instant, the Star Island soared toward Arthur's direction. It was immense, and unlike the vastness of the Starry Sea, its speed slowed considerably upon the mainland, akin to a normal person's leisurely pace. To accelerate further, one would need to ignite the core of the Star Island, burning the essence of the world. Arthur lamented his impoverished state. He simply could not afford to burn it. Despite the need to activate the core of the Star Island to swiftly gather everyone, the old steward furrowed his brow and assured Arthur, "The family will provide ample replenishment for all expenditures." With this encouragement, Arthur, now in command of the Star Island, felt invigorated as the core roared to life, doubling the speed of the second Star Island. This resulted in a velocity thrice that of before. Whereas earlier it was akin to a leisurely stroll, the accelerated Star Island now resembled a brisk jog. Not quite the speed of a sprinter, yet comparable to a robust steed. The sheer movement of the colossal Star Island would undoubtedly impact the environment. If left unchecked, it could give rise to numerous peculiar entities, disrupting the climate of the mainland and inflicting great harm. Yet, at this moment, who could afford to concern themselves with such matters? Arthur needed to minimize the losses to his family amidst the crisis. Finally, Arthur found himself capable of independent action, or rather, he gained the operational space to move beyond the gaze of others. On the islands within the ocean of the second Star Island, the invading mindless undead had been reduced to mere phantoms immune to physical attacks. The remaining zombies and skeletal fiends, whether airborne or terrestrial, had been eradicated by the Arrow Towers. 133 ordinary phantoms remained. Perhaps this peculiar fusion of realms followed some unique guiding principles. Wherever the number of living beings in the void of the mainland increased, so too would the emergence of undead creatures. The stronger the beings, the mightier the undead that would manifest. It was evident that the second Star Island lacked significant living organisms, thus attracting few monsters to materialize within its boundaries, and no formidable undead arose. This was a most comforting circumstance. With a thought, Arthur appeared upon the island as the Star Island continued its journey, clad in armor and wielding a colossal sword. He appeared more gallant under the embellishment of his legendary grade equipment. Arthur chose to overlook the fact that, despite the self-adjusting feature, the armor was still somewhat ill-fitting. As long as it served its purpose, it sufficed. Donning such armor undoubtedly augmented his strength. A wandering phantom sensed the presence of this unwelcome guest. In an instant, it prepared to unleash a blood-curdling scream, one of the phantom's innate abilities. Upon detecting an intruder, they would emit such a piercing wail, attracting a multitude of undead to swarm the intruder. However, having chosen this landing spot, Arthur was well prepared. Utilizing the power of the Star Island and the authority of its master, he appeared before the phantom. In a swift motion, his massive two-handed sword cleaved the phantom entity from head to toe, severing it into two halves. Although Arthur's fighting spirit was still rather feeble, insufficient for concentrated external release, the dissipated heat emanating from him was far beyond what the phantom could endure, especially after distancing himself from the scrutiny of others. Arthur's internal life source surged from its lowest capacity to its pinnacle, ignoring the consumption of his life essence. He unleashed an attack that twisted the very air around him in a mesmerizing distortion. This was not true distortion of the void, but rather a phenomenon of light refraction caused by the sudden increase in temperature. In this state, combined with Arthur's advantageous surprise assault, it became a decisive strike. Chapter 55. Are Undead Also Life? The ordinary spectral creatures, cleaved into two halves, exhibited no signs of further struggle. The two misty remnants, exuding a dense aura of the ethereal, were whisked away by the island's inherent power that automatically collected spoils of war. The miraculous furnace instantaneously transmuted them into a slender, 10-centimeter source of life. How astonishing that these spectral beings could refine a source of life. From whence did they derive their flesh and blood? What principle governed this phenomenon? Arthur's mind was awash with questions, yet this was not the time for such ponderings. Given that over 100 spectral minions were merely of the ordinary tier, Arthur felt no need for restraint. He brazenly appeared before each monster, each time igniting the great sword in his hands, poised to unleash a devastating strike. With each emergence, he would either cleave or slice the monsters in half, both horizontally and vertically. The legendary grade weapons were not something a novice like Arthur could fully harness. He merely relied on their sturdiness and sharpness. As for other attributes, he could not activate them at all. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. After all, legendary equipment inherently possessed some destructive power. Particularly, the former owners of these two pieces had practiced the solar technique, enhancing their properties against undead creatures. Even though Arthur could not actively invoke their capabilities, the innate solar attributes enabled him to deal severe punishment to the specters. After vanquishing 130 minions, Arthur showed no signs of fatigue, and yet scarcely an hour had passed. He could fell one every 20 to 30 seconds, a truly exhilarating experience. At that moment, the previously tranquil path was pierced by a series of sharp sounds. Utilizing the powers bestowed by the second Star Island and the mark between his eyes, Arthur directed his gaze towards the source of the noise. There, unmistakably, was a familiar adversary, the red-eyed spectral bat. A creature the size of a dog surged forth, leading an assault on Arthur's second Star Island. An elite-level foe, adept at flight. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur activated the collection ability of the Star Island. The landing spot was meticulously calculated, right beneath the arc of his swinging great sword. As the elite bat was enveloped by a powerful force from the void, it appeared on the island only to be cleaved in two by the descending sword, not even granting it a chance to breathe the air of the island. For Arthur, elite-level monsters were typically formidable adversaries. Yet now, it was the legendary grade great sword that delivered the fatal blow. It was evident that the elite creature's form was woefully inadequate against such a weapon. The newly appointed boss of the Bat Horde should indeed feel grateful to Arthur, for he had bestowed upon it the honor of perishing beneath a legendary weapon. As the horde of bats charged towards Arthur's second Star Island, the island surged forward like a galloping steed. The two forces converged at an astonishing pace. Upon reaching the proximity where the island could unleash its collection ability, hundreds of bats vanished in an instant. Each second saw 100 bats disappear, naturally transported into the internal space of the second Star Island. They materialized on the island, or more accurately, in close proximity to 100 arrow towers. As they emerged, they were immediately perforated from head to tail. Clearly, they were beyond salvation. The number of bats was truly staggering. Arthur could not ascertain whether the swarm before him was the same he had encountered previously or perhaps a related clan. However, it was likely the same group. Given the proximity, it was improbable for two swarms to exist so closely. 100 bats per second, 6,000 per minute. After half an hour, when Arthur sensed the presence of the tulip family, he had surreptitiously exterminated 180,000 low-level red-eyed spectral bats using the arrow towers on the second star island. Theoretically, each activation of 100 attacks would consume an energy stone. However, for Arthur, both the arrow towers and the star island drew directly from the world's source energy. At this juncture, the less intelligent bats remained oblivious to the fate of their numerous companions, assessing their surroundings based on scent. With no familiar scent of blood in the air, many of the bats, now significantly diminished in number, persisted in gnawing at the protective barrier. It could be said that Arthur's battlefield cleanup was executed with remarkable speed and thoroughness. Chapter 56. The Lament of the Nether Bats, the Tulip Family's Expedition. Having traversed what felt like an interminable journey, finally beheld the first star island. This sight imbued them with a surge of confidence, particularly among the ordinary attendants and the nearly exhausted Star Sea Knights. The Star Island served as a formidable bastion against the monstrous foes. Thus, the members of the Tulip family, who had been drained of their strength from the arduous trek, mustered their final energies to charge at the nether bats lurking beneath the second star island. Meanwhile, the few who possessed the ability to soar through the skies launched an offensive against the nether bats above the island's protective shield. Arthur, too, exerted himself, eliminating the frail-bodied monsters at a staggering pace of 100 per second. In less than 10 minutes, as the last nether bat attempted to flee, it was mercilessly shredded into a multitude of pieces by a silken thread, signaling the complete cessation of the calamity. Cheers erupted in that moment, and Arthur was filled with exhilaration. The over 243,000 nether bats had bestowed upon him an equivalent of 24,647 life sources akin to those of ghostly creatures. When infused into Arthur's being via the miraculous furnace, it catalyzed an immediate enhancement of his solar powers, amounting to the energy of 100 such threads. With this bounty, Arthur could effortlessly nurture a host of ordinary-level cultivators into half-step Star Sea Knights practicing the solar method. This singular feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Star Island lord. As the portal to the second Star Island opened, the members of the Tulip family entered in succession. In the next instant, they found themselves upon the shores of Arthur's second Star Island. Each Star Island is unique. Reminiscent of the adage in the Star Sea realm, no two Star Islands are entirely alike. Whenever this phrase crossed Arthur's mind, he would often ponder the existence of a predecessor who had traversed dimensions. The members of the Tulip family gazed in wonder at their surroundings. While many Star Islands boasted water bodies, few possessed vast oceans, making this one a rarity. Do not underestimate the ocean's capacity for resource transportation. It holds distinctive advantages. For instance, the transportation of precious marine delicacies from the mainland can still yield fresh results, despite the distance. This is merely one example, as there exists a plethora of goods suited for marine transport or even specialized slaves. Such daydreams are delightful, yet all was disrupted by these undead monstrosities. Unlike other kin, the elderly steward possessed the ability to ascend into the skies of the Star Island's inner space. However, he displayed a profound respect for Arthur, refraining from scrutinizing the entire island with undue force. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings with a composed demeanor. In contrast, the elite Star Sea Knights examined every aspect of the scenery with discerning gazes. Welcome to Arthur's Star Island. In times of peril, there is no need for superfluous words. Henceforth, I, Arthur Russell, shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you all. Victory is assured. Arthur proclaimed succinctly amidst the gathering. Victory! Victory! The fervor of youth easily ignites passion, particularly at moments of looming crisis. Although their potential for growth may be limited, preventing them from attaining elite status, these clam maidens excelled in the management of oceanic industries. Moreover, they possessed unique talents. A young Star Island lord pledged generously. Arthur's extensive learning experiences from his past life equipped him with invaluable insights. Thus, he placed great emphasis on the clam maidens' expertise in managing marine enterprises. Indeed, the clam maidens are among the best candidates for aquatic subjects, second only to the merfolk. While merfolk possess superior individual strength, clan maidens are adept at cultivating aquatic flora and fauna. Each individual offered some resources, and Arthur felt invigorated. In this life, despite unforeseen events that may lead to infinite changes, his initial development far surpassed that of his previous existence. The amalgamation of these resources held immense significance for Arthur. The reincarnated soul. Amidst his joy, Arthur did not neglect his duties. In the central area of the island, at a distance from 100 arrow towers, 100 circles approximately 1 meter in diameter emerged, formed from the island's sand and stone under Arthur's command. This island serves as the gateway to my entire Star Island. Chapter 57. Exquisite control. This island serves as the gateway to the Star Island, and the marked locations are where I will endeavor to relocate the invaders. After Arthur uttered these words, his physical form vanished from the center of the island. This occurrence is entirely normal for Arthur as the sovereign of Star Island. Would subsequently align his soul's power with the island to the utmost extent. At that moment, his body would be in a state of unawareness, rendering him particularly vulnerable to harm. Thus, when the master of Star Island concentrates intensely, he inevitably chooses a location he deems safest to conceal his corporeal form. Above the island, a tapestry of light and shadow emerged, reflecting all that the Star Island encountered on its journey. The path had ceased to be tranquil. 7 elite vultures soared toward them. Even from a considerable distance, Arthur's keen sight discerned their layered crimson crests and the grotesque growths on their necks. Their cacophonous cries, entirely unlike those of the shadow bats, resonated with formidable power, capable of driving mortals to their demise. Even ordinary cultivators had to cover their ears to withstand the presence of these colossal beasts. However, mere exposure only made them less palatable. Only elite Star Sea Knights could engage such creatures in a one-on-one contest of strength. As both parties approached with remarkable speed, the vultures, now within mere hundreds of meters from the protective barrier, prepared to assault it. Yet, at that precise moment, a surge of immense power struck unexpectedly. Catching the 7 beasts entirely off guard, they fell victim to it. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from hundreds of meters beyond the Star Island's shield, only to reappear within 7 circles. On the human side, there was no need for Arthur to intervene directly. The old steward acted swiftly, severing the head of the most corpulent vulture. Other elite Star Sea Knights, with an average of 2 to 3 individuals attending to each vulture, found the sudden turn of events disorienting, prompting the vultures to retreat. The Star Sea Knights from the Tulip family, keenly observing the changes outside, coordinated their efforts with remarkable synergy, seizing the moment perfectly. Arthur also took immediate action. 7 grotesque heads, larger than wash basins, vanished, captured and transformed into sources of life. Following that, the bloodied carcasses of the vultures and their foul-smelling blood were similarly collected, leaving the island devoid of any unpleasant odor. It remained pristine and refreshing. Arthur was attentively observing the Star Sea Knights of the Tulip family, who, in turn, were silently appraising him. The true measure of the Star Island Master's capability lies in their ability to harness the island's power to its fullest potential, adeptly managing even the slightest of changes. This instantaneous capacity to process multiple elements simultaneously reflects the innate talent and potential of the Star Island Master. Although there is room for growth, Arthur had only recently manifested as a new Island Master. Consequently, the Star Sea Knights were scrutinizing the original state of Arthur's prowess, and the results left them astounded. They were taken aback by their discovery, realizing that the prey stood before them, almost presenting itself in the most opportune manner for their assault. Each vulture was positioned thus. This exemplified the Star Island Master's ability to manipulate 7 targets concurrently, compelling them to align perfectly for the capture. This small revelation rendered other Star Island Masters embarrassed, while it invigorated the Star Sea Knights. The 7 vultures could not impede Arthur from steering the Star Island toward the location claimed by the Star Island Master, who promised him the Clam Maiden. The journey was merely a bit lengthy. At Arthur's current pace, it would take 4 hours, assuming he did not encounter formidable undead creatures along the way. As Arthur continued on his path, he was awestruck by a scene ahead. He beheld a solitary structure besieged by an indeterminate number of undead beings. This revelation had emerged through enhanced vision, as the Tulip family members on the Star Island could not perceive this scene on their screens. Their visual display only revealed a hazy shadow of the environment a few hundred meters away, as a layer of grayish-black smoke enveloped the world. This effect was achieved through the island's power, piercing through the fog to gain a telescopic view. This distance was akin to the normal vision of elite star sea knights. Moreover, Arthur's unique ability to merge with the Star Island granted him a vantage point far surpassing that of legendary-level beings. Without hesitation, he gently adjusted the course of the second Star Island forward. He was elated by his previous gains. Each undead creature represented a potential source of life to him. And the more sources of life, the better. Chapter 58. The two strikes of the Lord of the Star Island. As the distance remained considerable, Arthur subtly altered the angle of the Star Island's trajectory. This deviation was executed with great caution, so much so that even the guiding envoy of the Star Island, the Clam Maiden, remained oblivious to the anomaly, for the shift was minuscule. Soon, the ominous horde of monsters became vividly clear to Arthur's gaze. He could discern the writhing maggots emerging from the decaying flesh of each zombie, perceive the skeletal forms of bone demons, some pristine, others rotten, and even grasp the myriad of terrifying expressions worn by the phantoms. At this proximity, had the old steward been outside the Star Island, he too would have been able to see clearly. Alas, he was confined within Arthur's second Star Island, only privy to the images relayed by the Star Island itself, rendering his formidable skills ineffectual. Yet at this moment, the scene projected by the Star Island revealed a colossal gathering of monsters. The immense body of the second Star Island glided past the periphery of the monster swarm. In that gentle sweep, empowered by the protective barrier of the Star Island, it crushed thousands of low-tier undead creatures that were densely packed together. Moreover, nearly 1,000 injured low-tier undead beings were drawn into the circular confines of the Star Island. Simultaneously, hundreds of arrow towers entered a rapid-fire state, unleashing a barrage once per second. The members of the Tulip family, having briefly recuperated, swiftly engaged in the fiercest combat. The Lord of the Star Island wielded the island's power to obliterate those lowly monsters, a skill accessible to all. However, the efficacy of its application depended on the wielder's prowess. Undoubtedly, such capability was restricted to non-flying, relatively slow-moving creatures. Should the Star Island be employed to collide with a swarm of wraith bats, it would be a futile endeavor. Confronted with the massive congregation of undead creatures, Arthur refrained from recklessly driving the Star Island straight into the fray. Otherwise, the results could have been magnified tenfold. It was not a matter of inability. Rather, it was a question of prudence. The powers of the Star Island demanded the expenditure of energy stones and required a test of the core's energy conversion efficiency and instantaneous explosive force. Should it fall into the oppressive encirclement of the undead army, every movement of the Star Island would incur energy costs exponentially greater than before, perhaps tenfold or even more. Arthur, by gliding along the edge of the monster horde, utilized the Star Island's inertia to crush countless undead beings, all while maintaining its kinetic energy. Such a strike. Even 3 to 5 legendary-level experts could not hope to eliminate such a multitude of monsters in the same brief span of time. This underscores the formidable nature of the Lord of the Star Island's vocation. Maneuvering a Star Island spanning 100 square kilometers was no simple feat. With a semicircular arc many times the diameter of the Star Island, the interior circles of the island had been rendered devoid of any traces of undead creatures. Through the combined efforts of 100 arrow towers and a legendary-level powerhouse, along with numerous elite-level fighters, all undead monsters drawn into the Star Island's interior were annihilated. The remains of their corpses vanished without a trace. However, this cleansing was merely concealed within the core of the Star Island, awaiting the gradual assimilation and refinement of these materials by its power. This process was contingent upon the growth of the Star Island, the level of its core, and its overall size. The members of the Tulip family shared a similar belief regarding Arthur's Star Island. They would never have imagined that all fragments of ghostly souls, zombie remnants, and the staffs of bone demons were annihilated in an instant. These monsters, devoid of fear, were driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh. Thus, as Arthur prepared to deliver a decisive kiss of death to the horde of undead, a multitude of undead creatures, drawn by the tantalizing scent of delectable food, pivoted their bodies and surged toward Arthur's second Star Island. Yet, it was evident that the Star Island remained elevated above the ground, and the vast majority of the undead were humanoid in form. Apart from the phantoms, neither zombies nor bone demons possessed the ability to fly. These creatures repeatedly leaped against the base of the Star Island, attempting to seize something and ascend to its surface. Clearly, such an endeavor was futile. Arthur, however, found it even easier to breach through the ghostly beings, ruthlessly colliding with a swarm of jumping undead. His control was astonishing, allowing the smooth shield at the base of the Star Island to make contact with the ground at a zero distance. Striving for this proximity was crucial, as many undead remained within that range. The Star Island's descent was gentle, thus avoiding the activation of its passive damage defense. When it made contact with the motherland, it was akin to a retractable shield anchoring itself, descending like the mighty palm of a deity. Boom, boom, boom. This strike unleashed a terrifying force. Tens of thousands of undead creatures were mercilessly blended into the earth below. For an ordinary person, collecting their remains would be a daunting task, likely requiring a shovel to gather them bit by bit. Arthur, on the other hand, executed his actions with remarkable efficiency. Chapter 59. 3 assaults. The successive onslaughts from the 2 previous Star Islands inflicted nearly 20,000 points of annihilation damage upon this realm of undead creatures. This exemplifies the prowess of the Star Island Master, who skillfully harnesses the inherent advantages of the Star Island to maximize its destructive potential. As the second Star Island once again traced its arc and slowly pivoted in midair, the Star Sea Knights, hailing from the Tulip family, were unequivocally certain. Arthur is a prodigious Star Island Master. Such meticulous control over the Star Island is undoubtedly beyond the capacity of a novice Island Master. Yet Arthur himself is indeed a fledgling Star Island Master, having only recently manifested his domain. This speaks volumes. At times, innate talent can be exceedingly formidable. For the Tulip family, having already entered into a covenant with Arthur, he is regarded as a semi-ally, and thus, his growing strength is exceedingly welcome. United in purpose, they struggled to eliminate the remnants of over 1,000 skeletons and zombies, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the next wave of monsters. Among the Tulip family members, the Star Sea Knights resolved to forge a contract with Arthur, aspiring to become the permanent armed force of this Star Island. Of course, Arthur's second Star Island is not without its imperfections. Most notably, it is a newly manifested realm, with everything pristine and an insufficient quantity of defensive structures or items. They discerned that the 100 arrow towers were not the limit of this youthful island master's sole control. Every monster's landing, every moment of emergence, and every posture of appearance was perfectly dominated by the hundreds of arrow towers. This level of control, the Tulip family lacks. One can only imagine the transformations that would unfold if he were to possess even more powerful arrow towers or wondrous artifacts. The prospect is exhilarating. As a well-known commercial family within the Star Sea world, the Tulip family is not deficient in various arrow towers, defensive structures, or magical items. They merely lack an individual capable of maximizing their potential. At this moment, the elder steward of the Tulip family was contemplating how to forge a closer bond with Arthur, their semi-ally. While the thoughts among the Tulip family members were largely in agreement, Arthur remained blissfully unaware that he had drawn the attention of many. Even if Arthur were to realize this, it would not be a cause for concern. The second Star Island adjusted its posture, but alas, the undead creatures within the vicinity had already been roused and attracted by the prior assaults. Before Arthur could unleash his retaliatory strikes, those undead beings launched an assault several times more ferocious than before. In the outer regions, over a dozen elite-level undead monsters had appeared. However, these creatures were still rather naive. They could not fathom the caliber of their opponents. Under the sweeping force of the second Star Island, the elite-level undead monsters and the surrounding thousands of ordinary undead became targets, akin to being relentlessly hammered by a colossal mallet. Small depressions, each several thousand meters in diameter, began to appear upon the ground. However, it was soon necessary for Arthur to halt this extreme operation. While his soul power could endure for a time, the energy stone consumption for such relentless exertion would be astronomical. After all, the Tulip family possessed a Star Island of comparable size, and such precise control equated to a ferocious energy stone expenditure. Otherwise, how could one command a vast Star Island with such finesse? Given the energy stones Arthur might possess, combined with the support from the Tulip family, the consumption from the 2 prior brushes with the monster hordes, alongside the continuous hammering of encroaching creatures using the Star Island and its protective shield, would surely exceed half of his reserves. This calculation is based on the premise that Arthur originally had 10,000 energy stones. The Tulip family believed that the manifestation of such a grand Star Island would not come without offerings from the Russell family. Perhaps they had provided energy stones? Alas, They were utterly oblivious to Arthur's predicament. Even more so, they were unaware that the Star Island under Arthur's command had not consumed any of the energy stones that filled its core. The various fragments and essence obtained from the ruins were integrated into the wondrous furnace, with the remainder transformed into the source power of the world. This power possesses a compatibility with the Star Island far superior to that of energy stones. With the miraculous furnace at his disposal, Arthur's mastery over the Star Island reached an astonishing level. Yet, this ace in the hole exists primarily to turn the tide in crucial moments, delivering an unforeseen, lethal blow to his adversaries. The energy stones were burning rapidly, leaving him with just over 93,000. Should he continue the assault? Arthur could hear the painful echo of his thoughts resounding. Chapter 60, Assault on Star Island. The Phoenix ascends, no worries. The edifice ahead is a storied repository of the family, presumably housing energy stones within. In this critical moment, I, in the capacity of an elder of the Tulip family, grant you permission to utilize these energy stones. Rush in and retrieve both the individuals and the energy stones inside. The old steward has emerged from within Star Island. He is a Star Sea Knight, and a legendary figure at that. He must confront those formidable monsters. However, Arthur perceives that this elder is somewhat overly righteous. Would it not be more meaningful to launch a surprise attack before making an entrance when legendary-level creatures appear? Nonetheless, this elder boldly leads the charge directly into the throng of monsters. A 10-meter-wide path materializes in his wake. The phantoms, being rather unique, had their forms shredded into fragments by the silken threads unleashed by the legendary-level warriors, transforming into clusters of spectral energy. They instinctively yearn to coalesce. Yet the remnants of power from the legendary beings render their attempts futile. Upon hearing that the building contains a substantial quantity of energy stones, Arthur is immediately electrified with excitement. Since the annihilation of numerous undead creatures, the wondrous furnace has amassed a considerable reservoir of life essence. Conversely, the world source power derived from refining items has seen little growth. It is essential to understand that energy stones are not merely units of energy supply on Star Island, but also a high-level currency. Saving some could procure the various defensive structures and magical artifacts that Arthur urgently requires. With a legitimate opportunity to acquire energy stones, Arthur cannot help but feel exhilarated. Following the path cleared by the old steward, Arthur's second Star Island glides smoothly along the ground, akin to magnetic levitation. This time, the pursuit is not solely about inflicting damage. The monsters are densely packed, leaving them unable to evade the friction beneath the Star Island. Occasional elite-level undead beings are swiftly drawn into the embrace of the Star Island, where 100 arrow towers and the Tulip family's Star Sea Knights repeatedly strike, quickly converting them into materials for Arthur's life essence. Soon, Arthur senses a powerful aura erupting from the old steward. Among the undead, there are legendary-level beings, more than one. The battle ignites instantaneously, far more intense than the skirmish between the old steward and the leader of the Wraith Bats. At a certain distance, Arthur can utilize the unique mark on his forehead to see a ghost, a bone demon, and a zombie furiously assaulting the old steward. 3 against 1. And each of the 3 monsters possesses formidable strength, giving Arthur the impression that each is nearly equal to the old steward in power. The Star Island continues its advance. Perhaps within 30 breaths, it will approach the heart of the battlefield. Yet, the Star Island poses no threat to such creatures. The force it draws cannot affect them, and the friction and pressure cannot shatter them. Conversely, any forceful strike from the 3 legendary-level monsters could easily breach the shield of the second Star Island. Arthur's expression grows solemn. He does not halt the Star Island's progression. Rather, he becomes taut, concentrating his soul's power to an acute degree. He awaits the perfect moment. Once the Star Island makes contact with the adversary, Arthur will activate the Thunder attribute statue bestowed upon him by the Tulip family. At least 3 strikes of thunder, equivalent to the might of legendary-level warriors, will be unleashed in an instant. This will undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the 3 undead creatures. However, Arthur is aware that those 3 strikes alone cannot vanquish the 3 seasoned legendary-level undead beings. Should each monster remain stationary, allowing Arthur to unleash 3 strikes from the statue, perhaps their demise would be assured. Yet, legendary-level undead are not foolish. Moreover, Arthur lacks additional statues at his disposal. To activate again would require the statue to cool down for a week. After 7 days, the opportunity would be lost. Thus, During these fleeting breaths, Arthur grapples with a dilemma. Should he unleash the 3 strikes of thunder upon a single monster or disperse them among the 3? This choice tormented Arthur's mind for 10 breaths, until reality intervened, shaping his decision. From the building that the monsters had surrounded, a brilliant crimson light soared into the sky. And in the next moment, 3 beams of light cascaded from a mass of flames above. Their target was unmistakably the 3 legendary-level undead beings. Someone had taken action beforehand. 3 arrows imbued with fiery power. In the next instant, Arthur realizes his miscalculation. For soaring from the building is an exquisitely magnificent bird. At this moment, in Arthur's perception, it epitomizes the very definition of a phoenix. Just as the 3 flames were about to collide with the legendary undead creatures, the majestic bird unleashed a flurry of feathers. The previously perceived fiery arrows were, in fact, the bird's tail feathers. The bird possesses a total of 9 long tail feathers, and it has just expended 6 of them. Arthur senses that the fiery feathers transformed into arrows are far more formidable than the power he had been cultivating through his thunder statue. Thus, he decides, if possible, to conserve his resources. Chapter 61. Keeping one's hand hidden. Indeed, there was no need for Arthur to take action. The old butler, seemingly anticipating the events, erupted into action the moment the first wave of flaming tail feathers was unleashed upon the 3 legendary undead creatures. His intent was not to inflict harm on them, but to stall them as much as possible, allowing the 3 arrows to achieve their full potential. The old butler possessed an unshakable confidence in the might of the fiery avian soaring above. Arthur's Star Island continued its advance, drawing ever closer to the heart of the conflict, with merely 10 breaths remaining. However, the 3 legendary undead monstrosities had ceased to be a grave concern for Arthur. As the Star Island progressed, countless strands of silken threads ensnared the 3 undead beings from all directions, ensuring that they could not evade the 3 fiery arrows. Even the legendary specter could not escape, let alone the 2 creatures of skeletal and zombie origin. In the blink of an eye, a moment could dictate the fate of many. The initial trio of flaming arrows viciously penetrated the bodies of the 3 legendary undead. In the next instant, the surrounding space seemed to transform into the interior of a furnace, sizzling with the fervor of meat roasting to perfection. The flames harbored some unique properties, imparting a mysterious enhancement to their damage against undead entities. The devastation wrought upon the legendary undead was immense, as the flames erupted within them, rendering their forms nearly transparent. The old butler had intended to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the grave injuries sustained by the 3 legendary undead, launching a follow-up assault. However, upon witnessing another trio of flaming arrows flying toward them, he doubled down on his efforts to maintain their restraint. As Arthur maneuvered the edge of the Star Island closer to the tumultuous conflict, the second wave of flaming arrows detonated within the bodies of the 3 legendary undead. This assault, emanating from the extraordinary fire-imbued beings, brought the constrained legendary undead perilously close to demise. Under normal circumstances, they would languish in their limited state until their inevitable end. Yet, with Arthur commanding the second Star Island, the 3 legendary undead, on the brink of death, were ensnared alongside the magnificent avian and the old butler, drawn into the Star Island. The old butler and the great bird collaborated willingly, while the 3 legendary undead were but a heartbeat away from death, awaiting the explosive impact of the second wave of fiery arrows. Perhaps 1 second, perhaps 2, but they could not endure for long. Thus, at this juncture, the creatures had lost their ability to resist. Arthur's deft maneuvers persisted. Just as the legendary undead were about to meet their end, they were transported into the first Star Island. Indeed, into the very heart of the magical furnace. Within this sanctuary lay the Star Iron light cannons, the city's formidable crossbows, as well as the denizens of the merfolk and 5 lycanthropic subjects. The city's crossbows, devoid of arrows, could still unleash energy bolts upon their foes, albeit with far less potency than when armed with appropriate projectiles. However, at this moment, even without targeting them, the 3 legendary undead would soon draw their last breath. 3 energy arrows pierced the bodies of the legendary undead, leading to their demise within the first Star Island. Why did Arthur undertake this additional action? The answer lay in his desire to claim the equipment they would drop. In an instant, as the 3 perished, numerous items scattered about. In the world of starry seas, humanoid monsters often relinquished various treasures, predominantly in the form of equipment. Arthur's keen eye swiftly made its choices. His heart, kind and benevolent, opted to retain nearly half. The 3 corpses then plummeted from the first star island into the central circles of the second star island. 100 arrow towers, ravenous for action, awaited. The positioning of the corpses ensured that the gaping wounds inflicted by the city's crossbow energy bolts would go unnoticed by onlookers. In the future, the barrage from the 100 arrow towers would obscure all evidence. Thus, alongside the great bird and the old butler, the 3 legendary undead creatures were met with a deluge of over 100 lethal arrows. 6 items lay scattered around the remains of the zombie, skeleton, and specter. Even in death, their green, crimson, and ashen eyes remained wide open. The corpses of legendary beasts were invaluable materials, yet these undead bodies held little worth, destined for refinement. The old butler exhaled in relief. Entangled by the silken threads of the star-weaving silkworm, he had also borne the backlash from the 3 beings. Had the 2 waves of fiery arrows not arrived in swift succession, he might not have endured. The splendid avian gazed curiously at their surroundings. Beyond the Star Island, the 3 legendary undead had seemingly perished in the perception of their kind once struck by the consecutive waves of flaming arrows. Could undead beings truly perish? It sounded peculiar, yet it was indeed the reality. The multitude of undead creatures descended into chaos, granting the humans a fleeting respite. Arthur, ever accommodating, made no appearance upon the surface of the second Star Island. The 3 battered legendary undead corpses vanished from sight, transported once more into the magical furnace. Chapter 62. 21 Little Elves. Arthur, still in a state of profound unity with Star Island, did not forget the building that was surrounded. It was a storeroom, a repository of energy stones. At this moment, Arthur resembled a little hamster, diligently hoarding resources in preparation for winter. The energy stones served as the lifeblood of Star Island and also functioned as a high-grade currency, making their collection paramount. Ignoring the 6 pieces of equipment picked up by the elite members of the Tulip family, Arthur maneuvered Star Island forward. The chaotic undead creatures that obstructed his path were reduced to mere sludge after clashing with Star Island, subsequently absorbed by the power of the second Star Island. The small building stood as a beautifully constructed villa of pristine white marble. To label it merely as a storeroom would be an understatement. It was more akin to a charming retreat. The surrounding environment was in utter disarray as Arthur's Star Island surged through. The protective barrier surrounding Star Island first made contact with the villa, gradually enveloping the entire 3-story marble structure. Further along, the villa, along with the ground around it, was completely ensconced within the protective shield. During this process, the 3-dimensional structure of the villa was vividly revealed to Arthur's sole perception, akin to undergoing a CT scan. Even the movements of the hidden humans within the villa became apparent to him. Thereafter, there was no need for personnel evacuation or material transport, as the entire villa, along with the visibly assembled remnants of a cemetery nearby, was seamlessly relocated to the second Star Island, positioned at the island's edge, facing the sea, where spring blossoms abound. The only eyesore was the cemetery surrounding the white marble villa, but as it was abandoned, Arthur utilized the powers of the Star Island lore to level it. At this moment, Arthur still needed to assist the members of the Tulip family in retreating from the encirclement of the undead. Fortunately, the undead, having lost their leader, had temporarily plunged into chaos. The surrounding undead creatures, predominantly humanoid, ensured that zombies and skeletons could not fly, leaving only a few lingering specters to harass Arthur's Star Island. The core of Star Island throbbed as it ascended into the sky. The lower-tier skeletons and zombies either turned on one another or attempted to climb the Star Island clumsily. The most bothersome were the specters. Half of their numbers surrounded the barrier, gnawing at it in an attempt to corrupt it with their ethereal essence. At this juncture, the value of the Star Sea Knights became evident. Regrettably, although there were many Star Sea Knights present, only the old butler and a large bird could fully ascend from Star Island. These 2 legendary beings assisted Arthur in clearing away the specters. This moment also revealed the inadequacy of Arthur's current resources, as he could only permit a limited number of specters to enter, allowing the warriors of the Tulip family on the island to eradicate them. However, Arthur did exercise a degree of cunning. As not all the specters sent into the second Star Island were captured by him, a small number continued to be thrown into the first Star Island for the merfolk and 5 werewolves to engage in trials of combat, which would foster the growth of both groups. Arthur adeptly managed this process until Star Island had ascended to a considerable altitude, at which point the specters willingly retreated. Despite their ability to fly, specters generally preferred not to ascend too high, as the increasing winds at greater heights seemed to have a restraining effect on them. As the night sky's spiritual energy coalesced around the white marble villa, Arthur hoped to swiftly requisition the energy stones purportedly stored within this so-called storeroom. The situation was dire. The old butler and the magnificent bird re-entered the second star island, prompting cheers from the Tulip family members. At this moment, some individuals emerged from the white marble villa, trembling with fear. It was only upon hearing their family members' calls that they cautiously stepped outside. Arthur was momentarily taken aback. Although he had sensed through his spiritual energy that the beings within the villa were not human, seeing 21 long-eared figures, ambiguous in gender, left him astonished. Indeed, elves were a race favored by the heavens. At the very least, they were a sight to behold. However, Arthur placed greater emphasis on the elves' inherent powers. In the world of the Star Sea, the elves possessed the innate ability to enhance the growth of various plants. Moreover, they were formidable warriors, particularly renowned for their archers. Their bows were not only swift and precise, but also imbued with innate power. This transcended mere physical damage, as it was akin to inflicting magical harm alongside physical strikes. Although Arthur referred to it as magical damage, in this world, no true wizards existed. Nonetheless, the essence remained unchanged. Chapter 63. Forced perhaps only a commercial family like the Tulip clan could effortlessly acquire such rare ethnic subjects. Regardless, Arthur was well aware that there were no elves on Star Island. Despite traversing numerous regions in his previous life, he had never encountered elves in such significant numbers. Although there were merely 21 of them, they could already be considered a small tribe. If harnessed properly, they could wield immense power, surpassing even that of the merfolk. The members of the Tulip family were quite pleased with their lineage. The only regret was that they could not witness the astonishment in the eyes of the Lord of Star Island. For several hours, everyone had been on edge. Now, with the presence of a legendary-level powerhouse, a formidable battle companion, along with a cache of energy stones and a group of elite foreign subjects, the mood among the Tulip family members began to ease somewhat. However, at that moment, the large bird soaring within Arthur's second star island suddenly stirred. It was enveloped in a fiery blaze, a kaleidoscope of flames intertwining and dancing, as if the most graceful woman were showcasing her form, captivating all who gazed upon it. Yet, in that instant, the old steward of the Tulip family flashed a moment of anger, which vanished just as quickly. The other family members were utterly perplexed by this reaction. Advancement? Impossible. This plump bird had only recently ascended to the legendary realm through the family's painstaking resource investment. According to the family's assessment, this bird had reached its peak potential and could not grow any further. What did its current state signify? Arthur, however, was directly connected to the bird's transformation. He sensed an unmalicious force impacting the perfect connection he shared with the Star Island. Soon, as the master of the Star Island, he became aware of the bird's subsequent actions. On the second island, the large bird suddenly vanished. Its form transformed into something intangible, mysteriously merging into the Star Island itself. As the master of the Star Island, Arthur was the first to perceive this unprecedented change. Yet, he remained uncertain about the bird's intentions, only able to ascertain that it bore no ill will. In the next moment, Arthur comprehended the bird's purpose, and thus, confusion enveloped him. The ethereal bird reformed its body, materializing right before Arthur's tightly concealed essence. The bird's exquisite phoenix-like eyes ignited with a kaleidoscope of flames, and a unique mark on its brow suddenly expanded, resembling a bridge connecting to Arthur's own brow. This was the power of a contract. In an instant, Arthur understood the legendary bird's intent. It was forcefully attempting to forge a contract using its innate bloodline. Arthur's keen spiritual awareness allowed him to perceive every intricate detail of this bridge, composed entirely of intertwined runes, the essence of the contract. An equal contract. Had the bird lost its senses? To burn its own bloodline merely to establish a life bond of equality? This magnificent bird possessed a powerful bloodline inheritance. As a legendary-level being, entering into an equal life contract seemed to pose no significant loss. Accepting his fate, Arthur prepared to recline and enjoy the experience. Yet, at that very moment, the wondrous furnace within his soul stirred. The beautiful bird's bridge, linking it to Arthur's brow, inadvertently struck the surface of the furnace. The ancient structure revealed a faint image of a noble sacred bird entwined in colorful clouds, somewhat resembling the large bird, yet not entirely the same. This unexpected turn of events caught the bird off guard and left Arthur feeling lost. However, he soon sensed a connection to the legendary bird through the miraculous furnace. Who are you, and what is this entity? Why do I feel as though I have sold myself? Arthur's soul suddenly heard a sweet, childlike voice, indistinguishable in gender. For a bird, such distinctions held little importance. Arthur was merely curious about this ability. Was it a secret transmission? Or perhaps, a soul conversation? Nevertheless, the bird had indeed made a valid point. When the contract bridge was consumed by the miraculous furnace, the bird had effectively sold itself. Originally, it sought to share its life and fortune with Arthur. It could sense the extraordinary nature of this star island and anticipated soaring to new heights with its assistance. Thus, the bird, guided by its innate instincts, chose to seize this ethereal opportunity. Yet, the opportunity proved too grand, resulting in the complete absorption of the contract and the loss of the bird's leverage. At this moment, the equal contract had undergone a severe distortion, rendering the bird entirely subservient to the miraculous furnace and, by extension, to Arthur. Chapter 64. The Dichotomy of Good and Evil, the Wondrous Furnace. The nature of which remained an enigma, exhibited an extraordinary capability. Upon absorbing the essence and soul energy willingly provided by the grand bird, it transformed the majestic creature into a slave entirely subservient to its will. Indeed, a slave, subjected to a formidable restraint that could extinguish its very existence at a whim. Thus, the life of this legendary battle companion was utterly ensnared within the grasp of Arthur. This unforeseen transformation left both Arthur and the grand bird in a state of astonishment. The bird's initial tone of reproach shifted from sternness to a mere whisper of insecurity. After expressing its thoughts, the bird felt a profound sense of shame. How could it dare question its magnificent master? The master indeed. The delicate avian was legendary, a divine creature deserving of reverence from all lesser beings. How could such a diminutive human presume to claim mastery over it? Greetings, master. I am hungry. Within 3 seconds of the contract's essence and soul colliding with the marvelous furnace, the grand bird's thoughts were tumultuous on the spiritual plane. However, once those seconds elapsed, it seamlessly transitioned into being Arthur's loyal battle companion, wholeheartedly recognizing him as its faith and allegiance. It appeared that this bird's fate was now irrevocably sealed. Arthur, in serene anticipation, witnessed this outcome unfold. In truth, he had achieved victory with minimal effort. Though there were minor discrepancies along the way, the result exceeded all expectations. A flicker of inspiration sparked within him, as the furnace, having accumulated a staggering amount of life essence from the refinement of undead beings, channeled that energy directly into the grand bird through their bond. The quantity matched that which Arthur had absorbed. Although the amount of life essence was equal, the individual receiving it resulted in vastly different effects. With the infusion of this energy, Arthur successfully evolved from a mere lord of a star island into a master of both star island governance and the powers of a sea knight. It was a significant leap, with remarkable effects. The grand bird, already of legendary caliber, was enveloped by this newfound power, causing every bone, muscle, and feather to radiate brilliance within Arthur's perception. Its iridescent flames burned ever brighter, exhibiting a newfound vitality. Faintly, the 6 feather roots that had vanished from its back began to sprout anew. Yet, this energy was insufficient to fully restore the 6 feathers, merely initiating the growth of their roots. Nevertheless, this development filled the grand bird with boundless delight. Initially, it had deployed its full strength, casting away its 6 tail feathers, merely for self-preservation, not as a strike against the undead, but as a precaution against the tulip family. Greetings, master. I am still hungry. Acutely aware of the changes within itself, the grand bird swiftly adapted to its new role. Truly, its capacity for adaptation was remarkable. At this moment, Arthur had yet to fully acclimate to the situation. Inspired, he poured another surge of identical life essence into the grand bird. If the tulip family were to witness your tail feathers regrowing so swiftly, do you think they might feel a tinge of curiosity? Arthur began to embrace his own role. Since he was now the master of this pet, albeit a pet under perfect control, was there any need for politeness? What did it matter if it was legendary? Rules must be established, rewards for labor, and no rewards for mere charm and cuteness. That would not suffice. In this moment, Arthur discerned the grand bird's motivations for forming a contract. The bird, beyond sensing the unique benefits of Arthur's Star Island, also perceived an external threat. Thus, it had long concealed its true power, while contemporaneously, the star beasts appearing in the tulip family's domain had become mere materials for the family's sea night ceremony. Meanwhile, this grand bird had stubbornly restrained its ascent, earning a reputation for laziness and slow progress within the tulip family. However, it could no longer suppress the innate enhancement of its being. It had ascended to legendary status. At this juncture, the grand bird had reached a level of maturity. It was capable of shedding feathers, skinning, bleeding, and removing flesh and bones, as well as cleansing itself. A bearer of the bloodline of an immortal bird at the legendary tier could yield an abundance of precious materials. If utilized wisely, alongside the family's other basic resources, it could easily produce 10 formidable sea knights, all of whom would possess immense potential. This, however, represented the grand bird's greatest peril. It had always been aware of it. "Oh, great and benevolent master, allow me to extol your wisdom and intelligence. Should I venture out? It is indeed possible that the tulip family may harbor suspicions. Perhaps I shall rest for a while. In doing so, I could also assist my esteemed master in cultivating that delightful technique." In the next instant, the grand bird lunged towards Arthur. Instantly, a miraculous transformation transpired. This state bore semblance to fusion, yet also resembled the donning of an exoskeletal armor. As the grand bird exhibited this newfound ability, Arthur felt a dramatic surge in his physical strength. The increase was exponential, almost frightening in its magnitude. The Glory Knight's cultivation method encountered an unfamiliar yet harmonious force. The two began to tentatively connect, gradually merging in a seamless dance. All occurred with astonishing rapidity. The elderly steward of the tulip family remained silent, biding his time for a resolution. An equitable life contract. Could it truly be forcibly imposed? Arthur's voice resonated throughout the second star island, signifying that the transformation had reached its conclusion. The elite members of the tulip family exhaled in relief. They remained uncertain whether the change was advantageous or detrimental. After a moment of hesitation, the old steward slightly shook his head. Chapter 65. Implicit consent and assurance. This should be a gifted ability. Unlike ordinary star sea knights, this contract does not endow you with the capacity to explore the star islands as a typical knight would. However, it grants you a partner bound by the covenant of life sharing and mutual growth, one that is fiercely loyal and remarkably powerful. For you, the advantages should outweigh the disadvantages. The old steward withheld certain remarks. He refrained from mentioning the immense value of the star beast pet with the bloodline of the immortal bird. In his view, Arthur, hailing from Star Island, could not possibly be unaware of the legendary worth of such a bloodline-s battle companion. Legendary. Even a pig of the legendary tier is still a creature of legendary status. In this world, where divine prowess is not prominently displayed, being legendary already represents the pinnacle of combat strength. It can be said that on any star island, possessing a single legendary combatant, alongside approximately 20 elite warriors and corresponding defensive fortifications, ensures invincibility. Arthur, seizing this unexpected turn of events, has effectively addressed the significant shortcoming of lacking a legendary powerhouse. Consequently, the recruitment of elite warriors and the establishment of defensive structures will become considerably more manageable. This outcome naturally left the old steward somewhat disheartened, as it did not align with the interests of the tulip family. However, given the irrevocable nature of the situation, it was essential to maximize the value derived from it. According to the tacit understanding among nobles, the contract for such a battle companion would undoubtedly be recognized as an investment by the tulip family. How cunningly astute. So it is. After all, as the lord of this star island, I cannot venture beyond its bounds to explore the void or engage in warfare. Having a legendary tier battle companion as a contract partner. Quite splendid. As a perceptive lord of the Star Island, still in the nascent stages of his reign, Arthur felt compelled to express his gratitude. Upon demonstrating his loyalty, he was met with unanimous approval from the members of the tulip family. It was at this juncture that he found the opportunity to scrutinize the elven members more closely. 21 elves constituted a considerable fortune. The tulip family members swiftly entered the white marble villa, expertly accessing the building's underground chamber. At this moment, due to the relocation of the structure to Arthur's second star island, every nook within had long been discerned by him, including the underground secret room. Box after box of energy stones was being extracted, each containing a standard quantity of 10,000. Arthur recalled that in his previous life, The star island he manifested was quite diminutive, and acquiring these energy stones was fraught with hardship. Who would have thought that now, energy stones could be amassed in boxes? Filling his star island? 72 boxes. This signifies an astonishing total of 72 million energy stones laid before him. This constitutes a vast fortune. Presently, it could incite explosive growth for the star island, delivering devastating annihilation to those undead creatures. The loft contained not only energy stones, but also various other items. However, energy stones undeniably represented the primary resource within the building. As these energy stones surged into the star island, we must expedite the activation of the various star islands. Time is of the essence. The old steward had not forgotten the pressing matters at hand. The entire Tulip family's colossal island was under siege by undead creatures. Chaos had persisted for an hour or two, and the extent of the losses remained uncertain. To minimize these losses, it was imperative to consolidate the family's advantageous forces. A battle formation led by legendary powerhouses, with elite warriors in tow, must sweep across the colossal island from end to end. Understood. Rest assured, Elder. The plump bird has expended too much vitality and requires recuperation. Arthur collected the stack of boxes, subsequently greeting the Elder. No matter. That lazy bird is always thus. One must not overly indulge it. The old steward trailed off, unable to continue. Ultimately, the current lord of the Star Island was merely of the first tier, while the plump bird was a legendary being, classified as a third tier. The disparity is significant. Even if an equal contract is established, what difference does it make? If not coddled, will that bird be industrious? Fortunately, both parties refrained from further entanglement. Arthur piloted the Star Island, soaring directly towards the direction of the Star Island Lord who had promised him a squad of clam women. Perhaps because the throng of undead creatures constituted the entirety of the surrounding undead monsters, Arthur encountered no obstructions during his flight across the Star Island. It was only upon spotting the docks and the far end of the long bridge that he beheld the Star Island. The scene was anything but tranquil and serene. Through Arthur's advanced perception, he discerned that the expansive Star Island, spanning approximately 10 square kilometers, was under siege by monsters. An overwhelming mass of undead creatures, not limited to humanoid forms, but also including a plethora of bizarre types, pressed against the Star Island's protective barrier, clawing and gnashing with teeth. A cacophony of viscous fluids and noxious fumes emanated from these monsters, shrouding the entire island in a ghostly haze, resembling a realm of phantoms. Chapter 66. Rescue and the Good Souls. The situation was dire. Should the protective barrier of Star Island be torn asunder by these monstrous entities, everything within would fall prey to the onslaught of these undead creatures. Fortunately, despite their overwhelming numbers and diverse varieties, none of the legendary grade monsters had made their presence felt. Had such a creature appeared, the protective dome of Star Island would have been riddled with countless breaches. The arrival of Arthur's Star Island incited a frenzy among the surrounding monsters, stirred by a sense of trepidation. However, the sparse population of Arthur's Star Island paled in comparison to the besieged island, resulting in mere chaos. Moreover, the undead creatures that could not breach the stricken island began to converge towards Arthur's vicinity. The old steward led the charge, showcasing his legendary prowess as he swiftly bore the island's master towards the attacked Star Island. Along the way, fearsome obstacles were effortlessly shattered into fragments. The delicate silk strands proved to be an unparalleled weapon against the lesser undead. Arthur could merely circle around the central area of the island, which spanned 10 square kilometers. One by one, the undead were swept into the island by the force of the second Star Island, becoming practice targets for the warriors of the Tulip family after their respite. Additionally, some of the undead were directed into the wondrous furnace of the first Star Island. The werewolf warriors and members of the merfolk also received their due training, particularly the large bird, which had claimed to require rest. Upon appearing on the first Star Island, it surveyed the surroundings with an odd glance, immediately establishing itself as the foremost slayer there. Before the large bird, the first-tier undead posed no challenge. It required no use of innate powers. A mere flap of its wings sent those creatures, engulfed in fiery energy, into disarray. Even the werewolf warriors gazed upon the large bird with reverence. With its involvement, the rate of extermination on the first Star Island surpassed that of the second Star Island, where the Tulip family members had gathered. Before Arthur had completed even half of his circle, the once silent Star Island at the end of the dock sprang to life. Unlike Arthur's Star Island, This one unleashed sharp objects from its barrier, which coalesced into radiant beams of light. Countless pillars of light crisscrossed, bathing the surrounding undead in holy illumination. A second-tier light attribute defense tower emerged, a veritable nemesis to the undead. True to its heritage as an established master of Star Island, backed by familial resources, this island far surpassed the newcomer Arthur in terms of foundation. The light arrow towers executed the undead with terrifying efficiency, rendering Arthur a mere spectator. This illustrates that the strength of a Star Island is not merely determined by its size. The variety of defensive structures and unique artifacts play a crucial role. Soon, the smaller island took the lead, with Arthur's second Star Island providing support, while the first island discreetly handled a portion of the undead. The area behind. To the left, right, above, and below the dock was devoid of any monsters. The Star Island, which Arthur had dubbed the Pearl of the Sea, opened a passage connecting to his own. The next moment, 10 cautious, curious pearls emerged from the passage. As the force of Arthur's Star Island swept over them, these timid beings shrieked in surprise, only to be sent into the waters at the island's edge. A fruitful accumulation was at hand, prompting Arthur to award the Pearl's Island Master a 5-star rating in his mind. Such subjects, if sought after individually, would not come cheaply. Without connections, one might find it impossible to acquire them. But that was not the end of it. As the liquid from the passage vanished, 3 peculiar structures materialized within Arthur's Star Island, holy light arrow towers. At that moment, Arthur recalled the unfortunate member of the Tulip family, felled by a legendary grade giant crossbow and spear. Their fates were eerily similar. He felt a desire to deliver a similar blow once more. Guilt was an emotion he could not afford. Had he softened even slightly in that moment, he would have ceased to exist. Thus, despite having reaped numerous benefits from the Tulip family, Arthur maintained an air of gratitude, his demeanor radiating appreciation. 3 towers resembling the silent hunter arrow towers he had previously encountered were swiftly deployed at the island's edge. Their retractable tops, connected by a cable adorned with runic patterns, appeared somewhat wobbly yet comical. However, these were second-tier elite arrow towers, crafted only by master engineers of the Goblin clan. Unlike the first-tier arrow towers abundant on Arthur's side, which primarily focused on physical projectile attacks, these second-tier holy light arrow towers leaned towards attribute damage. Each tower's cost exceeded 1,000 energy stones, and they were not easily procured. In his past life, after many years of effort, Arthur had managed to accumulate only 16 of these equivalent holy light arrow towers. Acquiring 3 of them was indeed a significant gift. The master of the Pearl Island was truly benevolent. Chapter 67. The joy of temporary logistics with the mission accomplished. There was scarcely time for rest. It was imperative to swiftly liberate each Star Island from the clutches of the monsters. Next in line was the Star Island codenamed Electric Eel. The names of the Tulip family members were often lengthy, prompting Arthur to simply assign code names instead. The 2 Star Islands did not soar high in the sky, but rather traversed low and swiftly. Arthur had arranged 3 second-tier supreme holy light arrow towers, driven by an urge to test their firepower. Of course, this eagerness was intended to impress the warriors of the Tulip family on the islands. Despite their novelty, Arthur had grown weary of them in his previous life. Nevertheless, these towers were genuinely effective. Like ordinary first-tier towers, a single energy stone could trigger 100 shots. However, while the ordinary towers unleashed only first-tier pneumatic arrows, which dealt purely physical damage, the holy light arrow towers operated differently. Each strike delivered light attribute damage, capable of delivering a fatal blow to second-tier undead creatures if aimed at their vital points. Against first-tier undead, it was as effortless as pinching a snail, an assured victory. Although it seemed somewhat extravagant, considering that such high-level towers could only be crafted by master engineers of the second tier, their consumption was comparable to that of ordinary first-tier towers, alleviating any pangs of regret. Arthur repeatedly activated the 3 holy light arrow towers, each capable of sending light arrows beyond the island's boundary. Each shot accurately dispatched a single undead creature, leaving no trace in their wake. Upon reaching the location of the Electric Eel Star Island, they encountered no large-scale hordes of undead. However, surrounding the Electric Eel Island were numerous bizarre undead creatures, even more than those at the Clam Lady Island. Yet again, no legendary monsters were in sight. Much like the human Star Sea Knights, the number of legendary beings was inherently limited. According to the brief descriptions from the Old Steward, there were openly 10 legendary-level warriors belonging to the Tulip family, with an additional 18 concealed. This was a formidable count, as far as Arthur knew. The number of legendary Star Sea Knights on the Star Islands could not exceed half of that. Whether there were any hidden in the back of the Star Islands or in other mainland regions remained beyond Arthur's knowledge. Arthur's Island and the Clam Lady Island flanked the undead creatures gnawing at the barrier of the Electric Eel Island. Brilliant rays of sacred light, infused with searing heat and purifying power, obliterated the undead creatures near the Electric Eel Star Island. The old steward once again took action, forcefully escorting the owner of the Electric Eel Island into its interior. The undead creatures obstructing their path were effortlessly dispatched. This process appeared deceptively simple. Although there were some dangers, humanity maintained a clear advantage overall. The Electric Eel Island also boasted holy light arrow towers, whose area and volume were nearly identical to those of the Clam Lady Island. The 3 Star Islands efficiently attacked the surrounding first-tier undead creatures, with a few second-tier elites mixed in. Within 10 minutes, there were no traces of undead life remaining. True to the prior promises, the Electric Eel Island established a temporary passage with Arthur's Island. 5 fleshy pillars of varying thicknesses moved into Arthur's Island space, subsequently harnessed by Arthur's powers as the Island Master, transporting them to the waters where the Clam Lady resided. These electric eels exceeded the previously promised 3. Initially, it was intended for 1 each from the early, mid, and late first tier. But now there were 3 from the early stage and 1 each from the mid and late stages. All were tamed star beasts, and upon entering Arthur's Island, they had already undergone a transformation of obedience. From this moment forth, they became a significant achievement on Arthur's path toward biodiversity. The 3 Star Islands floated upward, converging towards the coordinates of the next Star Island. Unlike Arthur's Island, the 2 Star Islands, though merely a tenth of Arthur's cross-sectional area, were equipped with comprehensive defensive facilities and a considerable number of Star Sea Knights, true units of combat power. As they advanced, Arthur's Island followed closely behind, eliminating various undead creatures from a distance. Arthur's role resembled that of a logistical unit, clearing the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a gathering of humans once more. On the massive island of the Tulip family, the humans present were either direct descendants of the Tulip family or those who had aligned themselves with them. Thus, upon encountering them, it was only natural to gather them, as Arthur's Island, serving as a temporary logistical unit, had ample space. Everything proceeded according to plan. However, just as Arthur opened a passage to draw in the members of the Tulip family discovered behind the makeshift barricades, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from the sky. In that instant, the sky, previously shrouded in dense mist, seemed to reveal a divine phenomenon. A blinding light pierced through the ethereal fog, illuminating the entirety of the Tulip family's Star Island. In truth, it extended far beyond that. Chapter 68. The disaster escalates. The radiance that dispels darkness should evoke a sense of exhilaration. Yet, at this moment, across the entire continent, wherever these lights shone, legendary beings felt an encroaching fear gradually infiltrating their hearts. Although Arthur was not a legendary figure, he possessed a legendary contract partner, even if that partner had suffered backlash. They were undeniably of legendary caliber. Moreover, Arthur's eyes held a certain uniqueness, enabling him to perceive scenes invisible to others. The blazing luminary in the sky was a counterattack from an immensely powerful human just before their demise. The great bird shared its senses and experiences with Arthur, primarily its own. That aura transcended ordinary legends and was indicative of a being on the brink of divinity self-destructing. As this information reached Arthur, combined with the terrifying images he witnessed, a profound sense of foreboding enveloped him. Until this anomaly appeared, Arthur had never anticipated the severity of the turmoil on the continent. It was merely an invasion of undead creatures. Although such an onslaught had not occurred on this continent for a considerable time, it was not uncommon in the outer regions of humanity's celestial expansion. Especially during the cataclysmic events of his past life, Arthur himself had perished amidst a myriad of disasters. What was this continent? It was the life source of the entire human world, distinct from the other continents in the sea of stars. Here, there existed many formidable beings. Based on this understanding, Arthur had never deemed the danger particularly high. The belief in humanity's ultimate triumph remained unshaken. Yet at this moment, the necessity for a human being on the verge of divinity to self-detonate revealed the dire nature of their plight. Surely, if escape were possible, the adversary would not have resorted to such extremes. This sudden turn of events completely roused Arthur from his previous complacency. Another surge of life essence coursed into his heart, akin to a warm current swiftly spreading through every corner of his being. A sense of great ambition ignited within him, while a fervent passion surged in his spirit. Perhaps this was a minor peculiarity accompanying the fusion of life essence. However, Arthur could not afford to linger on it. He sensed an overwhelming crisis, a peril that rendered him powerless to dictate his own fate. If a dozen or so legendary undead warriors were to attack now, his strength would be utterly inadequate to withstand them. Furthermore, it was unlikely that such a number of legendary undead could compel a half-divine human to self-destruct. Despite merely being half a step into divinity, the life level of such ancient beings had undergone a transformation. Arthur understood that the old steward of the Tulip family present was equally aware of this. In an instant, terror flashed in the steward's eyes. That aura, no, it was impossible. The steward dared not contemplate what would transpire next for the Tulip family, for he sensed a familiar presence. The self-destructing human warrior bore an uncanny resemblance to their ancestor. That was the pillar of the entire Tulip family, the very foundation that allowed them to navigate the Sea of Stars with confidence. According to the conventions of the Sea of Stars, without a half-divine warrior and more than 30 legendary warriors, one could hardly be considered a super-large power. Within this framework, the half-divine warrior was paramount. While legendary warriors could be amassed through vast resources, half-divine beings required an amalgamation of innate talent, potential, opportunity, temperament, and substantial resources to have any chance of success. The Tulip family possessed but a single half-divine warrior. Speed increased. They must hasten to gather all the Star Islands and locate the clan leader. The steward's voice echoed far and wide. At that moment, he fervently wished his intuition was mistaken. He hoped that it was not their ancestor, but rather a neighboring power that faced such a fate. The trio of small and large Star Islands accelerated towards the coordinates of the next island. At this juncture, Arthur lamented the sheer size of his Star Island. It was too conspicuous. A smaller island of 3 to 5 square kilometers might have offered greater safety. Of course, Arthur could readily change his appearance at will. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the Tulip family, he dared not reveal his first Star Island. The red status still lingered. Wait, why had it faded? As they progressed, Arthur's spiritual energy focused on the mystical furnace, where the once vibrant red glow enveloping his first Star Island had noticeably dimmed. It resembled the fading hue of washed garments. Yet this was undoubtedly a positive sign. In a moment of crisis, he could still unleash his first Star Island. This constituted a trump card. The elder patriarch comprehended the gravity of the situation even more acutely than the steward. He had already lost substantial control over the massive island and could not reach the family as secretive elders. At that moment, the sky erupted into resplendent light. Chapter 69. The tragic wisdom of the zombie. The old patriarch felt a profound sense of dread. Deep within, he harbored a myriad of grievances against that ancient, undying entity. Yet he could not deny that this old fellow was the pivotal force enabling the Tulip family to command the starry seas. With his demise, an overwhelming terror would soon engulf them. Surrounding the elder, for legendary-level warriors gazed skyward, acutely attuned to the sorrowful resonance that emanated from their bloodline. The fall of a kin's powerful being was a devastating truth that one could not contest, while an individual may falter. It was inconceivable for every legendary warrior to err simultaneously. Thus, this was an undeniable reality, one that the members of the Tulip family were reluctant to confront. At the opposite end of the colossal island stood 4 other legendary guardians, but apart from them, 2 more legendary figures were present. The foremost guardian of the Laxi Star Island and Lucia, who had lost her dominion over the island. It was presumed that another legendary knight had also lost his Star Island, though his whereabouts were currently unknown. When calamity struck, Lucia was engrossed in examining her newly acquired fox maid, fascinated by her unique physique. In a fleeting moment, the fox maid vanished, replaced by a grotesque zombie with a decayed visage. It was evident that this creature was a malevolent remnant of a fallen lord of the Star Island, as indicated by its distinctive garb and adornments. As a legendary warrior, Lucia was not easily cowed by the sudden appearance of a legendary-level zombie in her embrace. However, she was consumed by rage, unrestrained fury. This abomination not only whisked away her beloved maid, but also sullied her attire. The garment in question was a luxurious nightwear crafted from ice silkworm silk, valued at 10,000 energy stones, renowned for its rejuvenating properties. Regardless of the fatigue from long journeys or the burdens of the mind, a single night in this exquisite attire would restore her vigor. Yet now, her nightwear was stained, and her hand was pressed against the zombie's chest, devoid of any sensation. Lucia's wrath erupted instantaneously. It is worth noting that the legendary zombie, too, was bewildered. Typically, undead creatures lack intelligence, but upon reaching legendary status, they undergo a transformation through the unique laws of the Starry Sea, awakening a semblance of consciousness. From the moment it ascended to legendary status, it was akin to an infant, gradually accumulating its own intellect. However, in rare instances, certain legendary undead beings may experience unexpected alterations, reclaiming their former memories. Such occurrences are exceedingly uncommon, and Lucia had the misfortune of encountering one of them. The zombie seethed with rage, perceiving Lucia as a filthy woman who could not even find peace in death. It felt sullied by her touch, its purity tainted. Both the sentient zombie and Lucia launched their assaults simultaneously. At this juncture, their professional disparities became evident. The legendary zombie, hailing from the esteemed lineage of the Star Island Lord, possessed unique skills derived from its former life, such as summoning the undead creatures of its ethereal domain. In contrast, Lucia was a quintessential knight of the Starry Seas, excelling in close combat. In their fierce confrontation, Lucia interrupted the zombie's summoning attempt. A legendary zombie reliant on the powers of its Star Island found itself at the mercy of a legendary Starry Sea Knight's melee assault, a predicament most unfavorable indeed. Had the zombie not regained its former memories, its situation might have been less dire. Its sluggish response plunged it into a perilous predicament. With its arms restrained, the legendary zombie was violently hurled to the ground by Lucia, crashing down with such force that it shattered the thick marble floor, creating a gaping hole that extended from the third-floor bedroom to the ground below. Yet this was not the end. Lucia, revealing her true nature, followed up with a vicious elbow strike to the zombie's heart. The impact caused the unfortunate creature to expel a grotesque mixture of slime and insects from its orifices, further staining Lucia's attire. Fueled by indignation, Lucia grasped a black iron rod, previously used to tend the fireplace, and unleashed a flurry of strikes. The Star Island Lord's attributes dictated that its profession revolved around cultivating soul power, allowing the zombie to summon numerous minions to overwhelm any adversary. However, this time, the legendary zombie was doomed. One moment, it had been reveling in its dominion over the Star Island, relishing its immortality, but the next, it found itself face to face with a formidable opponent. Lucia, far from foolish, targeted the zombie's head and heart with precision. Her relentless assaults forced the zombie to endure the brutal blows of the iron rod, leaving it no opportunity to summon its minions. Even if it managed to conjure a horde of elite undead, it would be of little consequence at this juncture. Meanwhile, Arthur and his companions encountered an unusual phenomenon, a Star Island not registered with the Tulip family, shrouded in a dense aura of the underworld. Its expanse was considerable. Chapter 70. Enlightenment confronted with the bizarre and uncanny visage of the unfamiliar Star Island, the old steward boldly surged forward. The protective barrier enveloping the island, spanning an area of 10 square kilometers, was utterly incapable of hindering a being of legendary prowess. Upon witnessing the grand spectacle within the island, even the old steward, despite his legendary stature, felt a shiver coursing through him. There was no picturesque scenery, nor any edifices to be seen. The entire mysterious island was shrouded in an ominous aura, rendering it nearly impenetrable to the ordinary eye. Yet, the old steward possessed a keen sight that allowed him to perceive far into the distance, where he beheld a plethora of undead creatures, skeletons, zombies, phantoms, ranging from the ordinary to the elite, and even legendary. They soared through the air, darted across the ground, both large and small, densely clustered together. Not scattered across the island, but rather swarming in a chaotic throng on the ground and above. In that moment, even the legendary old steward was at a loss regarding the sheer number of undead entities inhabiting this Star Island. However, his gaze quickly fixed upon the singular legendary undead creature before him, a tall, handsome specter, albeit with one half of its form in a tattered state. Specters possess the ability to alter their appearance at will, yet they typically revert to the state they were in at the time of their demise. It appeared that this male sea knight had met an untimely and turbulent end. "Oh, great lord of the abyss," A mere insect has invaded your domain. Please allow me to exact punishment upon it." Before the old steward could make a move, the legendary specter spoke first. Here was a being of legendary intelligence, which posed a considerable challenge. In the realm of the Star Sea, a staggering 99% of undead creatures lacked any form of sentience. Even among the rare few with intellect, their wisdom was often limited. Yet the specter, while still somewhat dubious, adeptly exploited its advantages. The entire realm of the Star Island erupted into chaos as the undead entities surged forth, heedless of their lives, drawn to the scent of flesh. Meanwhile, the moment the old steward breached the island, the zombie island lord, having painstakingly summoned its strength at the cost of nearly breaking its own arms, sought to conjure its formidable guardians. It aimed to retrieve its treasures to punish the filthy intruder before it. However, as the incantation progressed, the island was beset by an invasion. A legendary being had trespassed into its sanctuary. This was its home, filled only with itself and its counterpart, while the remaining zombies, phantoms, and skeletons were mere offspring collected and refined by two unique entities. This was intolerable. This delay offered Lucia yet another opportunity. With a staff in hand, she struck left and right, thrusting and slicing. Ultimately, the zombie island lord could not withstand the assault of the iron rod. Its massive arms hung limply at unnatural angles. Meanwhile, the old steward underwent a transformation akin to that of a caterpillar, with every pore erupting into a profusion of hair, glistening with a slight white sheen. As these strands grew to lengths of 1 meter, 2 meters, he began to spin. The hair, a manifestation of his innate ability, could be as rigid or as supple as he wished, its mastery residing in his will. As he spun, countless threads whirled around him like sharpened blades, cleaving through the myriad of lesser undead creatures that assailed him from all directions. The old steward was not merely a passive defender. He harnessed this bizarre state to charge toward the location of the legendary undead entity. Outside, the three islands, one large and two small, awaited the outcome. They witnessed a beam of light burst forth from the mysterious island, only to explode. This was one of the unique signal devices of the tulip family, capable of breaching the protective barrier of the island once imbued with battle energy. Of course, the efficacy of such signal devices depended on the user's level and the barrier's strength. Clearly, the old steward, with his legendary expertise, possessed the ability to penetrate the barrier controlled by the legendary undead. Upon seeing this signal, the three islands sprang into action. This moment starkly illustrated the disparity between seasoned and novice islands. Each of the smaller islands extended a robust tubular structure, from which emerged two iron spheres, approximately 1 meter in diameter, propelled by flames and pungent sulfurous smoke. These were the island cannons, accompanied by explosive shells, products of the timid yet treacherously cunning goblins. This was an act of sheer brutality. The iron spheres were not smooth. Their surfaces bore the texture of a tortoise shell, with sharp spikes protruding from the center of each section, akin to a scaled-up sea urchin, as the two explosive shells plummeted toward the protective barrier of the spectral island. Chapter 71. The failure of the island break operation. Remarkably, the two shell-breaking projectiles did not land in a single spot. Instead, they struck the opposing sides of the Phantom Star Island. The two star islands of the Tulip family, equal in scale to the Phantom Star Island, had already commenced their charge the moment the projectiles were launched. They surged towards the designated impact points of the shells. These 1 meter diameter devices inflicted tremendous damage on the hazy protective shield surrounding the Phantom Star Island. Specifically designed to target Star Island shields, they first adhered to the barrier, and in the next moment, the spikes of the projectiles embedded in the shield detonated, followed closely by the explosion of the projectile bodies. On the Phantom Star Island's shield, hundreds of square meters on either side were obliterated by the explosive force. However, the two star islands pressed forward against the oncoming shockwave, directly colliding with the rapidly closing wounds on the shield. Throughout this process, both Star Islands and Arthur's Island relentlessly unleashed their long-range attacks, primarily through the Holy Light Arrow Towers. Finally, seizing the opportunity, the two Star Islands crashed into the wounded areas of the Phantom Star Island's shield before it could fully recover. A thunderous roar echoed from the three-tiered structure above. The Phantom Star Island's shield flickered violently, resembling an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Meanwhile, Lucia, the beleaguered ruler of the Star Island, suddenly found her eyes bulging several centimeters, her mouth foaming with putrid, corrosive yellow liquid. "I will fight you," she managed to utter between bouts of expelling the foul liquid. In the next instant, the three interconnected star islands near Arthur's island abruptly vanished. It would be more accurate to say they ignited in a blaze of gray-black flames, hurtling towards the earth like a meteor. At that moment, Arthur felt an overwhelming sense of tragic valor, as if they were willing to perish in a mutual destruction with the enemy. The ruler of the Tulip family's star islands had not anticipated such a turn of events. Typically, even in dire situations, monster star islands would not resort to such desperate measures. Lucia was even more bewildered. She sensed impending doom, a profound terror descending upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucia retreated. There was no time to exit through the front door, nor could she even bend low to escape through a window. She barreled straight into the solid granite wall of the small building. Boom! The granite was thick and unyielding. The iron rod crashed into the wall with all its might, creating a fist-sized hole surrounded by radiating cracks. Lucia found herself thrust into the midst of these fissures, just as she leapt from the attic. The three intertwined star islands collided with the area where the attic stood almost simultaneously. If viewed in slow motion, it would appear that for every inch Lucia retreated, the star islands advanced an inch. A mere tenth of a second could result in a direct impact from the shield of the star islands. Of course, this scenario did not imply that Lucia emerged unscathed. While she did not suffer a direct hit from the shield of any of the three star islands, the gray-black flames consuming the phantom star island inflicted immense agony upon her. This was the essence of the star island's power ignited. Such actions would significantly hinder the island's growth potential, and excessive use could render it incapable of further quality enhancement or size increase. Typically, the rulers of star islands would refrain from employing such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. Yet, in this moment, the astute zombie ruler was resolutely igniting the essence of the Phantom Star Island. The rulers of the Tulip family's two star islands were in utter despair. They were unaware of the true nature of the Phantom Star Island's master. But one thing was abundantly clear. This was a cunning, despicable, shameless, and malevolent sentient being. The granite attic was crushed by the shields of the three star islands. The earth was gouged into a massive, interconnected pit. Meanwhile, within the Phantom Star Island, the legendary ghost was being relentlessly pursued by the old steward. The Star Sea Knight's reincarnation as a ghost was lamentably poor. Whether the Star Sea Knight transformed into a zombie or a skeleton, it would have been superior to becoming a ghost. Conversely, the Star Island's master was more suited to becoming a ghost, allowing for the expression of unique talents. Yet, the misfortunes of the two undead legends became the fortune of humanity. Suppress it with the power of the Star Islands. Quickly, the two rulers of the Tulip family shouted to Arthur as they retreated. This demand seemed somewhat excessive. Did they truly believe that the burning essence of the Phantom Star Island would harm the two Tulip family star islands but spare Arthur's? Clearly, that was impossible. The damage would be uniform. Chapter 72. The Cowardly Undead. At this moment, Arthur found himself with limited choices. As he was deeply entwined in a cooperative relationship with the Tulip family, as a diligent worker, it was only natural for him to be both valued and cautiously regarded due to his immense potential. Presently, Arthur's primary star island was evidently more robust than the combined might of the two star islands belonging to the Tulip family. Having grown through his past life, Arthur had come to understand what the so-called source of a star island truly represented, an energy akin to the world's primal force, accumulated by the star island itself. In his previous life, Arthur had continuously converted this world's primal force into the essence of the star island, maintaining it in an optimal state of growth. In such a condition, the star island boasted impeccable defenses, overwhelming offensive capabilities, and peak digestive efficiency, allowing for gradual expansion. Now, Arthur's primary star island had already extended significantly beyond its initial few square kilometers. With this foundation, Arthur confidently commanded his second star island to forcefully press down upon the shadowy star island engulfed in gray-black flames. The flames swiftly surged upwards along the connection point of the two islands. This conflagration was not a mere spread of ordinary flames, but rather a clash or consumption of two powers. The shadowy star island was expending its foundational energy to deplete that of Arthur's second star island. Whichever side exhausted its resources first would be declared the loser. However, from the overall process and outcome, it seemed that both Arthur and the shadowy star island were destined to be losers, as both sides depleted their foundational power. Arthur's actions were resolute. The dormant great bird, having recently awakened, unleashed its power, clearly projecting its presence into the consciousness of the legendary figures inhabiting the shadowy Star Island. There were 3 legendary human beings. As the rulers and primary guardians of the shadowy Star Island, the 2 undead legendaries were woefully inadequate. Their transformation into undead beings had severely limited their capabilities among their peers. The humans they sensed included an infuriatingly violent woman, a terrifyingly handsome older man, and another whose mere aura emanated an overwhelming power of constraint. This was a divine flame energy, precisely the bane of undead beings. At that moment, the 2 awakened legendary undead beings were engulfed in fear. Unlike the phantoms and zombies born solely from a soul and a corpse, who lacked the capacity for fear regardless of their strength, these awakened beings, remembering their past lives, were different. Furthermore, these 2 legends had been timid in their human forms and were incapable of decisive actions. Thus, as they were suppressed on the shadowy Star Island and felt the immense, constraining power, their awakened wisdom led them to a clear decision. Mercy. We surrender. We possess a multitude of undead creatures at our command. The voice of the ghostly Star Sea Knight, filled with urgency, quickly spat out a string of universally understood human language. This was an ability not possessed by other undead beings. Even among legendary undead, only those who had awakened memories of their former lives could master human languages. After all, the evolution of an undead being's intellect from nothing to something, transforming from childlike innocence to cunning wisdom, required time. The several hundred years of a legendary being's lifespan was evidently insufficient to render these undead creatures akin to humans. Nevertheless, this did not imply that undead beings were entirely savage and independently evolving. There existed special cases, such as those who had awakened memories from their past lives and more powerful divine undead beings. Both possessed the ability to enlighten ordinary undead beings, facilitating their rapid intellectual growth. If Arthur were a typical youth, he would undoubtedly suspect this to be a ruse by the undead creatures, determined to drain them of their last drop of foundational essence until their complete demise before he would feel at ease. However, the current Arthur was a reincarnated individual, seasoned by countless experiences. The claims of the undead resonated with some of the hidden information he had encountered. Yet, complete trust eluded him. Undead beings, especially those of higher rank with independent wisdom, were notoriously cunning. In the meantime, his second Star Island continued to engage in the exchange of foundational powers with the shadowy Star Island, capable of holding its ground for the time being. We are willing. We are willing. Great Master of the Star Islands, at this moment, the Lord of the shadowy Star Island and the closely allied ghostly Star Sea Knight were filled with boundless joy. Their declarations were driven more by a primal instinct for survival. However, both were aware that under such circumstances, it would be challenging to elicit belief. In the realm of star seas, humans could still tame star beasts for the sake of advancement rituals. Still, their attitude toward undead beings was singular. Eradicate them to the last root. Chapter 73. Such an appetizing appetite? The 2 legendary undead beings sensed that their hope of victory had utterly vanished, overwhelmed by the formidable essence of Arthur's Star Island. With a profound awareness of their impending demise, they instinctively resorted to pleading for mercy, a reflex born of human intelligence or perhaps a remnant of their innate talents from their former lives. However, they were astounded to find themselves confronted with terms of surrender from the very humans they once considered their adversaries. Was it mere fortune on their part? Or was it human ambition that drove such a monumental offer? Yet, recalling the 3 formidable Star Knights they had encountered, the 2 legendary undead soon comprehended their dire situation. A master of the Star Island capable of summoning 3 powerful Star Knights was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. The noble steeds do not associate with donkeys, and the phoenix does not flock with sparrows. These 2 legendary undead had been quite learned in their past lives. In a bold display, the 2 monstrous beings simultaneously split a portion of their souls, with the ghost relinquishing its essence and the zombie expelling its primordial blood. They recited oaths, though such pledges held limited binding power in the Starsea realm, save for those bound by contractual might. Yet, as these 2 legendary undead surrendered a fragment of their essence, the marvelous furnace within Arthur's soul stirred to life. The ghost's essence, the zombie's primordial blood, and the words of their oaths were all drawn into the furnace, where they were transformed. The essence of their beings intertwined with the contents of their oaths, twisting together like a helix, serpentine in its drift through the boundless space of the extraordinary furnace. Arthur found himself momentarily bewildered, overwhelmed by the myriad transformations that had unfolded, leaving him in a state of ignorance. At that instant, the two legendary undead felt a profound metamorphosis occurring within them. As beings of the undead, they thrived on the flesh and souls of the living. Yet, at this moment, upon the completion of their oaths, both half-damaged legendary undead felt their crowns lifted, as an enigmatic and wondrous power infused their forms. They experienced a sensation akin to camels, parched from traversing the desert for months, finally discovering an oasis teeming with lush greenery, plunging into the refreshing waters to rejuvenate their very essence. Even in relinquishing their dominion over life, these two undead beings felt a strange sense of fulfillment. They had no bargaining power, and the entire process, though lengthy in description, transpired with remarkable swiftness. From the moment Arthur's second star island descended upon them to the instant they felt the lifting of their crowns, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. At this juncture, the Tulip family's star island had yet to complete its turn. The aged steward had already distanced himself from the self-immolating flames of the underworld star island and was now observing from above. Seizing such favorable circumstances, Arthur was determined to capitalize on the opportunity. Before the eyes of numerous onlookers, a miraculous scene unfolded. The flames of the underworld star island extinguished in segments, vanishing piece by piece. Soon, the entirety of the underworld star island disappeared beneath the protective veil of Arthur's star island. Such a spectacle. Had the underworld star island been consumed entirely? Did Arthur's star island possess such an insatiable appetite? In the star sea realm, every star island, akin to a human, bore its own peculiar characteristics. However, the sheer magnitude of Arthur's star island had prompted the Tulip family to intensify their efforts to forge an alliance. They suddenly realized that such a colossal star island might possess unparalleled talents for refining and devouring other star islands, elevating their regard for Arthur to new heights. In truth, Arthur was indeed capable of instantaneously refining the underworld star island, for the marvelous furnace possessed such an ability. Throughout his arduous journey from humble beginnings, he had never discerned the limits of the extraordinary furnace. Nonetheless, he refrained from executing such a process. For Arthur valued far more the worth of the two legendary undead than the potential life source and world essence contained within the entirety of the underworld star island. Even if their talents had been misaligned and their origins constrained their growth, they were still legends. While they might falter against equals, they remained adept at subduing elite forces. Especially with Arthur's unique method of concealing star islands, the entirety of the underworld star island was not swallowed into the core of the second star island. Rather, akin to the first star island, it was entirely ensconced within the marvelous furnace. Who could have imagined that a star island could be stowed away like items in a backpack? Chapter 74. The third star island. The entire process of Arthur's intervention unfolded right beneath the watchful eyes of the Tulip family's patriarch. Had it not been for this proximity, they would have found it difficult to accept the reality of the situation. A star island, spanning an area of 10 square kilometers, represented the pinnacle of growth for star islands, a limit that most would never surpass in their lifetimes within the vast cosmos. The effortless consumption of such a massive entity showcased a brutal elegance that captivated the members of the Tulip family. Lucia, a rather unconventional powerhouse, found her resolve solidified. The upheaval currently facing the motherland presented an opportunity. This encounter marked the most formidable adversary of undead creatures that Arthur and his companions had faced thus far, two legends alongside a star island. While the members of the Tulip family were initially stunned, they were equally perplexed. How had the two legends met their demise? Was it the destruction of the star island that led to the death of the lord of the underworld star island? Or did the lord's demise cause the island to fragment and be consumed in an instant? As the Tulip family regrouped, the old steward, cognizant of his status, refrained from inquiring about such matters. However, curiosity got the better of the others, especially those who shared the title of Star Island Lord. The lord who had gifted Arthur a team of clam maidens was the first to speak. Their communication via the Star Island was inaudible to outsiders. Yet the revelations they received left the two Tulip family lords utterly disillusioned. Was it the fault of the young women, or was it the brilliance of same-sex attraction? Or did becoming undead alter their very preferences? Contemplating the peculiar inclinations of the striking young beauty among them, the two lords soon found solace in the notion that if women could indulge, surely men could as well. This casual thought sent a chill down their spines, instilling a newfound wariness towards their male counterparts. Each glance at their peers now sent shivers down their backs. The increasingly powerful party pressed onward. Meanwhile, both humans and undead beings on the Tulip family's colossal island gathered in greater numbers. After all, they were ostensibly supported by 8 legendary sea knights, with many more hidden strongholds lurking in the shadows. Initially taken aback by the bizarre entrance of the undead creatures, the Tulip family's warriors soon regained their composure, instinctively entering an emergency defense mode, one they had been trained for but had never truly employed. Arthur's group advanced towards the next star island. Having restored a sense of safety and stability, Arthur turned his attention to the underworld star island, now absorbed into the enigmatic furnace's internal space. Remarkably, this star island had been taken in without sustaining any damage. The most powerful lord of that island, along with the Sea Knights, had become Arthur's loyal subordinates, ensuring that the island was far from desolate. Within this realm, an inexplicable multitude of undead creatures had been infused. While there were loyal minions collected by the once unfortunate couple, the majority had been introduced by some unfathomable, formidable force. The undead operated under a strict hierarchy, with the weak bowing to the strong. With 2 undead legends now serving as Arthur's lieutenants, the underworld star island began to execute his will. The marvelous furnace, drawing upon Arthur's soul as its foundation, consumed 3 vast sources of world energy, equivalent to the essence obtained from refining 10,000 energy stones. On Arthur's first, second, and third star islands, opulent portals were established. This was akin to the mirroring ability granted by the miraculous mirror found within the ruins of the Star Sea. However, the difference lay in the fact that the former Tulip family required countless precious materials to birth a mere reflection from a shattered mirror, whereas Arthur's approach was far more efficient. The wondrous furnace devoured the fragmented mirror, seamlessly inheriting its capabilities. A modest expenditure of just over 30,000 was sufficient to create a mirror doppelganger with equivalent functionality. Indeed, the splendidly adorned portals on the 3 star islands were merely magnified reflections. Yet, this mirror held a peculiar quality, presenting an ethereal mist at its core instead of a true reflection. Subsequent to this, Arthur embarked on a series of small experiments. Naturally, the first and third star islands were nestled within the marvelous furnace, and an enigmatic spatial conundrum existed between them and the second star island. To accurately assess the mirror's transmission capabilities, further validation was necessary. Thus, as the journey continued, the contemplative Arthur initiated his endeavors. Chapter 75, Nurturing the Enemies. The bone dragon emerges within the mystical confines of the furnace. The third star island flickered and vanished in an instant. Of course, this was not a true annihilation. Rather, at this moment, Arthur, guided by his intuition, enabled the Nether Star Island to manifest in this world of significant upheaval. It was no longer confined to the territory of the Tulip family, but rather existed in the vast expanse beyond the giant island. 2 legendary necromancers commanded the Nether Star Island, accompanied by a plethora of necromantic beings. They were set free. Before their release, however, these unfortunate necromantic souls were infused once more with a source of life. The energy exerted an effect on these undead creatures that far surpassed that on normal beings. It was akin to a miraculous elixir. As a result, even the weakest among the 2 legendary beings not only restored their peak state, but also made a slight advancement beyond the early stage of legend, reaching the pinnacle of the initial legendary realm. This was perhaps a level that, under normal circumstances, 2 legendary necromancers could never attain in their lifetimes. Undead beings, too, possess an endpoint to their existence, primarily due to extermination by stronger entities or being harvested by higher-tier undead creatures. As for whether undead beings could age and die naturally, no one has undertaken such observational studies. The pressing truth is that time is of the essence. At the moment Arthur gathered the Star Island and consolidated his forces, the senior members of the Tulip family from other directions were also assembling formidable teams. Notably, the Elder Patriarch was the first to rush towards every strategic location on the giant island, vanquishing powerful undead beings and rallying the family's strongest warriors to form a significantly more potent force than that led by the old steward, comprising both the Star Island and the Star Sea Knights. Following the Elder Patriarch's reconnaissance, it was determined that the territory of the Tulip family had expanded by nearly half. This was a transformation previously deemed unimaginable. In their endeavor to establish the giant island on the motherland, the Tulip family had exerted every effort. However, This did not deplete their foundational resources. Across the Starsea realm, there exists a considerable number of motherlands, with the Blue Star Motherland being the most ancient, carrying greater symbolic significance. Thus, the Tulip family prioritized its safeguarding, a practice mirrored by other major powers. This locale represents a homeland. It is hard to fathom that those who have ventured into the vast expanse of the Starsea still hold dear the concept of a homeland. Yet, at this juncture, the once unstoppable Elder Patriarch encountered a formidable challenge. 9 legendary-level warriors, both visible and hidden, had gathered around him on the giant island, with 13 star islands in total. At this moment, the Elder Patriarch's faction represented humanity's most formidable force on the immense landmass. They were aggressively assaulting the undead horde besieging the human fortifications when a powerful aura suddenly descended from the skies. This presence instilled a sense of dread in the Elder Patriarch and left the elite Starsea Knights feeling weak and feeble. As a legendary-level powerhouse, the Elder Patriarch and the members of the Tulip family were acutely aware of such a potent aura, the essence of a demigod. Their sole ancestor possessed a similar vitality. Yet now, the status of their ancestor remained uncertain, and they sensed the presence of an unfamiliar demigod-level being. The unsettling sensation struck them like a nail piercing the sole of their foot, sending a jolt of pain straight to the brain. Without a moment's hesitation, the Elder Patriarch's body became a blur of afterimages. Although the 9 legendary warriors lacked his strength, their cleverness, or perhaps their cowardice, was undeniable. Upon sensing that aura, their minds may not have registered the danger immediately, but their bodies reacted instinctively, akin to frogs thrown into boiling water. They summoned every ounce of their remaining strength, igniting their blood, fighting spirit, and even the essence of foreign star beasts within them, exploding forth in a frantic escape. This was the result of burning their blood, expending their fighting spirit, and even sacrificing the essence of the alien star beasts integrated within their very beings. The force unleashed by these beleaguered warriors, under attack from a terrifying foe, scattered like fireworks. A colossal claw descended, almost brushing against the bodies of the 10 legendary warriors, obliterating a substantial area where the human forces had just stood. At that moment, he could be certain his ancestral protector was no more, while both were demigod-level entities. The racial lineage dictated an overwhelming advantage. One could not expect the prowess of a demigod reindeer to rival that of a demigod tiger. Moreover, the seasoned Elder Patriarch recognized at a glance that this bone dragon was of the primordial breed. It was a genuine bone dragon, formed from the remains of a true adult dragon that had perished, its bones animated and evolving on their own. From its very inception, it possessed legendary-level power, and with slight growth, it could ascend to the demigod tier. Provided it consumed enough legendary blood, there would be no obstacle to its evolution into a divine bone dragon. After all, the ancient and mighty dragon race, their adult forms are godly. Thus, the Elder Patriarch's voice resonated not only with his kin, but with all bloodlines across the expansive island. His voice thundered like a rolling storm, reverberating across the newly expanded giant island. Just moments ago, the old steward and others, who had felt a surge of hope and believed they had regained their composure, suddenly turned ashen upon hearing his words. Arthur, standing from the perspective of all humanity, found his expression equally grave. Chapter 76. Divergent reactions. No one could have anticipated that after managing to suppress the nearby undead creatures, a formidable adversary would emerge. Legendary beings clustered in various directions across the vast island could distinctly sense the overwhelming menace deliberately exuded by that terrifying spectral entity. With an aura of dread and malevolence akin to that of a dragon, it weighed heavily upon the hearts of all the strong members of the Tulip family. The Elder Patriarch realized at once that this was not a creature they could hope to defeat through their combined might. His heart ached as he contemplated the immense effort generations of his family had invested in cultivating and nurturing the island. Now, they faced the grim prospect of abandoning their ancestral home, leaving countless kin and possessions behind. The human side reacted swiftly. However, the skeletal dragon, a formidable upper-tier undead being, was even swifter and stronger. A misstrike prompted the dragon to abandon its playful demeanor. Its skeletal wings, adorned with flickering green flames, beat fiercely, sending flames the size of basins spiraling towards the legendary members of the Tulip family. This was undoubtedly dire news. On the flip side, the elite members of the Tulip family were of no interest to the dragon. They were deemed unworthy even as sustenance. Thus, The bizarre flames targeted solely the legendary beings of the family. If they had been aimed at the elite members, no one would have stood a chance of escape. Even the legendary beings could not evade the dragon's relentless assault with ease. The patriarch could not guarantee anyone's survival, nor did he possess the means to intervene. This situation caused the Elder's heart to bleed. Retreat. Seek resources, evacuate as many people as possible, and then abandon the family territory. Arthur's location was noted by the old steward, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those present, mingled with profound sorrow. This was their ancestral land, where many had been born, raised, and perished. To abandon it felt akin to carving out their very hearts. Yet, every lord of the Star Islands and every knight of the Star Seas understood that under such dire circumstances, preserving their manpower and securing resources was the only path to resurgence. Should they squander their family's foundation here, even with kin beyond the mainland, the strength of the Tulip family would be irrevocably diminished. Of course, Arthur remained the least affected among them. He was not a member of the Tulip family and harbored no emotional ties to this place. Perhaps his only sentiment was regret over the loss of resources. Among the 13 Star Islands, 3 lords, including Arthur, had already united with their respective islands. There were still 10 left, all situated above Arthur's island. Time had suddenly become pressing. They could not afford to send each island one by one to evacuate. The inefficiency was untenable. The old steward was uncertain when that dreadful creature would breach the perimeter of the giant island. Indeed, at that moment, Arthur and his team remained at the island's edge. After all, each Star Island was originally a bridge extending from the giant island. However, these lords' islands were not solely on one side of the giant island. This posed the gravest challenge they would soon face. Time was already of the essence, and they still needed to transport 2 significant islands and their respective lords. How would they manage this? Who would undertake the task? This became a pressing dilemma. Meanwhile, the spectral Star Island, which Arthur had liberated from the wondrous furnace, had now appeared beyond the protective barrier of the giant island. Utilizing the vision of his 2 less-than-stellar legendary subordinates, Arthur witnessed a more horrifying scene. The sky was densely populated with spectral star islands, undulating like a tidal wave, colliding with one another. To this day, Arthur could not fathom how such a transformation had occurred. Why, in the midst of a joyous celebration filled with dance and song, had they suddenly fallen prey to the invasion of undead creatures? It defied all reason. Yet, witnessing the scene beyond the giant island prepared Arthur mentally, albeit futilely. The multitude of spectral star islands far outnumbered those surrounding the Tulip family's territory, plunging all in the vicinity into a hellish ordeal. Arthur's island, vast in size, would oversee the escort of 5-star lords responsible for the southern region. You 2 will handle the remaining portions. The Knights of the Star Seas could choose which island to defend. The old steward made the decision. This outcome was neither wholly favorable nor unfavorable for Arthur. Viewed through the lens of his past life, the entirety of the Tulip family's territory resembled a compressed South Australia, albeit with slightly more rounded contours. Within the indented area, 5-star islands lay not far from the coastal bridge region. These islands were also relatively close to Arthur's current position, providing some degree of comfort. Nonetheless, Arthur felt that the immediate priority should be to flee. Regrettably, he lacked sufficient justification to persuade the old steward. The elder patriarch's commands served as a warning to the steward, yet it was insufficient. Without witnessing their adversary firsthand, mere intuition lacked the necessary weight of intimidation. As this order was dispatched, personnel began to move vigorously across the 3 temporarily connected Star Islands. Meanwhile, the elder patriarch accelerated his escape. Suddenly realizing that he had become the target of that terrifying creature, the skeletal dragon devoured 5 humanoid torches, fusing them midair, and launched its spherical projectiles toward the patriarch, pursuing him relentlessly. This prey, brimming with power, was deemed the most delectable of morsels. Chapter 77, Southward. 2 women. Arthur's decision not to attempt a direct breakout at this moment was driven by specific reasons. Numerous spectral islands hovered in the air beyond the colossal island, their numbers exceedingly vast, with some exceeding the threshold of 10 square kilometers, classifying them as second-tier islands. These spectral islands floated above the Great Island, and the closer they were to the very center of the Great Island, the larger their size and the denser their arrangement became, even exhibiting layers upon layers. In contrast, the periphery of the Great Island was far less populated. Arthur was presented with a rare opportunity to maneuver at the edge of the great island, effectively preparing for a potential escape in the future. Had there not been members of the Tulip family present atop the spectral islands, Arthur would have swiftly made his way to the farthest reaches of their territory. He even contemplated retracting the second-tier island at a critical moment to deploy the first-tier island instead. This value represented a pinnacle limit within the growth process of an island. An island that exceeds 10 square kilometers but remains below 100 square kilometers is classified as a second-tier island. This progression involves not only an increase in the island's volume and surface area, but also the enhancement of its power. As for the means of advancement, each island either discovers its path independently or receives guidance from a family or affiliated force. Arthur required no assistance. He was well versed in the intricacies of ascending to the second tier. Particularly with the presence of the miraculous furnace, this advancement process was rendered even simpler. The legendary knight of the Tulip family, bearing the same name as his mother, voluntarily remained on Arthur's spectral island. This development took both Arthur and the members of the Tulip family by surprise. Although Arthur's manifested island represented the pinnacle of the second tier, potential is distinct from current strength, especially as Arthur was an unseasoned newcomer. His island boasted a paltry number of defensive structures and resources, rendering him ill-equipped amidst the perilous environment. The looming threat that could lead to the downfall of a legendary figure teetering on the brink of divinity compelled the elder patriarch to issue a command for the Tulip family to evacuate their territory entirely, indicating the crisis had escalated to a point where even the collective might of the Tulip family proved insufficient. At such a juncture, each island lord and knight of the sea ought to focus on survival in the face of imminent danger rather than future considerations. In other words, just hours prior, Arthur's elevated status plummeted following the patriarch's command. All those of sound judgment recognized the Tulip family's dire predicament. Consequently, the smaller and long-established islands became increasingly inconspicuous and secure. Arthur's island, vast in size, would undoubtedly emerge as a prime target for monstrous foes. Surrounding the Tulip family's great island territory, there existed only 3 islands of similar stature. The other 2 belonged to the Tulip family's commercial interests. Most of the commercial islands that had entered the motherland alongside Arthur had retreated to other territories or public ports. The astute knights of the Tulip family predominantly opted for the other 2 islands, each measuring 10 square kilometers. Upon the second-tier island, only 2 knights of the sea remained who were not interdependent targets, Lucia Tulip and Tifa Tulip. This number of stationed knights surpassed Arthur's expectations. The remaining members of the Tulip family on the second-tier island comprised 5 island lords, their collaborative sea knights, and various guards and attendants. The elderly steward, upon witnessing this outcome, expressed some frustration towards his kin. Was this truly necessary? Such behavior seemed excessively deferential. However, the choices made by Lucia and Tifa surprised the steward. One was the current pillar of the family, while the other held immense potential as a legendary talent, albeit still in a repressed phase. In a force like the Tulip family, the cultivation of a gifted member typically did not commence with indulgent pampering. Various trials would be set to evaluate capability, temperament, and loyalty, each an essential criterion. Tifa was on the verge of receiving an unexpected blessing from the family after enduring rigorous challenges. The steward had not anticipated that. At this moment, Tifa would choose to remain on Arthur's island. Even more astonishing was Lucia's decision. The steward found it hard to believe that Lucia was oblivious to the current situation, yet this unconventional core member of the family still opted for Arthur. Nevertheless, the steward refrained from commenting on their choices and instead expressed his apologies to Arthur, regretting that those originally on Arthur's island had proven too opportunistic. The steward was explicit in his intention to soothe Arthur, stating that a group of elves would be sent to him as a gesture of goodwill. This gesture significantly uplifted Arthur's spirits, quelling his earlier discontent. As he continued to soar southward, commanding the vast island, Arthur suddenly felt a jolt within his soul. At that moment, he relied on the perspective provided by the third-tier island to observe his surroundings. Those spectral island lords, transformed by the necromantic creatures, remained unaware that a husky had infiltrated their pack. Arthur, utilizing the vantage point of the third-tier island, discerned the erratic movements of the spectral islands hidden beneath a heavy shroud of mist, all converging upon the Tulip family's great island territory. Chapter 78. Death lurks like a shadow. At this moment, Arthur was maneuvering his colossal second star island. approaching the edge of the Tulip family's territory to dock at a bridge. As he neared the Star Island, he could see the distant protective barriers surrounding the Tulip family's Grand Island. According to the master of the Star Island, this was the scene following a significant upheaval on the massive island. Previously, this protective shield had been quite close to his Star Island, allowing for a clear view of its vibrant, colorful glow. However, his attention was primarily drawn to the vast, descending realm of the Nether Star Island. Certainly, the master of the Star Island docked at the end of the bridge was besieged by numerous undead creatures. Similar to other regions, these attackers were mostly low-level minions, with a few elite-grade undead occasionally surfacing to demonstrate their greater force. Unfortunately, for the master of the Tulip family's Star Island, who had reached the pinnacle of the first tier and was equipped with various defensive structures and ample energy stones, such assaults were feeble at best. Given the current intensity of the attacks, sustaining for 3 to 5 days would seem trivial. First-tier and second-tier Star Islands primarily feared legendary-level attackers. Such power would easily breach the limits of the protective shield, creating a significant gap. At this juncture, Arthur could not flee immediately, as numerous members of the Tulip family remained aboard his second Star Island. Among them were legendary-level powers and elite Star Sea Knights, whom Arthur regarded as overseers. The other masters of the Star Islands and their contracted partners or attendants were inconsequential in his eyes. Without hesitation, the second Star Island surged toward the terminal end of the bridge. The entire process unfolded clearly before the Tulip family, with Arthur's Star Island hovering above. The undead creatures, akin to fleas, noticed Arthur's arrival but quickly returned to their relentless assault on the small Star Island, driven by instinct to attack the target with the most abundant resources. The allure of Arthur's Star Island paled in comparison to even a tenth of the small Star Island. At this moment, Arthur had no intention of launching an attack with his second Star Island. Instead, he suspended it above the small Star Island, extending a passage that curved and connected to it. The master of the small Star Island, accompanied by his companions, swiftly rushed toward the passage. In a matter of seconds, they sprinted the distance, ushering their master into the confines of their small Star Island. And then, nothing further transpired. Previously, these individuals had promised to provide certain resources. Arthur, still in a state of unity with his Star Island, experienced no hesitation. He halted, awaiting a resolution. On the second Star Island, for other masters and their companions felt a sense of awkwardness. Was it truly worth it for a few towers and some specialties? This doubt pertained not only to the family members, but also to Arthur himself. Unbeknownst to them, Arthur was not concerned about the meager resources. Rather, he was focused on the timing. The others evidently had their own intentions. Once the master of the small Star Island fully seized control, the pathway connecting to Arthur's Star Island transformed. The four masters and their companions on Arthur's Star Island became fleeting shadows, rushing toward the passage. Arthur's Star Island was too vast, cumbersome, and unfamiliar to instill a sense of safety, even with the presence of legendary Star Sea Knights. Yet, they remained oblivious to the surprise that awaited them as they charged into the connecting passage. At that moment, a significant upheaval that Arthur had been closely monitoring occurred. The clash between the protective barrier of the Tulip family's Grand Island and the Nether Star Islands resulted in a sky shrouded in gray, now subjected to further devastation. The Grand Island's protective shield emitted a cacophony of shattering sounds, resembling an immense piece of tempered glass fracturing into fine, even particles. In that instant, every individual gazed upward toward the long-awaited light. Yet, beneath the fleeting illumination, the outlines of the Nether Star Islands became strikingly vivid. Countless Nether Star Islands descended like colossal transport vessels, raining down countless undead creatures. Majestic, expansive, infused with a brutal beauty. However, the image of the third Star Island, trailing behind the multitude of Nether Islands, heralded the arrival of death. Under such circumstances, even with a single uncontrollable legendary Star Sea Knight and a legendary bird, Arthur would not dare to confront this overwhelming spectacle. Merely the sight of the state above the Tulip family rivaled the catastrophic scene of his past life, the Battle of the Meteorite Meat Grinder, a localized battlefield. The master of the Tulip family's Star Island, who had just gained control, felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What did he behold? A sky teeming with chaotic Nether Star Islands and descending undead creatures. What could he do? Send individuals to retrieve his Star Island? Dream on. The priority now was to flee. Chapter 79. Striking again, having freed himself from all burdens, Arthur promptly activated the Star Island. The world source power. A more efficient form of energy consumption allows for a reduction of 2/3 in the quantity of energy stones needed. In other words, even with an equal number of energy stones, the conversion into world source power through the miraculous furnace results in a utilization rate that triples. Furthermore, the core of Star Island can respond more swiftly and violently. In Arthur's previous existence, this would have been considered a world-leading acceleration over 100 kilometers. At this moment, both the second Star Island, with an area of 100 square kilometers, and the 10 square kilometer Star Island reacted simultaneously. However, the larger and more expansive Arthur's Star Island soared faster towards the outer expanse beyond the Tulip family's colossal island. This outcome greatly stimulated the master of the smaller Star Island. Additionally, when this smaller Star Island chose to dart away from the Tulip family's giant island, the 4-star island masters residing on it immediately protested. Should the Star Island be destroyed, the only fate awaiting these 4 masters would be death. No matter where they might hide on the mainland, it would be futile. In contrast, except for these 4 masters, others, whether Star Sea Knights or vassals of the 4 masters, wished to distance themselves as far as possible. The Star Island they occupied also revealed the surrounding scenes. Faced with the oppressive presence of numerous ghostly Star Islands, countless undead creatures fell like rain. The Star Sea Knights and vassal lords felt their scalps tingle with dread. Arthur paid no heed to the changes on the smaller Star Island. Instead, he utilized the vision provided by the 3rd Star Island and the enhanced perception skills granted by the artifact furnace to scan the myriad of ghostly Star Islands and undead creatures both near and far. Although those monsters maintained a certain distance from his Star Island, the undead and their ghostly islands made nearly identical choices. They descended towards the central area of the entire Tulip family's territory, while the ghostly Star Islands and undead behind them lined up sequentially towards this central point. Currently, the position occupied by Arthur and his companions was devoid of any monsters directly descending upon them. However, it was not entirely empty. The legendary duo of undead that had already pledged allegiance to Arthur was lagging behind on their ghostly Star Island. Having accurately identified an excellent target, the smaller Star Island of the Tulip family that had fallen just behind Arthur, Arthur was acutely aware of the protective forces on that Star Island, while on the ghostly Star Island above, 2 legendary powerhouses existed, with an overwhelming number of undead creatures packed within. Before the shield shattered, as the ghostly Star Island continuously provided Arthur with external visuals. He also relayed the coordinates of the smaller Star Island to the 3rd Star Island. Thus, when the shield finally broke, the 2 Star Islands, one large and one small, surged forward as if they had heard the starting gun of a sprinting champion. The 3rd Star Island perfectly obstructed the advancing path of the smaller Star Island. Amidst the roaring sounds, the 2nd Star Island surged outward. At this moment, Arthur dared not elevate the Star Island into the high skies, as such a target would be overly conspicuous. Since ascending was not an option, submerging into the sea became the optimal choice. However, Arthur was still unable to plunge directly into the ocean. The waters surrounding the Tulip family's giant island were too shallow. Furthermore, they were too close. Deeper waters were required for the 2nd Star Island to successfully conceal itself beneath the surface. As both the larger and smaller Star Islands exerted their strength, distant undead powers observed the fleeing humans. Yet, the 3rd Star Island acted with remarkable swiftness and chose to target the most enticing smaller Star Island. Although the 2nd Star Island was larger, it contained fewer than 50 beings combined, far fewer than the smaller Star Island's population, thus failing to capture the ravenous attention of the bloodthirsty undead creatures. With a thunderous crash, the ghostly Star Island merged with the chaotic smaller Star Island. Legendary-level ghostly Star Sea Knights, accompanied by countless undead creatures, surged into the 10 square kilometers smaller Star Island, instantly transforming it into a hellish nightmare. It is essential to note that the ghostly Star Island was also roughly 10 square kilometers in size. The sheer volume of undead creatures crammed into such an area is unfathomable, indicating the vast number of undead within the 3rd Star Island. As these countless monsters flooded into the Tulip family's smaller Star Island, every individual inside was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Especially when the legendary-level Star Sea Knights unleashed their formidable aura, the previously chaotic factions were immediately enveloped by despair. Hundreds of elite-level undead advanced, tightening their encirclement. And without the legendary-level undead even taking direct action, they effortlessly overwhelmed the entire smaller Star Island. 5 Star Island Masters perished, along with 5 collaborating Star Sea Knights. and their numerous subordinates all became prey to the undead. Arthur did not impose any restrictions or offer encouragement to the third star island. Everything relied solely on the instinctual understanding of the two legendary level undead. After all, Arthur was bound by the Starsea Covenant. The decisions and actions taken by the two legendary undead did not provoke a backlash from the Covenant, allowing Arthur to act with greater abandon. For the third star island to thrive, it must embrace slaughter. In the current environment, since it could not stem the tide, it could only drift along with the current. Ensuring its own safety while simultaneously strengthening itself was the most prudent course of action. As for the moral implications, that issue had been resolved the moment Arthur was reborn. To live is fundamental. To grow is the ultimate truth. Chapter 80. The absorption of assets. The once thriving little star island of the Tulip family lay in utter disarray. The masters of the Star Islands and their allies inflicted only minimal damage upon Arthur and his undead creatures. Before long, as the second Star Island soared over the ocean surface, the undead forces from the third Star Island had already completed their assault on the Tulip family's domain. This space, once bustling with humanity, saw its population diminish by 2/3. As a seasoned Star Island that had been cultivated over many years, the impending collapse of this small island bore a wealth of precious assets, including its human resources. Skilled farmers, adept shepherds, and talented craftsmen were all among its inhabitants. Fortunately, the master of the third Star Island retained the memories of a normal human and possessed extensive experience in managing a star island. He quickly surveyed the entire little star island of the Tulip family, identifying each of the notable hidden locations. Simultaneously, he assessed the assets of the small island. According to conventional logic, a star island's defenses, once breached, would shatter into pieces. As victors, the ability to seize and absorb the core of the island would yield the greatest rewards. However, the third star island was no ordinary shadowy domain. It was empowered by Arthur's miraculous furnace. At the instant the master of this star island perished, the wondrous furnace underwent a transformation. Its power, utilizing the third star island, directly acted upon the little star island of the Tulip family. In the next moment, the entire small island, along with all its contents, vanished from existence. Meanwhile, Arthur's main body continued its rapid advance towards the depths of the ocean on the second star island. Yet, he had already allocated a portion of his soul's power to monitor the changes occurring within the miraculous furnace. Towers of arrows were uprooted from the small island. What would typically be considered the dismantling of defenses became a fallacy here, as the arrow towers, once plucked from the Tulip family's domain, promptly reappeared within Arthur's first and second star islands. In a moment of experimentation, these towers took root in critical areas of both islands. 500 first-tier pneumatic arrow towers and 360 second-tier holy light arrow towers, in addition to these astonishing treasures, were accompanied by 3 legendary-level Thunderbolt arrow towers undergoing maintenance. This represented the conventional defenses of a seasoned star island. Fortunately, the 3 legendary Thunderbolt towers had exhausted their activation capacities and posed no immediate threat. Otherwise, Arthur would have faced tremendous costs, and a failed assault would not have been out of the question. The various defensive towers were merely the first wave of extraction, a process Arthur could comprehend. Following this, the fertile lands, orchards, rivers, and mountains that belonged to the Tulip family's small island were stripped away by miraculous forces and seamlessly integrated into Arthur's first and second star islands. Along with these geographical features, an array of ingeniously crafted buildings also transitioned into the 2 islands. Arthur soon discovered that these structures housed warehouses filled with ample supplies of grains, fruits, vegetables, spices, and assorted meats, seeds, tools. Each item, whether abundant or scarce, proved to be a rare boon for Arthur. Additionally, 23,400 energy stones were acquired as spoils, as the lands of the Tulip family's small island were absorbed into the first and second star islands. The once vibrant island transformed into a barren sphere. Signs of collapse in accordance with the laws of nature manifested, as the desolate sphere developed spiderweb-like fissures that rapidly expanded over time. Nevertheless, since the miraculous furnace had already enveloped the little star island of the Tulip family within its spatial confines, no fragment would be wasted, regardless of how it disintegrated. Indeed, as the small island continued to fracture, the particles that scattered did not drift far before dissolving into primal world energy, swirling within the furnace's space. This energy intertwined with the essence of life, distinct yet beautifully enigmatic. The entire area of the small island, originally spanning 10 square kilometers, gradually disintegrated down to its core. For the first time, Arthur witnessed the core of a star island in its unadulterated form. It resembled a heart, appearing remarkably peculiar. The power of the miraculous furnace enveloped the entire island's core, releasing a dense aura of world energy. This represented the final vestige left by the Tulip family's small island in the world. Arthur was nearly overwhelmed with elation. No wonder it is said that the spoils of battle are worth their weight in gold. The bounty was simply immense. In his previous life, he had toiled for a decade without reaping as much in mere months. He repeatedly reminded himself that the danger was not yet past. Vigilance and growth were paramount. Only after surviving the crisis of the mainland would there be cause for true excitement and exhilaration. As of now, it was far from sufficient. Chapter 81. The reprimand of the third island. As the saying goes, a ruined family is worth a fortune. The small star island of the Tulip family, having been in operation for an indefinable number of years, harbors resources far beyond those enumerated by Arthur. Within the confines of the entire star island, every grain of soil, every pool, every tree, and every patch of grass represents the fruits of years of meticulous cultivation. At this moment, these fruits have not been entirely annihilated and transformed into world source energy. Rather, they have been judiciously harvested, piece by piece, and affixed upon Arthur's first and second star islands. As the orchestrators of this brutal scene, the legendary specters of the third star island found themselves on the receiving end of Arthur's reprimand. It was indeed a scene too harrowing to behold or to hear. Nonetheless, as they were his loyal and formidable subordinates, Arthur, after delivering his admonishment, infused each of the two legendary undead beings with a source of life. For these undead creatures, such a source of life far surpassed the meager essence of vitality they could derive from devouring countless living beings. This potent energy, imbued with the essence of life, is the very source of growth that the undead desperately crave. Their thirst is not merely for blood. Rather, it is for the life force that blood encapsulates. The miraculous source of life refined from the crucible is the quintessence of this vitality. The life source generated from 100 first-tier undead creatures provides immense growth potential for the two legendary undead beings, almost akin to a transformative miracle. Having departed from the Tulip family's colossal island, Arthur was now over 20 kilometers away, a distance sufficient to ensure safety. Following the obliteration of the small star island, the third star island engaged in a theatrical pursuit of the second star island, ultimately resulting in a loss of trail. This spectacle dissuaded some of the specters from the Netherworld island who might have intervened, allowing Arthur to witness the massive star island slowly submerging after traveling 20 kilometers from the giant island's bridge. Here, the depth increased dramatically as it moved beyond mere proximity to land, disappearing beneath the continental shelf. The expansive second star island descended further, until only the tip of its peak barely broke the surface amidst the rolling waves. It was at this moment that Arthur could truly exhale in relief. Within the expanse of the motherland, only a few hours had elapsed since the onset of turmoil. Yet, in that brief span, cataclysmic changes had swept across the entire land, transforming it into a landscape of smoke and slaughter. As Arthur settled at the ocean's depths, the inhabitants of the Tulip family's great island were engulfed in profound despair, overwhelmed by the onslaught of the Netherworld island and the undead. Previously, they had clung to a thread of hope, but reality repeatedly shattered those aspirations. Ordinary people were torn to shreds by the undead monstrosities, while those who possessed some measure of strength, the potential Star Sea Knights, could only flee with all their might, relying on their superior speed and strength. Engaging in combat with the undead was simply out of the question, whether in solitary duels or skirmishes, as it invariably resulted in a lone human against a horde of undead. Even legendary figures found themselves among the frantic escapees. In contrast to the ordinary and elite Star Sea Knights, these legendary individuals were targeted with particular intensity by the specters from the Netherworld island and the legendary monsters they commanded, facing an overwhelming force 10 to 20 times their own. It wasn't a lack of effort on their part. They simply could not withstand such pressure. At such a critical juncture, to foolishly choose mutual destruction with a few monsters would leave the family without a savior for the future. Each member of the Tulip family's legendary lineage understood this profound responsibility. Thus, as the multitude of specters descended and countless undead swept over the great island, The fragile resistance that the Tulip family had painstakingly established crumbled instantaneously. Chaos ensued. Everything upon the great island descended into disarray. The elder patriarch was relentlessly pursued by a terrifying skeletal dragon, traversing the island's interior, its periphery, and the surrounding seas. Yet, what struck horror into the heart of the patriarch was the chilling realization that even after flying a mere 10 kilometers from the island's edge, the monstrous entity was merely a breath away. In such dire straits, the patriarch found himself in an utterly precarious position. To this day, he remained oblivious to the extent of the calamity that had befallen his territory. Was this disaster truly affecting the entirety of the motherland? What was the severity of the tribulations faced by other factions? It was indeed a heavy burden for the elder to bear, even in the face of life and death. He did not forget the welfare of his family. Alas, the skeletal dragon was not a creature endowed with benevolent empathy. It pursued this human over a considerable distance, driven solely by the desire to absorb the immense power contained within him. Only a seasoned legendary figure could provide even the slightest assistance to the skeletal dragon in its impending ascension. Following the violent conflicts upon the Great Island, the clash between the two legendary titans erupted once again above the azure waves of the sea. Chapter 82. Mutual Concealment. Having just regained stability, Arthur did not forget to continue observing everything from the perspective of the Third Star Island. The entire territory of the Tulip family had transformed into a living hell. This scene delivered a profound shock to Arthur. Unlike the older Star Islands, the defensive capabilities of Arthur's Star Island were considerably weaker. The Great Bird was currently Arthur's most significant trump card. Although the miraculous furnace was unparalleled in its mysteries, it could not display offensive or defensive power, serving more as auxiliary support. Moreover, the 2-star Sea Knights present on Arthur's Star Island were merely stationed temporarily. They had not entered into a contract with him. What astonished Arthur was the unexpected occurrences within the Tulip family's territory, displayed before the 2-star Sea Knights through the Star Island's light screen. They did not express any intent to assist in defense. Instead, the shocking visuals filled a legendary Star Sea Knight and an elite level one with palpable tension, which persisted until Arthur distanced himself from the Tulip family's domain, submerging the Star Island beneath the ocean's depths. Are you wondering why I do not take action? Lucia spoke at this moment. Her you naturally referred to Arthur, the master of the Star Island, and Tifa, another Star Sea Knight. In such a scenario, unless over 100 legendary Star Sea Knights acted in unison, it would be impossible to turn the tide. However, the fact that the old patriarch had directly commanded his kin to flee indicated an unseen crisis. Arthur, displaying considerable understanding, excused Lucia's inaction. This was not merely due to the appealing appearance of the female Star Sea Knight, nor her admirable physique, nor even the coincidence of her name resembling that of his mother. It was solely a reflection of his goodwill. In the current circumstances, a legendary Star Sea Knight was exceedingly vital. Such a catastrophe could not be countered by mere human effort. We ought to deliberate long-term strategies. Tifa echoed this sentiment. In truth, the trio's stance was influenced not only by the imminent crisis, but also by their personal circumstances. Arthur shared a purely cooperative relationship with the Tulip family, lacking any blood ties, and in a moment of peril, self-preservation naturally took precedence. Tifa, being a distant descendant of the Tulip family, felt no strong sense of belonging. Moreover, her closest kin were not present. Thus, why should she risk her life? As for Lucia, she was indeed a direct descendant of the Tulip family. However, given the vastness of a lineage that had endured for countless years, even direct descendants amounted to a significant number. When familial connections dwindled and years passed between meetings, how much affection could truly remain? Lucia's closest relatives were also absent, and to prove herself, she needed the family's power to at least match that of the monsters before her. Only then could she gain recognition from the family's upper echelons. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Yet now, the entirety of the Tulip family faced a relentless onslaught from the undead creatures. Such folly could not be attributed to wisdom. The intricacies of the situation were difficult to articulate, hence the three emphasized external factors instead. The undead were overwhelmingly powerful. As long as we remain alive, we need not fear future challenges. This encapsulated their thoughts. Now, are you willing to sign a contract with me? To Arthur's astonishment, Lucia unexpectedly broached the very topic he most desired to discuss. A few months prior, Lucia and another legendary Star Sea Knight, who had similarly lost their Star Island, had contemplated forming a contract with the promising Arthur. However, circumstances had shifted. At that time, Arthur was in complete control, capable of manifesting a star island that reached the second-tier limit, a feat rare in the annals of the Starsea world. This signified immense potential. Yet now, with the crisis looming, potential meant little. Only the strength at hand could ensure survival through adversity. Arthur's value had diminished, while Lucia, the legendary Starsea Knight, had seen her worth soar. In such a challenging environment, Lucia dared to revisit the topic. This moment caused Arthur to weigh his options repeatedly and left Tifa, another member of the Tulip family, astonished. She too harbored aspirations of becoming a Starsea Knight under contract with the Star Island. Choosing Arthur was a gamble for Tifa. She believed she had already invested significantly, only to find another family legend sharing her ambitions. What was to be done? It was essential to recognize that, in terms of experience, ability, and power, Tifa was utterly overshadowed. No matter how peculiar Lucia's inclinations might be, she was undeniably a true legendary Starsea Knight, possessing formidable strength and standing as the absolute paragon among the Tulip family's current generation. In contrast, Tifa had merely recently entered the elite ranks and lacked the funds to acquire the materials for the transformation ritual. Were she the master of the Star Island at this moment, she would undoubtedly choose to contract with a powerful legendary Starsea Knight. This decision bore significant weight regarding whether they could navigate the impending crisis successfully. Chapter 83, The First Knight's Covenant. I, too, wish to become a permanent Starsea Knight on this island. However, I have yet to complete the transformation ritual. Tifa, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure. It must be said that Lucia's decisive nature had a profound impact on her. If even a genuine legendary Starsea Knight holds this newcomer in high regard, it validates her discerning eye. The odds of a successful gamble have significantly increased. However, this also means that the room for negotiation has considerably diminished. Originally, Tifa had intended for the contract with Arthur to include provisions for resource support. Yet, Lucia's interference had weakened Tifa's stance considerably. If suitable resources for the ritual could be procured, support for your transformation would naturally follow. However, the constraints of the contract would differ from those of Lady Lucia. Do you comprehend? Arthur gradually manifested before the two Starsea Knights of the Tulip family. The entire second Star Island spans 100 square kilometers. Yet it is populated by merely 10 clam women, a score of elves, and the trio of Arthur, Tifa, and Lucia. All technical personnel and livestock acquired from that small island have been transferred to the first Star Island to prevent the Tulip family from noticing any discrepancies. The sparsely populated second Star Island, with its mere handful of inhabitants, is indeed inferior to most rudimentary Star Islands. Generally, as long as the lord of a Star Island can materialize it and locate a human settlement, they can sign contracts or hire numerous hands. I understand. As long as you can provide the materials suitable for my ritual, Tifa is willing to devote her life to you. Tifa made her commitment without hesitation. This was merely a promise, of course, and could not simply dictate the nature of their relationship. A high-grade contract scroll was still required to guarantee these promises. Such items are rare and highly coveted in the Starsea world. Here is a contract scroll, should you wish to proceed with the covenant now. I can officiate it for you. Lucia suddenly produced a golden scroll. From its size and the aura it emanated, Arthur could ascertain that it was a contract scroll of significance, second only to the Starsea Holy Covenant. Its specifications were exceptionally high, designed for the lords of Star Islands to forge agreements with legendary-level powerhouses. To put it plainly, this scroll is quite valuable. Thank you, Sister Lucia. I shall repay you for the cost of this scroll in the future. Tifa did not shy away from this moment. Instead, she further expressed her intent. I am not fond of placing my life and fortunes entirely in the hands of mere rules. Lucia, sister, if you genuinely wish to serve as the first Starsea Knight on my newly formed island, certain formidable clauses must be included. At that moment, Arthur finally provided Lucia with an explanation. His previous remarks regarding orientation had merely been a pretext. Now, he hoped that the miraculous forge could deepen their relationship. As long as mutual assurance against harm existed and solidarity in times of peril was guaranteed, that would suffice. These 2 points are not easily achieved, especially since Arthur is merely a fledgling lord of a Star Island. If stated openly, the first would be regarded as a conventional constraint, while the latter might seem excessive. After all, she is a legend. Even if she has never previously served as the first Starsea Knight of a 100 square kilometer island, she remains a legendary powerhouse. Lucia Tulip, willingly enter into a covenant with Arthur Russell, vowing to harbor no malevolent intentions towards Lord Arthur of the island, and in the future, I shall exert every effort to protect Lord Arthur Russell from external harm. Should I breach this vow, I, Lucia Tulip, shall endure the backlash of the covenant and the calamity of uncontrolled power. Lucia produced another scroll, identical to the previous one, condensing power at her fingertips to easily pierce a small hole, allowing blood to spurt forth, transforming into characters upon the scroll that represented her words. What a remarkably decisive woman. If only she bore a different name and her orientation were more conventional. Arthur could not help but think. Yet, his focus remained on the miraculous forge, as he eagerly anticipated whether this oath could be refined. Arthur Russell, willingly accept this covenant. Suppressing his excitement, Arthur too pierced his middle finger, letting his blood fall upon the scroll, forming a series of intricate characters. Then both turned their gazes towards Tifa, who appeared somewhat incredulous and at a loss. For this moment, her presence was optional. Whether she participated or not mattered little. The two clearly intended for her to act as a witness. However, one was a prodigious lord of a star island, and the other a legendary powerhouse. While she was merely an elite-level half-step Star Sea Knight, their statuses seemed mismatched. Yet, since their eyes were upon her, she understood their intent. I, Tifa Tulip, do hereby witness the sacred covenant between Arthur Russell and Lucia Tulip on this day of the Star Sea calendar. Like the others, Tifa Tulip also marked the scroll with her blood, leaving behind a series of characters. The golden scroll suddenly ignited, transforming from physical to ethereal and splitting into three. At that moment, the subsequent transformation was that the three ethereal scrolls would enter the bodies of Arthur, Tifa, and Lucia, bestowing upon them a wondrous power imbued with genuine binding force. However, a slight alteration occurred at this juncture. Chapter 80 For the second night contract, the three illusory scrolls abruptly vanished in their quest to seek their respective targets. However, without a moment's notice, they reappeared and directly penetrated the bodies of Arthur, Lucia, and Tifa. The trio felt no unusual sensations, as none possessed prior experience with such contracts. In Arthur's previous life on Star Island, there existed Sea Knights, yet none of them reached the legendary rank, thus obviating the necessity for such potent scrolls as guarantees. Tifa, too, had never even laid eyes on such advanced contracts. They remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. Only Arthur, through the extraordinary forge that harmonized with his soul, could perceive the myriad changes occurring in that fleeting moment. The essence of the contract had indeed undergone some modification. The power of the contract was entirely suppressed by the forge's enchantment, while the terms set forth by Lucia remained unaltered. The characters inscribed upon the contract were stripped of a layer, seeping into the magical forge. This enhancement fortified the contract's power, placing Arthur in an unequivocally dominant position, allowing him to dictate many of its conditions. What constitutes malicious intent is a matter of significant distinction. As for the second principal clause, it transformed into a state wherein Arthur would not perish before Lucia's demise. The magical forge not only replicated portions of the contract, but also amended certain aspects, rendering it utterly unforeseen. Unlike the transformed bird, Lucia retained her essence, constrained only by the terms of the contract, while her freedom remained firmly within her grasp. The bird had completely become Arthur's combat pet, subject to his whims of life and death. I, Tifa Tulip, vow that as long as Lord Arthur Russell, the sovereign of Star Island, supports me in my advancement ritual, I shall share life and death with this realm for the years to come. Tifa exhibited even greater resolve than Lucia. At this juncture, she possessed limited resources, yet she bore a potential akin to Arthur's. To transmute this potential into greater strength, she required a more advanced transformation ritual and rarer ritual materials, an immense drain on the Tulip family's resources. Why would the sovereign of Star Island make such a considerable sacrifice for a mere sea knight? Only by binding herself to the island could she persuade him to recognize her as the most loyal companion, thus justifying the considerable costs to support her advancement. In the past, even if Tifa had made such a vow, she could not guarantee related support. However, with the contract scroll provided by Lucia, she could instill trust in Arthur. Furthermore, with Lucia, a formidable legendary sea knight, in Arthur's possession, a guarantee for acquiring just ritual materials in the future was established, a perfect closed loop. Failing to seize this opportunity would render Tifa unable to forgive herself. Yet, she could not fathom the existence of the extraordinary and enigmatic forge in this world. As her vow resonated and the contract scroll absorbed her blood, Arthur acknowledged the contract. With Lucia serving as the witness, the moment of the forge's might arrived. The scroll likewise vaporized, momentarily disappearing as it split into three, lunging toward Arthur, Lucia, and Tifa. Hence, in the end, Tifa and the bird assumed equal standing, their fates entirely controlled by Arthur. It was at this moment that Arthur could truly relax. The second star island, spanning 100 square kilometers, was now wholly under his domain. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant explosions resonated like muffled thunder, rolling over the sea's surface. The shockwaves depressed the ocean by several meters, calming the tumultuous waves significantly. Within the center of Arthur's brow, the probing power of the magical forge was affixed to the mark, allowing his unique perception to pierce through the island's protective shield, traverse layers of seawater, and penetrate the vast void, directly revealing the source of the sounds and violent disturbances. Before him lay a colossal skeletal dragon engaged in a struggle with the elder patriarch. To call it a struggle would be a disservice to the reality of the scene. The truth was that the skeletal dragon had caught up with the elder, who, realizing he could not outpace the beast, was desperately maneuvering for time. The thunderous booms were merely the result of the skeletal dragon's ethereal green fireballs detonating in midair. Arthur witnessed this spectacle, yet it did not manifest upon the island's protective barrier. One need not possess extraordinary insight to discern that the skeletal dragon held an undeniable advantage. The elder's defeat was merely a matter of time. Should Lucia intervene? Arthur hesitated for 3 seconds. Perhaps it was best to refrain. Not only would Lucia's addition change little, but given the disparity evident in the displayed scene, even 10 Lucias would only prolong the inevitable. The greater likelihood was that Lucia would merely replace the elder in a perilous situation, prompting the elder to abandon her in his flight. Yet, Arthur estimated that even in such a scenario, escape would not be assured. What purpose would there be in intervening? Chapter 85. Do not panic, Patriarch. Often, the unfolding of events contradicts human expectations. Arthur had never contemplated sending Lucia to her demise, yet from a considerable distance. The elderly patriarch of the Tulip family caught sight of the part of the second star island revealed beneath the crashing waves. When faced with death, individuals exhibit a myriad of responses. Some can embrace their fate with magnanimity, while others instinctively clutch at any semblance of hope, even if it is a feeble straw that offers no real assistance. Regrettably, Arthur's second star island was such a straw. The patriarch understood that even he was no match for the skeletal dragon, the ruler of the undead, surrounding the entire Tulip family. There was no entity capable of rivaling this formidable foe. The only ancestor who could contend with such a demigod-level undead being had perished, all thanks to this monster. However, at this moment, the patriarch was primarily focused on contributing even greater service to the Tulip family. If he were to die, how could he fulfill that purpose? Thus, under immense pressure, the old man unleashed a powerful strike, temporarily forcing the cunning skeletal dragon away. He spiraled downward like a bird with broken wings, aimlessly darting towards the jagged peaks of the Star Island. At that moment, Arthur felt an urge to curse. Could this old fool not lure the terrifying creature elsewhere? Why must he head in this direction? This scene was displayed on the shimmering screen of the Star Island. Lucia could not help but utter expletives akin to Arthur's. Tifa stood in shock. Even the patriarch was being hunted. What a dreadful creature. A skeletal dragon. Was she truly the unluckiest knight of the Star Sea? Had she not even entered the starry expanse before meeting her end here? Confusion filled Tifa's mind. Such an adversary was beyond their capability to combat. In this critical moment, she quickly communicated that she could conceal them within the void to evade the skeletal dragon. But they needed to surrender to a deep slumber without resistance. With the distance closing rapidly, the old patriarch was now merely a few thousand meters away. Arthur had no choice but to respond. Come, I too am prepared. At this juncture, Lucia and Tifa felt a glimmer of hope. They had not anticipated that the sovereign of this star island possessed spatial abilities. It was as if he were a child of destiny. However, time was of the essence, and they understood that this was not the moment for exploration. Thus, upon hearing Arthur's words, both Star Sea Knights immediately sealed their senses, channeling their energies to enter a profound meditative state. This was a routine practice for the Knights of the Star Sea. In this moment of vulnerability, they could not react immediately to the dangers outside. Arthur, too, could not afford to delay. He sent the 2 knights, who had varying degrees of contracts with him, into the first star island. Not only them, but also the electric eels, clam maidens, and elves were all transported into the first star island. The entire second star island was left with only Arthur as its living soul. There was no escaping. He could only feign death, relying on the powers of the star island's master. All that remained was to pray, hoping that the skeletal dragon would be preoccupied with pursuing the patriarch and spare his second star island from its wrath. Should it unleash even a mere spit upon his island, the protective shield would surely be breached with a gaping hole. Having adopted this exceedingly passive approach, Arthur once again activated the abilities of the Star Island's master, carefully concealing his form. He merged his soul with the island, vigilantly observing the patriarch's precarious situation. All knights of the Tulip family, swiftly unite with our patriarch to vanquish this legendary skeletal dragon. The patriarch's booming voice resonated even from a distance of 1,000 meters. Such a remarkable vocal projection. Arthur recalled that even the best trumpet from his memory could not clearly convey sound over such a distance. Naturally, Arthur heeded the patriarch's command. What the hell? How could it be this little creature? He thought, feeling frustrated at the waste of his strength. The patriarch was not like the old steward. He was unaware that Lucia had become the guardian of this star island, and that there was also a recently ascended legendary battle pet residing there. In the patriarch's view, this star island had yet to be integrated into the Tulip family's hierarchy and had not been formally developed. How could it possess formidable combat power? Even the collaboration of a few elite Star Sea Knights would be futile. Patriarch, do not panic. Arthur Russell is here. The skeletal dragon shall not act recklessly. Arthur's voice rippled through the Star Island, resonating into the air. The patriarch responded in stunned silence. Chapter 86. Do not fear, Chief. Let us confront it together. The elderly chief was in a state of panic. The transparent protective shield of the Star Island lay before him, exposed and vulnerable, revealing a barren landscape devoid of any presence, save for a few first and second-tier arrow towers. However, such defenses posed no threat to the bone dragon, a creature straddling the line between the legendary and divine realms. In a fleeting moment, the old chief felt an unusual impulse. The hope he had once placed in Arthur now ignited a desire within him to strangle that very hope. Arthur's perception was remarkably acute, even if it were not. His recollections from his past lives made him acutely aware that the chief's mood was decidedly grim. The second star island trembled as the core, fueled by the world's source power, exerted itself, lifting the island from the depths of the ocean. Torrents of water cascaded down like a waterfall from the shield of the Star Island. Arthur was not merely speaking. He was indeed wielding the second star island, propelling himself towards the direction where the chief was approaching. This scene was somewhat peculiar. The chief was rapidly closing in on the concealed position of Arthur's star island. At the moment the core of the star island surged with power, the chief had already breached the remaining few hundred meters, positioning himself directly above Arthur's star island. An endless deluge of seawater poured down. Arthur felt as if he were welcoming a guest at high speed. Upon confirming that the Star Island before him belonged to Arthur and that there was no legendary power present, the chief, in a fit of frustration, dived into the protective barrier of the second Star Island. At that juncture, he had no choice but to draw the pursuing bone dragon towards the Star Island. Yet, the chief did not grant Arthur the courtesy of acknowledgement. He swiftly traversed from one side of the island to the other, violently tearing through the barrier. Compressing his escape light, he utilized the special skills of the Star Sea Knights to conceal his presence and figure, darting away at a right angle to his original direction of flight. The chief was leveraging the power of Arthur's Star Island to divert the attention of the bone dragon. Even knowing that the chief would resort to such tactics, when the situation unfolded, Arthur's heart brimmed with indignation. The hidden figure of the elder from the Tulip family stumbled. He regretted not having eliminated that little rascal when he had the chance. The collapse of a large star island would undoubtedly capture the attention of a formidable undead creature like the bone dragon. When it consumed the essence of the island, it would have been ample time for him to escape. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. The bone dragon, as massive as a small star island, was engulfed in sinister flames that were curiously not searing hot. From a distance, Arthur felt an eerie chill piercing deep into his soul. It was an unnatural cold capable of freezing the very essence of one's being. In a bid to minimize his presence, Arthur S. Star Island swelled momentarily before deflating. Ascending to a certain height, the island plunged back into the ocean, the protective shield above dissipating entirely. It was akin to rendering the entire area defenseless against the bone dragon. After all, even under full defense, it would be futile against the bone dragon. So why waste the world's source power? Whether it was due to Arthur's excessive feigned demise or the bone dragon's lofty expectations of the chief as an unparalleled legendary figure, the massive beast merely glanced down at Arthur S. Star Island before veering off in pursuit of the chief's true form. Arthur's heart raced like a drum. At that moment, he felt as though his very life hung by a thread. Perhaps a mere shift in the bone dragon's intentions would herald his demise. Arthur was unaware whether he, with the power of 2 Star Islands, would truly perish without a trace. However, he was reluctant to test that hypothesis. The bone dragon showcased its speed, a testament to its transformation from a dragon clan powerhouse into an undead monstrosity. This terrifying entity flapped its wings, stirring the surrounding waters from a state of calm into a tempestuous fury. The waves crashed against the rising shield of the Star Island, sending sprays of water soaring high into the air. Such violent recoil allowed the bone dragon's massive form to exhibit an extraordinary speed, visibly closing the distance between itself and the elder of the tulip family. Once again, Arthur's heart leapt into his throat. He feared that if the chief survived, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, he also dreaded the notion that the chief might perish too swiftly, as in that scenario, the bone dragon would likely remain unsated. Who could say if it harbored other intentions regarding the core energy of the Star Island? The young Arthur found himself shouldering burdens far beyond his years. Chapter 87. The Leech Woman Statue. As the skeletal dragon pursued the elderly patriarch, Arthur and the second Star Island stealthily ventured into the depths of the sea. Flying would indeed be swifter, yet the sheer size of the target was a disadvantage. The second Star Island had attained a formidable second-tier status, boasting a land and water area of 100 square kilometers on its surface. The combined height above and thickness of its base rendered the entire island a colossal entity, visible from afar. Submerging into the water would slow their progress, but it would also minimize their visibility. Arthur fervently hoped that the patriarch of the tulip family would endure a while longer, but not for too long. Alas, his wish was once again dashed. The patriarch's actions had compelled the skeletal dragon to become serious. Once a fearsome skeletal dragon approached its prey with earnest intent, calamity was imminent. The void seemed to be pierced as the skeletal dragon rapidly closed the distance. In despair, the patriarch dispelled his invisibility. He recognized that his innate abilities were utterly ineffective against the dragon. With that realization, he resolved not to squander his dwindling strength on futile endeavors. The patriarch expelled a copious amount of blood, casting forth a palm-sized statue. The blood, as if ensnared by an enigmatic force, coalesced around the diminutive effigy. In the blink of an eye, the statue was drenched in crimson, revealing its sinister aura. The statue depicted a beautiful woman, devoid of any modesty, her every feature exuding an elemental allure. Yet, strikingly, her hair consisted of writhing leeches. The appearance of blood caused the once withered leeches to elongate dramatically, transforming into strands akin to thick noodles, extending from the statue toward the skeletal dragon. The statue's hair grew ever longer, 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Gradually, the statue itself became obscured, the surrounding space filled with those serpentine leech tendrils. The skeletal dragon proceeded with caution. These peculiar strands impeded its advance. It seemed that the patriarch of the tulip family, at the moment of unleashing the statue, had aged at least a decade in both body and spirit. Clearly, this seemingly insignificant statue was anything but trivial. Nonetheless, it had indeed procured precious time for the patriarch. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he plunged into the ocean, venturing deeper and further. Within the confines of the leech tendrils enveloping the skeletal dragon, the statue's voluptuous lips curled into a slight, eerie smile. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle movement of its mouth, reminiscent of an infant suckling. With these motions, the statue's form began to swell. The patriarch, now submerged in the sea, felt waves of weakness wash over him. He cursed the accursed puppet, the loathsome skeletal dragon, and the wretched little thing. The skeletal dragon belonged to a regenerative species. It had yet to awaken memories of its past life, and the wisdom it possessed was entirely derived from the gradual accumulation of experiences since its transformation. Fortunately, it had traversed countless events throughout the ages. Even though much of that time was spent in slumber, the experiences it garnered had endowed this creature with intelligence comparable to that of humankind. It sensed a threat emanating from the statue, which was swiftly followed by rage. How could it, a being of such nobility, feel threatened by a mere wooden effigy? Such an affront not only insulted its draconic dignity but also its intellect. A compact sphere of dark ethereal flame was expelled by the skeletal dragon, marking the commencement of a fierce confrontation. Soon, the dragon's massive form was enveloped in flames, coalescing into fireballs of various sizes, some akin to fists, others to basins, and some even as large as water barrels, charging toward the dense mass of leech tendrils. The clash between the two was anything but beneficial for either party, akin to a duel of sharp needles. Although the statue possessed a greater degree of malevolence, it faltered in terms of energy supply. The moment the patriarch summoned it, the malevolent artifact began to incessantly siphon his blood, transcending spatial distances in its grotesque thirst, a thought that sent shivers down one's spine. Despite being a legendary peak human warrior, the patriarch appeared utterly defenseless against this monstrosity. Indeed, this represented a form of contract, wherein the patriarch exchanged his lifeblood to animate this sinister creation. However, this contract bore flaws, as the patriarch could not exert perfect control over it. The statue's insatiable thirst for blood grew ever more voracious with its expanding form. Chapter 88. I was once a good person. Fireballs spewed forth by the skeletal dragons collided with the strands of leeches. There were no cataclysmic scenes, only an intricate dance of entanglement and consumption. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as the seemingly unremarkable statue, of unknown origin and not particularly formidable, exhibited an eerie power capable of contending with the skeletal dragon, a being of semi-divine caliber. The elder patriarch had fled to a point beyond the naked eye's perception. Yet this distance remained within the grasp of the skeletal dragon, the relentless hunter. The elder fully comprehended this reality, thus he continued to exert himself, striving to enhance his speed. At this moment, the elder patriarch was enduring a dual strain. He was depleting his own strength while the statue drew upon his lifeblood. The scale of the leech-like creatures burgeoned from a singular entity to 10, then 100, 1,000, seemingly accompanied by a proportional increase in their size. The ghostly green flames of cold, deathly fire entwined with the writhing leeches in midair. However, these notes of chaos bore no relevance to Arthur, who had become the solitary life form on the second star island. Arthur's power was feeble, merely the first-tier lord of the star island. The vital essence he emitted was practically negligible in the perception of the undead creatures, insignificant enough to elicit no interest from elite-level undead beings. This state of affairs was, in fact, Arthur's greatest solace. He navigated the star island forward, until a terrifying zombie surged toward him with alarming speed. When Arthur, utilizing the extraordinary power of the magical furnace, discerned the presence behind him, he had attempted to elude the pursuing undead. Yet, it seemed the pursuer had also detected Arthur's second star island, relentlessly pursuing the diminutive Arthur for reasons unknown. As the distance shrank, Arthur suddenly realized that it was not merely an undead creature, but the patriarch of the tulip family. The state of this formidable being now resembled that of a specter. His flesh clung to his bones, and his once ample silk robe now hung loosely on a skeletal frame, resembling a ghostly apparition. In contrast to the undead, Arthur felt a greater terror. The distance between them rapidly diminished, prompting Arthur to ponder whether surrendering and conceding half might be a viable option. However, Arthur was not one to await his fate passively, especially now that he could summon some power. Both the Fat Bird and Lucia were legendary-level strongholds, and they were in peak condition. Conversely, the elder patriarch was in a rather poor state at this moment. With a gap of still a kilometer, Arthur, utilizing his investigative abilities, reached a conclusion. Fortunately, having departed from the Tulip family's territory by approximately 50 kilometers, a profound underwater rift emerged before the second star island. The vast chasm was so expansive that even Arthur, with his discerning sight, could not glimpse the far side of the abyss. The unfathomable darkness of the rift provided Arthur with immense comfort. The second star island bid farewell to the surface's delicate lotus tips. Plunging into the depths of the oceanic fissure, the elder patriarch was merely a step behind, yet he did not cease his relentless pursuit. His once benevolent visage now contorted into a menacing grimace. Like a specter, he plunged into the ocean, racing toward the vaguely visible massive bubble. This could not end well. Arthur had already roused the fat bird. It had even surpassed its original 6 tail feathers in length. In this moment, the fat bird, under Arthur's guidance, was poised to unleash all 9 tail feathers in a single strike. As for the Star Sea sacred contract, it merely bound others. As long as Arthur did not engage directly, it would not constitute a breach. Transformed into something less than human, the patriarch of the Tulip family effortlessly tore through the defenses of the second Star Island once more. Infuse me with the essence of the Star Island. Quickly, a resounding command echoed, for the elder patriarch had reached his limits. In close proximity, Arthur, utilizing his remarkable investigative skills, discerned that the elders seemed to be undergoing a process of being drained to the bone. Were skeletal dragons truly so fearsome? Without any action on his part, the 9 tail feathers of the fat bird transformed into 9 blazing arrows, hurtling toward the patriarch, who resembled both a specter and a skeleton. Arthur refrained from employing the most powerful thunderous might of the lightning eel statue on the second Star Island. Were he to do so, the combined force of 3 strikes would equate to the effect of 2 tail feathers. However, that would mean Arthur himself had intervened. At this juncture, Arthur was unwilling to risk his safety, even though he harbored a fair degree of confidence in his own survival. You dare. The elder patriarch's threat was left unspoken as he was pierced by the 9 arrows formed from the tail feathers. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, brow, and throat were precisely divided by the 9 points of impact. In that fleeting moment when the burning tail feathers penetrated his body, they extinguished the life of the elder patriarch, who had been on the brink of exhaustion. Arthur's skill of absorption activated instinctively, and a human-shaped torch was thus dispatched into the magical furnace. The elder patriarch was dead. Arthur expressed his sorrow. He had never intended to exploit a member of the Tulip family like a sheep to be sheared. Yet, reality proved merciless, forcing Arthur's hand. It was also the fault of those in the Tulip family for persistently cooperating with him without cause. Being a good person is indeed a challenging endeavor. Chapter 89. Extraction of ritual materials in the synthesis of the wondrous furnace. All things may prove useful. Morality has never been the criterion to deter certain actions. Indeed, it is merely a tool. Can one expect a tool to possess morality? That would be rather peculiar. Yet, in this moment, Arthur, as an entity born alongside the magical furnace, did not actively instigate the happenings. Everything unfolded quite naturally. As the terrifying corpse of the old patriarch entered the magical furnace, a certain bizarre force was ignited at once. Arthur's soul harmonized with the furnace, and he distinctly sensed this strange power infiltrating every corner of the patriarch's being. Even the marrow cavities brimmed with this energy. It was exceedingly odd, reminiscent of insects clustering together, siphoning the nearly depleted blood and fat from the old patriarch. Translucent insects ignited, coalescing into plump leeches the size of a middle finger. Amidst their squeaking, hundreds of leeches darted about, yet were thwarted by the magical furnace's power. Within a few breaths, these leeches were scorched, transforming into a fist-sized energy mass that was both ethereal and substantial. Further compression of this energy sculpted it into a multifaceted crystal, interwoven with hues of black, yellow, and blue, a sight both unsettling and captivating. The transformations of the old patriarch did not cease there. The flames generated from 9 tail feathers were reversed. The 9 fiery arrows reverted to 9 tail feathers, albeit diminished. Having lost some of their power, the robust bird. Through the seamless flow of energy, the blood vessels reconnected, nerves intertwined, and the life-sustaining essence of this omnipotent nutrient quickly restored the robust bird to its prior state of vigor. Next came the old patriarch's equipment. At this moment, the patriarch was most unfortunate. He found himself caught off guard, never anticipating an undead assault within his own domain. Consequently, he donned a silk robe intended for feasting, lacking any formidable armor. However, due to a spatial artifact in his possession, the patriarch had carried some items that provided him with a sense of security. A legendary weapon, albeit battered and pockmarked. In the struggle against the bone dragon, the patriarch's greatsword was nearly obliterated. Upon pouring forth an array of items from his storage bracelet, Arthur's gaze fell upon that greatsword, so conspicuous and yet so tragic. Next was the spatial bracelet itself. It was said that such artifacts could only be obtained from ancient ruins. The mystery remained as to why humans venturing into the Star Sea world could find remnants of unknown factions and races. Measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in both width and height, it was indeed a rare large storage device, though it held little significance for the master of Star Island. After securing the storage bracelet and placing it within the first Star Island, Arthur continued to assess his unexpected gains. Among the remaining items, there were no finished weapons or armor. Evidently, they had been thoroughly utilized. Instead, there were energy stones, each emitting an enchanting glow. Of course, this was only relative. The storage bracelet could only contain a mere 2 cubic meters, limiting the quantity of energy stones it could hold, certainly fewer than what Arthur had procured from the warehouse of that small building, approximately half as many. Even so, this would further augment Arthur's wealth. Next, he discovered a collection of unique ores and several unopened chests and boxes. Before Arthur could continue his inventory, something new emerged from the old patriarch's grotesque corpse. It was another fist-sized, multifaceted crystal. Unlike the unsettling tricolor crystal, this one was purple, perpetually flickering with electrical sparks. Materials. The pivotal components required by Star Sea Knights to complete their rituals. Martial artists aspiring to become Star Sea Knights have 2 avenues. One involves obtaining materials from star beasts, often necessitating complex recipes and the aid of certain rituals for transformation. Besides the orthodox method, there exists a less conventional approach. Upon their demise, aged Star Sea Knights possess a certain probability of extracting their essence of power. These essences, having undergone ritualistic transformation and years of refinement by the Star Sea Knights, are crystallized forces. A half-step Star Sea Knight merely needs to attune to this crystal to assimilate it with their own power, thereby integrating it within themselves. Chapter 90. The good man delivers a corpse. The notion of acquiring advanced materials from the deceased feels rather peculiar. However, in Arthur's recollections, this practice became increasingly commonplace among the Star Knights in the later stages of the Star Sea world. Prior to his rebirth, the rise and explosion of star beasts rendered the acquisition of their materials significantly more challenging for humanity. Consequently, the corpses of fallen human Star Knights emerged as the most substantial and stable source of materials for the advancement of new Star Knights. It must be acknowledged that the human capacity to endure is remarkably high, as these unidentified materials of a thunderous nature, alongside countless refined substances, were extracted from the old patriarch's body. It appeared poised for immediate disintegration. Yet, at that moment, a source of life, derived from the refinement of 3 to 5 low-level undead beings, was infused into the old patriarch's corpse. The wounds inflicted by arrows transformed from the tail feathers of the plump bird ceased to exist, and the skeletal remains regained some semblance of vitality. Nonetheless, these changes were merely superficial. The old patriarch remained deceased. The infusion of life merely altered the exterior of the corpse before it grew cold, a transformation that was sufficient for Arthur. A delicate copper mirror, roughly the size of a palm, was placed into the old patriarch's grip, his fingers clenching it tightly as his body gradually chilled. In the next moment, the old patriarch's lifeless form was transported to the 3rd Star Island, situated above the territory of the Tulip family, which was fervently engaged in a supportive role. Unlike other ghostly Star Islands, they did not exhibit such aggression. After Arthur delivered the last remnants of value to the 3rd Star Island, the legendary zombie island master stealthily navigated the edges of the human defensive zone. The drained corpse of the old patriarch was subsequently sent into the heart of the battlefield, hovering above the human defenders. At that moment, the battlefield was rife with vigilance. The appearance of the old patriarch's corpse was met with hundreds of beams of light piercing through it, creating numerous gaping holes. Arthur's considerable efforts to fabricate evidence were rendered futile. Fortunately, the old patriarch's face and, crucially, his hand remained intact. The remainder of his body, however, was shattered. The members of the Tulip family soon recognized the old patriarch's unsettling visage. The familiar features and the profound sense of kinship instilled immense fear among the human side. The fall of their strongest warriors, the ancestors and patriarch of the Tulip family, left them devoid of the courage to resist. In truth, their resolve had already waned when the old patriarch commanded a retreat. The members of the family began to comply. Yet the overwhelming number of kin on the island posed challenges for an efficient withdrawal. Almost every Star Island master and Star Knight had loved ones to consider, complicating the evacuation. Moreover, the prolonged period of tranquility in the region dulled the inhabitants' sense of crisis. They believed the forces atop the motherland to be formidable, and the family's champions reliable. The entanglement with numerous ghostly star islands and undead beings further hindered the Tulip family's retreat, resulting in less than desirable speed. However, the old patriarch's corpse became a turning point. Retreat. Retreat. All star islands abandoned the welcoming of newcomers, forsake the gathering of supplies, and focus solely on breaking through. This was a matter of survival for the family. No one could defy this command. The voice of the old steward resonated powerfully, striving to extend his influence as far as possible. It was uncertain whether his call could reach the entire island, but he had done his utmost. Suppressing his sorrow, he clutched the front half of his brother's head and a portion of his hand, leading the charge beyond their territory. Arthur had already completed the disposal of the body. Yet within his heart, he felt no sense of security. The terrifying skeletal dragon lurked in the shadows, poised to appear at any moment, preventing Arthur from finding peace of mind. The second star island, under Arthur's command, pressed deeper into the abyss of the ocean. If circumstances permitted, he felt he could remain submerged for a year and a half. By then, he anticipated that humanity's forces would have discovered the upheaval in the motherland. Surely, the might of humanity could handle the meager threat posed by the undead creatures. After all, the population within Arthur's Star Island was limited. The stored provisions, fruits, and island outputs could sustain them for an extended period. Arthur contemplated that if he could survive this ordeal, he would take the time to recuperate and refine his solar techniques. Unlike others who toiled to accumulate life force for their advancement, Arthur enjoyed significant advantages. Yet, it is often said that good deeds are fraught with tribulations. While Arthur meticulously planned for the future, the skeletal dragon's willingness to grant him such an opportunity remained uncertain. High above the location of Arthur's Star Island, approximately 10 kilometers in the air, the battle between the skeletal dragon and the enigmatic statue had concluded. The swarm of leeches had been incinerated, torn apart, and bitten through by the skeletal dragon, losing their former strength. The statue, now towering at 2 meters, lay in ruins, shattered into countless fragments. The remnants transformed into dust, carried away by the wind. The skeletal dragon bore the marks of battle upon its form. The struggle had not been without its challenges. Next, its colossal head swayed slightly, as if caught in a moment of indecision. Nevertheless, the skeletal dragon soon pursued a specific direction, the path to the remains of the old patriarch's corpse. For the time being, it seemed that Arthur had been granted a brief respite. Chapter 91. I am the son Arthur, of course, was unaware that he had traversed the perilous edge of danger. Had the skeletal dragon chosen to head towards the second star island at that moment, the outcome would have been uncertain. At this juncture, Arthur was diligently employing his investigative abilities to seek a more appropriate path ahead, while simultaneously urging the solar technique within him to accelerate its flow. Waves of life essence cascaded from the wondrous furnace into Arthur's soul, permeating his mind and saturating every muscle, bone, and fascia in his body. At this moment, Arthur was not merely a novice. He had absorbed the complete memories of an ancient being, particularly the profound insights regarding cultivation, which had nearly transformed into his instinct. The solar technique was intricately woven into every action he undertook. It was a method more pure and serene than those of the present, embodying the complete memories of a seasoned legend. This allowed Arthur to seamlessly operate this technique with every movement. It felt akin to a gaming maestro reviving a low-level character, skillfully navigating the growth process. With the perfect cultivation experience, rapid advancement was already assured. However, Arthur possessed an additional advantage. The life essence infused into every corner of his body could transmute into threads of warmth, transforming pure life force into the combat energy of the solar technique with exquisite precision. Within a mere day, Arthur achieved the equivalent of a month's worth of progress made by the ancient knight who contributed the solar technique. With the continuous influx of life essence, Arthur had reached a minor bottleneck, signifying the transition from an ordinary knight to an elite knight. The effects of a single day's practice were profoundly intense. Arthur sensed that if this trajectory persisted, his prowess in the solar technique would soon surpass the achievements of the Star Island Lord on the path of cultivation. The sole concern remained that the solar technique belonged to an ancient system. There is no inherent hierarchy between ancient and modern techniques. The latter are merely refinements made by countless prodigies and sages to adapt to the environment of the stellar sea, enabling human warriors to traverse the cosmos with unparalleled prowess. Present-day stellar sea knights have undergone rituals, evolving towards a non-human form, a path fraught with substantial costs. The ultimate price of losing control is dire. It signifies that humans cannot perfectly master the power of the star beasts integrated within them, leading to madness or transformation into humanoid star beasts. Arthur extinguished the flame tower on the second star island. This foundational structure is necessary to illuminate the island when it enters a region devoid of brilliant stars, providing light for all flora and fauna. After all, both animals and plants require light and warmth. In the depths of the abyss, where the pressure mounted, the second star island became a realm of darkness, blending into its surroundings. Yet at this moment, Arthur's essence floated above the second star island. A cloud condensed into a bed, allowing him to sit comfortably. This insight had been imparted to him by the ancient corpse. The crux of the solar technique lies in envisioning oneself as the sun, radiating light and warmth to the world. With 3 lifetimes of experience, Arthur could profoundly comprehend those memories. He was now the master of the second star island, and equally, its sun. Even though his power was still faint, the environment provided him with perfect external conditions. Internally, his understanding of the solar technique, along with the life essence continually merging within his body, placed him in an extraordinary state. In the deep, cold abyss, amidst the surrounding darkness of the second star island, a flicker of golden red light suddenly emerged. In the next instant, that glow, akin to fireflies, expanded tenfold, illuminating the surroundings. And this was merely the commencement. Arthur's heart had transformed into a brilliant, fiery orb, radiating warmth and light. This metamorphosis was guided by Arthur's experience, ignited by the life essence. Such a transformation, for an ordinary practitioner, would typically represent a fleeting attempt, akin to burning one's life force for a forced advancement. However, Arthur's situation was distinct. He burned life essence, possessing an inexhaustible supply for consumption. He could forcibly breach this barrier without concern for depletion, instead using this massive combustion to refine the potency of his solar technique, rendering it ever more pure and extraordinarily potent. In the later stages, Arthur would even reach a point of exquisite refinement, meticulously burning the life essence to hone every inch of his skin, every muscle, every bone, every organ, every meridian, and every drop of blood. Gradually, the golden red hue expanded beyond just his heart. A radiant aura emanated from his heart, assimilating his internal organs, then spreading throughout his upper body and lower body. Eventually, every single hair on Arthur's body was enveloped in a layer of golden red brilliance. A gentle warmth radiated from him, showering the second star island with light and heat. At that moment, Arthur truly resembled a little sun nestled within the depths of the abyss, humbly referred to as Little Son Arthur. Chapter 92. Awakening the Divine Agricultural Technique. After a day of cultivation, Arthur's physical training path officially ascended to the second tier, surpassing the realm of the Spirit Island Lord. Despite the fact that Arthur's second star island has expanded to an impressive area of 100 square kilometers, reaching the pinnacle standards of a second-tier star island, he remains, in essence, a novice island lord at the first tier. At most, he has merely augmented his soul power. As Arthur sensed the completion of his advancement and prepared to open his eyes, he was enveloped by an indescribable sensation reminiscent of the sun. In that moment, his vision became blurred without his awareness. Simultaneously, Arthur's cognitive abilities were suspended in a state of inexplicable emotion. It could be said that he was utterly oblivious to his surroundings, akin to a rock or a tree in the eyes of an observer. Though he appeared human, an odd force distorted perception, prompting others to subconsciously overlook him. Gradually, Arthur's human form faded away, replaced by a radiant fireball hovering above the second star island. This fireball was not an isolated entity. It harmoniously integrated with the star island, forming a three-dimensional ecological space, a condensed world where all life proliferated, transcending the very concept of a star island. This power emanated from the essence of life itself, manifesting as divine energy. In Arthur's state of unawareness, this energy naturally influenced the sparse flora within the second star island. One could distinctly observe tender shoots emerging from the grass, young leaves unfurling on bushes, and even aquatic plants growing in rapid succession. The entire second star island became cloaked in this wondrous energy, and within mere months, the once barren land was transformed into a vibrant green carpet. Due to time constraints and lack of manpower, Arthur's second star island had not been developed or utilized. Its terrain remained pristine, unchanged since its inception. Yet, under the influence of this ineffable force, the island seemed to have been propelled into a rapid passage of time, with grasslands expanding swiftly and shrubs merging into clusters of low forests. Even the waters became increasingly adorned with greenery. This phenomenon was not the result of time itself, but rather an enhancement of the growth of various plants. Arthur maintained this state for a full hour, awakening to find himself enveloped in gentle light and warmth, akin to an infant cradled in swaddling. It was a sensation of unparalleled comfort and ease. Upon regaining his senses, Arthur was astonished by the transformation of the Star Island. Lush grass covered the ground, and a myriad of colorful flowers adorned the landscape, evoking a sense of tranquility and delight. This was the divine technique described in the Solar Method's legacy, a miraculous insight that occurs with exceedingly low probability during an ascension. But why was it focused on nourishing plants? Arthur pondered aloud, his expression contorted with a mix of joy and confusion. At that moment, he was torn between laughter and tears. The Solar Method was an ancient, supreme practice of humanity, said to be a complete path to divinity. Thus, within the process of cultivation and ascension, the possibility of experiencing a profound insight, though rare, existed. Among 10,000 practitioners of the Solar Method, perhaps only one might attain such enlightenment. In the wake of this insight, the practitioner could grasp a divine skill with uncertain clarity. According to Arthur's memories, during ancient times, many had practiced the Solar Method. Yet among the fortunate few, none had awakened the same divine skill. From this perspective, Arthur was undeniably favored by fortune. However, the divine skill he had awakened was neither offensive nor defensive. Instead, it enabled him to burn his own fighting spirit to nourish the diverse flora of his home Star Island. In the current context, what use was this? Burning fighting spirit? He felt his body, intact, yet he soon realized that the miraculous furnace had suffered extensive depletion of its life essence reserves. This depletion was significant, consuming all the accumulated life essence that the furnace had gathered over time. It was this exhaustion that roused Arthur from his stupor. In that instant, he felt an impulse to spit blood. Those were merely common weeds, shrubs, and aquatic plants, of no practical use. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. The life essence was intended for use, and applying it to the second Star Island was not wasteful. Moreover, achieving mastery of the Solar Method at an elite level was certainly not in vain. The events had transpired, and since the outcome was immutable, Arthur could only brace himself to accept it. Such is life. Chapter 93. The gains of the Yinming duo regardless of the circumstances, awakening a divine technique. Even if it is neither offensive nor defensive in nature, is a source of modest pride. One must remember that in ancient times, countless human warriors shared their resources without reservation, and the ability to awaken divine techniques was exceedingly rare. In Arthur's memories, the awakening of divine techniques was not solely the domain of solar arts. However, the number of such supreme techniques is quite limited. Arthur could not help but lament the life essence that had already been expended, its potential squandered. Had it been utilized within the confines of the first Star Island, Arthur would have found solace in that. Yet, as a matured being fully aware of the necessity of detachment, he understood that some matters were beyond alteration. He chose to look forward, determined to comprehend the precise effects of life essence in lieu of martial energy to manifest divine techniques. In a state of unawareness, Arthur directed the consumption of life essence to maximize its impact on the internal space of the second Star Island, inundating its flora. He urgently sought to verify whether this divine technique required such extensive application or if it could be executed in a more localized manner. Clearly, if it could only be employed throughout the entire Star Island, it would be an extravagant waste, significantly limiting the technique's value. Moreover, throughout Arthur's unawareness, the divine technique was continually in effect. The cycle of blossoming and withering, the ebb and flow of grasses and flowers, occurred 64 times, resulting in a profound transformation of the land and waters of the second Star Island into a verdant haven. Arthur needed to ascertain whether he could induce a singular cycle of flowering and withering in a plant, ideally mastering the nuanced stimulation of individual flora. This was contingent upon the realization of his aspirations. If such a desire could be fulfilled, then the divine technique for accelerating plant growth would indeed be deemed acceptable. For Arthur envisioned certain wondrous plants from the sea of stars. In the past, upon discovering such extraordinary flora, he would sell seeds or saplings to powerful factions. For he could not afford to wait for the miraculous plants to bloom and bear fruit. The prospect was delightful, yet these notions required practical validation. At this moment, however, Arthur faced a dilemma. He lacked sufficient life essence, none whatsoever. And as he navigated the profound depths of the second star island, no creatures were available to refine into new life essence, leaving Arthur in a rather dismal predicament. On the vast expanse of the Tulip family's giant island, a second long-distance pursuit had commenced, unbeknownst to its participants. The old steward led the charge, oblivious to the fearsome creature pursuing him from behind. It was undeniable that some unknown factor had fortified the strength of the undead on the Tulip family's giant island. In other regions, the majority had gradually established themselves through their own might, with some even beginning to offer support elsewhere. Conversely, the situation on the Tulip giant island was dire. The Eerie Star Islands swarmed chaotically, unleashing a torrent of zombies, phantoms, and skeletal demons, transforming the entire giant island into a veritable hell on Earth. Yet, amidst these spectral islands, there existed an anomaly. The Eerie Star Island that Arthur had covertly commandeered resembled a husky among a pack of wolves, distinctly unconventional. The legendary Island Master and the legendary Knight of the Eerie Star Sea wielded absolute control over the undead on their island, allowing it to stand as an anomaly among all Eerie Star Islands. This island did not engage in direct conflict with humanity. Rather, it functioned akin to a logistical unit. Wherever the Star Island traversed, the remains of deceased humans, war beasts, and undead were gathered into the Eerie Star Island. Two legendary undead beings, endowed with human intelligence, exercised their initiative, removing various corpses and remains from the ground, as well as dismantling all structures, whether intact or damaged, to bring them into the Eerie Star Island. With a land area of 10 square kilometers, the Eerie Star Island operated like a transport fleet, collecting all resources from the Tulip family's vast territory. It left no stone unturned, even delving into secret chambers. Under such a powerful gathering force, the Eerie Star Island's mobility soon diminished as the space within it became increasingly cluttered with various items. It was at this moment that the legendary zombie Island Master called out to Arthur. Immersed in the realization of his dwindling life essence, Arthur was met with an astonishing sight. The interior of the Eerie Star Island had transcended the concept of sky, an amalgamation of corpses and building materials piled high, reaching the protective dome of the island. It was truly remarkable how they had arranged themselves. Chapter 94. The Abyssal Ruins Vortex. The wondrous furnace, situated atop the Shadow Star Island, suddenly radiated a blinding light. In the next moment, the immense accumulation of corpses, building materials, and discarded weapons that had filled Shadow Star Island vanished entirely, all of it materializing within the magical furnace. After a prolonged drought, the sudden emergence of over 83,000 strands of life essence appeared as if conjured from thin air. In stark contrast, the building materials, damaged weapons, and collapsed arrow towers transformed into a staggering 100,000 units of world source power. With this vast reservoir of resources at his disposal, Arthur felt an overwhelming urge to delve deeply into the study of the Enlightenment divine art. However, at that moment, while navigating the second star island and bearing the increasing pressure of the depths of the abyss, Arthur was startled by a resounding rumble transmitted through his shield. His exploration skill was continuously active, and soon he discerned the source of the immense tearing force acting upon the protective dome of the second star island, an abyssal vortex. To his astonishment, the entrance of the vortex was not merely a simple underwater cave. Instead, it was a pyramid protruding from a cliff on one side of the trench. A structure unlike any he had encountered in his previous life, a lunar pyramid. At its apex stood an unusual edifice, resembling a square stone chamber perched atop the pyramid. The details of this structure were faintly visible, and its true size remained unknown, yet its summit exhibited a terrifying capacity to swallow vast quantities of water from the trench, stirring the entire environment of the abyss. The scene evoked a sense of dread, but upon discovering it, Arthur felt no fear. This characteristic was reminiscent of experiences from his past life. Was this a passage left by the Third Era? Where did it lead? Given the condition of this ruin, the Tulip family could not possibly be unaware of it. In that moment, Arthur was engulfed in confusion. Yet, his doubts did not linger, for he understood that he was far from safe. Since he had encountered this transmission passage situated on the motherland, it was imperative to find a way to activate it and hasten his departure from this perilous area. Indeed, The vortex formed by the water drawn in at the apex of the lunar pyramid was merely an anomaly. It could not facilitate spatial teleportation for the Star Knights or the Star Islands. Achieving such a feat typically required adherence to the conditions inscribed upon the structures here. Often, such ruins were controlled by various factions who had thoroughly researched their requirements, how many energy stones and special minerals were needed. Yet, as Arthur employed his exploration skill and circled the vast area surrounding the second Star Island, he found no trace of the anticipated Tulip family members. This left him feeling rather lost. The skeletal dragon behind him could emerge at any moment, and Arthur could not afford to wait. Ultimately, he maneuvered the second Star Island towards the very center of the vortex. This method of transportation, characterized by the essence of the Star Sea world, was not unfamiliar to Arthur, having experienced it multiple times in his previous life. As the rightful lord of a Star Island, he had paid the requisite toll to the Guardians in order to complete the process. The specifics of the energy stones and materials used were unclear to him. How much was required? What types were acceptable? It was certain that the amount contributed would be less than what was paid. With the absence of the vampires, Arthur felt somewhat out of sorts. The three-dimensional vortex churned the boundless waters, unleashing a formidable force in the depths of the trench. This caused the protective shield of the second Star Island to consume an exponentially greater amount of world source power. As Arthur's second Star Island drew closer, a lotus-shaped silhouette materialized at the entrance of the vortex. This entity appeared to lack physical form, effortlessly suspended amidst the tumultuous waters. As the second Star Island continued to descend, the lotus shape ascended. Soon, the shield of the second Star Island made contact with the luminous lotus. Their brief connection coalesced into a singular entity. At this juncture, the state of the transmission passage's ruins resembled those Arthur had encountered in his past life, further solidifying his resolve to take a daring gamble. In the next moment, as Arthur's soul and the Star Island harmonized, he sensed a yearning, a force of absorption emanating from the lotus. What was required? Energy stones? Before Arthur could even contemplate his response, a portion of the world source power ignited within the core of the second Star Island was siphoned away, followed by another segment. In the span of 3 breaths, the equivalent of 36,000 energy stones was drawn into the radiant lotus, causing the entire second Star Island to tremble. Together, the second Star Island and the lotus vanished into the vortex. Unbeknownst to Arthur, as the second Star Island disappeared into the trench, the ravenous lunar pyramid abruptly ceased its voracious consumption of seawater. The tumultuous waters, now muddy with countless debris, cascaded downwards, soon enveloping the massive pyramid in a thick layer of concealment. The once spectacular scene fell into silence, as if everything had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, Arthur could attest that this was no dream, for at that moment, he found himself in a place that did not belong to the motherland. Chapter 95. Escaping the parallel space lock. Arthur was astonished to discover that he had successfully extricated himself from the enigmatic state of the motherland. More accurately, he had emerged from a peculiar condition and found himself in a region beyond the original location of the motherland. The beacon tower, a generous gift from the Tulip family, illuminated fervently as Arthur exited the mutated world of the motherland. The communication tower also resumed its normal function. In that moment, Arthur quickly established his position, which both surprised and intrigued him. The beacon indicated that he had materialized on a colossal meteorite not far from the original site of the motherland. This meteorite was indeed enormous. It was a small celestial body, depleted of its minerals, and had once been one of the satellites of the motherland. In ancient times, it bore a beautiful name, the Blue Moon. However, the abandoned Blue Moon no longer exhibited the splendor described in ancient texts. All that met the eye was a landscape riddled with craters. Since Arthur had appeared in this place, he naturally sought to uncover the reason for his presence. After all, a special passage requires a means of transmission and reception at both ends. Here, Arthur employed the investigative abilities bestowed by the magical furnace to scan his surroundings, but found nothing. This was decidedly abnormal, defying all logic. The forsaken Blue Moon remained immense, even though the magical furnace sought to consume it. It was powerless to do so. Arthur attempted to issue commands, but they could not be executed. This situation was reminiscent of experiences from his past life. Thus, it became evident that the magical furnace's ability to devour and refine was not omnipotent. Its current maximum capacity for assimilation was limited to an area of 100 square kilometers, which had once been the foundation of the second Star Island. a thriving commercial hub managed by the Tulip family, rich in resources and fortified with robust defensive structures, bustling with diverse goods for trade. However, with the departure of the Star Island's master, the entire commercial expanse had been consumed by the magical furnace, rendering everything to naught, and transforming it into a primitive star island of similar size. In contrast, the acquisition of the third star island involved subduing both its master and the first legendary sea knight, marking a stark difference from the second star island. Suspecting that the Blue Moon harbored significant secrets, Arthur regrettably found himself unable to discern or utilize them. Nevertheless, he did not forget that his instantaneous arrival on the Blue Moon from the motherland had been facilitated by the legendary duo from the third star island, whose contributions were pivotal. The world essence derived from 36,000 energy stones, when refined, showcased its capacity for traversing between the motherland and beyond. An extravagant display in ordinary circumstances. Yet, at this moment, its efficacy was nothing short of remarkable. The magical furnace, through the mirror avatar situated on the Netherworld Star Island, infused 10,000 strands of life source and 10,000 strands of world essence into the heart of the Netherworld Star Island. Here, the term 10,000 strands of life source referred to the average output derived from refining 10,000 first-tier Netherworld creatures. The world essence was calculated accordingly, a method now referred to as the Arthur Russell measurement system. The infusion of 10,000 strands of world essence into the core of the Netherworld Star Island caused it to reverberate, awakening the island that had long existed on the precipice of stagnation. It had not been the accumulation of primordial power that had hindered its progress, but rather the absence of an opportunity. With the infusion, the dormant Netherworld Star Island shattered the constraints of the Star Sea World's rules, expanding outwardly. This singular expansion represented a transformation of the first-tier pinnacle Netherworld Star Island into a second-tier entity. However, this transformation was not solely attributable to the world essence. The presence of a legendary Star Island master suggested that this island was inherently unusual. Perhaps it had always been second-tier or even third-tier. The 10,000 strands of life source were divided into two portions. One quarter was infused into the body of the legendary zombie Star Island master. Another quarter into the soul of the first legendary sea knight upon this path. The remaining half was meticulously transformed into delicate strands, nourishing the most significant contingent of undead beings inhabiting the Netherworld Star Island. The life source, imbued with rich and pure vitality, was precisely what all undead creatures desperately required, a profound imprint etched into their essence from the moment of their inception. Each undead being experienced immense satisfaction, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain. Thus, entering a state of sage-like tranquility, their relentless pursuit of the living momentarily waned. Chapter 96. The Trial of Fate. Arthur was acutely aware of the terrifying adversaries faced by the Tulip family, as the boundless realms of the Nether Star Islands and the dense throngs of undead creatures therein lent a heavy tone of dread to the atmosphere. The presence of the Bone Dragon was a fearsome entity that Arthur must regard with utmost caution. It was futile to think that even with two legendary warriors on his side, two half-disabled undead lackeys, he could contend with a demigod-class Bone Dragon. Thus, the mere act of distancing himself from the peril surrounding the Tulip family's territory brought Arthur an overwhelming sense of relief and joy, akin to a miraculous escape from the jaws of death. Yet, this elation was soon tempered by a profound reflection on his intrinsic moral obligations as a human. Arthur felt an imperative to take action. However, with his meager strength, what could he possibly do for all humanity on the continent? This posed a deeply contemplative dilemma: to be of value without sacrificing oneself. Before long, a novel idea began to crystallize in Arthur's mind. In his past life, the Tulip family had utilized a wondrous mirror for the auctioning of high-level slaves. This suggested that the magical mirror facilitated not merely the transfer of inanimate objects, but could also convey living beings. The 5 werewolf warriors tasked with ensuring the normal growth of crops on the first Star Island finally shattered their monotonous and painful existence. They found themselves transported directly to the second Star Island, and before the surrounding light could coalesce into clarity, the elite werewolf warriors appeared on the third Star Island in the blink of an eye. The werewolf warriors stood frozen, surrounded by clusters of undead creatures, including 2 legendary undead beings. The overwhelming pressure rendered even these fearless warriors weak at the knees. It was not fear that gripped them, but rather a disconcerting inability to command their limbs. Before they could comprehend the nature of their predicament, they were horrified to witness their 5 comrades vanish one by one. After several attempts, Arthur confirmed that the remnants of the mirror indeed possessed the capability to teleport living beings, whether the 5 were transported together or individually. The energy consumption for each instance was fixed, calculated by the number of individuals rather than the frequency of transfers. The energy cost was not substantial. From the second star island to the third star island, it required approximately 100 energy stones worth of world source power per individual. However, it remained uncertain whether the energy consumption would fluctuate when moving between the second and third star islands. Contemplating this, Arthur embarked on further experimentation. The 2-star islands shifted their positions. The werewolf warriors would forever remember this day, as life revealed itself to be profoundly beautiful. The 5 warriors, once fatigued by the monotony of farming, came to a profound realization of their previous misconceptions. Once Arthur concluded his experiments and established that the positional shifts of the star islands did not increase the energy costs of teleportation, the 5 werewolf warriors felt liberated. They encountered the vibrant crops and vegetables with newfound appreciation, disregarding their fatigue as they eagerly plunged into the freshly cultivated fields, working diligently and with remarkable enthusiasm. Their productivity doubled. Armed with these findings, Arthur began to transform his ideas into practice. One by one, brilliant mirror shards were produced by the wondrous furnace. Trial of fate. Only legendary level warriors may use. Invest 100,000 energy stones or equivalent items to open a perilous yet opportunity-laden trial passage. With the furnace's accumulated resources, coupled with the recent provisions from the Nether Star Islands, Arthur managed to produce only 13 mirror shards. These shards were cast into the vast void, moving at varying speeds and angles, deliberately not scattered at random. Arthur's target was the meteor belt he had once traversed. This was a broad objective, without human intervention. The eventual destinations of the 13 shards remained a mystery even to Arthur. Yet, each shard bore a unique mark. For instance, after 3 hours had elapsed, Arthur activated the mark of one shard. From a great distance, the second star island could behold a brilliant glow illuminating the vast starry sea, a dazzling green light that shone resplendently, difficult to overlook. Jara Russell, a lord of the Star Island, found himself in a state of confusion. Indeed, he hailed from the esteemed Russell family and had spent his youth on the Star Islands. However, he had since matured into a mid-level lord of the Star Island, expanding his domain to 100 square kilometers with the backing of the Russell family and a modicum of personal effort. Among the Russell family, only the patriarch Star Island surpassed his in size. Even in the starry seas, a 100 square kilometer island was no trifling matter. Yet, while many islands were primarily commercial ventures, Jara Russell's domain was decidedly one of exploration and warfare. Chapter 97. The Goblin. Freud simaged the perplexity of Russell heated up as he had finally acquired the resources he sought on the motherland. After incurring exorbitant tolls to navigate the Star Island, he was poised to descend upon the motherland, only to witness its sudden disappearance. Such a scenario was not unfamiliar to Russell. During his explorations of certain ruins, he had observed star islands that would temporarily or permanently vanish. However, the entity that had vanished before him was none other than the motherland, a colossal expanse of land and sea, encompassing nearly billions of square kilometers. To isolate such a vast region, the unseen puppeteer behind this anomaly must be unfathomably terrifying. Yet, in the face of this unknown peril, Russell felt an exhilarating thrill. A primal instinct of the adventurer within him ignited. Never had he experienced such fervor, not even when confronted with the body of the maid who had taught him adulthood. Unprecedented. Holding his goblet aloft and gazing into the void, Russell inhaled deeply. Though exhilarated, he was not reckless. He dispatched thousands of exploration puppets, some adept at traversing the void, others skilled in tracking traces, and some wielding spatial powers. At that moment, Russell had summoned the highest level of wartime mobilization. His Star Island also housed formidable Star Sea Knights, not just one, but a total of 7 legendary knights. Furthermore, the elite Star Sea Knights formed a staggering battalion of thousands. Lower-tier Star Sea Knights were present as well, primarily assisting in controlling war puppets, constructing large defensive structures, and managing logistical support. Regrettably, the current state of the motherland was governed by a significantly advanced rule of power within the Starsea realm. Just as their exploration reached an impasse, a brilliant green light suddenly emanated from the void. Nearby exploration puppets surged forward, converging to capture the dazzling mirror that radiated blinding brilliance. In due time, a mirror no larger than a palm, having undergone rigorous examination, appeared in Russell's hand. Trial of Fate, usable only by legendary-level warriors. Invest 100,000 energy stones or equivalent items to open a perilous yet opportunity-laden trial passage. Russell pondered, can a curse examination be performed? Is it possible to ascertain the era of this artifact? This implies a direct correlation with the current upheaval. Who shall undertake this journey? Russell had already made his decision. Such peculiar artifacts had crossed his path on numerous occasions during his adventures. Some bore even more stringent conditions. In contrast, the mirror before him merely required a significant expenditure, entirely within his means. As long as it could assist him in breaking the current bizarre forces blockade over the motherland, the cost of 100,000 energy stones was negligible. However, was Russell's intention merely to meet the mirror's requirements by sending one or two individuals? Clearly not. As a seasoned adventurer, having enjoyed the unwavering support of the Russell family, he had long been synonymous with audacity and zeal. Of course, behind such audacity lay a foundation of meticulous caution, a heart of a fierce tiger, yet delicately savoring roses, such was his nature. Me, allow me. A chorus of self-nominations erupted. Those Starsea Knights who had endured on Russell's Star Island were filled with fervent ambition and adventurous spirit. Master, do you have any insights? In the face of the surrounding enthusiasm, Russell relished the moment. He thrived in this atmosphere of eager responses and collective support. Before him stood a humanoid creature, its large head perched atop a small frame, evidently a goblin, a unique species within the Starsea world. This race was exceptionally skilled in alchemy and peculiar technologies. Often, they required no formal education. Upon reaching a certain maturity, they awakened the memories of their bloodline. However, this bloodline memory served merely as a foundation. Each goblin derived their path from these memories and the guidance of their elders. This was a medium, consuming a certain amount of energy to trigger the medium, enabling a transfer through the void. With the expertise and abilities of the great Freud Simic, coupled with the resources at your disposal, such as the Void Stone Mine, Mirror Ghost Stone Carvings, and various energy stones, the enhancement effect for the transfer could be achieved, allowing your Star Island to be relocated as a cohesive entity. Of course, Freud Simic could only guarantee the completion of the transfer. The safety of the destination remained uncertain. As the elderly goblin with a beard nearly grazing his toes swayed his large head and spoke. Additionally, a bold request for recommendations and collections. Chapter 98. Heating. The gift of Russell. Little did anyone know that the heir apparent of the Russell family, the current patriarch, possesses a unique and extraordinary talent, the ability to sense danger. While most formidable individuals may possess a rudimentary awareness of imminent threats, their sensitivity pales in comparison to that of Hahir Russell. He not only perceives danger but also discerns its severity, general origin, and the passage of time, occasionally experiencing visions that offer insightful revelations. This amalgamation of abilities, coupled with the advantages of his lineage, has solidified Hahir Russell's status as a legendary figure on Star Island. Thus, when Hahir Russell contemplated the conditions set forth by the Elder Gnome, his instinctive perception of danger underwent a remarkable transformation. This peculiar ability resembled a strategic military simulation. However, Hahir Russell swiftly reached a resolution. Since there was no real peril, the pot was simmering with meat. Was this a metaphor for bountiful harvests? He mused on the fleeting images that flashed through his mind, the awareness of danger, and those prophetic visions that propelled Arthur to make decisive choices with alacrity. Let us act. Resources shall be abundantly supplied. The motherland will undoubtedly present a landscape rife with both peril and opportunity, allowing our names to resonate throughout the cosmos. With Hahir Russell's words, the entire Star Island came alive. Towering lion statues raised their heads, their gaping maws revealing numerous trident-like appendages. This was one of Star Island's unique treasures, the guardian of holy light, and one of the most formidable assets of the Russell family. In ordinary times, these lion-shaped statues stood in silence atop Star Island, quietly absorbing the celestial energies of sun, moon, and stars, gradually harmonizing with the island's core, while voraciously siphoning the energy contained within energy stones like insatiable leeches. The duration of this process depended on the strength and number of attackers, as well as the accumulation of energy by the star-forged lion statues. There was not merely one star iron lion statue on Hahir Russell Star Island, but rather an astonishing multitude, exceeding 100. Each statue measured 264 meters in length, 981 meters in width, and stood 47 meters tall, weighing approximately 32 tons. Such colossal dimensions and exaggerated weight translated into a staggering consumption of star iron. According to Arthur's knowledge, each of these iron lions required nearly 20 tons of star iron. The other materials were not commonplace either. Some were even more precious than star iron, though fortunately, they were used sparingly. However, these unique structures, which served both offensive and defensive purposes, transcended the mere assessment of energy stones. Indeed, they could not only defend but also be manipulated for attacks. Even beings of legendary caliber would find it challenging to withstand the full force of a strike from such a statue. Of course, these creations had their drawbacks. Their energy accumulation was rather slow, and their consumption was somewhat excessive. The most critical limitation was that each statue could only be activated 12 times. A repair would necessitate the expertise of master craftsmen and could take upwards of 180 days to complete. As the multitude of star iron lion statues unleashed their power, an impenetrable barrier enveloped the entire battle island in a luminous shield. Amidst the thundering roar of the 100-square-kilometer combat zone, a small mirror was placed within one of the storerooms. According to the coded instructions, 10 energy stones were required to transport a legendary-level powerhouse, and it was evident that moving the entire 100-square-kilometer battle island would require far more than a mere handful of energy stones. Simultaneously, a substantial block of crystalline mineral resembling transparent water was delivered to the primary energy stone storage facility. This was the mother or a void stone. By harnessing this, or effectively, a vein of void stone could be birthed. This mineral possessed spatial properties, essential for the restoration of various relics at the endpoints of teleportation passages. Furthermore, it was reputedly a principal material for crafting spatial rings and bracelets, though, under normal circumstances, few attempted to refine it. The mirror demon stone was a statue of a normal-sized entity with 3 heads, 6 arms, wings, and a tail, which made even the undead appear more refined in comparison. As the small mirror made contact with a box overflowing with energy stones, a layer of cool silver light rippled across the surface. Arthur's attention was drawn toward the scene before him. At that moment, the small mirror effectively served as his eyes and ears, an extension of his very being. Suddenly, Arthur was awestruck by the sight before him. The energy stone reserves on the second star island were substantial, even after considerable conversion into world source energy. A remaining quantity of 800,000 stones was still available. These stones belonged to the Tulip family, temporarily under Arthur's stewardship. However, what lay before him was a staggering array of boxes filled with energy stones, each box containing 10,000 stones, easily summing to over 3 million in total. Surrounding this spectacle were various precious ores, their luster, aura, and vibrations indicating their value. Among them were numerous star iron meteorites, weighing an estimated 100 tons. Even if the star iron content was somewhat diluted, estimating at 10%, it would still yield around 10 tons of refined star iron. 10 tons, a figure that defied imagination. Yet, Arthur's gaze soon shifted to other items within the storeroom. Chapter 99. The rescue of the brothers. Arthur's eyes widened in astonishment. What had he just witnessed? The star iron sacred lion, an unparalleled weapon that safeguarded Star Island. This was the greatest trump card that allowed the Russell family to maintain their formidable reputation. The method of crafting this artifact was known only to a select few elders within the core lineage of the family, and not a single one had ever been sold to outsiders. Even Arthur, as the eldest son of the clan, was deemed worthy only of knowledge regarding this terrifying instrument of war. He had never possessed one, not even when he heeded the call to the most perilous battlefronts in his past life. However, within this storeroom-like space stood 3 colossal star iron sacred lions. Their presence captivated Arthur's gaze. At this moment, he felt the echo of a call emanating from the mirror body. The storeroom was not merely a storage space. Intricate patterns adorned the ground. Even with Arthur's capabilities, he could not decipher the significance of these engravings. They were harnessing the power of the mirror to manipulate objects across a wider expanse, creating fluctuations for void leaps. What was this? A mere stroke of fortune? Arthur's heart ached as he discovered the heavily guarded heating Russell. This absolute elder brother of the clan offered little in the way of memories to Arthur. Yet his portrait hung in the main hall of the Star Island castle, positioned beneath their father. Arthur had always harbored a curiosity about the fondness for self-portraits and similar artworks in the Starsea world. Now, he understood the advantages. Recognizing a person at a glance was invaluable. This was his half-brother, truly deserving of the title of elder brother. He had even stockpiled star iron sacred lions within the storeroom. Arthur dared not imagine the vastness of his Star Island or the extraordinary treasures it housed. In this moment, a flicker of jealousy ignited within him. Jealousy is a common emotion, one that many can master within themselves, while others are led astray by such negative feelings. Arthur believed himself to be among those capable of self-control, provided he could effectively channel this envy. How to vent this feeling? Quite simply. The silver radiance of the mirror body suddenly expanded outward like a burgeoning sun. The light surged through the crates of energy stones, causing them to vanish. It traversed the enormous crystalline ore, making the void stone mother disappear. It pierced through the fierce and ominous mirror demon stone sculpture, which too dissolved into nothingness. More light radiated in all directions. Light travels with astonishing speed, so swift that even legendary beings struggled to react. Thus, the entire storeroom vanished. Arthur was not one to merely take advantage without action. While he gathered the resources of his beloved elder brother, he also activated the transferability. Of course, this process underwent slight alteration. Originally, this was meant to be a transfer between mirror body avatars, but now, it was evident that the spatial limitations of the Netherworld Star Island could not accommodate such a feat. Therefore, only a vague imprint could be cast, allowing for an aerial drop centered around the Netherworld Star Island, with a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers. Arthur envisioned spreading the light further, illuminating his dear elder brother's Star Island abundantly. However, an unfortunate scene unfolded. Just as Arthur absorbed the resources from the storeroom, including its walls and ceiling, the transfer was complete. Arthur was not yet an absolute powerhouse. While he wielded mysterious and wondrous powers, he could not recklessly manipulate them. A misstep could lead to his undoing. Thus, with great reluctance, Arthur had to let go. The fragment of the mirror body, infused with a substantial amount of world source energy from the marvelous furnace, shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, transforming the entire heating Russell's battle island into a vibrant spectacle. In an instant, only a fragment of the mirror body remained, flickering with intensified brilliance, while the immense battle island had vanished. On the third Star Island, two legendary undead beings were filled with concern. Arthur had informed them in advance. As highly intelligent undead, they were acutely aware of the formidable guard forces surrounding the human stronghold. Now, they were to become accomplices of this power. It was not that the two undead had developed a sense of belonging to the current race. Rather, they feared that after releasing a contingent of human strongmen, they would be swept away by these ignorant humans. Such a fate would be most unjust. Fortunately, their esteemed master had centered the delivery around them, with a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers, significantly enhancing their safety. They merely needed to ascertain their landing points and then move in the opposite direction. After all, chaos reigned on the human giant island. With humans in disarray, the pursuing Netherworld Star Island and the undead were equally flustered. At last, above the mainland, in the territory of the Tulip family, the void twisted, revealing a mirage-like scene. In the next moment, the surroundings flickered with a myriad of lightning. The intense electric light brightened the hazy sky. Normally, a mirage would dim in such illumination, rendering it ethereal. However, the scene above the island became increasingly vivid. Soon, as if breaching a critical threshold, the heavily protected giant Star Island entered the unique state of the mainland space. The sky and earth presented a distinct landscape. This sudden revelation delighted the heating Russell, who had been vigilantly monitoring the energy fluctuations of the Star Island. Indeed, the mainland was in peril. They had come to the right place. Chapter 100. The terror of coin players at this moment. The first boss, the Bone Dragon, within the expansive territory of the giant island, was relentlessly pursuing the old steward by following his aura. However, the disturbance caused by the War Island's incursion into this realm was immense. Despite the great distance, the Bone Dragon immediately detected the massive War Star Island that had intruded upon the Tulip family's domain. This Star Island, spanning an area of 100 square kilometers, boasted an impressive size. A multitude of formidable beings congregated upon this star island, appearing to the undead creatures as a blazing beacon, drawing them with an irresistible allure. Amidst clouds and mist, the colossal bone dragon swiftly responded. It abandoned the pursuit of the lingering aura and turned its wings towards the location of the invading star island. At that moment, nearly all the undead creatures in the Tulip family's territory sensed an overwhelming yearning emanating from a unique life form. Legendary-level undead beings soared towards the war island in the sky. The human warriors stationed upon the island soon noticed the dense swarm of approaching undead. Although there were 7 legendary Star Sea Knights among the humans, the onslaught of undead legends approached 200. In a direct confrontation, the humans would be utterly overwhelmed. Fortunately, the human star island was a war island, well-equipped and fortified for battle. After activating its full protective capabilities, the war island endured the transition without suffering significant damage from overpowering forces. Arthur's leadership proved commendable in this regard. Within the void of teleportation, the magical furnace played its part, utilizing point-to-point transfer methods to harness the energy of the burning world's origin, ensuring a remarkably smooth transition beyond the imaginations of both Arthur and Russell. Now, the densely flying legendary undead became invaluable targets for unleashing their powers. If carelessly squandered, even Russell would feel a twinge of regret. Previously, such energy merely served as a protective layer on the surface of the star island, absorbing attacks gradually. Russell summoned the power of the War Star Island, channeling the energies from the 100-star Iron Lions into luminous spears that fell from the sky like meteors. As the legendary undead rushed towards the War Island, it appeared in close proximity, having been teleported directly amidst a throng of spectral islands, encircled by countless undead creatures. Russell seized the moment astutely. As the luminous spears, infused with the power of the Star Iron Lions, sliced through the air, the legendary undead found themselves unable to evade. Perhaps in that instant, they did not even consider retreating. Only a few intelligent undead, secretly controlled by Arthur, refrained from converging here. Instead, they swiftly fled the moment the war island materialized. A violent collision ensued. The radiant spears, imbued with the essence of the sun and moon, collided with the legendary undead, echoing like thunder in the heavens, stirring dust on the ground, and resulting in the instant demise of countless creatures. Naturally, 100 luminous spears could not annihilate an equal number of legendary undead in a single strike. However, several spectral entities suffered significant damage, with a handful of zombies and bone fiends having their forms severely compromised. Ultimately, only 3 to 5 were completely obliterated. Nevertheless, this assault rendered nearly 50 legendary undead powerless. The remaining 50, having endured the onslaught, lost their previous arrogance. Even their acquired intelligence could not shield them from instilled fear after such a devastating blow. The amassed energy within the protective barrier of the war island was once again siphoned. A new volley of 100 solidified luminous spears was launched. This time, the monstrous foes were closer to the war island, and the second wave of legendary undead was struck from the air. Yet, after 2 consecutive barrages, the power summoned from the 100-star Iron Lions had been fully expended. To continue their assault on the undead, a new wave of energy would be required. However, the 100-star Iron Lions were not entirely intact, with some having been used once, while others had been utilized 2 or 3 times. Finding legendary-level undead from the outside world was no small task. Opportunities had to be preserved for this very moment. Russell, unhesitating, commanded, and the Star Iron Lions raised their heads once more. This time, they did not need to channel energy towards the island's barrier, but could directly conjure similar luminous tridents from their maws. Yet, at that very moment, the Bone Dragon arrived. Chapter 101. The transformation of the Star Iron Saint Lion, the colossal skeletal dragon, resembled a diminutive island among the stars. In the realm of reality, it remains uncertain whether dragons could attain such immense size. The skeletal dragon, an enigmatic construct of unidentifiable bones, defies conventional comparisons to typical dragons. As this behemoth soared through the skies, it was not the Russell family's war island that first bore the brunt of its assault, but rather the injured, undead legendary beings that obstructed its path. The skeletal dragon left a profound impression on the humans present on the war island, as its formidable body ruthlessly toppled over a dozen legendary undead, while the flapping of its wings sent dozens more astray. Directly ahead, a ghost, gravely wounded to the point of becoming ethereal, was brutally drawn into the dragon's maw, chewed as if it were mere strands of pasta. The spectacle was astoundingly shocking. The entrance of this creature was nothing short of theatrical. Furthermore, the audacious aura radiating from the skeletal dragon profoundly unsettled all humans on the heated Russell War Island. It was, astonishingly, a creature of demigod caliber. In that fleeting moment, an unsettling sensation washed over them, despite the seemingly negligible gap between legendary and demigod beings. The reality is that they occupy entirely different realms. Divine entities have already mastered the power of the rules, while demigods are still in the process of fully grasping them. Albeit having begun to delve into their intricacies, ordinary legendary attacks would be significantly diminished against such beings. Yet the impact of demigod-level assaults on common legendary figures would multiply exponentially. It was the first time that heated Russell encountered an adversary of such a demigod caliber, causing his heart to nearly cease its rhythmic beating. Under the immense stimulation, apart from cursing that unfortunate mirror, he unleashed all 100 attacks of the Star Iron Saint Lion. This time, the onslaught differed from the previous 2 rounds of barges. One could say that these 100 strikes were the culmination of the prior assaults. The imposing skeletal dragon prepared to rend apart the defenses of the War Island with even greater ferocity. At that precise moment, seasoned by countless battles, it instinctively sensed a life-threatening danger. After all, demigod-level beings still retained half of their untransformed power, and even fully divine beings cannot simply stand idle while being assaulted. The air around the skeletal dragon warped, embodying the force of space itself, capable of distorting and diminishing nearly all attacks. The dragon's immense skeletal wings unfurled, slanted to shield its head. A dense aura of death coiled around each bone, weaving grotesque patterns. In the face of attacks that could provoke it, the skeletal dragon mobilized all its defensive might. On one side lay the formidable weapon of the Starsea world, while on the other stood the terrifying monarch of the undead. The collision of offense and defense directly influenced the balance of power between humans and undead creatures throughout the region. Meanwhile, Arthur was engrossed in examining the various resources at his disposal. Undoubtedly, the Star Iron Saint Lion had completely captivated his attention. Such entities were merely names and fleeting glimpses in his past life, with no opportunity to even touch them. To his astonishment, in this rebirth, he had acquired 3 at once. The sheer bliss and sense of fulfillment overwhelmed even the resolute Arthur. However, he soon faced the dilemma of where to conceal these 3 war machines. Without a doubt, each Star Iron Saint Lion would enhance the foundation of any island, making it easier to triumph against formidable adversaries or to intimidate them into a peaceful resolution. Yet, these artifacts must remain concealed. Should their existence become known, Arthur would find himself unable to explain their origins. His family would not easily overlook such a revelation, and he might be drained of all value, vanishing without a trace. One should not assume that bearing the bloodline of the Russell family would ensure a smooth passage through this predicament. After much contemplation, Arthur ultimately resolved to place 1 Star Iron Saint Lion each on the first and second islands, retaining 1 as a backup. This arrangement proved to be the most prudent strategy. Naturally, careful consideration of their placement was crucial. They should not be easily discovered, ideally remaining entirely hidden. Fortunately, the Star Iron Saint Lions did not require a clear line of sight or spacious firing angles. After deliberation, Arthur positioned one of the Star Iron Saint Lions within a valley on the first island, planning to implement further camouflage. The Star Iron Saint Lion on the second island would receive even more extensive concealment and disguise. Once these 2 Star Iron Saint Lions were anchored, they immediately established a connection with the core of their respective islands. It was indeed a remarkable type of war weapon. Meanwhile, in Arthur's domain, whether on the first or second island, the daily energy consumption no longer relied on energy stones, but rather on the primal force of the world. This fundamental power far surpassed that provided by energy stones. The world's primal energy fueled the daily operations of the islands, consuming only a fraction of what was needed at equivalent intensity. At that moment, as this primordial force surged into the Star Iron Saint Lions, it induced an indescribable transformation in the unique outputs of these stellar islands. Chapter 102. The defeat of the Bone Dragon. A radiant aura emanated from the body of the Star Iron Sacred Lion, and simultaneously, the 2 Star Iron Sacred Lions within the first and second Star Islands were engulfed in silver flames. Even Arthur could not discern the origin of these flames. However, He was certain that they did not stem from the powers of the miraculous furnace refining the two statues. Through his perception, observation, and contemplation, Arthur concluded that these flames were likely a natural manifestation following the star iron's sacred lion's absorption of the world's source energy. This realization caused Arthur considerable distress. Fortunately, as time progressed, the flames surrounding the star iron's sacred lions persisted, albeit diminished in size. Yet, the energy emanating from their bodies grew more potent and refined. Furthermore, the energy that the star iron's sacred lions typically required time to accumulate was now instantly filled by this primal force after absorbing the world's source energy. Above the territory of the tulip family within the motherland, a catastrophic collision finally occurred. It was as if a kiss of the century transformed into eternity, a moment to be etched in the memories of the living. The outcome of this confrontation would determine whether the demigod-level bone dragon was stronger or if the combined might of 100 star iron sacred lions proved more formidable. Their collision represented a struggle between qualitative and quantitative change. The result soon manifested. The bone dragon's roar, a mixture of 3 parts agony and 7 parts fury, reverberated through the void, causing countless ordinary humans to bleed from their orifices and faint. In the eyes of the heated Russell, the vision became clearer. He was struck by shock. The ancient dragon's wings lay in tatters, and half of its body was shattered. Even the remaining half was engulfed in gray-black and silver flames. A closer inspection revealed that the two types of flames intertwined and consumed one another. In a flash, Russell once again urged the star iron's sacred lion statues into action. Light surged forth anew, swiftly coalescing into a solid form that struck the bone dragon with force. Russell's heart bled, but this was the most prudent decision. Should the bone dragon breach the defense shield of the battle island and invade, the ensuing losses would be exponentially greater. Unbeknownst to the bone dragon, which had intended to claw through Russell's battle island shield, it was caught off guard by the second round of devastating assault. To be frank, the bone dragon, possessing a certain degree of intelligence, had grown slightly overconfident. This was not a flaw, but rather a habitual perception of such a formidable life form. In their eyes, humans resembled mere ants. Who among them would pay heed to an ant's outcry? Despite sustaining significant damage, the bone dragon felt no urgency or sense of crisis in battling a seemingly equal opponent. Thus, a momentary lapse led to the subsequent attack. In contrast, Russell was far more pragmatic. Recognizing the inadequacy of the first round's assault, he wasted no time in launching a second wave, with a third already brewing in the background. The bone dragon's wings, entirely woven from bones of varying sizes, had been reduced to mere remnants, and its once mighty skeletal body now consisted only of its skull, a vertebra, 2 femurs, and 2 humeri intact. The remainder had been obliterated and consumed by the second round of the star iron's sacred lion's barrage. However, a more perilous predicament loomed for the bone dragon. Another volley was already in preparation. The bone dragon understood all too well that the 2 preceding salvos had depleted its accumulated strength considerably. The searing power effectively countered its shadowy energy, and should another attack occur, the bone dragon sensed its imminent demise. There could be no further recklessness. Yet, this was the power of light, even with its limited intellect. The bone dragon's instinct for battle warned it of the futility of evasion. The scales of victory had shifted fundamentally. In a moment of crisis, the bone dragon's battered form erupted with a dense mist of shadowy energy. The demigod-level bone dragon poured every ounce of its strength into unleashing its innate spatial power. It tore open a rift in the spatial barrier, seeking to escape to a realm beyond the combined territories of the Shadow Island and the Motherland. Only in such a manner could it evade the onslaught of light. The desperation of a demigod-level undead dragon unleashing its potential was a fearsome sight. The sturdy void was breached, allowing a small aperture through which the bone dragon's skull, neck, remnant wings, and spine could squeeze. This transpired in a heartbeat. Even with Russell's swift reactions, a brief interval existed between the second round's impact and the ensuing attack. In that critical moment, the bone dragon's tail vanished into the gap. Meanwhile, on Russell's battle island, the costly third round of assault was nearly complete. This was a dire situation. Russell could only redirect the energies of these attacks, infused with sorrow, towards the already severely wounded legendary undead beings. This was the utmost consolation he could afford. However, as a being of formidable soul power, while channeling these energies against the legendary undead creatures within the aerial domain, He could not help but send forth a strand of his own soul, an actual thread of soul, into the gradually sealing rift. Whether it was an illusion or reality, he beheld a blinding light, an utterly terrifying brilliance engulfing the remnants of the bone dragon. Subsequently, that radiance struck the thread of his soul, akin to a burning fuse, with the dreadful force of combustion racing along the thread back towards his core. Russell let out a horrified cry, instinctively severing the thread, his eyes wide with terror, as fine droplets of blood streamed from his nostrils. Chapter 103. Purely emergency shot. Meanwhile, Arthur Russell found himself utterly bewildered. He had positioned the Star Iron Holy Lions on the first and second Star Islands. Yet the unique products from these islands manifested an inexplicable and mystical transformation within his Star Island and the world's source power. Before Arthur could delve deeper into his research, he sensed an imminent threat materializing right before his second Star Island, almost as if it were directly confronting the protective shield of the island. A dark mass loomed, obscuring his view of whatever it was, and the Star Iron Holy Lions, in their altered state, reacted accordingly. 24 beams of light shot into the sky, 12 originating from the valley of the second Star Island, while the other 12 surged forth from above Arthur. The latter evidently represented the amassed power of the Star Iron Holy Lion statues on the first Star Island. Astonishingly, they could project attacking force across the void. A wave of regret washed over Arthur. Had he known of the unique abilities of these Star Iron Holy Lions in advance, he could have easily placed all 3 prohibited items on the first Star Island. How perfect that would have been! If the Star Iron Holy Lions could launch attacks from the furnace space of the first Star Island across the spatial barrier, what other forms of attack might also be feasible? Countless thoughts erupted in Arthur's mind. The Bone Dragon had already endured 2 rounds of terrifying assaults. This was a formidable force capable of inflicting varying degrees of harm on 200 legendary beings. After such a relentless barrage, even the Bone Dragon, despite being a demigod-level boss, would find its vitality, if it had any, reduced to mere threads. To his astonishment, upon emerging, it faced an identical, yet more potent strike. Under such relentless onslaught, the last vestiges of the Bone Dragon's pride and life were extinguished. Arthur felt his own spirit waning in tandem. The 3-Star Iron Holy Lions could collectively harness 36 full-force attacks. Due to the world's source power, the 2-position lions had each stored 12 attacks. Yet now, as this entire force was unleashed, it seemed akin to futile exertion. At that moment, Arthur could discern that the immense object before him was none other than the remnants of the Bone Dragon. How terrifying! Was this the strength of the Russell family's foremost leader? Considering the shocking imagery relayed by the legendary duo from the third Star Island, Arthur began to piece together some connections. This was indeed a demigod-level Bone Dragon, a truly fearsome creature that instilled absolute dread. Yet a war island of similar stature could triumph over it. What are the Star Islands? In this instant, Arthur reflected on his understanding from his previous life. His comprehension of the stellar sea world and human potential deepened profoundly. Consequently, Arthur resolved to pursue a more discreet yet prosperous strategy, fostering his growth in seclusion. Nevertheless, he still offered a gentle reminder to the legendary duo residing on the third Star Island. In truth, they required no prompting from Arthur. These beings, who had transitioned from humanity to undead while awakening their past memories, exhibited remarkable caution. Perhaps their rich experiences had unveiled greater secrets to them. Once they executed the release of the heating mechanism for the Russell War Island, they swiftly withdrew their minions and made their escape. From that moment onward, they did not cease their flight. Whether it was the clash between the Bone Dragon and the War Island or the Bone Dragon's evasion, it seemed to bear no relevance to them. The Netherworld Star Island gradually distanced itself from the territory of the Tulip family, venturing into the vast ocean. They dared not linger. Clearly, they had no intention of remaining within the confines of the Tulip family's domain. As for Arthur, he sought to consolidate the spoils that had fortuitously come his way. The remnants of the Bone Dragon, even if limited to its head, spine, arms, legs, and tail, seemed to embody pure essence. Such treasures were invaluable, particularly when derived from a demigod-level creature, enhancing their worth substantially. Yet, Arthur soon found himself unsatisfied with his current haul. This terrifying beast had perished, leaving behind a multifaceted dragon soul crystal the size of a basin, yet it had yielded no spoils of war. This was glaringly inconsistent with the identity of such a grand boss. To err on the side of caution, The bone dragon's soul crystal and all remnants were absorbed into the wondrous furnace. With a mere thought, Arthur felt the essence of the bone dragon's remains enveloped by the furnace's power. Should these remnants harbor any latent danger, Arthur preferred to transmute them into world source power. Given the colossal size of nearly 1,000 meters in length and a spine diameter of several dozen meters, even if reduced to world source power, it would still amount to a considerable sum. Preserving the bone dragon's remains would only allow for the forging of large-scale war weaponry or resale for merit, among other uses. However, in light of these purposes, either they were impractical or too risky to pursue. Thus, Arthur resolved with unwavering determination. It is better to have one bird in hand than two in the bush. Only that which suits his needs remains the best. The wondrous furnace did not disappoint Arthur. The powerful remnants of the bone dragon melted away like snow under the sun, rapidly flowing into liquid form, which then evaporated, transforming into a torrent of world source power. Throughout this process, the inherent power of laws within the bone struggled, and the heavy nether powers sought to resist. Yet, all such struggles were rendered futile before the might of the wondrous furnace. The remnants melted at a rate of 1 centimeter per second. Given its massive size, the furnace could laboriously refine it over the course of an hour and a half. During this waiting period, Arthur observed that the two-star iron holy lions, positioned on the first and second star islands, exhibited new transformations. Chapter 104. The cataclysm of the bone dragon remains. Arthur suddenly sensed a torrent of world source energy converging once again upon the two statues of the star iron sacred lions. The volume was substantial. The colossal statues were merely gathering and absorbing the world source energy, no longer ignited by the refining process of the material that constituted their forms. Consequently, after undergoing the tempering bestowed by the world source energy, their overall shapes underwent some alterations. The statues appeared leaner, their contours seemingly more rigid. Although those familiar with the star iron sacred lions could still recognize the resemblance, the modifications were significant. Arthur felt a sense of satisfaction. He was even more pleased with the internal transformations occurring within the star iron sacred lions at that moment. The world source energy continued to replenish, swiftly mending the damage caused by the sudden release of 12 portions of power. There was no visible sign of deterioration. These changes were undoubtedly crucial for the continued functionality of the star iron sacred lions. While Arthur could not fully comprehend these transformations, he recognized them as inherently positive. He resolved to keep this in mind without overly scrutinizing the matter. However, it was inevitable to remain vigilant. Especially with two momentous events unfolding simultaneously, the remains of the bone dragon were being refined, and the two-star iron sacred lions were recharging their energy. As time slipped away, Arthur soon realized that the restoration of the star iron sacred lions might take longer than anticipated. An hour and a half passed, and the remains of the bone dragon had dwindled to a single dragon soul crystal, its head, and various gemstones of differing sizes. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the spot where the remains had lain. It exploded. A tremendous explosion. Gold, silver, copper coins, and all manner of glimmering metallic objects formed a small hill. Oddly shaped pieces of equipment lay buried within this mound of coins, deliberately enticing Arthur by revealing their edges. It seemed that this bone dragon possessed its own innate skills in the realm of space. Once its remains were destroyed beyond a certain threshold, the treasures stored within the isolated space of the bone dragon tumbled forth. All these items resided within the mystical furnace's domain. With a thought, Arthur utilized the power of his soul to account for the myriad items scattered across the mound. At that moment, Arthur profoundly recognized the limitations of his own perspective. The impact of a demigod-level bone dragon left an indelible mark on his psyche. It was not merely the shock of the dragon's power, but the dazzling array of items that overwhelmed his senses in the aftermath of the explosion. Even someone as seasoned as he was captivated by the immense bounty. In an instant, the star iron's sacred lions faded from his thoughts. A slender, elegantly curved dagger, radiating a vibrant halo of colors, appeared before him. Although referred to as a dagger due to its shape, its length exceeded 36 centimeters, with its blade alone being quite substantial. With a mere thought, the dagger materialized in his hand. Alas, it was a half-artifact. Arthur's emotions were a complex tapestry. Among all the weapons, armors, and war tools he had encountered, this intricately crafted dagger named Dragon's Fang was undoubtedly of the highest quality. In the hands of the right wielder, it could shine brilliantly across the starry seas. Regrettably, it was merely a half artifact, missing that final touch of perfection. Otherwise, the mere appearance of such a relic could incite a tempest of chaos within the Starsea world. The name of an artifact alone could unsettle the very fabric of the Starsea. Even more unfortunate was the fact that the attributes of this dagger did not align with Arthur's solar magic. This was an even more disheartening issue. He placed the dagger back into the mystical furnace's interior space, ensuring it did not float aimlessly but instead stored it in the repository of the first Star Island. The second item Arthur examined closely was a necklace composed of 24 irregularly shaped black crystal beads resembling pigeon eggs. It felt icy to the touch, sending a shiver through Arthur, who practiced solar magic. Another item aligned with the dark and necromantic elements. Alas, how regrettable! He stowed away the primitive necklace, and in his hand appeared a scroll made from an unknown hide. Since the previous two items were unsuitable for him, Arthur hoped for better fortune with this scroll. Surely, it would prove useful, even if it were merely a construction scroll for a city defense ballista. Chapter 105. The blueprint for the paradise of the undead and the dragon's soul would, however, upon acquiring the scroll, Arthur was suddenly gripped by an unsettling sensation. The immense scroll, which could serve as a mat, felt chilling to the touch, exuding an aura reminiscent of both the necklace and the dagger. This object bore a far more intense and malevolent aura than that of the necklace, nearly rivaling the semi-divine dragon-tooth dagger. It was a bittersweet revelation. The thrill indicated that the scroll was undeniably of high caliber, yet it also signified it was yet another item imbued with the attributes of the netherworld. Perhaps it was even a construction blueprint for a netherworld artifact, Arthur reassured himself. However, as the entire scroll unfurled, the words inscribed in the common tongue of the Starsea shattered Arthur's last remnant of hope. Indeed, in a certain sense, the scroll was a construction blueprint for an item of netherworld attributes. Yet, regrettably, it could not be utilized on the first or second Star Islands. Blueprint for the paradise of the undead, divine level. This is the realm of the departed, the final destination of life. After the grandeur, all returns to the netherworld. Do you desire a perfect abode? Please prepare 1 fresh divine level complete corpse, 100 fresh and intact legendary level corpses, 1,000 elite level corpses, and 10,000 ordinary level corpses, along with ample netherworld energy and a piece of nether soil, and you shall possess a flawless resting place. Housing options. Arthur felt a twinge of discomfort. The scroll was not merely a semi-divine item, but rather a step beyond into the realm of true divine artifacts, promptly displacing the dragon-tooth dagger from its cherished position in his heart. Yet, this was merely a blueprint for a graveyard. No matter how exquisite the designs were, they remained confined to the domain of burial sites. Remarkably, among these housing displays, Arthur spotted a familiar pyramid entwined with a forest of corpses. This was the most acceptable form among the 9 dark styles for Arthur. The others were rather too grotesque, such as chambers within mountains of corpses or palaces beneath seas of blood. The vivid imagery conjured a multitude of horrifying tales in Arthur's mind. Moreover, even if it were divine, he found it utterly unusable, lacking materials and a suitable location. The illustrious scroll that had briefly claimed the top spot in Arthur's affections was once again overshadowed by the dragon-tooth dagger. Next, a high-level item was revealed from the bone dragon. It was a massive object adorned with twisted patterns. Arthur instantly recognized it as a seed. However, its size was astonishing. Standing nearly a meter tall, oval-shaped, akin to a greatly enlarged ostrich egg. At first glance, one might mistake it for some creature's egg. Yet, Arthur could sense the vitality of flora and fauna pulsing within. This was a unique seed, with the colorful, twisted patterns actually representing dragons of various sizes. Such a form and aura unmistakably revealed its essence. This was the seed of the dragon soul wood, the sacred tree of the dragon clan. For the deceased bone dragon, which had transformed into an undead being, few treasures could rival the value of this dragon soul wood seed. This item could nourish the bodies and souls of dragons, particularly their souls, and was renowned within the Starsea world. Among Arthur's knowledge, this might be one of the highest-grade, soul-nourishing treasures. As the Lord of the Star Islands, Arthur's path of cultivation revolved around the growth and strengthening of souls. In an instant, Arthur felt an overwhelming affection for this seed. It claimed the top spot in his heart henceforth, until the end of his life. Eagerly, he planted the seed on the first Star Island. The skull of the bone dragon, the soul crystal, and the slender vertebrae, reduced to the thickness of a water bucket, were placed around the small mound where the dragon's soul would seed lay, akin to offerings surrounding a new grave. A strand of the essence of life intertwined with a thread of world source power, twisting into a braid that enveloped a fragment of Arthur's soul and blood, penetrating the seed that had lain dormant for an indeterminate time. This action arose spontaneously from a sudden urge deep within Arthur's heart. Instantly, Arthur felt a profound connection forming between himself and the seed, which pulsed like a heartbeat. At that moment, it was as if it was not the seed, but Arthur himself, receiving the nurturing essence of life and world power, while being honored by the remnants of the bone dragon. Or perhaps, at this moment, the seed had indeed become a part of Arthur's very being, akin to his hands, feet, or heart. It was utterly miraculous. There was no need to wait, nor any obligatory period of moisture absorption. The smooth surface of the seed cracked open, and an extraordinary object emerged. The dragon soul wood, though named a tree, was enigmatic in its true form. None could definitively articulate what it was. It lacked leaves, expanding instead into a thickened trunk that shot upwards toward the sky. Upon reaching 10 meters in height and 2 meters in diameter, 3 branches sprouted from the top, each several meters long, exhausting all the energy Arthur had infused before ceasing its growth. The trunk was robust, while the crown was diminutive, resembling the bottle trees of the African savanna in Arthur's previous life, particularly those stripped of their foliage. Compared to the leafless bottle tree, the dragon soul wood bore notable differences. Its bark was adorned with a layer of scales, from which protruded variously sized and shaped spines and barbs. The dragon soul would appear akin to a fully armored creature, a fusion of a pangolin and a porcupine. Chapter 106. The first channel of Blue Water Star. As for the sources of life and world energy, Arthur is far from lacking. Soon, of force, a blend of 1,000 strands of life energy and 1,000 strands of world energy enveloped Arthur's additional soul power and a portion of his blood, infusing it into the dormant dragon soul wood. The once static dragon soul wood began to expand further in size. In this state, it hardly resembled a conventional tree. While a lack of leaves could be accepted, there is no tree that can absorb energy and then expand its form at such a rapid pace. This utterly defies the rules of growth. Nevertheless, at this moment, Arthur felt an even deeper resonance with the dragon soul wood. Furthermore, when he closed his eyes, he could connect with everything around him through a wondrous sense. A sensation emanating from the dragon soul wood. Delicate strands of power were absorbed, transformed by the intricate patterns that crisscrossed the tree's surface, ultimately acting upon the soul Arthur had infused into the dragon soul wood, which in turn influenced the soul within Arthur's body. Arthur sensed that his soul was being continuously infused with a crystal-clear power, akin to a spring, allowing him to experience the growth of his soul without the need for arduous training. It was utterly exhilarating. With the dragon soul wood in his possession, it felt as though he had unlocked a cheat for the growth of the Star Island Lord. At the very least, it would double his training speed. If he could acquire an excellent method for cultivating the soul, the results would be extraordinary. Feeling the changes within his soul, Arthur, filled with joy, spoke to himself with a hint of regret. Just like physical cultivation, the Star Island Lord also has methods for soul cultivation. These methods vary in quality. While the ordinary ones are widely disseminated, those that are unique and exceptional are often monopolized by certain factions. The method Arthur was currently practicing was a rare soul cultivation technique from his previous life, known as the Fountain of Life. This technique had been exchanged at great cost from the School of Life in his former existence. Regrettably, he had not obtained it in its entirety. If he could acquire the complete Fountain of Life soul cultivation technique, it would be comparable to the level of the solar method. The dragon soul wood could continuously draw from the forces of life and world energy to grow stronger, yet it remained devoid of leaves. Arthur's soul grew alongside the dragon soul wood, but this was a lengthy process that would persist indefinitely. Unfortunately, the exquisite spoils contributed by the bone dragon were limited. As for the piles of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins mixed with various minerals and energy stones, Arthur currently lacked the inclination to tally them immediately. Compared to those divine, demigod, and legendary items, these accumulated treasures suddenly seemed rather insignificant. Arthur decided to place them on the first Star Island, allowing the merfolk to gradually sort through them. There was no rush. However, a new dilemma arose. He had already taken command of the second Star Island and emerged through a secret passage. What should he do now? It is worth noting that he had initially fled from the motherland space due to the threat posed by the bone dragon. Now, though, the remnants of the bone dragon had become mere embellishments surrounding the dragon soul wood, inadvertently providing a pure dragon aura to the vicinity. Who knew whether the growth of the dragon soul would require such conditions? Regardless, Arthur proceeded as planned. It is often said that fortune favors the bold. Yet he was uncertain whether there were other creatures lurking nearby, akin to the bone dragon, or even more formidable than it, surrounding the tulip family's territory. Should he venture far away from the motherland region? That did not seem prudent, aside from the difficulty in explaining himself to the tulip family. Arthur had a feeling that the motherland was brimming with boundless opportunities at this moment. These fluctuations were waves of light that could propagate vast distances within the spatial realm of the Starsea world. Upon encountering the protective shield of the Star Island, they would be automatically recognized by it. In other words, there was a reciprocal reaction. Those light waves, through their interaction with the shield, would transmute and convey the information they contained. The response from the human forces was indeed swift, indicating that he need not ponder it further. While Arthur contemplated these matters, he was already in the process of awakening Lucia, Tifa, the elves, and the chubby bird, whose life was firmly in his grasp, who had long been alert and ready to protect him. Arthur activated the Blue Water Star's first channel of the communication tower, and at that moment, the inner sanctum had transformed into a bustling marketplace. A voice chat group? This design was quite unreasonable. Arthur's mind raced with thoughts as he deliberated on how to proceed. When those fluctuations impacted the protective shield of the second Star Island, he received the message simultaneously, and the other party acquired a mark of the second Star Island. At this juncture, it was no longer appropriate to attempt an advance into the motherland space. However, this information still belonged to the realm of secrecy, and it might yield unexpected rewards. Chapter 107. Presenting a secret, the administrator emerged, and I am Arthur Russell, a member of the Russell family. I have significant news to report concerning the Starsea sacred contract with the Tulip family, which directly impacts the tranquility of the entire motherland and the safety of humanity. Arthur has not concealed the mirror that transports his elder brother to Star Island. The second Star Island revolves around that diminutive mirror, soaring in great circles. While the Blue Moon can exit the motherland, Arthur is uncertain how to activate the method for the Blue Moon to enter the motherland. Thus, he must rely on the mirror avatar crafted from the Divine Furnace artifact. After all, it still permits entry into the world of the motherland, and he can collect a passage fee. Why not take advantage of that? The bustling Blue Water Star channel quickly became serene due to Arthur's repeated loud proclamations. Undoubtedly, the presence of terms like Russell family, Tulip family, and Starsea sacred contract contributed to this calm. As for the subsequent claims regarding the safety of the motherland and humanity, they require sufficient status to command attention. Otherwise, if a random individual asserts that humanity is on the brink of destruction, they would likely be viewed as a madman. Arthur's declarations indeed achieved the desired effect. As the soul's most potent Star Island Lord automatically became the so-called administrator of the channel, he imposed restrictions, allowing only those with sufficient status, namely the Star Island Lords, to continue speaking. What constitutes sufficient status? The second tier serves as the threshold. Arthur stands as the sole first-tier Star Island Lord among them. I am William Thomas, one of the guardians of the motherland, he declared. At least in my domain, no enemy has invaded, nor have my fellow guardians sensed any irregularities. Pray tell, what has transpired in the motherland? How did you acquire this information? A commanding voice resonated from the communication tower, causing Arthur to feel as if he bore a significant weight upon his shoulders. William Thomas, a legendary Star Island Lord. Unlike the Starsea Knights, the cultivation of the soul is considerably more arduous. Achieving legend in this path not only hinges upon the enhancement of one's soul strength, but also demands the growth of one's native island to avoid hindrance. One must transcend the 100-square-kilometer boundary, elevate their soul to the second tier of perfection, and then perform a ritual to attempt a breakthrough. The frequency of success varies from person to person. This process rigorously tests the Star Island Lord's talent, perseverance, resources, and fortune. However, shortly after emerging, it became apparent that an island spanning approximately 100 square kilometers had vanished into the void through a mirror. The mirror remains in place, and the younger generation dares not touch it lightly. Arthur spoke 9/10 of the truth. Aside from withholding specific details about his emergence, the remainder was indeed factual. As Arthur recounted his techniques, numerous large star islands appeared within the range of his detection abilities. William Thomas's Star Island was particularly magnificent, with an impressive area of 1,000 square kilometers, rendering it akin to a colossal, mobile landmass. This is significant when compared to ordinary small star islands. In the vast expanse of the star sea world, such island sizes are relatively commonplace. Countless celestial bodies dwarf this star island, some by innumerable multiples. Every motherland, in Arthur's recollections, possesses dual layers of guardianship. The inner layer, as expected, lies above the motherland, partitioned for defense. The mightiest from the tulip family's domain, in a sense, serve to safeguard the area surrounding their family. The outer layer of guardianship, exemplified by this commander, navigates star islands and leads a cadre of subordinates, patrolling the vicinity of the motherland's airspace. Due to the motherland's varying size and heritage, the guardianship strength also differs. Blue Water Star, as the cradle of human life and the original homeland, boasts the most formidable guardianship. Arthur's memories suggest that 6 legendary Star Island lords were stationed to safeguard the 6 cardinal directions of the Blue Water Star motherland. On their islands, legendary Star Sea Knights were far from scarce. In conclusion, at this moment, William Thomas represents a veritable pillar of strength, a golden opportunity for Arthur to grasp firmly. Soon, several star islands comparable in size to Arthur Russell's encircled him, while larger islands lingered at a distance. 33 legendary Star Sea Knights soared forth from their respective islands, swiftly converging near Arthur's Star Island. The wondrous mirror described by Arthur drew the attention of onlookers. 2 legendary forces also emerged from Arthur's Star Island, Lucia and the Fat Bird. Regardless of circumstances, only those endowed with strength garner the respect of the powerful. Arthur's second star island spans 100 square kilometers. In this world where islands define individuals, a vast star island signifies that its lord possesses considerable power. The emergence of 2 legendary combatants further elevated the perception of Arthur's Star Island in the eyes of all present. Chapter 108, Brotherhood Island. The Star Island, spanning 100 square kilometers, combined with the legendary duo of Lucia and the Fat Bird, has garnered increased respect from the Star Sea Knights observing the mirror body for the previously unseen Arthur. The texts left by Arthur behind the mirror were not intentionally cryptic. Thus, they were swiftly deciphered by several seasoned Star Sea Knights. The information was relayed to each lord of the Star Islands through the small communication devices worn by these knights. I, Arthur Russell, am willing to be the first to make an attempt, Arthur proclaimed resolutely in the communication channel. 10,000 energy stones can locate and penetrate the protective barrier of the motherland. I will provide the consumption. Choose 3 Star Islands to enter. William Thomas quickly made his decision. Among the 3 entry slots, 1 belonged to Arthur's Star Island. Selecting 2 additional islands would undoubtedly allow for a more accurate assessment of the information's authenticity. The unspoken implications were primarily aimed at ensuring greater safety and security. William Thomas, a legendary lord of the Star Islands, acted swiftly. 30,000 energy stones were brought to the vicinity of the mirror body, and the method of utilization did not require the input of Arthur, the Lord of the Star Island. As a top-tier human powerhouse overseeing a colossal star island, William Thomas naturally had a plethora of diverse talents at his disposal. Regarding the simple input description on the mirror body, these individuals had devised several experimental methods, some of which even Arthur had not considered. Before they could continue their endeavors, the mirror body emitted a dazzling radiance. 30,000 energy stones were absorbed in an instant. In the realm of Arthur's miraculous furnace, a new expanse of floating energy stones appeared, including Arthur's Star Island. 3 islands, each comprising 100 square kilometers, encircled the small mirror at the center. The moment the light absorbed the 30,000 energy stones, the 3 large star islands vanished. Within the motherland, the territory of the Tulip family was in disarray. The existence of the Bone Dragon had turned the area upside down. The ancestral figure of the Tulip family had perished, and the old patriarch had met his demise. At this moment, among the 3 giants of the territory, only the old steward remained, fleeing outward. Fortunately, Arthur Russell arrived in time. Otherwise, the entire Tulip family would have faced annihilation at the hands of the Bone Dragon. This instilled a glimmer of hope among the fleeing warriors of the Tulip family. The old steward was particularly agitated. At this juncture, regardless of the opposing force, anyone who could assist the Tulip family in overcoming this calamity would become the most esteemed guest of the entire family. Amidst the earth-shaking collisions, the bone dragon vanished, and the sky filled with dark, ethereal clouds was torn apart by beams of light released from the battle island. Even the slightest glimmer of hope must not lead to the abandonment of the Tulip family members. Otherwise, the Tulip family would never hold their head high in the Starsea world. A total of approximately 200 legendary undead beings, who were originally meant to endure the full onslaught of the Bone Dragon, faced an assault from Arthur Russell. Although this round of attack was destined to be somewhat wasteful, it was imperative to exhibit the maximum efficiency of the 100-star Iron Sacred Lion strikes. Among the nearly 200 injured undead beings, the 100 who had suffered the most severe damage received the baptism of the Russell family's foremost war weapon. Beams of light, akin to divine blades, penetrated the targets, with some exploding and tearing their targets into fragments. Arthur Russell achieved a resounding victory. After several rounds of assault, a total of 63 legendary undead beings were eradicated. Out of the 199 undead beings that had invaded, nearly one-third had been exterminated. The victory was substantial, however, the cost was even greater. Among the 100-star Iron Sacred Lions, over a dozen had exhausted their energy accumulation 12 times. The others similarly consumed 4 attacks, with some left with merely 1 strike remaining. Indeed, the Star Iron Sacred Lions on Arthur Russell's Star Island were not at full capacity. After all, such a powerful weapon capable of annihilating demigod-level beings was not deployed lightly. 7 legendary Starsea Knights seized the rare opportunity to pounce upon the severely wounded undead legends. Each of these encounters represented merit and potential wealth. The elite Starsea Knights also surged forth from the battle island. Some coordinated their efforts to unleash frenzied ranged attacks on the injured undead beings, while others scavenged the remains of the undead creatures, gathering a variety of spoils. In the vicinity of the Tulip family's territory, if any legendary undead beings remained unscathed, it was only Arthur's 2 loyal subordinates with slightly askew talents. They commanded the ethereal Star Island, fleeing towards a direction far removed from the Tulip family. At this moment, Arthur, navigating the second Star Island along with 2 other islands of equal size, each 100 square kilometers, utilized the mirror body-esque coordinates on the ethereal Star Island to teleport within a radius of several dozen kilometers. As the master of the miraculous furnace, Arthur was able to influence the landing point during the teleportation process. Thus, he chose the location farthest from the 3rd Star Island and closest to the center of the Tulip family's territory. The 3 100-square-kilometer second-tier peak Star Islands emerged from the void, akin to maggots squeezed from a dog's skin. The process was astonishingly marvelous, exuding a pleasing allure. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of Arthur Russell, who was simultaneously collecting spoils while pursuing the undead legendary beings. In the Starsea world, numerous fashionable items existed. Without considering the activation of their energy, they bore little difference from Arthur's previous life. In certain technical metrics, they could even hold overwhelming advantages over everything in that world. When Arthur Russell observed the 3 islands, which were similar to his battle island, on the large water screen display, the other 2 islands also scrutinized Arthur's battle island thoroughly. Of course, they merely gleaned the most basic external information, such as the island shapes and sizes. Arthur had yet to acquire such luxurious equipment. He could only rely on his reconnaissance skills to gain insight. A collective sigh of relief was shared. Chapter 109. Additional funds required. Upon the Star Island belonging to the Motherland's guardian organization, a conspicuous official emblem was prominently displayed. Both parties possessed credentials that signified their identities, which immediately alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. During this exchange, Arthur's Star Island was temporarily regarded as a subordinate to the 2 official Star Islands. A legendary Starsea Knight from the battlefield soared through the skies, while each of Arthur's islands was graced by the presence of a legendary Starsea Knight. As the Star Islands remained apart, these knights facilitated initial communication between the 2 factions. Unlike his neighboring counterparts, Arthur was not a member of the Motherland's Guardians. In fact, he was the half-brother of the lord of the opposing Star Island. Furthermore, this area was connected to the illustrious Tulip family, the rulers of the heated battlefield of the Russell clan. This connection was rather intriguing. Upon learning of the battlefield's origins, the legendary Starsea Knight who emerged from the Guardian Star Island immediately thought of Arthur. Both were members of the Russell family, which was indeed a rare occurrence. With the initial contact from the legendary Starsea Knights, a communication channel was established among the 4 Star Islands. However, It is worth noting that once Arthur and his companions entered the currently sealed space of the motherland, the channels that previously connected the three-star islands to the external forces had been severed. Yet, this did not imply a complete disconnection from the outside world. Aware of the motherland's current condition, William Thomas, the legendary Lord of the Star Island, had already made special arrangements. Additional unique items were temporarily introduced to the three-star islands. Even Arthur received a crystal ball the size of a human head, while the other two islands were equipped with an array of wondrous artifacts, both familiar and unfamiliar to Arthur. This crystal ball alone enabled real-time video communication between Arthur and Lord William Thomas. Of course, this device was quite special, crafted as a pair, capable of bypassing numerous isolation restrictions for point-to-point communication. New members could not be added, and its production was difficult, with exceedingly expensive materials. The heated battlefield of Russell was drawn into the conversation group. Throughout this process, the personnel surrounding the battlefield continued their operations without pause. Instead, following the initial contact, the legendary forces from the newly arrived three-star islands joined in the pursuit of the necromantic beings, including Arthur's companions, Lucia and the plump bird. The other legendary powers within the Tulip family's territory, invigorated by the arrival of formidable support, also soared to the vicinity of the four large star islands and promptly engaged in the extermination of the necromantic creatures. While Arthur's star island boasted only 2 legendary powers, the heated battlefield of Russell was fortified with 7, and each of the other 2 large islands contributed more than 10 legendary Starsea Knights. Alongside the legendary Starsea Knights from the Tulip family, the human legendary forces swelled to a remarkable 40. In stark contrast, the necromantic legions were reduced to 103, each suffering severe injuries. Thus, despite the numerical superiority of the necromantic legions, they were evenly matched against the human elite forces. However, this did not encompass the entirety of humanity's power. As the Star Islands beyond the motherland space assessed the preliminary situation within, they began traversing the void, utilizing that wondrous mirror-like object. 10,000 energy stones, 20,000 energy stones, 30,000 energy stones. The once coveted high currency of the Starsea world, which Arthur had wished to divide into halves, now surged toward Arthur's marvelous furnace in waves. During this process, Arthur discerned a pattern. The cost of transportation was indeed determined by the size of the Star Islands. A 100-square-kilometer island would consume approximately 36,000 energy stones to convert into world source power, while a 10-square-kilometer small island would require 12,000 energy stones. One after another, 10-square-kilometer and 100-square-kilometer star islands materialized above the Tulip family's territory. A multitude of legendary powers joined in the annihilation of the necromantic beings. Waves of elite Starsea Knights descended from the islands. At least in localized regions, humanity had gained a significant upper hand over the necromantic entities within the Tulip family's domain. Especially as the legendary necromantic beings bore grievous wounds, their plight was truly harrowing. Yet at this moment, the largest star island had yet to enter the skies above the motherland. It was not that William Thomas had refrained from action. Rather, Arthur sensed something amiss. This was a colossal star island, spanning 1,000 square kilometers. 10,000 energy stones could not possibly draw it from beyond the motherland's borders. Furthermore, utilizing the price of 10,000 energy stones would result in a loss. Even though considerable profits had been made previously, Arthur believed himself to be a person of principles. One must not sacrifice their principles for the sake of fleeting wealth. The principles of an individual are priceless. Additional funds are essential. It is imperative to increase the price. Chapter 110. William Thomas. This makes sense. At this moment, atop the vast expanse of 1,000-square-kilometer Star Island, William Thomas endeavored to facilitate the entry of the island into the mainland through the enigmatic mirror. The mainland was in dire need of formidable power to eradicate the undead creatures plaguing it. It is worth noting that William Thomas had already discerned the emergence of terrifying demigod-level forces among the undead on the mainland. In the territory of the Tulip family alone, there were nearly 200 legendary undead, with countless elite and ordinary-level undead lurking in the shadows. However, several attempts to breach the barrier had ended in failure. In the distance, star islands began to converge towards the void where the mirror lay, representing the guardian forces from other directions of the mainland. Ever since William Thomas received accurate intelligence about the mainland and dispatched a vanguard along with follow-up teams, He had shared this crucial information with several other Guardian leaders of equal rank. They needed to ensure immediate rescue efforts, for it was imperative that the threat posed by the undead did not fully erupt on the mainland. This was not merely a matter of responsibility, but a matter of honor as Guardians, an honor that must not be tarnished. 6 teams gathered around the mirror, an unimaginable sight within the Starsea world. As William Thomas's attempts had proven futile, other star islands continued to make their own efforts. Star islands smaller than 10 square kilometers successfully passed through. Those ranging up to 100 square kilometers also traversed smoothly. Soon, apart from the team stationed to guard this singular entrance, only 6 massive star islands, each spanning 1,000 square kilometers, remained. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Tulip family's territory, those unable to flee, wept tears of joy. They had finally awaited their salvation. Just moments prior, these survivors had been plagued by doubts, fearing they would meet the same fate as those around them, devoured by various undead creatures, their bodies transformed into lowly, undead monstrosities. Such a fate was an unsettling one, more dreadful than descending into hell. Fortunately, that nightmare had passed. Human warriors capable of flight were now engaging the legendary undead, while numerous guardians clad in official uniforms swept through, purging the remaining undead creatures. The territory of the Tulip family was saved. The calamity had ended. Although this disaster lasted merely half a day, the anguish it inflicted upon the Tulip family was profound. The healing process might require months, or even years, to mend, or it could linger as a haunting nightmare throughout their lives. Just imagine, waking from slumber only to find one's beloved transformed into an undead creature, while resting peacefully in their bedroom, surrounded by a graveyard. Such a horror would terrify even the most courageous souls. At this juncture, Arthur Russell also sought to exert as much influence as possible. Alas, the upheaval on the mainland was too vast and complex, necessitating careful organization. Lucia and Fatbird, both hailing from the Tulip family, were diligently showcasing their capabilities. However, Arthur, who remained near the heated battlefield, was not idle. The marvelous furnace produced another batch of mirror avatars, totaling 13, as the third star island began to scatter 1, 2, and 3 avatars while on the run. It was essential not to disperse all the mirror avatars around the Tulip family's waters. Opportunities had to be afforded to those factions or individuals further afield. Beyond the mainland, William Thomas and his compatriots initiated further attempts. It was evident that star islands smaller than 10 square kilometers could pass through, as well as those up to 100 square kilometers. The failure on their end could only be attributed to 2 reasons. Either star islands larger than 100 square kilometers were unsupported for teleportation, or the offerings were insufficient. Indeed, they were inadequate. Arthur had already extended significant concessions. Initially, the proposal had been to provide energy stones in the tens of thousands. Now, the situation had escalated to the units of star islands. Such generosity was commendable. With this understanding, 1,000,000 energy stones were amassed around the mirror, a staggering increase from the previous scale of 100,000. Arthur hesitated slightly. Normally, the cost of transporting a 10 square kilometer star island would be 12,000 energy stones worth of refined world power, while a 100 square kilometer island would require 36,000. Thus, transporting a 1,000 square kilometer star island should logically demand 180,000 energy stones. This was elementary knowledge, yet without practical experimentation, certainty eluded him. Moreover, Arthur felt that a 1,000 square kilometer star island was not comparable to a 100 square kilometer island. According to the logic of the Starsea world, disregarding the power of the Starsea Knights, such a 1,000 square kilometer star island would possess greater strength than the combined might of 10 100 square kilometer islands. The larger the island, the more potent its intrinsic power, enabling the support of more formidable constructions or equipment. Truly, the ability to engage in divine warfare would belong to the higher-tier 4-stage star islands, specifically those controlled by 4-stage star island lords, rather than the cumbersome 4-stage islands passed down through family lineages. In simple terms, the toll of 1,000,000 energy stones was already considerable. Yet Arthur believed it was still insufficient. Without achieving tenfold profit, how could one claim the price to be high? Hence, the mirror did not emanate that all-encompassing radiance. Another 30 boxes of neatly arranged energy stones were piled around. William Thomas was a decisive individual. If a problem could be resolved with energy stones, it would not be an issue in his view. Currently, rescuing the mainland was the primary objective. All expenses were secondary, for time equated to life. Time also determined success or failure. This magnanimous approach deeply moved Arthur. He sensed the sincerity of William Thomas and felt a profound appreciation for having such guardians among humanity. Consequently, the light from the mirror enveloped the massive star island spanning 1,000 square kilometers. One of the 6 colossal star islands, positioned around the mainland, had vanished. This revelation served as a wake-up call to the remaining 5 islands. It became clear that a 1,000 square kilometer star island required approximately 130,000 energy stones. No further experimentation was necessary. They promptly amassed 130 boxes of energy stones, and the second massive star island smoothly entered the current joint space of the mainland. Following closely were the third, fourth, and so on. Chapter 111. Brothers reunited the 6 colossal star islands, each spanning 1,000 square kilometers, have entered the airspace above the Tulip family's territory, delivering a decisive blow to the outcome of this calamity. Of course, this refers specifically to the events surrounding the Tulip family's domain, while the fate of the entire continent remains uncertain. This is also the pressing question that the human elites on those 6 star islands and the 150 to 100 square kilometer Guardian Islands are eager to uncover. It is crucial to note that these Guardian Islands are not commercial in nature. Rather, they thrive on conflict as their means of survival and development. Beneath the unseen protective shields lie towering arrow towers, formidable defensive structures, and intricately arranged statues, each Guardian Island brimming with armament. In stark contrast, the battle island of Garros seems somewhat lacking. However, it is not devoid of merit. At least it boasts 100 statues of star iron holy lions, a feature absent from the equivalent-sized Guardian Islands. Compared to these individuals, Arthur's defensive capabilities appear woefully inadequate. At this moment, the 6 star islands hovering above the Tulip family's territory swiftly dispersed, each assigned to a specific direction, leading a contingent of subordinate islands toward objectives reminiscent of the Tulip family's domain. Aside from the legendary duo that fled, the last legendary level undead above the Tulip family's territory was pierced through by dozens of similarly ranked forces. These elite undead beings became the targets of harvest, prompting human warriors to revel in their triumph. With circumstances looking exceedingly favorable, Arthur was finally prepared to confront Garros. I have seen my elder brother. May the glory of our family forever illuminate the Garros family. This marked Arthur's first private communication with his elder brother in the outside world. Arthur, I have heard the news from our clan. You and Dante have simultaneously become the lords of the Star Islands, and it has only been a few months, hasn't it? I cannot believe you have manifested such a star island. Arthur was taken aback as Garros, his affable elder brother, instantly recognized his image. The two were communicating via a video-like exchange facilitated by the communication towers between their star islands. I too am quite surprised. Coincidentally, after my island materialized, I encountered the Tulip family's merchant convoy and followed them to this continent. Now, my younger brother has signed the Star Sea Holy Contract with the Tulip family and possesses a legendary level battle pet and a Star Sea Knight. Arthur, behaving like a typical youth, proudly showcased his achievements to his kin. It must be noted that Arthur's remarkable feat of breaking the rules of the Star Sea world as a newly established island lord is indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Typically, a newly manifested island lord would require many years merely to cultivate their star island to the maximum area of 10 square kilometers. To surpass this threshold and progress to a second-tier star island is an extraordinarily daunting task. In the Star Sea world, it is said that 90% of island lords reach their limits at 10 square kilometers. Thus, Arthur's current star island status propels him far ahead of the majority of island lords, as he has manifested an island encompassing 100 square kilometers, an area that represents the upper limit of a second-tier star island. To further enhance it, he must overcome obstacles to elevate his life star island to the third tier, akin to William Thomas. Yet, it is evident that this journey is long and arduous. This is your fortune, as well as that of the Garros family. As your elder brother, I have a small gift for you, hoping it will enable you to wield greater influence in the future. The atmosphere of their exchange remained amiable. After uttering these words, Garros made his arrangements. A colossal battle island extended a long, thick pipe, connecting to Arthur's star island. In the next moment, through this conduit, a series of large structures floated into Arthur's second star island. Star iron light cannons. 3 of them, These cannons are capable of unleashing 3 legendary-level beams of attack within a 7-day interval, with each cannon able to activate 3 such strikes in that time frame. For Arthur, this represents a pivotal force that could alter his destiny at a crucial moment. "Thank you, elder brother." Arthur expressed profound gratitude during the video call. The intensity of his heartfelt emotions filled Garros with a sense of accomplishment, knowing he had satisfied the benefactor. After all, the customer is akin to God. Even if it is one's own brother, it is even more so. Deceiving one's elder brother is hardly a deception at all, for in the end, the resources are not wasted. Chapter 112. The irreverent Silver, seeing the communication between the 2 brothers of the Russell family is profoundly moving. At least Arthur found himself deeply touched by his elder brother during this exchange. Following their conversation, Gareth Russell eagerly expressed his desire to join the expedition against the undead creatures on the mainland. Indeed, Gareth could hardly contain his excitement. Although many of the legendary-level undead within the territory of the Tulip family had already perished at the hands of him and his legendary allies, who could ever complain about having too many achievements? The skies were teeming with undead. Such a splendid opportunity was simply too precious to overlook. The battlefield island pursued the Guardian Star Island closely as it soared into the distance. The Tulip family's massive island still harbored numerous undead, but none of them were the legendary-level ones with the most significant accomplishments. They swiftly harvested the easily identifiable elite-level undead. Even those once crowded clusters of numerous undead were subjected to repeated assaults by the departing Star Islands, collapsing like ripe wheat, swiftly blanketing vast areas of the Tulip family's territory. The expansion momentum of the undead within the Tulip family's domain was effectively severed at the roots. With the assistance of the external guardians and Gareth Russell's battlefield island, the Tulip family experienced a dramatic turnaround from a state of despair. The old steward gathered the legendary-level forces of the family, which had previously numbered around 30, both overtly and covertly. However, after assembling and counting the old steward himself along with Lucia and the plump bird, they totaled just 15 legendary figures. The absence of the ancestors and the clan leader left the Tulip family members greatly disheartened. They could only pray that their companions had merely fled swiftly in the face of formidable foes or had hidden themselves too effectively. The Tulip family would never be defeated. The command was given, and all knew that the legendary undead had been vanquished, while the elite-level monsters among the undead had suffered devastating blows. Now was the time to exact vengeance for their kin. The extermination order was issued. For every ordinary undead slain, 1 energy stone would be rewarded. For every elite-level undead, 30 energy stones would be awarded. The old steward's voice echoed far and wide. A dozen legendary human warriors and the hovering Star Islands repeated these words, ensuring that the resounding message reached every corner of the massive island. The immediate effect of such orders was to instill a sense of stability among the people. Those anxious family members understood that the moment for their counteroffensive had arrived. The old steward was not merely speaking empty words. He organized tasks, assigning each Star Island a specific line of duty, with every legendary warrior overseeing a designated distance, starting from the center of the massive island and expanding outward. Arthur was among these Star Islands. The Holy Light Arrow Tower never missed its mark. Each strike yielded effective damage, and everything appeared exceedingly favorable. Yet, there remained one disconcerting aspect. The ethereal mist lingering in the sky did not dissipate despite the significant reduction of undead on the island. The stationed Star Sea Knights, having fulfilled their contracts, alongside Lucia and Arthur, advanced without leaving any undead in their wake. Unlike the other Star Islands, Arthur's second Star Island did not require the protective shield to combat the increasingly dense mists. On the contrary, Arthur was diligently absorbing the spectral fog, as his marvelous furnace had an insatiable appetite. It was indifferent to the state of the materials, solid, liquid, or gas, or whether the collected items were in a positive or negative state. Regardless of the existence, as long as it contained power, the extraordinary furnace could refine it into the essence of the world. The only consideration was the richness of the material. Evidently, the gaseous spectral fog was quite bountiful, far superior to the celestial refuse composed mainly of ordinary rock from the Starsea world. Arthur, too, had inexplicably obliterated bone dragons, treating the lesser undead as mere performances. Nevertheless, Arthur, possessing commendable character, approached this act with utmost seriousness. Thus, with a man, a bird, and an island, they advanced, annihilating countless undead. Having traveled 10 kilometers from their starting point when a sudden tremor in the void struck. The force of this disturbance was ferocious. Its emergence seemed to transform the surrounding space of the Tulip family's territory into a vivid tapestry, shaking violently. This was the protocol for Star Sea Knights stationed on islands when in peril. They must remain close to the island's master to prevent being isolated and picked off by strange forces. As for the plump bird, being a battle companion, it naturally maintained constant synchronization with its master. At this moment, the three strongest beings on the second star island gazed towards a portion of the sea area of the second star island, where a silver-white line, about the thickness of a thumb and over 3 meters tall, was irreverently twisting. Chapter 113. The Calamity of the Lord of Star Island. Arthur, having witnessed myriad experiences, felt an ominous premonition upon glimpsing the elongated silver lines. It was evident that a man's sixth sense was uncannily accurate. One by one, bewildered phantoms emerged, their forms flickering in and out of visibility. These were genuine apparitions. Although they were merely low-tier spirits, each resembling a misty orb of 3 feet in diameter. Arthur could not ascertain the number of these entities. At that moment, the plump bird unleashed its fury, spewing forth a torrent of flames. The searing inferno ignited the very heart of the island, while Arthur's holy light arrow tower meticulously executed high-precision eliminations. Despite having been merely a ceremonial subject for the Tulip family, the legendary creature was indeed legendary. The flames it exhaled far exceeded the tolerance of those ordinary specters. Consequently, before the phantoms could soar for but a few seconds from the Silver Line passage, they were incinerated into nothingness. What remained upon their demise were the soul orbs, the sole remnant of their existence. Though the plump bird was a legendary being, it was but a singular entity. Confronted with an unquantifiable horde of undead creatures, the continual unleashing of flames was tremendously taxing on its strength. However, Arthur possessed the means to rejuvenate the bird swiftly, the source of life. This allowed the plump bird to maintain its fiery onslaught, securing the monster-spawning passage at the center of the island. The first-tier specters barely managed to travel far before succumbing to the flames, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3. Despite such efficacy, Arthur remained far from at ease. The fissure formed by the silver lines was expanding. Initially, the misty phantoms emerged one at a time, but soon they accelerated to several times their original speed. Moreover, winged skeletal birds began to manifest among the throng of monsters. The plump bird, showcasing its area of effect abilities, excelled as a most proficient incinerator. A fiery expanse of dozens of meters enveloped the fissure, ensuring that neither low-tier spirits nor skeletal birds could escape the inferno's grasp. Soul orbs and shattered bones rained down upon the island, promptly whisked away by the gathering force. If this continued, the assault from the undead would merely amount to an unwelcome delivery of monsters. Yet, Arthur understood that this was merely an appetizer for the impending invasion of Star Island. Not only Arthur bore a heavy heart. The lords of the Star Islands within the Tulip family's domain mirrored his grave demeanor in the face of the undead onslaught. Indeed, this wave of attack was not isolated to Arthur's second Star Island. Every island within the Tulip family's territory had been afflicted by a void fissure. With each fissure that unfurled, swathes of spectral beings surged forth, heralding an unrelenting tide of chaos. The Tulip family had scarcely recovered from the recent assault by the undead, with numerous clan members having perished without cause. Grief had yet to subside when yet another wave of attack commenced. At that moment, the members of the Tulip family, having realized the unfolding calamity, hesitated to alert their kin, for who could predict the panic such a warning might incite? Fortunately, this latest offensive primarily targeted the Star Islands. The formidable members of the Tulip family had efficiently organized their defenses. Each island was mobilized, fortified with numerous defensive structures, and a legion of human champions. However, the lack of large-scale directives stemmed from the limited troop movements within the Tulip family. Unlike their initial encounter with the undead, where they were caught entirely off guard, this time the Tulip family was well prepared. Upon Arthur's Star Island, the void fissure had transformed into a monumental vortex, towering over 100 meters, with a diameter to match. The plump bird had cast aside all distractions, pouring its entire focus into mastering the flames. The inferno surged, nearly matching the vortex in height, scorching the island's surface until it glowed crimson. By the conclusion of this battle, the ground would likely be rendered into ceramic. For a full hour, A multitude of undead creatures erupted from the vortex, cascading onto the glowing surface and the warped void above. 100,000 ordinary tier undead beings met their untimely demise at Arthur's hands upon the second star island. Arthur remained oblivious to the fate of the other islands, whether they too faced such an onslaught of undead creatures, but on his island. It was a bountiful harvest. As the undead assault waned, Arthur became increasingly vigilant. Throughout the ordeal, he had relied solely on the plump bird's innate powers and the holy light arrow tower. The true extermination of the first-tier undead had been accomplished by the plump bird. Its powers, imbued with a hint of the divine, proved exceedingly effective against the undead. Yet now, the supply of first-tier undead creatures had dwindled. Arthur sensed that a new trial awaited him. Chapter 114. The $150 million man. While waiting, Arthur beheld a disheartening sight. The vortex formed by the void's rift expanded once more. Through his status and abilities as the Lord of the Star Isles, he could perceive some flickering lights within the maelstrom. To his astonishment, he discerned a bridge, an ancient stone bridge, emerging from the depths of nothingness and darkness, directly connecting to the center of a certain island in his starry ocean. It could not be the Bridge of Oblivion, as the world had changed. Yet, this bridge instilled Arthur with immense trepidation. From his vantage point, he observed a myriad of undead creatures traversing from one end of the bridge towards the isle. This sensation caused his heart to race. The sheer number of perceivable monsters was staggering, though their levels were not particularly high. The threat they posed to Arthur was limited. However, he could not ascertain when this peculiar stone bridge, which facilitated the monster's arrival, might vanish. If it were to remain unyielding until the issues on the mainland were resolved, that would spell great trouble. 3-star iron cannons were strategically positioned to face the bridge, albeit with a slight deviation from the main thoroughfare. This arrangement effectively created 5-meter-high stone platforms on either side of the bridge's passage, upon which the cannons were placed. In addition to the recently acquired offensive weaponry, Arthur deployed the arrow towers he had in reserve. Along the planned route, both high grounds were fortified with arrow towers and other defensive structures. Over 20 elves were mobilized, tasked primarily with launching assaults on the undead monsters targeting the arrow towers. At that moment, Arthur acutely realized the inadequacy of his manpower and defensive constructions. If he had around 180 elite Star Sea Knights and arrow towers that could intercept the monster's path at any moment, the defensive task would undoubtedly be considerably simplified. The mere thought was tantalizing. Securing the monster spawn route with various arrow towers, perhaps even transforming it into a labyrinth. What a splendid vision! Alas, the resources at his disposal were severely lacking. Nevertheless, Arthur understood that he must endure this trial. He possessed a substantial quantity of energy stones. The 6,000 square kilometers of Star Islands alone had yielded him 780,000 energy stones. This constituted an astronomical fortune, at least in Arthur's eyes. The smaller islands, spanning 110 square kilometers, provided even more revenue, as their numbers were greater, indeed, significantly so. With a total of 1,800 islands, including 1,200 measuring 10 square kilometers, he calculated that, after expenses, this segment had netted him a staggering 444 million energy stones. The 1,000 square kilometer islands, after accounting for consumption, had granted him a profit of 715,200 energy stones. With accumulated resources, Arthur now held 150 million energy stones. Taking advantage of the mainland's guardians proved to be a serendipitous gift from fate. This was a vivid illustration of the adage that, in times of crisis, wealth becomes as inconsequential as chaff. As Arthur mused, the procession of undead creatures upon the bridge pressed forward without pause. Unlike the chaotic emergence during the initial wave of attack, this time the undead formed a well-organized line. Flying bone demons led the charge, while specters circled above the main force, exhibiting a remarkable ground-air cooperative strategy. Even more astonishing was the fact that the majority of these undead were humanoid, clad in armor, albeit tattered and varying in form. Each suit of armor provided a modicum of defense to the undead. Beyond their flamboyant armor, the humanoid undead were also armed with weapons, broken long spears, jagged swords, and large, formidable clubs wielded by particularly robust undead exerted immense pressure on Arthur. Each of these colossal undead radiated a legendary aura of menace. Humanoid, yet tenfold, even dozens of times the size of a human. At this moment, the legendary level Fat Bird initiated an offensive. It soared through the expanding void vortex, adhering to Arthur's safety-first philosophy, and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the bridge's end, nearly brushing against the vortex. The ancient stone bridge was engulfed in flames, segment by segment. This action stirred the undead forces at the opposite end of the bridge. Yet, the ranks of the undead remained orderly, advancing steadily without disbanding, their ominous presence connected by an ethereal mist above them, forming a sinister spectral serpent. This was the soul of a battle formation, born from the unified spirit of countless participants. Though it bore no tangible destructive power, it significantly enhanced the attacker's strength, defense, speed, agility, and endurance. It was akin to bestowing a comprehensive enhancement upon the assembled forces. When the Fat Bird's area attack collided with the vanguard of the undead, the brightness of the flames was abruptly halved. Even the height of the flames was suppressed to a mere meter above the bridge's surface, reducing it by 2/3. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 115. The Magnificence of the Abnormal. The Fat Bird cannot prevail. The most formidable power of fire lies in its capacity to burn. However, when this ability is constrained, the might of the flames diminishes significantly. The Fat Bird, making a swift and strategic retreat, ensures that those flying skeletal monstrosities are deprived of any opportunity. Yet, before departing, it unleashes a series of fiery breaths, expending its energy in an instant. The flames erupt in a brief but intense expansion, eliciting a more pronounced reaction from the orderly ranks of the spectral beings. A phantasmal entity, reminiscent of a serpent, writhes and roars above the monstrous assembly, compressing the flames once more under an unyielding force. This is the most repugnant aspect of a powerful monster formation. Yet, such a spectacle reveals to Arthur a disturbing truth. Within this legion of undead creatures, there exist awakened beings akin to those of two legendary phantoms. This realization is more disconcerting than witnessing the monster's formidable prowess. Is it possible that every Star Island is currently facing such an assault? Arthur is uncertain whether others can withstand this onslaught. For him, the peril is palpable. Additionally, a Star Iron Holy Lion, securely placed within a warehouse, has long been stationed on the first Star Island. The wondrous sculpture's offensive capabilities are equally effective whether stationed on the first or second Star Island. Hence it remains primed for activation. Surrounding the Star Iron Holy Lion is the meticulously positioned Star Iron Light Cannon, alongside hundreds of various arrow towers of dubious origin. Throughout the motherland, scattered mirror bodies simultaneously emit light and noticeable shockwaves. Aside from the mirror avatar of the Guardian team that has breached the atmosphere of the motherland, now being monitored by a contingent of Guardians remaining in the original void. Lego Iris, one of the senior stewards of the Iris Flower Merchant Alliance within the Human Alliance of the Starsea world, is entangled in a complex web of relations with the Tulip family, a faction renowned for its adeptness in leveraging connections. Unlike the Tulip family, however, the Iris family boasts a unique commodity: arms trading. This family monopolizes numerous resource-rich mining planets and has woven an extensive network of blacksmith relationships, consolidating a vast array of industry channels, resulting in at least 30% of humanity's offensive and defensive materials stemming from their transactions. This is a staggering proportion of the entire human armed forces supply. After an unexpected incident unfolded in the motherland, Lego Iris fortuitously led a fleet of Star Islands toward the motherland. Having completed a transaction, they intended to establish a presence for rest, but soon, this convoy of 20 Star Islands, each spanning 100 square kilometers, sensed something amiss. The patrolling Guardian Star Islands had vanished without a trace. As they continued their journey, they found themselves unable to locate the motherland. The lords of all Star Islands were utterly convinced that they had not erred in their navigation. Even if there were a mistake, it was improbable for 20 Star Island lords to simultaneously make the same blunder. The motherland was in peril. Such occurrences are not unheard of in the realm of humanity, but each incident incurs substantial losses. In truth, the human populace of the Starsea world remains woefully uninformed about such upheavals. Faced with this sudden anomaly, Lego Iris promptly relayed the information through a communication tower. Subsequently, they began to wander within the original void of the motherland, driven by the hope of uncovering some clues. Soon enough, these large Star Islands encountered the Guardians safeguarding the mirror avatars. The ensuing events were straightforward. The underworld invasion had indeed ensnared the entire motherland within a closed space. Isolating it, Lego Iris was taken aback, but soon elation surged within him. As a senior member of the Iris family, he belonged to the preeminent arms dealer organization in the human world. What does such a person yearn for? Undoubtedly, it is war and bloodshed. What could be more exhilarating than that? It is the promise of more brutal slaughter and fiercer warfare. Only through such chaos can they underscore the value of their arms trade and pursue the immense wealth stained with blood amidst the turmoil. More urgent information was transmitted through a highly secure channel deep into the Star Sea world. In an instant, the entire Iris family in the Star Sea world was invigorated. Yet, this chain of events does not seem to resolve the issues confronting Arthur immediately. In truth, it does not. Chapter 116. The Undead Legion. The transmission of objects through the mirror is entirely under Arthur's mental control. This control encompasses the type of reward required, the nature of the items transported, as well as their volume and quantity. Thus, when Lego Iris expressed her intention to contribute to Motherland at the entrance of the mirror passage guarded by the Sentinel, they were astonished to see the patterns on the back of the mirror twisting and transforming. Soon, the altered characters were deciphered. It became evident that only formidable defensive towers or offensive artifacts could facilitate the transmission. The visage of Lego Iris appeared upon the luminescent shield of Star Island, her expression rife with perplexity. If energy stones are the universal currency within the Star Sea realm, then the various defensive towers and offensive artifacts are imbued with specific purposes. Reflecting on the current upheaval within Motherland, Lego Iris was filled with rich associations. This line of thought, to some extent, posed a danger of revealing Arthur. However, Arthur now faced the more terrifying threat of the undead creatures. Weighing the two options, even if it meant leaving a slight risk behind, Arthur had to navigate through the immediate peril. At this moment, within the spatial confines of Motherland, the territory of the Tulip family was under siege by a swarm of monsters emerging from the whirlpool. Yet, Arthur's fortune was peculiar. He had seemingly drawn the winning ticket. One by one, the undead creatures, separated by the swirling vortex, plunged headlong into the maelstrom after a series of breaths. Clearly, these sentient beings, at least under the command of a formidable commander, were awaiting the expansion of the whirlpool. This anticipation bore fruit as the elite monsters from their thrice-thousand-strong vanguard emerged from the vortex. All were flying creatures, winged zombies, bone birds, and wraiths. Except for one monster. The remainder were elite-level undead beings. The singular creature leading this trio of undead was a zombie spider, possessing a human upper body and a spider's lower half. It was evident from the creature's size and features that it had transformed from a legendary star beast, the man-faced demon spider. This upper-tier star beast was a terrifying entity, and its transformation into an undead being left one to ponder how many of its primal instincts remained intact. Arthur, without a moment's hesitation, activated the radiant power of the Star Iron Holy Lion the instant the enemy surfaced. He had only 12 full-force attacks remaining from the Star Iron Holy Lions. Each use diminished his reserve. However, this moment demanded action, for only the full force of the Star Iron Holy Lion could ensure a lethal blow against a legendary being. Moreover, it was worth noting that any life form undergoing spatial transmission experiences a period of adjustment. The more powerful the creature, the shorter this interval. The legendary zombie spider's strength was undoubtedly formidable, and its stasis would be less than a mere fraction of a heartbeat. Thus, in this precious moment, Arthur had to guarantee a decisive strike. Even though the power of the Star Iron Holy Lion was precious, deploying it against a legendary creature did not constitute a waste. The second Star Island was Arthur's domain, an extension of his very being. Here, he held an absolute advantage in timing, even against a legendary being. Even with the backing of warlike power, the instant of spatial conversion provided Arthur with a fleeting opportunity. The charge from the Star Iron Holy Lion pierced through the body of the legendary zombie man-faced demon spider. Not only did the Star Iron Holy Lion strike, but Lucia and the Fat Bird also launched their assaults simultaneously, ensuring a thorough approach. An arrow and a flaming feather trailed closely behind the luminous spear of the Star Iron Holy Lion, embedding themselves deeply into the zombie's form. This legendary undead creature, descending from an unknown realm onto the second Star Island, became the first casualty amongst the wave of invading undead. The effects of the battle formation were instantly thrown into disarray due to the leader's demise. However, the intelligent commander of the undead would not allow this vanguard to face their adversaries alone. Merely a dozen breaths after the vanguard's arrival, the second wave of creatures emerged from the whirlpool, also numbering 3,000. Unlike the first wave, which comprised entirely flying entities. This batch consisted mainly of elite-level monsters that could not soar. Yet, akin to the first wave, this cohort also featured a legendary undead being at its helm. Arthur, without hesitation, unleashed another attack from the Star Iron Holy Lion, with the Fat Bird and Lucia's strikes following closely behind. Simultaneously, the arrow towers surrounding the island sprang into action, launching arrows that found their mark with precision, each one firmly embedding itself within the undead creatures. However, against elite-level monsters, Arthur's arrow towers often required 3 to 5 arrows to strike the same undead creature's vital points to inflict significant harm. To annihilate them, 7 to 8 towers worth of attacks were necessary against a single elite-level undead. Chapter 117. The malevolent usage restrictions on Arthur's Star Island. The undead creatures appeared somewhat bewildered. Urged by their legendary leader to enter Arthur's domain, they found little to excite their appetites for sustenance. Particularly disconcerting was the demise of the two leaders upon their arrival, leaving the horde of undead subjected to countless arrows, uncertain of their next move. Despite being elite-level beings numbering nearly 6,000, these creatures were devoid of intellect. The flames of the corpulent bird ignited, and as the formation of their battle array shattered, the flames continued to inflict persistent damage upon the undead. Meanwhile, Lucia, wielding her spatial abilities, adeptly created chaos among the invading undead, executing stealthy assassinations. Arrows imbued with spatial power transformed into dozens of shimmering images, raining down upon the ranks of the undead. At this juncture, precise aim was unnecessary. Area attacks sufficed, ensuring that each strike was effective. The third wave of undead monsters emerged from the swirling vortex. While Arthur could see them, the creatures, aided by the vortex's vantage point, also glimpsed scenes from within the second Star Island. Faced with immediate hostility upon landing, the undead began to prepare themselves. Legendary-level monsters activated their weapons and armor, enveloping themselves in a protective aura of formidable skills, and gradually emerged from the vortex alongside their minions. Arthur, lacking alternatives, unleashed the assault of the Star Iron Holy Lion. Combined with Lucia's full-force strike and the flurry of feathers from the corpulent bird, which swept over the newly appeared monsters. Among them was a wraith, draped in gossamer and wielding a slender sword. Its ethereal light radiated an allure that was almost irresistible. Arthur possessed a skill of detection that allowed him to see far, clearly and distinctly. Despite the legendary ghost's attempts to flaunt her allure, she could not conceal her true form from him. Before Arthur's eyes, the swaying figure of the legendary female wraith revealed a body half-decayed, with grotesque insects playfully burrowing in and out of her flesh. Was she attempting to captivate him? She nearly succeeded. Repulsiveness could indeed be a form of power. Nevertheless, the Star Iron Holy Lion delivered its attack precisely into the wraith's undulating form. Lucia, impervious to such enchantments, remained unaffected. As for the corpulent bird, its very nature rendered it immune to any allure. The convergence of their assaults shattered the legendary female ghost, causing a soul orb, a piece of gossamer, and a peculiar slender sword to fall from her remnants. The previous two legendary monsters had also bestowed upon Arthur a trove of spoils, though both sets of loot consisted solely of materials and equipment usable by undead beings. Arthur could only glance at them briefly before storing them away in his repository. In due time, converting them into world source power would be beneficial. 4 high-quality undead equipment served as excellent raw materials for producing world source energy. However, among the items dropped by the third legendary undead entity, the soul orb could be converted into a source of life, a standard procedure. Yet, the gossamer nightgown and slender sword were both legendary-level items suitable for human use. This was a rare stroke of fortune, a surge of luck. These 2 items were tailored for you. Hasten to refine them. Upon reviewing the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, Arthur's eyes brightened. Natural breath, legendary-level equipment. Wearing this garment grants an aura of closeness to all living things, enhancing all attributes by 10%. It effectively reduces the attention and murderous intent of enemies during movement. Kiss of the Void Serpent, a legendary-level item, infused with spatial power. It can sever all things when bestowed with equal-level attributes and power. The description is straightforward, yet the specific lethality awaits the user to discern through experience in time and combat. Notably, Lucia, an early legendary Starsea Knight, had contracted a star beast of spatial attributes. The Kiss of the Void Serpent was an impeccable match for her. As for the other exquisite gossamer garment, while its attributes were formidable, it came with restrictive usage conditions. Only the designated wearer could don it, rendering it exclusive. A barrage of arrows descended from all directions, sweeping across a vast area at the island's center. Having acquired 2 pieces of legendary-level equipment, Lucia wasted no time in seamlessly donning her new attire. Each Knight of the Star Sea was a formidable force in their own right. Chapter 118. The confidence of the premier arms dealer of the Star Sea beyond the motherland space. The members of the Iris Flower family were well prepared, regardless of the forces behind this mirror body. The fact that they permitted human warriors to assist in the motherland space at this time indicated a lack of malevolence towards humanity. A large number of guardians had already entered. Why should they not do the same? It was likely that the motherland space at this moment was the most fiercely contested area in the entire Starsea world, a locale favored by the members of the Iris Flower family. As they would say in such regions, even the air is imbued with the vibrant fragrance produced by the free-flowing energy stones. The Iris Flower family was not short on defensive towers worth 100,000 energy stones or disposable offensive items. While commanding the Star Iron Holy Lion to unleash devastating strikes upon the undead legendary beings, Arthur observed the sincerity of the Iris Flower family's merchant convoy. The most conspicuous items were elongated oak boxes, tightly bound with 3 iron bands. However, as they were transported and stacked near the mirror body, these iron bands were all removed, revealing items that were familiar to Arthur. Goblin grenades, each weighing around 10 kilograms. Their explosive damage equivalent to the full-force strike of a peak elite-level warrior. Such attacks would have limited effects on legendary beings. However, if these grenades were swallowed by a foolish sea serpent, the destructive impact would be astonishing. In addition to direct damage, goblin grenades often contained various ingredients, mysterious toxins, or the like, known only to the creators during manufacture, leaving the user unaware of the contents. Thus, the recipient of the attack could only await the surprise that awaited them. A luxury item priced at 300 gold coins each, these disposable offensive tools were soon stacked around the mirror body under the direction of the Iris Flower family, forming a veritable mountain of 36 boxes filled with goblin grenades. Not just Arthur. Even the guardians surrounding the mirror body were astonished by the Iris Flower family's grand display. A total of 10,000 boxes of goblin grenades amassed together created a significant impact. At this moment, Arthur found himself in dire need of such items. As the colors of light spread across the mirror body, all the boxes vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, the nearest commercial star island of the Iris Flower family, hovering around the boxes, also disappeared. Like the guardians, the ancient and powerful Iris Flower family possessed special items capable of penetrating the current restrictions of the motherland. However, the safety of personnel on the Star Island post-transportation remained uncertain. This moment coincided with Arthur's conclusion of a fierce battle against the legendary leader of the undead creatures invading the second Star Island. A total of 36,000 goblin grenades had been successfully acquired. Thus, amidst the rain of arrows targeting the undead vanguard, emerged iron projectiles larger than 10-kilogram lead balls. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another. While the lethality of these goblin grenades was not sufficient to guarantee a one-hit kill against the undead beings, after all, the 3 waves of monsters were elite-level adversaries equipped with weapons and armor, capable of withstanding a barrage of pneumatic arrows and goblin grenade attacks. Albeit not without sustaining damage, the approximately 9,000 elite-level undead faced not just one wave of attacks. Arthur was a methodical individual. As long as he could target the undead creatures with his arrow towers, he did not cease fire. Pneumatic arrows, which consumed energy stone energy, did not require Arthur to expend his own energy stones. He utilized a purer form of world source power. This energy significantly enhanced the efficiency of the arrow towers, while also slightly increasing the power of each arrow. Simultaneously, Arthur employed his authority as the master of the Star Island to hurl boxes directly at the undead creatures with pinpoint accuracy. The second Star Island served as Arthur's battlefield, making it difficult for him to miss with such freely parabolic projectiles. Moreover, the goblin grenades required ignition, further amplifying Arthur's advantage, as he could detonate entire boxes of goblin grenades simultaneously. On the second Star Island, the timing of each goblin grenade's explosion was synchronized. What did this signify? It meant a geometric increase in the instantaneous destructive effect. Brilliant flames engulfed the silhouettes of the undead creatures. Coinciding with the moment the undead monsters braced themselves against Arthur's onslaught during the fourth wave of 3,000 reinforcements. The distortion of the void intensified. The vortex connecting the stone bridge and the second star island disturbed by the simultaneous explosion of 5,000 boxes of goblin grenades. Chapter 119. Such brutality. A terrifying wave swept across the entirety of the second star island. This strike was not solely directed at the undead creatures. It inflicted considerable damage upon Arthur's second star island as well. Inflicting 1,000 in harm, while suffering 800 in return, was merely the nature of the situation. However, the damage on Arthur's side could be swiftly repaired using the power of the world's source. In contrast, those elite undead beings could only be torn apart amidst the violent flames and tremors. Approximately 9,000 undead creatures, along with an additional 3,000 newly summoned monsters from the fourth wave, became the sacrificial offerings of this resplendent explosion. Aside from a legendary-level skeletal archer, nearly 12,000 other undead were transformed into materials for the miraculous furnace that produces the essence of life. Such was the sheer dominance of the event. The force of the tremors even left Arthur himself astounded, let alone the wise among the ranks of the undead. Simultaneously, this upheaval caused a violent convulsion in the vortex located on the second star island. It appeared as though the vortex was tearing through space, separating from its original position. Suddenly, Arthur felt a surge of inspiration. He believed he could induce a slight spatial drift within that void vortex. Without hesitation or deep contemplation, Arthur sprang into action. The world's source power ignited, and 5,000 boxes of goblin grenades were forcefully thrust into the vortex. In the next moment, the explosion occurring within the second star island echoed across the other side of the vortex. However, Arthur could only synchronize the removal of the safety pins from the grenades within the boxes, making it impossible for him to ensure their simultaneous detonation with precision. Nevertheless, the interval between the explosions contained within the boxes would not be excessively long, for they were triggered at the same moment on the second star island. The resulting shockwave, felt more intensely than the explosions occurring on the second star island, reverberated from the vortex. In the next instant, this already unstable void vortex completely severed its anchorage in space. This was inherently linked to the vortex's nature. It had never been stable and was destined to vanish. How could a temporarily open void passage possess the stability of normal space? The delicate balance connecting the second star island with the mysterious ancient bridge was disrupted. In the following moment, a force far more potent, amplifying the power of the previous explosions by several times, erupted from the vortex. The entire vortex collapsed. Indeed, the vortex, which had expanded to a diameter of over 1,000 meters, began to shrink frantically. Each second of contraction intensified the energy accumulating at its center. Arthur sensed an immense threat, akin to the overwhelming pressure exerted during a full-force eruption of a bone dragon. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Of course, time could not genuinely halt. At that moment, Arthur's mind raced with frantic thoughts. A mirror clone, crafted by the miraculous furnace, was cast into the vortex. Before that piece could fully enter, Arthur, seeking greater assurance, dispatched 2 additional mirror clones. One pursued the first while the other hovered near the shrinking vortex. One of the 2 mirror clones entered the vortex, while the other penetrated the underworld, floating on the opposite side of the vortex. In the next instant, the vortex, now reduced to merely a 1-meter diameter, detonated. The terrifying force capable of obliterating half of the second star island was unleashed by the 3 mirror clones into the void. More accurately, it was the synchronized effort of the 3 mirror clones that transported the vortex from its original position just as it was on the brink of explosion. Above the territory of the Tulip family, the star islands appeared to lose their power simultaneously, eerily suspended high in the sky. Yet, at a certain moment, the space above the Tulip family's realm suddenly became transparent. This transformation had occurred before, during the time of their semi-divine ancestors' demise. Thus, this scene was profoundly impactful for the members of the Tulip family. Countless individuals looked skyward, witnessing the unfolding miracle. The void shattered like a mirror struck with immense force. Fracturing into countless pieces, a distorted entity became the epicenter of the sky, its existence causing the void to tear asunder, creating innumerable rifts of uncertain lengths. In that very instant, a corner of the motherland, sealed within a special space, was breached. The powerful beings of the Iris family outside seized the moment. Recognizing the change, they wasted no time in directing their star islands towards the rapidly healing breach. Arthur's face contorted in fury. Those accursed rats. They did not purchase tickets. Chapter 120. The remains of the ancient bridge. The void vortex serves as a conduit connecting the enigmatic realm of the netherworld to the second star island. Its consumption is vast, yet the opportunity is rare. Should it be missed, even if Arthur wishes to act again, measures will be taken on the other side, rendering any sudden assault ineffective. The explosion shattered the barrier isolating the mainland from the netherworld island. Amidst Arthur's profound displeasure, the Iris family star islands, existing beyond the heavens, rushed into the breach of the unified space. In Arthur's perception, these individuals resembled filthy groundhogs, sneaking into the mainland space without a ticket, displaying a shocking lack of integrity. However, this upheaval also bore its advantages. Under the present circumstances, this outcome proved to be the most favorable. In total, 12,000 undead beings descended upon the second star island over 4 waves, including 4 legendary undead creatures, while the remainder consisted entirely of elite-level monsters. Such a formidable force could have posed a significant threat had Arthur not fortuitously acquired certain items. Indeed, the entire Star Island could have been on the brink of collapse. Regardless, the most pressing crisis had been temporarily averted. Just as Arthur contemplated this larger outcome, events unfolded on the other side as well. The 4th legendary undead creature narrowly escaped with its life amidst the explosion of 5,000 boxes containing 180,000 goblin grenades, yet it sustained severe injuries. On the second star island, Lucia and the Fat Bird, bolstered by the forces of the world's source and the origin of life, found themselves in a peak state of vitality. Faced with the half-damaged legendary undead entity, the two, influenced by Arthur's guiding philosophy, joined forces to deliver a crushing blow to a creature in dire straits. In that fleeting moment, an abundance of events transpired. A fragment of a bridge, having fallen, revealed 3.5 piers that barely upheld 3 arched spaces, while the section that had plunged into the island's soil awaited further scrutiny. As the Lord of the Star Island, Arthur's immediate curiosity was piqued by the remnants of the bridge that had fallen into his domain. In contrast, he did not prioritize the inventory of assorted items contributed by the 4th legendary undead creature. The power of the Star Island's sovereign manifested as he flipped the shattered bridge that had struck the island's surface. This truly ancient and dilapidated stone bridge bore no more than a few remnants of its former railings, with only a few paltry foundations remaining to testify that it had once possessed such structures. In an instant, Arthur felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Sensing that this was a remarkable object, bringing him boundless delight, he could not comprehend why this surprise resonated so profoundly within him, ultimately attributing it to the bridge's extraordinary nature. Reality soon validated this notion. The reoriented 3-arched stone bridge emitted a peculiar vibration, attracting the core of the second star island. In short order, a resonance was established between the two. In the next moment, the world's source energy stored within the core of the second star island began to flow through the connection forged with the stone bridge, gradually infusing it from within. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded before Arthur's eyes, as the stone bridge, upon absorbing the world's source energy, began to mend its damaged sections. Moreover, this bridge emanated a mysterious power. More accurately, it was a certain enigmatic force within the stone bridge that was restored through the infusion of the world's source energy. This power enveloped the ancient stone bridge in a veil of mist, creating an illusory effect around both the bridge's surface and its surroundings. Arthur was unaware of the bridge's name or its exact origins, yet as the dilapidated structure integrated into the second star island, he grasped its capabilities. This exceptional architectural marvel, a convergence of spatial and stellar energies, was of an unknown grade. Its primary function was to facilitate the passage of life across spaces, enabling beings to traverse from one realm to another. Beyond this known ability, the crumbling stone bridge harbored another capability. It possessed a formidable rule-bound energy. Any life form that set foot upon the bridge, unless of divine caliber, would inevitably be subjected to the constraints of this rule. Should an adversary tread upon the stone bridge, they would be compelled to traverse its entirety. The length of this journey, however, remained an enigma. As the bridge itself combined the powers of the void and the stars, it spontaneously formed a labyrinthine illusion. Furthermore, The bridge exhibited a peculiar capacity for spatial expansion, capable of ensnaring beings within its surface indefinitely, provided there was sufficient energy. The caveat was that this power proved ineffective against divine entities. Whether the issue lay with the bridge itself or with Arthur as its master could not be conclusively determined at that moment. This was, without a doubt, a divine artifact for tower defense. Upon perceiving the attributes affixed to this stone bridge, Arthur was overtaken with unbridled elation. Regardless of its state of disrepair, its utility and potential were all that mattered. Chapter 121. Fishing Arthur was filled with immense joy upon sensing the ancient stone bridge's potential. The torment endured from the invasion of the four-wheeled undead creatures had not been in vain. The ultimate reward was bountiful, particularly the remnants of the stone bridge, when connected to the second star island, began to expand as the world's source energy flowed into it. Starting from the island's center, the archway of the bridge widened. Its structure elevated, while its span increased at an astonishing rate. Eventually, one arch of the three-arch stone bridge reached into the ocean. The second arch straddling both land and sea, finally resting at the center of the circular lake on the second star island, a sight of remarkable symmetry and order. The bridge's surface was shrouded in mist, while its form appeared ethereal and elusive. Arthur resembled a child who had just received a cherished toy, eagerly seeking an opportunity to experiment with it. However, he had only just escaped the clutches of the undead creatures. Above the Tulip family's territory, the Star Islands hung in stillness, much like Arthur's previous second star island, enduring tests from an unknown force. Yet, Arthur remained oblivious to whether the inhabitants of those islands were also besieged by relentless waves of monstrous attacks, just as he had been. He did not underestimate the masters of those islands. He did not believe that every star island could withstand the onslaught of 4 successive waves of undead creatures. Perhaps to validate Arthur's suspicions, a massive rupture appeared in the sky above the Tulip family's territory, illuminating the vast expanse once more, followed by a powerful disturbance. 3 star islands, each spanning 10 square kilometers, shattered midair. Such colossal entities, upon exploding, rained down countless boulders, vegetation, and debris, along with panicked individuals, creating a scene that dealt yet another crushing blow to those who had just begun to catch their breath in the Tulip family's domain. However, at that moment, the Iris family's commercial star island made its entrance. This immense commercial star island sparkled with the unique insignia of the Iris family. Anyone with a modicum of discernment would immediately recognize their identity and origin. The Iris family and the Tulip family were old acquaintances, though their relationship was rather lukewarm, as they were essentially competitors in the same trade, an age-old rivalry. Yet, in this chaotic era, the arrival of the Iris family's commercial star island, which would usually be looked down upon by the Tulip family members, sparked immense excitement among the local inhabitants. In such tumultuous times, the Iris family seemed less detestable. Nevertheless, upon entering the joint space of the Motherland and the Nether Island, the Iris family's commercial star island encountered problems. A strange force approached. Arthur's regrets were resolved, yet he found no joy in it. The Iris family's main star island and its accompanying family star islands were engulfed in a thick fog. Through this haze, horrific wails echoed ominously. Arthur's second star island had just managed to shake off the undead assault, only to be met with a new wave of invasion before he had even finished taking stock. However, compared to the previous terrifying scenes he had faced, the situation above the ancient stone bridge in the middle of the second star island now appeared rather trivial. Yet, this was exactly the type of scenario Arthur needed at present. Hundreds of elite-level ghosts emerged from the fog. Just as these monsters were about to unleash a cacophony of wails, Arthur made a swift decision. The arrow towers unleashed a barrage of pneumatic arrows. The three-arch stone bridge, which had perfectly integrated with the second star island, activated its unique abilities. The undead creatures, suddenly finding themselves in a canyon filled with primordial forests, were taken by surprise. Among the 13 elite-level ghostly beings, none possessed the intelligence of a normal human. Yet, they were not entirely devoid of wits. They understood to advance along the canyon path. However, a more unfortunate scene unfolded. The unprepared 13 ghostly beings were mercilessly peppered by the pneumatic arrows launched from the surrounding arrow towers, leaving them riddled with holes. This was a rare encounter with such innovative equipment. Yet, regrettably, the power unleashed by the hundreds of arrow towers was overwhelmingly dominant. Some tattered armor and weapons fell, accompanied by 13 soul orbs. All these materials were promptly sent by Arthur into the mystical furnace for refinement, swiftly transforming into the source of life and the world's source energy. The entire process was filled with ease and comfort, embodying Arthur's state after escaping the vortex portal. He was entirely capable of withstanding it. However, the vortex portal, trapped between the barriers of the motherland and the nether island, began to stir. Chapter 122. The agony of the old steward. A terrifying explosion obliterated the barrier between the motherland and the nether island. Yet the source of this explosion, a vortex of void that had imploded, did not vanish entirely. Following the cataclysmic detonation, the vortex became less distinct, transforming into a mirage-like, indistinct image. Within the light and shadows that emanated from it, a shattered stone bridge and a scene of carnage, akin to the depths of hell, unfolded above the heart of the Tulip family territory. The vast expanse of this mirage allowed countless members of the Tulip family, along with others from the foreign star islands, to witness the harrowing spectacle reminiscent of the aftermath of a battlefield in the Sea of Stars. Arthur, too, gazed upon these images from the Star Island, but his perception diverged from that of the others. He possessed the clarity to discern that these visions were not mere illusions. They were the stark reality of horror. A realm governed by the laws of the Nether was on the verge of ensnaring his Star Island. Despite his previous life's memories and experiences, the aid of the miraculous furnace, the support of 2 legendary warriors, and the fortified defenses that could be deemed opulent compared to his past life, Arthur still did not believe he could survive an assault from that nether realm. The preceding waves of undead creatures had already amassed an elite force of 12,000 monsters, led by 4 legendary commanders. What more formidable monstrosities lurked in the shadows? It was unnecessary to elaborate. If another dozen legendary undead were to descend upon him, Arthur, bereft of the powerful Star Iron Holy Lion's attacks and the residual power of the Star Iron cannon, would face inevitable collapse. Thus, upon sensing an opportunity to elude such a perilous adversary, Arthur immediately executed an unfathomable maneuver. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, to the entities behind that vortex, Arthur's actions came as a complete surprise. They had never encountered an opponent quite like him. Almost instantaneously, the Overseer, positioned far behind the ranks of undead, became intrigued by Arthur's presence. Naturally, the next step was to re-establish the coordinates. The hidden entity was confident in this endeavor. Yet soon, this powerful undead creature discovered something amiss. All the inhabitants who had invaded the human Star Island had ceased to exist. Even in death, undead beings would leave behind remnants. Certain entities among the undead could sense the essence across vast distances of void. Each of its elite minions had been imbued with a trace of its essence to successfully evolve from mere soul forms, bones, and corpses into phantoms, bone demons, and zombies. Therefore, the powerful entity did not perceive the presence of over 10,000 elite undead, but rather recognized its own distinct signature essence. However, now, it could no longer sense those familiar signatures. Even the 4 legendary subordinates birthed from a drop of its primal power had left no trace. Fascinating. But death is the ultimate destination for all beings. In contrast to the torturous path of life, death is the most perfect repose, a new beginning. Humanity has strayed from the true path. This was neither the common tongue of humanity in the Sea of Stars, nor the language of any intelligent race within that realm. Yet, this utterance possessed a remarkable ability. Upon hearing it, every individual's mind automatically comprehended its meaning. Each person could distinctly grasp the essence of those words. At this moment, within the Tulip family territory on the motherland, the old steward's pupils shrank to their utmost limit. He sensed a lethal threat, one that he had not even felt in the presence of the bone dragon. Divine art, an absolute divine art. The bone dragon was, at best, a demigod, a being at the pinnacle of the legendary tier, already beginning to grasp the powers of the laws. Yet, at its core, this life form remained legendary. There would be no metamorphosis in the level of existence. That transformation seemed merely a step away, but in truth, a genuine divine powerhouse could crush tenfold the number of its demigod kin. What misfortune had befallen the Tulip family? First, a demigod bone dragon, and now, a divine undead entity. They truly stood no chance. Fortunately, the divine being seemed constrained by some rule-based limitation, preventing it from directly descending upon the motherland. The perceptive old steward quickly grasped certain deeper truths. The reason, of course, lay in the Tulip family's profound heritage. As one of the foremost mega-merchant guilds in the Sea of Stars, the Tulip family could amass an array of legendary battle pets. How could they lack demigods and higher-tier guardians? However, the current motherland served as humanity's rearguard, historically a sanctuary, where the station forces had not reached an extraordinary level of strength. More so, it was merely a deterrent, maintaining a semblance of order. Unexpectedly, they had been infiltrated by the undead. This was absurd. The old steward was in immense pain. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving the Tulip family unprepared. Now, the divine undead had at least revealed their presence. How should they respond? Chapter 123. Cut off their path. The old steward, enveloped in despair, suppressed his emotions with great effort. He had become the strongest member of the Tulip family at that moment, the steadfast anchor for all his kin. If he were to succumb to panic, what fate would await the entire family? Would they simply wait for death? Absolutely not. At this juncture, the old steward had resolved himself to a death that was not devoid of struggle. On the contrary, he had meticulously prepared himself to spill his last drop of blood upon the battlefield, should he meet his end. He understood all too well that if the divine-level monstrosity among the undead truly descended upon the motherland, given its current defensive status among humankind, there would be little hope for victory. At that point, all humans within the expanse of the motherland would face a catastrophic fate. It was highly probable that countless beings would be devoured by the undead or transformed into them. Thus, the immediate priority was to prevent the arrival of the undead divine-level powerhouse. Under normal circumstances, a legendary late-stage warrior like himself would be incapable of such a feat. However, the constraints of space provided the old steward with an opportunity to exert a significant influence. Yet, having such an opportunity did not imply ease of execution. It was highly likely that the old steward would have to sacrifice his own life merely to delay the adversary's arrival. Now, he could only hope that after his demise, some old comrades would arrive before the enemy truly descended, or that a legendary late-stage warrior from the Iris family would also pay a price. The calculations involved were exceedingly intricate, but the old steward made his decision in an instant. Arthur acquired the dilapidated three-holed stone bridge, which drew upon the world's primal energy and soon revealed formidable defensive capabilities. Combined with a series of arrow towers, it was the perfect match for a tower defense strategy. 13 undead beings were transformed into sources of life, their equipment becoming part of the world's primal energy. The entire process was effortless and pleasant, in stark contrast to the harrowing assaults of 4 waves of 12,000 elite undead monsters, led by 4 legendary undead. Then, a thought crossed Arthur's mind: the stone bridge, which had provided immense support, vanished from sight. It did not truly disappear, but rather concealed itself in accordance with Arthur's will. Thus, this fractured stone bridge became a wondrous entity supported by the magical furnace. It appeared to be connected to the second star island, yet it remained an independent entity. The second star island served merely as a bridge, linking the magical furnace and the remnants of the stone bridge through its core primal energy. Having completed this step, the relationships among the 3 parties grew increasingly complex. The stone bridge and the star island could be nurtured by the magical furnace, with the stone bridge also temporarily residing under the dominion of the second star island. A mysterious power that redefined Arthur's second star island began to spawn new monsters. These were slightly stronger than the 13 elite specters, 30 elite bone demons. However, these bone demons lacked uniformity, displaying various forms among the 30. It appeared rather convoluted. Nevertheless, all of this paled in comparison to the combined might of the newly manifested stone bridge and the arrow towers, rendering the demise of these creatures no different from that of the specters. Yet, this time, Arthur allowed these monsters to linger a bit longer. He feared that irrational extermination might attract the attention of a far more dreadful will. As Arthur dealt with the intricately composed bone demons, a mirage in the sky began to coalesce once more. Massive light and shadow images contracted, and with this contraction came a shift towards clarity. It was only a fleeting moment, yet a familiar scene that made Arthur's eyes twitch emerged: an enormous vortex, several hundred meters in diameter, hovering directly above the Tulip family's territory. Through the now vividly clear image, one could see a throng of undead beings converging like a great river toward the image's direction. Yet, this great river was a dead end. The path beneath the feet of the undead beings and the route in the air were severed at a point. At that moment, it was not merely a simple distance that had been severed. It was a rupture in space itself. It was as though a normal road had abruptly lost its way forward, not blocked, but truly vanished. Thus, even attempting to detour became impossible. A cold snort reverberated from the void, and the humans, including Arthur, could distinctly sense the fury of a top-tier powerhouse through that sound. Consequently, a sinister scene unfolded before countless members of humanity. Within the swirling center of light and shadow, the undead beings leapt toward the severed path. Amidst the void, the flickering light revealed the dismembered remnants of the undead beings, cleaved by an inexplicable force. Even specters, upon suffering such a forceful severance, succumbed into silence. Even the soul orbs shattered into fragments, dispersing ethereal mist. Chapter 124. The offering of sacrifices. To be candid, such a scene is profoundly shocking. A typical person would be utterly unable to comprehend the horrific actions of these monstrous entities. Yet Arthur, endowed with memories from a past life and the knowledge of a venerable practitioner of solar techniques, immediately grasped the implications of these undead beings. They were explorers. The path through the void had been severed, and the challenge of reconnecting it was monumental. They sought to offer the flesh, blood, and souls of living beings as sacrifices to facilitate their exploration. Undead creatures represent a unique form of existence. They arise from the corpses and souls of various beings. However, they are undeniably alive, albeit in a manner that many sentient beings find difficult to accept. Through the imagery conveyed across the void, both Arthur and countless others perceived the fragmented bridge slowly reassembling. Simultaneously, the breached barrier between the mainland and the united realm of the underworld island was also consolidating. The unsettling visions cast upon the Tulip and Iris families on the mainland were obscured. Rather than being concealed, it would be preferable to witness the pace of events firsthand. At this juncture, Arthur was already contemplating a strategic withdrawal. What the old steward comprehended, Arthur certainly understood. Nonetheless, Arthur believed he still had the capacity to salvage the situation, especially after the marvelous furnace had absorbed remnants of the ancient mirror, resulting in the creation of numerous avatars. These avatars could enable Arthur's Star Island to transcend spatial barriers, allowing for a swift escape from the Tulip family's territory or even a direct exit from the united realm of the mainland and underworld island. However, Arthur was not yet in a position to execute this. For now, he could hold on a little longer. Arthur arrived at this conclusion due to the fact that the undead beings sacrificing their bodies and souls did not vanish into thin air. At that moment, the marvelous furnace seemed to awaken to a certain force. The remnants of the three-arched stone bridge had been entirely commandeered by the marvelous furnace, which now harnessed the power of this unknown relic to sense a call from a shared source of energy. This call was intercepted by the marvelous furnace. Subsequently, an inexplicable force drew forth the fragments of the undead beings that had offered themselves, directly manifesting within the marvelous furnace. In an instant, these fragments transformed into a torrent of life essence, while their rudimentary armors and inferior weapons became raw materials for the world's source power. In essence, they were appropriating the sacrifices. In their true state, the stone bridge, which had recently advanced inch by inch through the offerings of countless spirits, bone demons, and zombies, experienced a deceleration in its restoration by a factor of 10 or more. A hodgepodge of undead beings, predominantly non-humanoid, leapt from the stone bridge, only to be ensnared and utterly obliterated by a mysterious and formidable force, with 90% of their fragments disappearing without a trace, while a mere 10% transformed into a certain type of energy and infused into the bridge, similar to the three-arched stone bridge on the second Star Island. Drawing from the immense power generated by the sacrifices of innumerable undead beings, the bridge continued to extend. This was not merely a repair of the bridge's end. Rather, it represented a holistic growth of the entire stone structure, akin to the swelling of soft tissue after congestion. Arthur had been discreetly clearing various corpses, yet never had he experienced such a bountiful yield as in this moment. It was no longer feasible to assess the harvest through conventional understanding. With each passing second, dozens, even hundreds of undead beings surged forth from the bridge. They remained oblivious to what lay ahead, much like Arthur. The longer bridge on the opposite side was also shrouded in illusions. Waves of ordinary undead beings traversed the void, becoming fragments in the area of disconnection ahead. Meanwhile, the life essence and world source power accumulating within the marvelous furnace swelled beyond the ordinary, expanding exponentially. The values surged like a youthful morning, rising skyward. Undoubtedly, the hearts of the war profiteers from the Iris family bore the brunt of this psychological blow. They reveled in war, idolized chaos, and believed that tumult was the most exquisite environment for life. However, this did not imply that they relished the notion of their own slaughter. A divine entity was poised to breach the barriers of the void and descend upon this realm. If there were an opportunity to flee, the members of the Iris family would undoubtedly make their escape at the earliest possible moment. Such a scenario was utterly unreasonable. Chapter 125. Extracting and ballistic return. At this moment, the floating star islands in the sky were enduring trials imposed by the underworld's assaults. The commercial star islands of the Iris family were similarly afflicted. Unlike the ancient stone bridge that Arthur faced for the first time, or the meager number of underworld creatures encountered during his second ordeal, the Iris family, as a unique entity among commercial star islands, possessed a dazzling array of offensive capabilities. A swarm of undead creatures surged forth, barely leaving any remnants behind. In contrast to Arthur's situation, which benefited from the refining power of the miraculous furnace, the undead creatures that were vanquished here did so completely, vanishing without a trace. However, the seemingly obliterated state of the Iris family's forces actually provided feedback to the formidable beings behind the undead, a powerful human star island, an extraordinarily strong legendary sea knight. It must be you. The undead creatures continued their sacrificial onslaught upon the stone bridge, with each thread of feedback energy permeating this dilapidated structure, guiding it through the labyrinthine void to find the correct path. What was needed below was simply the accumulation of mass. As long as a corporeal presence could descend upon a human life source star, any expenditure would be worthwhile. The undead deity resolutely pondered this. The stone bridge, spanning 100 meters in width, expanded once more, its surface growing broader under the nourishment provided by the countless bodies and soul fragments of the undead creatures. After an hour, the bridge's width had increased to 200 meters. Naturally, the number of low-tier undead creatures flowing upon it doubled. 2 more hours passed, and the width of the bridge surged to 400 meters. Countless undead, driven by the will of the powerful and influenced by illusions, charged forward en masse, coalescing into a mighty torrent, surging ahead until their bodies and souls were ground into fine fragments. To be frank, during these 3 hours, Arthur had become somewhat numb. An immense influx of life source and world source energy surged forth, causing the seemingly boundless space within the miraculous furnace to form 2 massive clouds. This grandeur surpassed the size of the first star island by several multiples. In terms of specific quantities, the life source had exceeded 33 million strands, while the world source stood at 680,000 strands. This outcome arose because the sacrificial undead were the most rudimentary of their kind, possessing a lamentably meager assortment of items compared to their intrinsic value. When any multitude of beings congregates, numbering in the thousands, a powerful spectacle emerges. Yet, the bridge, now exceeding 400 meters in width, had seen the sacrifice of tens of millions of undead creatures, many of which were lowly skeletal beings of rodent or avian origin. Although ordinary adults could easily contend with 3 or 5 of these in prepared circumstances, they still served as expendable pawns for a certain god-level undead being, meant to demonstrate their value through consumption. However, as this batch of expendable forces was nearly exhausted, the powerful entities among the undead were astonished to discover that the bridge had not extended to the desired length. This was unexpected. It sought to descend into the motherland space, and the bridge was a crucial special item for this purpose. Furthermore, it had to penetrate the life source star of humanity. Only after achieving substantial stability could the transformed subordinates commence their slaughter of living beings in preparation for the deity's arrival. Yet now, the consumption exceeded all expectations. What had transpired? Arthur remained oblivious, having inadvertently thwarted the progression of that god-level undead being's descent. He continued to await an opportunity. 3 hours had already dragged on for far too long. Each lord of the Star Islands bore the relentless trials imposed by monsters directly invading their territories, while simultaneously fearing the incursion of even more formidable undead beasts. 3 hours felt like an eternity. However, the perseverance of all present was not in vain. 3 colossal guardian star islands, each encompassing 1,000 square kilometers, returned to the fray. Unlike ordinary star islands that soared through the air or traversed the sea, These guardian islands descended from the heavens. Their flight trajectories resembled that of ballistic missiles. They ascended from their original positions to great heights before plummeting toward the coordinates of the Tulip family's territory. The supersonic speed of their re-entry into the atmosphere far surpassed the subsonic flight of ordinary star islands, reflecting not the uniqueness of the star islands, but rather the difference in authority. Chapter 126, The Little Ones. Not enough. The emergence of 3 third-tier guardian star islands slightly eased the anxious hearts of every star island lord present. In the annals of time, they represented absolute authority, a synonym for courage and responsibility. Little did they know that on the 3 third-tier guardian star islands, the lords and the more formidable star sea knights wore expressions of sternness. The mightier one becomes, the more acutely one understands the implications of an impending arrival of a god-level necromancer. This could be likened to a catastrophic calamity for all of humanity on the mother continent. In the past few hours, the Iris Flower clan and the Guardians acted swiftly. The former lamented that this place was about to become a battlefield against the undead, presenting an opportune moment for their family to expand its commercial territory. The latter, however, was determined to maintain stability in the human rear at all costs. Yet, both rapid response organizations received alarming signals from those stationed around the mirror body, relaying warnings from the mother continent and the joint space of the underworld island. Among the invaders on the mother continent, there were suspected god-level entities conducting a summoning ritual. This was indeed perilous. At this moment, the sky had already been obscured again. The descending third-tier star islands witnessed images relayed by the various star island lords. Among them, the Iris Flower clan star island possessed notably unique artifacts. Their recorded images contained not only light and shadow information, but also the residual divine pressure emanating from a supreme being. This manifestation left the 3 legendary third-tier star island lords in no doubt that it was indeed the divine might only a god-level entity could unleash. In a more advanced communication channel, the legendary star island lords engaged in urgent and efficient exchanges with the highest authorities on the mother continent. Meanwhile, the god-level necromancer, perceived as a harbinger of doom, was experiencing some distress. After finally encountering the life source star of humanity, which triggered the rules of the underworld island, it hastily completed the preliminary steps, incurring various costs. However, it soon discovered that the path to descent was blocked. The 30 million low-tier undead creatures were indeed expendable fodder, of no concern whatsoever. Yet, they needed to demonstrate their value. Otherwise, what purpose would they serve? This left the supreme god-level entity behind the underworld island at a loss regarding how to proceed. Utilizing certain rule-based powers, the undead creatures on the underworld island had already commenced an invasion against the myriad life forms on the human life source star. However, this was a matter requiring momentum. The entity had to personally descend to thoroughly solidify the foundation of the underworld, ensuring that the unprepared humans would utterly fall. But now, the crucial personal descent faced a dilemma. The long face of a donkey-headed creature grew even longer. It represented the highest existence of the underworld island, a god-level being among the undead. This seemingly diminutive donkey, with a larger head, starkly contrasted with the typical ghostly, skeletal, or zombie forms of ordinary undead beings. This little donkey was sleek and alive, nothing like the rest. My beloved children, it is time for you to make sacrifices for our ancestors. 2 drops of divine tears welled from its enormous eyes, cascading to the ground and forming 2 mesmerizing, multicolored crystal orbs. The god-level being among the undead sensed the anomaly, but could not pinpoint its source. Ultimately, it could only attribute these irregularities to the uniqueness of the human life source star on the mother continent. The elite-level undead creatures, which Arthur had once personally encountered, made their appearance. In contrast to the millions of expendable fodder, these elite undead exhibited more uniform armor and weaponry, with the spirit of battle crystallizing atop each formation. Exuding an aura of coldness and lethality, these elite undead surged towards the end of the beheaded stone bridge. On Arthur's side, the disparity between ordinary and elite undead lay solely in their power, specifically, the quantity of life sources produced. The threat level was negligible. After all, the destruction of these undead was their own choice. Arthur merely utilized the power of the mystical furnace, through the 3-hole stone bridge as a medium, to collect the fragmented souls and remnants of those voluntarily sacrificing themselves. Arthur felt a sense of greatness. Yet, The little donkey soon realized that something was amiss. Chapter 127. A single hero at the gate. If Arthur had been engulfed in anxiety during the preceding hours, he gradually acclimated as he refined the fragments of the more advanced undead beings. Some of the astute among them discerned the precarious state of existence of these necromantic entities. Despite deploying elite-level monsters to fill the void, it was evident that their expendable forces had reached a critical low. Consequently, the wondrous furnace became increasingly voracious in its consumption of sacrificial materials through the three-holed stone bridge. The extraction of souls and body fragments from the undead escalated from 90% to an astounding 99%. The ethereal segment, confined within the spatial barrier between the blue water motherland and Ghost Island, further impeded progress. On Arthur's side, a greater influx of world source energy surged into the three-holed stone bridge, causing its ancient remnants to expand and undergo several transformations. The bridge's weathered surface began to reveal enigmatic patterns, which, through the continued infusion of world source energy and a portion of the essence of life, gradually sharpened in clarity. This unexpected revelation became Arthur's most significant gain amidst the monotonous process of annihilating the undead. Even at this moment, he remained oblivious to the implications of these changes. Nevertheless, they instilled a sense of optimism within him, a sixth sense that proved remarkably accurate. The reassembly of the Guardians also heralded changes for the Tulip family. The family once again resolved to evacuate their kin. Arthur, the newly appointed Lord of Star Island, was finally recognized by the Tulip clan. He was tasked with overseeing the migration of the family's populace and assets across the vast island. The Guardians anticipated that this region might soon become the most ferocious battlefield in the forthcoming struggle against the undead. Unlike other areas, none had yet witnessed the terrifying descent of god-tier undead beings. In light of the steward's arrangements, Arthur willingly complied. He harbored no desire for the Tulip family to place their hopes upon him. Indeed, the less they relied on him, the better. Even with half of the 100 square kilometers of Star Island comprised of water, and half of the land portion dominated by mountains, the remaining area could still accommodate a significant population. After all, in a densely populated scenario, a mere square kilometer could comfortably house 15 million individuals. This was a staggering number. The entirety of the Tulip family's territory, including non-bloodline vassals, did not exceed 10 million. Thus, the logistics of relocating the population from Arthur's Star Island proved relatively manageable. In contrast, the mobilization of resources posed a far more complex challenge. Naturally, the Tulip family would not permit Arthur to undertake the transportation of their kin and vassals alone. The process of disembarking onto the Star Island was cumbersome, necessitating the involvement of numerous islands in executing this task. For Arthur, these monsters were easily manageable. He orchestrated the events with precision, adhering closely to the predetermined script without drawing the attention of the formidable beings among the undead. As for the relocation of the Tulip family members, Arthur meticulously opened pathways, facilitating the swift landing of families and vassals onto the Star Island. He refrained from employing his unique powers of absorption, while typical island lords possessed such abilities. Arthur's were significantly more potent. Should he choose, his current soul strength, combined with the primal power of the second Star Island, could rapidly transport the throngs of ordinary people into the island's spatial confines. Those entering could not be allowed to wander aimlessly. The elves took on the role of temporary overseers, and some members of the Tulip family stepped forward to assist under the elves' guidance, actively constructing tents and clearing temporary pathways on the flat terrain. Each household received a tent, which quickly formed an organized expanse on the plains of the second Star Island. Arthur's primary responsibility lay in the migration of personnel rather than the transportation of goods. At most, he managed the personal and family possessions carried by the fleeing Tulip family members and their vassals. These held little allure for Arthur, especially after his experience of extracting resources from the 6 Guardian teams surrounding the blue water motherland. Ordinary wealth no longer caught his eye. Amidst this process, Arthur once again harnessed his thoughts and intentions to enhance the wondrous furnace's capacity to intercept the sacrificial offerings of the undead through the three-holed stone bridge. A mere 99% was no longer satisfactory to him. In his view, even a fraction of this waste, should the god-tier undead decide to act decisively, could ultimately facilitate the bridge's completion. Arthur was not driven by greed, but rather by an unwillingness to witness the true arrival of the god-tier undead. Thus, The wondrous furnace activated the three-holed stone bridge, preparing to capture the overwhelming fragments generated by the suicidal tide of the undead. As for why Arthur felt emboldened at this moment, it was because he was soon to depart. Chapter 128. A sense of unease. Such changes are remarkably evident. However, at this moment, the skeletal lord of the donkey-headed undead did not immediately perceive the shift. This was primarily due to the fact that the sacrifice involved was one of its meticulously cultivated subordinates, a being far superior to mere cannon fodder. Even though undead creatures generally lack a true concept of death, accumulating a sufficient number of elite subordinates remains an arduous task. The entire Ghost Island had thoroughly depleted the skeletal lord's supply of disposable minions in the face of the mainland's invasion. The 33 million cannon fodder represented the last vestiges of power amassed over countless years. Apart from these, the donkey-headed deity no longer possessed low-tier disposable troops to expend recklessly. The elite subordinates currently being sacrificed were the Cr. de las Armées, and the skeletal lord could not bear to witness such cherished beings meet a tragic demise. Thus, its temporary disengagement from monitoring the stone bridge severed the connection to its soul. The alarm it had set would only rouse the donkey-headed deity when the stone bridge reached the other shore. However, at this juncture, Arthur had made two alterations. The ratio of sacrifices intercepted changed from 90% to 99%, and shortly thereafter, the number of intercepted sacrifices escalated from 99% to a complete 100. The donkey-headed deity remained oblivious to these developments. Unless a special circumstance alerted it or the duration of this state prompted suspicion, this condition would persist indefinitely. Arthur, too, was unaware that his actions fortuitously coincided with the deity's lack of awareness. All he could discern was the rapid expansion of the life source and world energy accumulating within the marvelous furnace. At last, there were no ordinary tier members of the Tulip family or their vassal clans left in the area under Arthur's jurisdiction. Throughout this process, Arthur successfully completed 10 waves of undead monster extermination tasks. Finally, the moment had arrived. The second star island descended gently to the ground before slowly ascending into the air, soaring toward the direction predetermined by the Tulip family's upper echelons. The speed of the second star island increased significantly, its acceleration markedly surpassing that of other star islands of comparable size. However, many lords of the star islands were either preoccupied with migration or engaged in monitoring the void, entirely oblivious to Arthur's retreating star island. During this journey, Arthur felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned that as the distance increased, the efficiency of capturing the sacrifices would diminish significantly. Yet, his worries soon dissipated. As he distanced himself from the Tulip family's territory, the undead monsters had respawned 3 more times. Subsequently, as the distance widened, the absence of undead creatures during the anticipated respawn times signified that Arthur had officially departed from the Tulip family's domain, thus evading the influence of a certain enigmatic undead overlord's cross-border interference. In other words, Arthur was temporarily safe. However, the power provided by the marvelous furnace through the 3-hole stone bridge continued unabated in its collection of the souls and corporeal fragments of those undead beings. Witnessing this, Arthur felt a profound sense of solace. At this moment, no other star islands were present within the vast expanse surrounding the second star island. When the Tulip family arranged for the evacuation, they opted for a blossoming pattern in all directions, intending to prevent any unforeseen incidents that could lead to the capture of their kin and wealth. Each star island tasked with transporting personnel and assets had a predetermined destination. They merely needed to head towards their respective targets. Such arrangements filled Arthur with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Therefore, further distance was needed. If he were to navigate the second star island at a normal pace, it would, to be frank, be somewhat exasperating. Just as he was enjoying the process of retreat, an unexpected wave of unease surged from deep within him. Was this merely a fleeting sixth sense? Regardless, Arthur did not hesitate to release a fragment of his mirror avatar, causing the second star island to vanish from its original position in an instant. The ethereal star island was fleeing with all its might, fueled by the world's source energy. This propelled the star island's speed to unimaginable heights. The longer it ran, the further it distanced itself from the Tulip family's territory. Arthur's second star island targeted the airspace occupied by the ethereal star island, executing a transfer of world energy worth 36,000 energy stones. The entire transfer process lasted perhaps a mere 10 seconds, yet the distance traversed was over 100 kilometers. A distance of 1,500 kilometers swiftly alleviated Arthur's inexplicable sense of unease. However, this sensation, while diminished, did not entirely vanish. The second star island had surpassed the ethereal star island by several dozen kilometers, yet Arthur did not pause. Instead, he continued to steer the second star island at full speed towards the location designated by the old steward. The initial phase of the journey required haste. The latter part could be assessed on a case-by-case basis.